The King. The Black Dagger Brotherhood. Book 12. By J. R. Ward. Prologue. 17th century, Old Country. Long live the king. At the sound of the deep, grave voice, Wrath, son of Wrath, had an instinct to look around for his father, a spark of hope that the death had not occurred and the great ruler was as yet still with them. But of course, his beloved sire remained gone unto the fade. How long would this sad searching last? He wondered. It was such useless folly, especially as the sacred vestments of the vampire king were upon himself, the bejeweled sashes and silken coat and ceremonial daggers adorning his own body. His mind cared not for such proof of his recent coronation. However, or mayhap it was his heart that remained unswayed by all that now defined him. Dearest virgin scribe, without his father, he was so alone, even as he was surrounded by people who served him. My lord! Composing his visage, he turned around. Standing in the doorway of the royal receiving chambers, his closest advisor was like a column of smoke, long and thin, draped in dark robes. My honor to greet you, the male murmured, bending low. Are you ready to receive the female? No, indeed. Shall we initiate the procession? Yes. As his advisor bowed again and backed out, Wrath paced across the oak-paneled room. Candles wafted in the drafts that somehow infiltrated the castle's stone walls, and the roaring fire in the chest-high hearth seemed to offer only light, not warmth. In truth, he had no desire for a Shalaner, rather, a mate, as it inevitably was going to be. Love was required for the former, and he had none to offer a soul. From out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of brilliance, and to pass the time before this dreaded meeting occurred, he went over and regarded the sets of gems that had been displayed upon the carved desk. Diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, pearls, nature's beauty captured and anchored by hammered gold. The most valuable were the rubies. Reaching out to touch the blood-red stones, he thought, it was too early for all of this. His being king, this mating arrangement, the 1,000 different demands he now bore and yet understood too little of. He needed more time to learn from his father. The first of 3 pounding knocks reverberated through the room, and Wrath was grateful that no one was about to see him flinch. The second was just as loud. The third was going to require his response. Closing his eyes, he found it hard to breathe through the pain in his chest. He wanted his father with him. This should be happening later, when he was older, and not guided by a courtier, but his own sire. Fate, however, had robbed the great male of years that were his due, and in turn, subscribed the son to a sort of drowning even though there was air about him to breathe. Cannot do this, Wrath thought. And yet, as the third rap upon the panels faded, he squared his shoulders and mimicked the way his father's voice had always sounded. Enter. At his command, the heavy door swung wide, and his eyes were greeted by the sight of a full complement of courtiers, their somber gray robing identical to that of the advisor who stood at the front of them. But that was not what registered. Behind the group of aristocrats, there were others, tremendous of stature, narrow of eye, and those were the ones who began to chant in a concerted growl. In honesty, he feared the Black Dagger Brotherhood. According to tradition, the advisor stated loudly and clearly, My lord, I have an offering to bring before you. May I proceed with its presentation? As if the noble daughter were an object. Then again, tradition and social norms provided that her purpose was for breeding, and at court, she would be treated as any prized broodmare was. However, was he going to do this? He knew naught of the sexual act, and yet if he approved of her, he would be engaged in the activity sometime after nightfall on the morrow. Yes, he heard himself say. The courtiers filed in through the doorway in pairs, splitting and forming a circle around the perimeter of the room. And then the chanting grew louder. The magnificent warriors of the Brotherhood entered in a march, their tremendous bodies clothed in black leather and strapped with weapons, the cadence of their voices and movement of their forms so synchronized. It was as if they were one. Unlike the members of the Glimmera, they did not part, but stayed shoulder to shoulder, chest to chest in a box-like formation. He could see nothing of what was in their midst, but he could smell the scent, and the change within himself was instant and immutable. In a single heartbeat, the plodding nature of life was washed away by a prickling awareness, one that, as the brothers came closer, matured into an aggression that he was unfamiliar with, but utterly disinclined to ignore. Breathing in again, more of that fragrance entered his lungs, his blood, his soul, and it was not the oils she had been rubbed down with or the perfumes that had been applied to whatever clothed her form. It was the skin underneath all that, the delicate combination of feminine elements that he knew was unique to her and her alone. The Brotherhood stopped in front of him, and for the first time, he was not in awe of their deadly auras. No. As his fangs elongated into his mouth, he found his upper lip lifting in a snarl. He even took a step forward, prepared to rip the males asunder so he could get at what they were shielding from him. The advisor cleared his throat as if seeking to remind the assembled of his import. "Our lord, this female is being offered by her bloodline for your consideration for birthing purposes. Should you desire to inspect, leave us," Wrath snapped. At once. The shocked silence that followed was easily ignored on his part. The advisor dropped his voice. "My lord, if you shall permit me to finish the presentation." Wrath's body moved on its own, pivoting itself around until he could match stares with the male. "Get out." Behind him, a chuckle rose from the Brotherhood, as if they rather enjoyed the dandy getting put in his place by their ruler. The advisor, however, was not amused, and Wrath did not care. There was also no more conversation to be had. The courtier had much power, but he was not king. The males in gray shuffled out of the room, bowing, and then he was left with the brothers. At once they stepped aside and, revealed within their heft was a slender form draped in black robing from head to foot. In comparison to the warriors, the intended was slight of stature, narrower of bone, shorter of height, and yet hers was the presence that rocked him. "My lord," one of the brothers said with respect, "this is Anha." With that simple and more apt introduction, the fighters disappeared, shutting him in alone with the female. Wrath's body took over again, prowling his chaotic senses around her, stalking her even as she did not move. Dearest virgin scribe, he had meant for none of this. Not his reaction to her presence, nor the need coiling in his loins, nor the aggression that had sprung to the fore. But most of all, he had never thought. Mine. 'Twas as a lightning bolt out of the night sky, changing his landscape, carving a gashing vulnerability in his chest. And yet, even with that, he thought, yes, this was right. His father's former advisor indeed had his best interests at heart. This female was what he needed to carry him through the loneliness. Even without seeing her face, she made him feel the strength within his sex, her smaller, daintier form filling him out in his skin, the urge to protect giving him a priority and a focus he had been sorely lacking. "Anha," he breathed as he stopped in front of her. "Speak unto me." There was a long silence, and then her voice, soft and sweet, but quavering, entered his ears. Closing his eyes, he swayed on his feet, the sound echoing throughout his blood and bones, lovelier than anything he had e'er heard. Except then he frowned as he had no idea what she had spoken. "Whatever did you say?" For a moment, the words that came from beneath the cover of the veil made no sense. But then the definitions of the syllables were verified by his brain. "Would you wish to see another?" Wrath frowned in confusion. Why would he? "You have removed naught from my form." He heard her answer as if he had voiced his inquiry. At once, he realized she was trembling, her robing transmitting the movement, and indeed, there was a heavy undertow of fear in her scent. His arousal had clouded any further awareness of her, but that required rectification. Collecting the throne, he brought the vast, carved chair across the room, his need to provide comforts unto her giving him superior strength. "Sit." She all but fell into the oxblood leather seat, and as her draped hands clawed onto the armrests, he imagined her knuckles going white as she held on for dearest life. Wrath sank down onto his knees before her. Staring up, his only thought, aside from that of his intention to possess her, was that he would never see her frightened. Ever. Beneath the layers of weighty robing, Anha was suffocating in the heat. Or mayhap it was terror that choked her throat. She did not wish for this destiny of hers. had not sought it, would give it to any of the young females who had, over the years, envied her. From the moment of her birth, she had been promised to the son of the king as the first mate, and because of that supposed honor, she had been reared by others, cloistered away, hidden from all contact. Raised in solitary confinement, she knew not the nurture of a mother or protection of a father. She had been adrift in a sea of supplicating strangers, handled as a precious object, not a living thing. And now, at the culminating event, at the moment she had been bred and avowed for all those years of preparation appeared to be for naught. The king was not happy. He had thrown all and sundry out of whatever room they were in. He had not removed a single drape from her, as was his due if he wished to accept her in some fashion. Instead, he was stalking around, his aggression charging the air. She had likely angered him further with her temerity. One was not supposed to offer suggestions to the king. Sit. Anha followed the command by letting her weak knees fall out from beneath her body. She expected to meet the cold, hard floor, but there was a cushioned chair of some great mass to catch her. Creaking floorboards informed her he was circling her again. His footfalls heavy. His presence so great she could sense the size of him even though she could see nothing. Heart pounding, sweat breaking out down her neck and between her breasts. She waited for his next move and feared it would be violent. By law, he could do anything he wanted with her. He could slaughter her or toss her to the Brotherhood for their use. He could undress her, take her virginity, and then reject her, leaving her ruined. Or he could simply render her naked and approve of her form, saving her virtue for after the ceremony the following night. Or even mayhap, as she had imagined in her most futile dreams, he would regard her briefly and recover her with gifts of special cloth, signaling his intent to rank her among his shallans so that her life at court would be easier. She'd heard too much about courtiers to expect kindness from them, and she was well aware that though she was to be mated to the king, she was on her own. If she had a small measure of power, however, mayhap she could remove herself from this to a certain degree, leaving the machinations of court and kingship to females of greater ambition and avarice. The pacing stopped abruptly, and there was protest from the floor directly before her, as if he had shifted position in some manner. Now was the moment, and her heart froze as if it did not want to attract attention from His Majesty's blade. In one quick moment, the hood was off her face, and great draughts of cool air were free for her lungs taking. Anha gasped at what was before her. The king, the ruler, the supreme representative of the vampire race, was on his knees in front of the chair he had provided her. And that should have been shocking enough, but indeed, his apparent supplication was the least of what struck her. He was utterly beautiful, and of all the things she had sought to prepare herself for, this first magnificent sight of him had never been contemplated. His eyes were the color of pale spring leaves, and they shone bright as moonlight upon a lake whilst he stared up at her. And his face was the handsomest she had e'er beheld, although that was perhaps not compliment enough, given that she had not been allowed to look upon anything male before. And his hair was black as crow's wings, falling down a broad back. Except even that was not what penetrated her consciousness most. It was the concern in his expression. "Be not afraid," he said in a voice that was velvet and gravel. "None shall e'er harm you, for I am here." Tears pricked in her eyes, and then her mouth opened itself, words jumping out. "My lord, you should not kneel. How ever else would I greet a female such as yourself?" Anha tried to respond, but caught up in his gaze. Her mind became entangled, seemed not real. This powerful male who bowed his honor afore her. To be certain once and for all, her hand lifted and moved to close the distance between them. Whatever was she doing? "Forgive me, my lord." He captured her palm, and the impact of the flesh upon flesh made her gasp. Or was that both of them? "Touch me," he commanded. "Anywhere." As he released his hold, she placed her trembling hand upon his cheek. Warm, smooth from a blade's recent passing. The king closed his eyes and leaned in, his great body shuddering. When he just stayed as that, she felt a surge of power, not in an arrogant fashion, nor with any ambition for self-gain. It was simply from unexpected footing gained on what had seemed like an indelibly slippery slope. How was this possible? Anha, he breathed, as if her name were an incantation of magic. Naught else was spoken, but the whole of their language was unnecessary, all parts of speech and vocabulary rendered worthless to offer any mere nuance, much less definition, to what bond was shaping and tethering them one to another. She finally dropped her eyes. "Would you not care to see more of me?" The king released a low growling purr. "I would see all of you, and looking would not be the half of it." The scent of a male's arousal rose thick in the air, and incredibly, her own body responded to the call. But then again, that sensual aggression of his was well and truly bound by his singular will. He was not going to take her the now. No, it appeared that he was going to save her virtue until he had paid her the honor and respect of properly mating her. "The scribe virgin answered my prayers in a miraculous way," she whispered as she blinked through tears. "All those years of worry and wait, the anvil poised for 3 decades to fall upon her head." The king smiled. "If I had known a female as you could exist, I would have beseeched the mother of the race myself. But I had no fantasies, and that is well enough. I would have done naught but sit and wait for you to cross into my destiny, wasting years." With that, he burst up to his feet and went over to a display of robing. The colors of the rainbow were all represented, and she had been taught since an early age to know what each hue meant in the hierarchy of court. He chose the red for her, the most valued of all, the signal that she would be the favored amongst all his females, the queen. And that honor should have been enough. Except as she envisioned the many he would take, pain struck in her chest. As he came back toward her, he must have sensed her sadness. "What ails you, Leland?" Anha shook her head, and told herself that sharing him was not something she had any right to mourn. The king shook his head. "No, there shall only be you." Anha recoiled. "My lord, that is not tradition. Am I not the ruler of all? Can I not decree life and death o'er my subjects?" When she nodded, a hard cast came upon his face and made her pity any who would try to deny him. "So I shall determine what is and is not tradition. And there shall only be you for me." Tears sprang anew to Anha's eyes. She wanted to believe him, and yet that seemed impossible even as he wrapped her still-clad form with the blood-colored silk. "You honor me," she said, staring into his face. "Not enough." With a quick turn, he stalked across to a table that had been laid with gems. The largesse of jewels had been the last thing on her mind as he had lifted her hood, but now her eyes widened at the display of wealth. Surely, she did not deserve such things. Not until she gave him an heir, which abruptly seemed not a chore at all. As he returned unto her, she inhaled sharply. Rubies, so many she couldn't count them indeed. A whole tray including the saturnine ring which she had been told had always graced the hand of the queen. "Accept these and know my truth," he said as he once again lowered himself at her feet. Anha felt her head shake. "No, no, these are for the ceremony, which we shall have here and the now." He put out his palm. "Give me your hand." Anha's every bone was shaking as she obeyed him, and she let out a gasp as the saturnine stone went onto her middle finger on the right. As she looked into the gem, candlelight refracted amongst its facets, flaring with beauty sure as true love lit the heart from within. "Anha, do you accept me as your king and mate, until the door unto the fade is offered afore you?" "Yes," she heard herself say with surprising strength. "Then I, Wrath, son of Wrath, do take you as my Shellen, to watch over and care for you and any begotten young we may have, sure as I would and will my kingdom and its citizenry. You shall be mine former enemies are mine own, your bloodline to mix with mine own, your dusks and your dawns to share only with me. This bond shall ne'er be torn asunder by forces within or without." And here he paused. "There shall be one and only one female for all mine days, and you shall be that only queen." With that, he brought up his other hand and laced all their fingers together. "None shall part us, ever." Although Anha did not have knowledge of it currently, in future years, as destiny continued to roll forward, transforming this present moment into past history, she would return to this instant over and over again. Later, she would reflect that they had both been lost that night, and the sight of the other had given them the solid ground they had required. Later, when sleeping close to her mate in their bedding and hearing him gently snore, she would know that what had seemed like a dream was in reality a living, breathing miracle. Later, on the night that she and her beloved were slaughtered, when her eyes latched onto the crawl space where she had hidden their heir, their future, the only thing that was greater than the two of them she would have as her last dying thought that it was all meant to be. Whether the tragedy or the luck, all of it had been predetermined, and it had started here, in this instant, as the king's fingers intertwined with her own and the two of them became locked one into the other, for eternity. "Who shall attend you this night and this day afore the public ceremony?" he asked. She hated to leave him. "I should return to my quarters." He frowned deeply. But then he released her and took his sweet time adorning her with the rubies until they hung from her ears and her neck and both of her wrists. The king touched the largest of the stones, the one that hung over her heart. As his lids lowered, she believed that he had gone somewhere carnal in his mind. Mayhap he was imagining her without benefit of clothing, nothing but her skin to frame the heavy golden settings with their diamond accents and those incredible red gems. The last of the suite was the crown itself, and he lifted the circlet from the velvet tray, placing it on her head and then sitting back to survey her. "You outshine it all," he said. Anha looked down at herself. Red, red everywhere, the color of blood, the color of life itself. Indeed, she could not imagine the value in the gems, but that was not what touched her. The honor he was paying her in this moment was legendary, and as she considered that, she wished this could have been private between them forevermore. That would not be, however, and the courtiers were not going to like this, she thought. "I shall take you to your quarters." "Oh, my lord, you should not bother yourself. There is naught else to consume me this night, I assure you." She could not stop her smile. "As you wish, my lord." Except she was not sure she could stand with all the, and didn't make it all the way onto her feet. The king swept in and gathered her in his arms, holding her up from the floor as if she weighed not more than a field dove. And with that, he marched across, kicked open the closed door and strode out into the corridor. They were all there, the hallway full of aristocrats and members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, and instinctively she turned her head into Wrath's neck. Whilst being raised for the king's purpose, she had always felt like an object, and yet that had gone away when she was alone with the male. Now, exposed to the invasive gazes of the others, she was once again in that role, relegated to a possession rather than an equal. "Wherever goest thou?" one of the aristocrats demanded as the king strode by without acknowledging them. Wrath kept walking, but clearly this one courtier would not be denied that which was not his due. The male placed himself in their path. "My lord, it is customary for. I shall attend her in mine own quarters this night and all others." Surprise flared in a thin, pinched face. "My lord, that is the queen's honor only, and even if you have had the female, it is not official until we are duly mated. I performed the ceremony myself. She is mine own and I am hers, and surely you do not wish to be in the path of a bonded male with his female, much less the king with his queen. Do you?" There was a clapping sound of teeth meeting teeth, as if someone's jaw had fallen open and then been closed with alacrity. Looking past Wrath's shoulder, she saw smiles on the Brotherhood's faces, as if the fighters approved of the aggression. The others in the robes? 'Twas not approval on their visages. Impotence, supplication, subtle anger. They knew who held the power, and it was not theirs. "You should be accompanied, my lord," one of the brothers said, "not out of custom but in deference to the times. Even in this stronghold, it is appropriate for the first family to be guarded." The king nodded after a moment. "Fine enough. Follow me," but his voice dropped to a growl. "You do not touch her in any way or I shall rip from you the appendage that offends her physical form." True respect and some kind of affection warmed the brother's voice. "As you wish, my lord." Brotherhood, fall in. All at once, daggers were ripped out of chest holsters, black blades glinting in the torches that lined the hall. As Anha's fingers dug into her king's precious vestments, the brothers let out a whooping battle cry, those weapons going over their heads. In a coordination that was bred from long hours in each other's company, Every one of the great warriors went down on their knees in a circle and buried the points of their daggers in the flooring. Bowing their heads, and with one voice, they said something she could not comprehend. And yet the verbiage was for her. They were pledging allegiance to her as their queen. It was what would have happened at nightfall on the morrow, in front of the Glimera. But she far preferred it here, and as their eyes lifted, respect shone forth directed at her. "My gratitude unto you," she heard herself say, "and all my honor to our king." In the blink of an eye, she and her mate were surrounded by tremendous warriors, the vow that had been given now accepted, the work commencing at once. Flanked on all sides, just as she had sensed she had been whilst presented, Wrath resumed his striding in full protection. Past her mate's shoulder, through the mountain of brothers, Anha watched the assembled gathering of courtiers recede in their wake as they proceeded down the corridor. The advisor in front of it all, the one with his hands on his hips and his brows down low, was not pleased at all. A shiver of fear went through her. "Shoo!" Wrath whispered in her ear. "Worry not. I shall be gentle unto your form the now." Anha flushed and tucked her head back into that thick neck. He meant to take her when they came upon whatever destination he had predetermined. His sacred body entering her own, sealing the mating viscerally. She was shocked to find that she wanted that too. Right now, fast and hard. And yet, when they were finally alone again, when they had settled upon a fantastical bed of down and silk, she was grateful that he was as patient and kind and gentle as he promised her he would be. It was the first of many, many times that her Helrin did not let her down. 1. Manhattan's meatpacking district. Present. "Give me your mouth," Wrath demanded. Beth tilted her head back and leaned into her mate's arms. "You want it? So take it." The growl that came out of that massive chest was a reminder that her man was not, in fact, a man. He was the last purebred vampire left on the planet, and when it came to her and sex, he was fully capable of going wrecking ball to get at her. And not in the stupid-ass Miley Cyrus poser sex way, and provided Beth was willing, of course. Although really, when a woman had the opportunity to get with 6 feet, 9 inches of hard-ass dressed in black leather, who just happened to have pale green eyes that glowed like the moon, and black hair down to the aforementioned concrete posterior? No was not just out of her vocabulary. It was a foreign concept. The kiss that came at her was brutal, and she wanted it that way. Wrath's tongue thrusting into her as he shoved her backward through the open doorway of their secret hideaway. Slam. Best sound in the world. Well, okay, second best, number 1 being what her man made when he came inside of her. At the mere thought of it, her core opened even further. "Oh, fuck," he said into her mouth as one of his hands slipped in between her thighs. "I want this, yeah, are you wet for me, Leland?" Not a question, because he knew the answer, didn't he? "I can smell you," he groaned against her ear as he ran his fangs up her throat. "The most beautiful thing in the world, except for your taste." That gravel in his voice, the straining in his hips, that hard length pressing into her, she orgasmed right then and there. "Fuck me, we need to do this more," he gritted as she ground herself against his hand, working her hips. "Why the fuck haven't we come down here every night?" The thought of the mess that waited for them back in Caldwell drained some of the heat out of her. But then he started massaging her with his fingers, working the seam of her jeans against her most sensitive place while his tongue probed her mouth the way he did when he was, yeah. Gee whiz, what do you know, surprise, surprise, everything about his being king and the assassination attempt and the band of bastards just floated away. He was right. Why the hell didn't they make time for this slice of heaven on a regular basis? Giving herself up to the sex, her hands tangled in his waist-length hair, its softness at odds with the harshness of his face, the strength in his incredible body, that iron core of his will. She'd never been one of those silly chippies who dreamed about a Prince Charming or a fairy tale wedding or any of that Disney musical bullcrap. But even for someone who had had no illusions and no intention of ever signing a marriage certificate, there was no way she would have pictured herself with Wrath, son of Wrath, king of a race that, as far as she had known back then, was nothing more than a Halloween myth. Yet here she was, head over heels with a straight-up killer who had a trucker's vocabulary, a royal bloodline as long as his arm, and enough attitude to make Kanye West look like a self-esteem reject. Okay, he wasn't quite that egocentric health. Yup, he probably would cut Taylor Swift off in a heartbeat, but that was because rap and hip-hop were his music of choice and not because he was being a hater. Bottom line, her Hellrin was a his way or no way kind of guy, and the throne he sat on meant that personality defect was embraced on bended knee as the law of the land. Talk about a perfect storm. The good news? She was the sole exception, the only person who could talk sense into him when he really got his hackles up. It was like that with all of the brothers and their mates. Members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, the race's elite group of fighters and meatheads, were not known for being easygoing. Then again, you didn't want pussies on the front line of any war, especially when the bad guys were of the ilk of the lessening society. And those goddamned bastards. I'm not going to make it to the bed, Wrath moaned. I gotta be in you now. So take me on the floor. She sucked on his lower lip. You know how to do that, don't you? More growling, and a big shift in the planet's orientation as she was popped off the ground and laid out on all that polished wood. The loft that Wrath had once used as a bachelor pad was right out of central casting. It had a cathedral ceiling, an empty warehouse's decor, and the matte black paint job of an Uzi. It was nothing like the Brotherhood mansion where they lived, and that was the point. As beautiful as that place was, all the gold leaf and crystal chandeliers and antique furniture could get a little stifling. Up. With that happy noise, she lost another outfit in her wardrobe and wasn't Wrath proud of himself. Flashing fangs long as daggers and white as the driven snow, he proceeded to turn her silk button-down into a Swiffer, shredding the thing off her naked breasts, buttons flying everywhere. Now that's what I'm talking about. Wrath tore off his wraparounds and smiled, exposing his dental hardware. Nothing in the way. Looming over her, he latched onto her nipple while his hands went to the waistband of her black jeans. All things considered, he was pretty polite as he unhooked the catch and unzipped, but she knew what was coming. With a violent jerk, he laid waste to what had been a 2-week-old pair of Levi's. She didn't care. Neither did he. Oh God, she needed this. You're right. It's been way too long. She hissed as he went after his own fly, popping the buttons free, unleashing an erection that still managed to take her breath away. I'm sorry. He bit out as he grabbed her behind the neck and mounted her. As she opened her thighs wide for him, she knew exactly why he was apologizing. Don't, but Jesus. The blazing possession was exactly what she wanted, and so was the rough ride he gave her. His heavy weight crushing her bare ass squeaking against the floor as he pounded into her legs straining to link around so he could go even deeper. It was total domination. His great body pistoning in an erotic pump that got ever faster and more intense. But as good as it was, she knew how to take things to the next level. Aren't you thirsty yet? She drawled. Total. Molecular. Stoppage. Like he'd been hit with an ice ray. Or maybe a truck. As he lifted his head, his eyes lit up so brightly, she knew if she looked on the floor next to her, she'd see her own shadow, digging into his shoulders with her nails. She arched up to him and cocked her head to the side. How about something to drink? His lips curled off his fangs and he let out a cobra's hiss. The bite was like being stabbed, but the pain faded into a sweet delirium that carried her to another dimension. Floating and grounded at the same time, she moaned and pushed her fingers into his hair, yanking him even closer as he sucked at her throat and thrust into her sex. She orgasmed and so did he. God, after a dry spell of how long? At least a month, which was unheard of for them. She realized how much they both had to have this. Too much static from all the demands around them. Too much stress polluting the hours. Too much toxic crap they didn't have time to process with each other. Like after he'd been shot in the neck, had they really talked about it? Sure, there had been the OMG, you're alive, you made it stuff, but she was still flinching every time a dog Jen opened a bottle of wine in the dining room or the brothers played pool after hours. Who knew that a cue ball smacking into a rack sounded exactly like a gun going off? She hadn't. Not until Ecker had decided to put a bullet into Wrath's jugular. Hardly the kind of education she'd been looking for. For no good reason. Tears flooded her eyes and broke free, tangling in her lashes and seeping down her cheeks even as another round of pleasure flooded her body. And then the image of Wrath's gunshot wound billboard her vision. Red blood on the bulletproof vest he'd worn. Red blood on his muscle shirt. Red blood on his skin. The dangerous times come home. The ugliness of reality, no longer a hypothetical bogeyman in her mental closet, but a scream in her soul. Red was the color of death to her. Wrath froze for a second time and jerked his head up. Leland. Opening her eyes, she had a sudden panic that she couldn't see him right, that face she looked for in every room no matter the hour was gone, that visual confirmation of his life wasn't going to be there for the taking anymore. Except all she had to do was blink. Blink, 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 and he was back with her, clear as day. And that made her cry more, because her strong, beloved man was blind, and though that didn't make him handicapped in her opinion, it did cheat him out of some fundamentals, and that just wasn't fair. Oh, fuck. I hurt you. No, no, she took his face in her hands. Don't stop. I should have gone over to the bed. The sure way to get him refocused was to arch under him, and she did, undulating and rolling her hips so that her core stroked him. And hello, big boy. The friction registered, rendering him tongue-tied and torn. Don't stop, she reiterated, trying to draw him back down to her vein. Ever. But Wrath held off, stroking a piece of hair away from her face. Don't think like that. I'm not. You are. There was no reason to define what like that meant. Treasonous plots. Wrath at that ornate desk, strangled by his position. The future unknown and not in a good way. I'm going nowhere, Leland. You don't worry about a goddamn thing. Understand me? Beth wanted to believe him. Needed to. But she feared it was a promise far harder to keep than speak. Beth, make love to me. It was the only truth she could put out there that wouldn't burst the bubble. Please. He kissed her once, twice, and then started to move again. Always, Leland. Always. Best night ever. As Wrath pushed himself off of his shellin an hour later, he couldn't breathe. He was bleeding at the throat, and his man of steel cock had finally gone wet noodle. Although knowing the damn thing's stamina, he had 5, maybe 10 minutes before Mr. Happy got to grinning again. The big bed in the center of the loft's vast space had been upgraded since his Beth had mated him, and as he stretched out on his back, he had to admit that having sex on the thing was so much better than doing it on the floor. That said, as he recovered, its sheets were unnecessary as he could have fried an egg on his chest from the exertion. Blankets were an absolute hell no. Pillows had been lost quickly because there was no headboard, but the advantage was leverage from any compass point. Sometimes he liked to put a foot down and really dig in. Beth let out a sigh that was longer and more satisfying than a Shakespearean sonetan talk about a hell yeah. Wrath's chest inflated like a hot air balloon. "Do you okay?" he drawled. "God, yes." More with the smiling. It was the mask all over again, nothing but Jim Carrey Pepsodent White over here. And she was right. The sex had been beyond fantastic. He'd fucked her across the floor until they were in range of the mattress. Then, like the gentle male he was, he'd put her on the bed and had her another 3 times. 4? He could do this all night. Sure as an eclipse could wipe out the moon, his cosmic relaxation disappeared and took all warmth with it. There was no all night for him anymore. Not when it came to kicking it with his female. Wrath. "I'm right here, Leland," he murmured. As she rolled onto her side, he could feel her staring at him. And even though his vision had finally given up the ghost and conked out on him entirely, he could picture her long, thick black hair and her blue eyes and her beautiful face. "You're not." "I'm fine." Shit, what time was it? Had it been longer than the hour it had felt like? Probably. When it came to the grind with Beth, he could lose motherfucking days. "It's after 1, she said softly. "Fuck me. Would it help to talk? Wrath, can you tell me where you're at?" Hell, she was right. He had been checking out a lot lately, retreating to a place in his mind where the chaos couldn't get to him. Not a bad thing, but it was a solo trip. Just not ready to go back to work. "I don't blame you." She found his mouth and brushed her lips against his. "Can we stay a little longer?" "Yeah, but not long enough." A subtle alarm sounded on his wrist. God damn it. Putting his forearm across his face, he shook his head. Time flies, huh? And responsibilities waited for him. He had petitions to review, proclamations to draft, and emails in his inbox, those fucking emails that the Glimmer pulled out of their asses on a nightly basis, although those had been drying up lately, probably a sign that that bunch of Fruit Loops were talking among themselves. Not good news. Wrath cursed again. I don't know how my father did this. Night after night. Year after year. Only to be killed brutally too young. At least when the elder Wrath had been on his throne, things had been stable. His citizenry had loved him and he had loved them. No treasonous plots cooking in back rooms. The enemy had been from without, not within. I'm so sorry, Beth said. Are you sure there aren't some things you can put off? Wrath sat up, brushing his long hair back. As he stared off ahead, seeing nothing, he wanted to be out fighting. Not an option. In fact, the only thing on his dance card was going back to Caldy and rechaining himself to that desk. His fate had been sealed many, many years ago, when his mother had gone into her kneading, and his father had done what a Hellrun should, and against all odds. The heir had been conceived and birthed, and then nurtured long enough so he could see both of them killed by Lessers right in front of his still functional, pre-trans eyes. Crystal clear the memories were. It hadn't been until after his change when the ocular defect had begun to manifest itself. But that weakness was, like the throne, part of his hereditary due. The scribe virgin had had a prescribed breeding plan, one that had amplified the most desirable traits in males and females and created a caste-like system of social hierarchy. Good plan up to a point. As usual with shit like Mother Nature, the law of unintended consequences had decided to slap a bitch, and that was how this king with his perfect lineage had ended up blind. Frustrated, he jacked out of bed and naturally hit one of those pillows instead of the floor. As his foot flipped out from underneath him and his balance went carnival funhouse, he threw out hands to catch himself, but didn't know where he was in space. Wrath slammed into the floor, the pain exploding on his left side. But that wasn't the worst part. He could hear Beth scrambling through the messed-up sheets to get to him. "No!" he barked, shoving himself out of her range. "I got it." As his voice ricocheted around the open space of the loft, he wanted to put his head through a plate glass window. "Sorry," he muttered, yanking his hair back. "It's okay. I didn't mean to bite your head off. You've been under a lot of stress. It happens." Christ, like they were talking about him going soft during sex? God, when he'd started in with the king shit, he'd done that internal resolution bullcrap and made a commitment to rock that crown, be a stand-up guy, step into his daddy's boots, blah blah blah. But the unfortunate reality was, this was a marathon that was going to last his entire breathing life, and he was flagging after only 2 years. 3. However long it had been. What the hell year was it anyway? Shit knew he'd always had a short fuse. But being locked in the midnight of his blindness with nothing except demands he didn't Jones over was making him volcanic. No, wait, that was a little more temperate than where he was at, and the underlying issue was his personality. Fighting was his first and best calling, not ruling from a chair. The father had been a male of the pen. The son was of the sword. Wrath. Sorry, what? I asked if you wanted something to eat before we leave. He pictured going back to the mansion, doggen everywhere, brothers in and out, Shellens all around, and felt like he couldn't breathe. He loved them all, but goddamn, there was no privacy there. Thanks, but I'll just catch something at my desk. There was a long silence. All right. Wrath stayed on the floor as she got dressed, the soft shifting of her jeans going up those long, luscious legs like a funeral dirge. Is it okay to wear your muscle shirt? She asked. My blouse is done for. Yeah, abso. Her sadness smelled like autumn rain and felt just as cold in the air to him. Man, to think there were people out there who wanted to be king, he thought as he got to his feet. Fucking crazy. If it weren't for his father's legacy, and all those vampires who had truly, deeply loved his sire, he would have blown it all off and not looked back. But pulling out? He couldn't do that. His father had been a king for the history books, a male who had not just commanded authority by virtue of the throne he sat on, but had inspired honest devotion. Wrath lost the crown? He might as well piss all over his sire's grave. When his Shellen's palm slid into his own, he jumped. Here are your clothes, she said, putting them into his hands. And I have your wraparounds. With a quick shift, he pulled her against him, holding her to his naked body. She was a tall female, but even so she barely came up to his pecs, and as he closed his eyes, he curled himself around her. "I want you to know something," he said into her hair. As she went still, he tried to pull something worth hearing out of his ass. Some string of words that were even in the same zip code as what was doing in his chest. "What?" she whispered. "You are everything to me." It was so incredibly, totally not enough, and yet she sighed and melted into him like that was all she'd wanted to hear. "And a bag of chips. Sometimes you got lucky." And as he continued to hold her, he knew he'd do well to remember that. As long as he had this female by his side, he could get through anything. 2. Caldwell, New York. Long live the king. As Abalone, son of Abalone, spoke the words, he tried to gauge the response of the 3 males who had knocked upon his door, marched into his home, and were standing in his library, staring at him as if measuring him for a shroud. Actually, no. He tracked only one expression, that of the disfigured warrior who stood far behind the others, lounging against the silk wallpaper, combat boots solidly on the Persian carpet. The male's eyes were hidden beneath the overhang of a heavy brow, the irises dark enough so there was no telling what color they were, blue or brown or green. His body was enormous, and even at rest, it was a bald-faced threat, a grenade with a slippery pin. And his response to what had been said? No change in his features, that hairlip nothing but a slash, the frown the same. No emotion shown, but that dagger hand flexed wide open and then curled into a fist. Clearly, the aristocrat Icon and the lawyer Tym, who had brought this fighter over, had lied. This was not a conversation about the future, no. Something like that would suggest that Abalone had a choice in the matter. This was a warning shot across his bloodline's bow, an all-aboard call to which there was but one answer. And yet, even still, the words had come out of his mouth as they had, and he could not change them. "Are you certain of your reply?" Icon asked with an arched brow. Icon was typical of his breeding and financial net worth, refined to the point of femininity in spite of his gender, dressed in a coordinated suit and tie with every hair in place. Beside him, Tym, the solicitor, was the same, only even thinner, as if his considerable mental prowess sapped his caloric intake. And both of them, as well as the warrior, were prepared to wait for the answer they'd been given to change. Abalone's eyes went to an ancient scroll that had been framed and mounted on the wall by the double doors. He couldn't read the small old language characters from across the room, but there was no need to go in for a close-up. He knew each one by heart. "I was unaware that there was a question posed of me," Abalone said. Icon smiled falsely and strolled around, fingering a sterling silver bowl of red apples, the collection of Cartier desk clocks on a side table, the bronze bust of Napoleon on the desk by the windowed alcove. "We are, of course, interested in your position." The aristocrat stopped in front of a pen and ink drawing on a stand. "This is your daughter, I believe?" Abalone's chest got tight. "She is about to be presented, is she not?" Icon looked over his shoulder. "Yes." Abalone wanted to shove the male away from the image. Of all things that were considered his precious young, the only offspring he and his Shellen had had, was the moon in his night sky, the joy that marked the household's hours, his compass for the future. And he wanted so many things for her, not in glimmer terms, though. No, he wished for her what her mammon and he had found, at least for the years until his female had been called unto the fade. He wished for his daughter abiding love with a male of worth who would take care of her. If she was not allowed to be presented to society, that might never happen. "I'm sorry," Icon drawled. "Did you answer and I missed the reply?" "She is due to be offered soon, yes?" "Yes." The aristocrat smiled again. "I know that you worry appropriately at her prospects. As a father myself, I am in your shoes with daughters. You need to make sure they are mated well." Abalone didn't release his breath until the male resumed his lazy loop around the room. "Does it not give you a degree of security to think that there are such clear demarcations within our society? Corrective breeding has resulted in a superior group of individuals, and we are required by custom and common sense to preserve our associations with like members of our race. Can you imagine your daughter married to a commoner?" That last word lingered, carrying the pronunciation of an expletive and the threat of a cocked gun. "No, you would not," Icon answered for himself. In truth, Abalone wasn't so certain. If the male loved her enough? But that was not the point of all this, was it? Icon paused to glance over the oil paintings that hung in front of the family's vast collection of shelved first editions. The artwork was, naturally, of ancestors, with the most prominent among them mounted over the marble fireplace's grand mantel. A famous male in the history of the race and of Abalone's bloodline. The noble redeemer, as he was known among the family. Abalone's sire. Icon waved his hand around, including not just the room, but the house, all of its contents, and all the persons under its roof. This is worthy of conservation, and the only way that happens is if the old ways are respected. The tenets that we, the Glimmera, seek to uphold are the very basis of what you hope to provide your daughter. Without them, who knows where she could end up. Abalone closed his eyes briefly. And didn't that make the aristocrat assume a kinder, gentler voice? That king you just spoke of so reverently is mated to a half-breed. Abalone's lids flipped open. As with all members of the council, he had been informed of the royal union, and that was the extent of it. I thought he was mated unto Marissa, daughter of Wallen. In fact, not. The ceremony took place just a year before the raids, and the assumption was that the king had followed through on the promise to Havers's sister, but suspicions arose when Marissa was subsequently unioned with a brother. Later, it came out to us through Tuachim, he nodded to the lawyer, that Wrath had taken another female who is not of our race. There was a pause, as if Abalone were being given the chance to gasp at the revelation. When he didn't become woozy from shock, Icon leaned in and spoke slowly as if to a mental deficient. If they have offspring, the heir to the throne would be a quarter human. No one is of truly pure blood, Abalone murmured. More's the pity. Surely you will agree, however, that there is a tremendous difference between distant human relations and a king who is substantially of that horrid race. But even if you are not offended, and surely that is not the case, the old laws provide the dictate. The king is to be a full-bred male, and Wrath, son of Wrath, cannot provide that for us in an heir. Assuming this is true. It is. What do you expect of me? I'm simply making you aware of the situation. I am nothing more than a concerned citizen. Then why come with the violent backup? Well, I appreciate your keeping me informed. The council is going to have to take action. In what form? There will be a vote. Soon. To disavow any heirs? To remove the king. His authority is such that he could change the laws at any time, eradicating the provision and further weakening the race. He must be taken down lawfully as soon as possible. The aristocrat glanced over at the drawing of Abalone's daughter. I trust that at the council's special session, your bloodline will be well represented by your seal and your colors. Abalone glanced at the fighter leaning against his wall. The male seemed barely to breathe, but he was far from asleep. How long until ruination came upon this house if he did not pledge his vote? And what form would it take? He imagined his daughter mourning the loss of her only parent and being forsaken for the rest of her future. Himself tortured and then killed in some gruesome way. Dearest virgin scribe, the narrowed eyes of that warrior were trained on him like he was a target. Long live the proper king, Icon said. Is more like it. On that note, the natty, concerned citizen took his leave, filing out of the room with the attorney. Abalone's heart thundered as he was left alone with the fighter, and after a moment of screaming silence, the male uncoiled himself and went to the silver bowl of apples. In a low, heavily accented voice, he said, "These are for the taking, are they not?" Abalone opened his mouth, but all that emerged was a squeak. "Is that a yes?" came a murmur. "Indeed, yes." The fighter reached up to his chest harness and withdrew a dagger, the silver blade of which seemed long as a grown male's arm. With a quick toss, he flipped the weapon up in the air, the light flashing on the sharp edge, and with equal assurance, he caught the handle and stabbed one of the apples. All without breaking eye contact with Abalone. Removing his dew from the bowl, his hard eyes drifted over to the drawing. "She's quite beautiful. For now." Abalone put his body in the way of the depiction, prepared to sacrifice himself if it came to that. He didn't want the warrior even looking at the picture, much less commenting on Iter doing so much worse. Anon then, the fighter said. He left with the apple held upright, impaled to the core. When Abalone heard the front door shut in the distance, he all but collapsed, falling onto the silk-covered sofa with limp limbs and a pounding heart. Even though his hands were shaking, he managed to take a cigarette out of a crystal box and ignite it with a heavy crystal lighter. Inhaling, he stared at the picture of his daughter and knew true terror for the first time in his life. Dearest Virgin Scribe, there had been signs of unrest for a good year. Rumors and rumbling indicating that the king was falling into disfavor among certain quadrants of the aristocracy. Gossip that an assassination attempt had been made. Insinuations that a cabal had formed and was prepared to move. And then there had been that council meeting where Wrath had come forward with the Brotherhood and addressed the assembled with a bald-faced threat. It had been the first time people had seen the king for longer than Abalone could remember. In fact, he couldn't recall when anyone had had an audience with the ruler. There had been proclamations disseminated, of course, and edicts that had been progressive and, in Abalone's mind, long overdue. Others didn't agree, however, and were obviously prepared to force the hands of those who didn't concur with them. Shifting his eyes to the portrait of his father, he tried to find some bravery in his deeper self, some kind of bedrock to plant his feet upon and stand up for what he knew was right. If Wrath had made it a half-breed, so what, if he loved her? A lot of the old laws that he was reforming were discriminatory, and if anything, the king's choice of Shellen showed that he walked the talk of his modernizing. And yet there was some old school in the king, however. 2 aristocrats had been killed recently. Montrag, Ilan, both violently and in their homes, and both had been associated with dissent. Clearly, Wrath was not going to sit back idly whilst plots simmered against him. The bad news was that his enemies in court were stepping up the stakes as well, bringing their own muscle. Abalone reached into the pocket of his smoking jacket and took out his iPhone. Pulling up a number from his contacts, he initiated a call and listened to the ringing with half an ear. When a male voice answered, he had to clear his throat. I need to know if you've been visited. His cousin hesitated not a moment. Yes, I have. Abalone cursed. I don't want any part of this. No one does. But this legal angle of theirs. His cousin took a deep breath. About the heir? People are responding. It's not right. Wrath has been doing good things, moving us in the ways of the modern world. He's abolished blood slavery and set up that home for abused females and their young. He's been fair and even-handed with proclamations. They've got him on this, Abalone. They're going to win this one because there are more than enough left who are repulsed by the notion of a half-breed queen and a seriously deluded heir. His cousin's voice dropped lower. Do not be on the wrong side of this, my blood. They're prepared to do anything that's necessary to secure a unanimous vote when the time comes, and the law is what it is. He could change it. I'm surprised he hasn't. No doubt he's had a few more pressing matters to contend with than some dusty old books. And frankly, even if he reworded the provision, I don't know if there's enough support to carry him. He could retaliate against the aristocracy. What's he going to dokal us all? Then what? When Abalone finally hung up, he stared into the eyes of his father. His heart told him the race was in good hands with Wrath, even if the king isolated himself in many ways. But his cousin made a lot of sense. After a long while, he made another call that sickened his stomach. When it was answered, he didn't bother with any preamble. You have my vote, he said roughly. Before Aiken could laud his good sense, he ended the call, and promptly dragged over a wastepaper basket so he could vomit. The only thing worse than having no legacy at all was not living up to the one you'd been given. As Ecker strode out of the aristocrat's house, he was annoyed to find that Aiken, the council's representative, and Tuicham, the lawyer, were waiting for him in the moonlight. I think we were persuasive enough, Aiken announced. So much pride in that haughty voice as if the male had already placed his sagging arse upon the throne. Ecker looked back at the Tudor mansion. Through the diamond-pane windows, the male they had confronted was on the phone, smoking a cigarette like his lungs required nicotine more than oxygen. Then he paused and stared up at something. A moment later, shoulders sloping in defeat, he put the cell back to his ear. Iken's phone went off and he smiled as he took it out of his pocket. Hello? How lovely of you to call. There was a pause. Oh, I think that's so wise of you. Hello? Hello? Iken put the cellular device away with a shrug. I shan't even be offended that he hung up on me. And another one falls to the logic. Ecker gripped his stolen apple and wrenched it from his blade. With a sure hand, he began to peel the blood-red skin from its crisp, white flesh, whittling around and around until a curling strip formed beneath his weapon. As opposed to his favored stance of assassination, this new legal approach to a forced abdication was going well. They had another half-dozen members of the first families to meet and brief, and then it was time to make this official at the council level. After that, the killings would have to be done. No doubt one or all of the aristocrats they were dealing with would have delusions of the crownal variety. Easily cured, however, and then he would have what he wanted. Meal of our choice? As Iken and Tiwachim looked at him, he realized that he'd just been asked out to eat. Ecker let the strip of skin fall to the snow at his feet. No doubt the dandy inside had groundspeople who would pick it up, although given how unsettled the dear boy was, mayhap he would venture out for a walk amongst his fucking topiaries and see it himself. Threats were best made on multiple levels. The field awaits me the now, Ecker said as he carved out a section of flesh and bared his fangs, bringing his knife up to his mouth along with the piece. The crack as he bit down had its desired effect. Yes, well, of course, indeed, for truth, Iken said. His words like a ballerina spinning off her pointed shoes and careening into the orchestra pit. How cute. And then there was a pause, as if the adieu was to be repaid. When Ecker merely cocked a brow, the two dematerialized sure as if there were emergencies afoot at their respective manses. So irrelevant these pawns where he had used some up already, and no doubt one or both of the pair that had just departed would find their graves in service to him. Inside the great house, the council member they had come to see was still hanging his head, but not for long. Someone entered the room, and whoever it was, the aristocrat didn't want them to know of his upset. He pulled himself together, smiling and holding out his arms. As a young female went unto him, Ecker figured her to be the daughter. She was beautiful, it was true the drawing had been accurate. But she was not a patch on another. Unbidden, memories flooded his mind, images of fair skin and hair, and eyes that were capable of stopping him in his tracks sure as a bullet, tangled his thoughts until he was the one tripping over his boots even as he remained standing. No, however pretty and young that daughter was, she was but a far-off echo of loveliness compared to his unattainable chosen. You must stop this, he said into the cold night breeze. Stop this the now. A fine command, indeed, and yet it was several minutes before he could calm himself enough to focus and dematerialize from the front lawn. A blink later and Ecker was finally in his element. The alley before him was an urban armpit, the snow filthy from the tire grab left over after countless dump and delivery trucks had passed over this stretch behind half a dozen cheap restaurants. In spite of frigid December gusts, the stench of spoiled meat and denaturing green matter was enough to make the inside of the nose tingle. Breathing in, he searched for the sickly sweetness of the enemy. He had been born deformed and cast away unto the world by the female who had brought him forth from her womb. Reared in the bloodletter's war camp, he had been honed as a blade in that sadist's fire pit of aggression and pain. Any weakness pounded out of him until he was as deadly as a dagger. This theater of combat was where he belonged. And he was not alone for long. Wrenching his head around, he braced his weight into his thighs. A group of human men came into view, clearing the corner, walking in a pack. When they saw him, they stopped and drew in on themselves. Ecker rolled his eyes and resumed his promenade in the opposite direction. "What the fuck you doin'?" came the shout out. Turning back, he eyed the five of them. They were wearing some sort of coordinated theme of tough human. Leather jackets, black skull caps, bandanas tied to the bottoms of their faces. They had clearly intended to come upon someone or someone's else. Not the kind of foe he bothered with. For one thing, humans were so inferior physically, it was like biting into that apple. Secondly, they were liable to involve others of their species, either on purpose through that dreaded 911 thing or inadvertently, by causing a noise that alerted passersby. What a fuck he a doyin'? If he stayed silent, mayhap this would escalate into a coordinated song and dance number? How frightening. Go about your night, he said in a low voice. Go about your watriosome kind of Forian fuck? Or something to that effect. Their accents were difficult to decipher. Moreover, he was disinterested in making much effort on that front. From out of nowhere, a car careened around that corner, its tires losing traction as its driver pounded on the brakes. Gunshots rang out, echoing through the night, scattering the assembled, including himself. Wrong place, wrong time, Ecker thought as he caught a slug in the shoulder, the pain blazing through his head and making it impossible for him to dematerialize. He wanted nothing of this silly fight amongst the rats without tails. But it appeared as if he were going to have to engage. He was not dying as the result of a human's bullet. 3. 87, aka the Northway. Oh, that new car smell. A combination of too fresh carpeting, still viscous hinge oil, and glue that was only surface dry. Solomort loved a fresh start in the automotive department, which was why she always leased her Audi A4S. Every 3 years she got a new one, sometimes more often if there was a program that let her jump ship a month or two early. So, yeah, this was familiar territory except for the fact that she was getting a whiff of heaven from the trunk of whatever sedan she had been shut into. Not the way she'd planned on ending her night, but sometimes free will was out on break when you needed it. The question now was how to survive the kidnapping and get back home. Given her line of work as a burglar, she was used to improvising in dangerous situations. She wasn't exactly MacGyver capable. It wasn't like she could build a 9mm autoloader out of duct tape, a tube of toothpaste, 12 cents, and a Bic lighter. But she was smart enough to feel around, looking for a tire iron, a toolkit, a forgotten soda can. Anything she could use as a weapon. When she'd been abducted from her house, she'd had nothing but the parka on her back and a desperate hope that whoever it was got her out before her grandmother made it down the stairs and was dragged into all this. The latter happened. The former? Bad news because she didn't even have a cell phone. And so far, her Palm expeditions around the trunk had yielded a big fat nada. She also had no clue where she was being taken. Going by the purr from the undercarriage and the lack of potholes? They must be on the highway and had been for a while. Man, her head hurt. What the hell had they hit it with? A hammer? Straining her spine upward, she patted under the small of her back, thinking she might be lying on the compartment that held the spare tire and tools. She didn't feel any seams in the carpeting, though. Maybe you had to lift the whole thing up? Shit. Reaching over her head, she rechecked the sidewalls, feeling the soft scratch of the carpeting and the undulation of the wheel wells, then the netting that might have held groceries in place, a folded sheet of paper that could have been a map, a receipt for some kind of purchase, a top 10 ways to torture a captive list. Drawing her knees into her chest, she turned herself around in the tight space, shoving with her hands and her feet, cramping her head into an angle it really didn't appreciate. Jesuses, she groaned as she paused to catch her breath. Cirque du Soleil is so out for a second career. Resuming the stretching and twisting, she finally got her prize, the ability to check out the opposite. Well, hello? Digging her fingertips into a break in the carpeting, she followed the square cutout until she found latches on either end. Disengaging a compartment cover, she popped the panel free and found toolbox, first aid, a lottery win manifesting itself in a fully loaded Smith & Wesson. As she navigated by touch alone, trying to decipher the shape and feel of what was inside, she was reminded of how much she appreciated her vision. Gotcha, she hissed, digging her nails into the box and fighting with the hold to get the thing free. When it popped out, she realized there was a handle on the lid. Dumbass. Its latch was simple to pop free, and inside, the cylinder was about 8 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. On one end there was a cap with a rough patch on its top, and inside, party time. This flare was her only shot. Tightening her hand on the thing, she refocused on trying to figure out where she was going to end up, other than a morgue, of course. The problem was, she had no idea how long they'd been en route, but if they were taking her to Benloy's house, then they had to be closing in on their destination. West Point wasn't that far from Caldy. And this was Benloy's doing. Payback by the narcotics wholesaler for her little home invasion and redecorating gig. Which in turn had been her way of telling him to F off over a payment issue. Closing her eyes, even though she couldn't see a damn thing, she imagined that man. Everything from his glossy black hair to his deep-set eyes to that body that should have belonged to an athlete as opposed to a drug dealer who was probably going to take over the entire eastern seaboard as his territory. For a split second of insanity, she entertained a fantasy that he would come after her and help get her out of this mess. And yup, that was awkward on so many levels. 1, she had never relied on anyone before, and 2, the whole save me big man bullcrap was enough to make her want to hurl on principle. But her pride was taking a back seat on this one. She knew way too much about Benloy's. It was going to take a miracle to get her free, and a sale was the closest thing to one of those she'd met. Too bad he wasn't going to miss her anytime soon. They knew each other only because she'd been paid partially by Benloy's to spy on him. A sale hadn't appreciated that and had turned the tables on her, which had led to other things. Shaking her head until the pain made things spin, she reminisced on all that had been so important before she'd gotten ambushed in her own kitchen. The cat and mouse between the pair of them, the seductive threat he threw off, the erotic charge she got just by being in his presence. All of that had been so fucking important. The current roll of the dice had wiped that slate clean, however. Now she was in survival mode, and if that didn't pan out, she just hoped her grandmother had something left to bury. Because she wasn't fooling herself. Benloy's wasn't going to cut her any slack just because she had been, for a time, almost like a daughter to him in some ways. She shouldn't have pushed him. Temper. Her anger had been her undoing. God, her grandmother. Tears threatened, stinging her eyes, making her crack her lids and blink to keep them from falling. Too much loss in her Vovo's life. Too many hard things. And this was probably going to be the worst of it all. Unless Sola got herself out. As feelings too big and complicated to hold and threatened to short out her brain, she struggled to contain them, and the eventual solution for that was a surprise. She went with the impulse, however, in the same way she intended to use what she had found in the trunk wall. Putting her only weapon down by her hip, she clasped her hands over her heart and bowed her head in prayer, chin to chest. Opening her mouth, she waited for the rote passages of her Catholic childhood to resurface in her brain and tell her tongue what to do. And they did. Hail Mary, full of grace. The words formed a cadence, a beat like that of her heart, the rhythm uniting her with a whole host of Sundays in her distant past. When she was finished, she waited for some relief or strength or whatever you were supposed to get from this age-old ritual. Nope. Damn it. Wordsit was all just words. Frustration made her kick her head back, slamming it into the compartment in just the wrong place. Fuck. Time to get real, she told herself as she tried to reach around and rub the sore spot. Bottom line? No one was coming to save her. As usual, she had only herself to fall back on, and if that wasn't enough to get her out of this, then she was going to die in a truly horrible way and her grandmother was going to suffer. Again. Talk about your prayers? Sola would have given anything just to go back and rewind the evening. Hitting pause at that moment when she had come home and missed the strange sedan parked across the street. In her perfect, redo world, she would have gotten her gun out and put a silencer on it before setting a foot past the front door. She would have killed them both, and then gone upstairs and told her grandmother she was going to move the furniture around just as her Vovo had asked the week before. Under the cover of night, she would have then taken the pair of men out into the garage, backed the car up and put them in her trunk. Or more like one in the back seat and the other in the trunk. Out to the boonies. Bye-bye. After which, she would have packed up her grandmother and they would have left within the hour, even though it would have been the middle of the night. Her grandmother wouldn't have asked questions. She understood where things were at. Hard life, practical mind. Off into the sunrise, so to speak, never to be seen again. See? Much better movie all around, and maybe that could become reality again. Provided Sola took care of business when Benloy's bodyguards put on the brakes and finally let her out. Grasping her flare, she started to prepare herself. What angle she was going to take. How to come at them. Just mental masturbation, though, wasn't everything was going to depend on split-second timing that was ultimately unpredictable. As her mind floated into the zone, Her breathing slowed and her senses sharpened. Waiting was not a problem anymore. Time ceased to have any measure. Thoughts were not an issue. Exhaustion didn't exist. It was as she settled into that netherworld between now and later that something truly transformative happened. She saw clear as day a photograph of her grandmother. It had been taken back in Brazil when she was 19. Her face was unlined and full in the best sense. Youth gleaming out of her eyes, her hair down and flowing, not bound. If she had known then what awaited her in adulthood, she would never have smiled. Her son dead, her daughter dead, her husband dead, and her granddaughter, the only one who was left? No, Sola thought. This had to end well. It was the only option. Sola didn't say anything out loud this time. There were no rote phrases or clasped palms. And she wasn't sure she believed her own prayer any more than the other ones that had been taught to her. But for some reason, she found herself bending God's ear in earnest. I promise, Lord, that if you get me out of this, I will leave the life. I will take Vovo and get out of Caldwell. I will never, ever endanger myself or steal from another or commit an evil act. This is my solemn vow to you, on my Vovo's beating heart. Amen, she whispered aloud. The Iron Mask, Caldwell, New York. Oh God, oh God, oh God. As Trez held the blonde college student up off the floor, he had a good grip on the backs of her legs, but he was sorely tempted to drop her like a hot pocket. The sex was adequate along the lines of the cold pizza standard. Even if it's cold, it's still pizza. But it ain't no Bella Napoli on 7th Avenue in Manhattan. And this about to see God stuff. Total buzzkill, and not because he was religious in the human way or gel that she was having a great time while he was thinking of pizza. Her grating, squeaky YouPorn performance with the head throws that kept landing her extensions in his face was getting on his nerves. Closing his eyes, he tried to concentrate on the feel of his cock going in and out of her. The woman had big fake tits that were as hard as basketballs, and a stomach that had some jiggle, and he couldn't decide what was worst. The fact that he wasn't attracted to her in the slightest. The reality that he was fucking this skank in the front bathroom of his own club so his staff was going to catch him walk of shaming it. Or the chance, however slim, that his brother might hear about this from somebody. Shit, I am. The male had a stare that could make a football player in full tackle gear feel like his bare ass was in a stiff breeze. Not what Trez was looking for. God, oh God, oh God. FFS. If she could only spice it up with a couple JCs or something. Oh go to God. Reaching between them, he decided to put himself out of his misery. Tickling her clit, he pitched her over that edge just in time for his erection to completely deflate and all but fall out of her. Setting her back down on her feet, he immediately had to catch her, because her knees buckled. Oh God, you're amazing, you're. Aha, thanks, honey. The only thing he cared about was how long it would take to get her clothes back on. You too, baby. Trez leaned to the side and picked up was it that bra thing she thought was a shirt? Or her thong? Or, oh, I don't need my leggings yet, do I? These were for her legs, he thought as he held the black strip up. Hard to imagine it covering more than a hand or maybe one of those serving bowl-sized breasts. Who had taken the pseudo-stockings off? Not him, he didn't think, but he couldn't remember, and not because he was drunk. This whole session, just like the last however many years of his love life, was not just utterly, but rather purposely forgettable. Then why did he insist on pulling this shit again and again? Right, no reason to channel I am. His brother was more than capable of running through that rhetorical every single fucking time they were together. Daddy, I love you, the girl said as she gripped his biceps and hung off him like he was a stripper pole. I love this. Me too. You love me, right? Always. He eyed the door and wished he'd scheduled a preemptive knock. Lemme have your number, 'kay? 'Cause I gotta go back to work. Cue the pouting. Didn't that make him want to bare his fangs and chew his way out of the bathroom wall? We could do it again, she drawled, getting up on her tiptoes to try to nuzzle against his neck. Girlie, I could hardly get through it once, he thought. A repeat is not anatomically possible. Please ease, Daddy, more nuzzling. Then she eased back. Please. Trez opened his mouth, frustration sharpening his temper and his tongue. Except as he met her eyes, He saw an honest emotion in them and nearly recoiled. Talk about mirrors, he felt like he was looking at himself. Sad. Hollow. Rootless. She was half a woman. He was half a male. On that basis alone, they were Match.com time. Two broken SOBs thrashing around the sex pool, trying to connect in ways that guaranteed their isolation would only continue. Please? She begged. Like she was getting ready for another loss in a string of them. Staring down at her, he realized he'd common denominated her to her externals. But as with all strangers, there was a story behind how she'd ended up in a bathroom throwing around the L word with a man who wasn't a man at all. Hell, he wasn't even a normal vampire. Trez brushed her cheek with his knuckles, and when she turned her head into his hand, he whispered, "Close your eyes." The knock was a one-and-doner, and considering how loud and to the point it was, not like there needed to be a second. "Boss? We got issues," came through the panels. Big Rob's voice. So it was a security problem, and given that the guy hadn't gone to Shex with it, she was either out for some reason or, more likely, had sent for Trez herself. The blonde's fake eyelashes lifted, but he didn't want that. "Gimme a minute, Br." "Roger that, boss." "Close your eyes," he said again. As the blonde complied, he quieted himself, the muffled thunder of the club's bass beat drifting off, the smell of her too heavy perfume abating, the pain in the center of his chest well. That stayed right where it was, but the rest of everything went on the dimmer switch. Reaching into her mind, he did what his brother had called him out on. As opposed to so many of these women, he took the time to erase the blonde's memories of them being together, from the inane conversation that she'd started up by the bar, to his taking her back here, to the religious experience she'd just had. Am was right. If Trez had been tidying up after himself like this all along, he wouldn't have gotten into the trouble he had with that other chick. And he and his brother wouldn't have ended up having to move into the Brotherhood's mansion. And that female Selena wouldn't have entranced him even more. Refocusing on the blonde, he decided not to just stop at the whiteout routine. Instead of leaving the 20 or so minutes as a blank zone, he gave her the fantasy she was after, that she'd met a guy who was googly-eyed over her, and they'd had the sex of their lives 5 times in this bathroom before she'd decided she was too good for him. Which, in her new mindset, was going to be something she did frequently. Finally, he inserted a thought that she should dress herself and check her makeup. And as a last-minute chaser, he tacked on that she was going to have the best yerno decade of her life. Trez stepped out a moment later, fly up, shirt retucked, mask of all good back in place. Big Rob was hovering in the shadows, discreet as any guy the size of a mountain could be. Joining the guy, Trez crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the cloth-covered wall. He didn't usually talk business out in the club proper, but the music was loud enough, the crowd self-absorbed in the way of the drunk and the desperate, and, last but not least, he felt compelled to keep an eye on the blonde. Make sure no one tried to get in there before she came out. Plus, he guessed he wanted some confirmation that he'd left her in a better state than he'd found her in. At least one half of them could be improved. "So what's up?" Trez scanned the dark, moody club, his monitoring both second nature and a matter of training. Shadows tended to be watchers, but after working with Rev and now being the head of this den of iniquity, the shit was his primary interface. Big Rob cracked his knuckles. Alex broke up an argument about an hour ago between 2 non-regulars. Both men were kicked out, but the aggressor came back and is circling the sidewalk outside. The blonde emerged from the bathroom, clothes where they needed to be, makeup retouched, hair pulled back instead of all over everywhere but more to the point. Her chin was level, her eyes calm and focused, and that secret smile on her lips took her essentially average looks into enticing territory. As she walked into the crowd, Big Rob's eyes followed her, and so did a lot of men's. But she didn't seem to care, her confidence all she needed as an escort. Trez rubbed the center of his chest and wished he could whammy his own self and turn things on a dime like that. Then again, all the self-improvement in the world wasn't going to change the fact that the Hisby wanted him back as a breeding stud for the rest of his natural life. "Boss." "Sorry, what? You want us to disappear the guy?" Trez rubbed his face. "I'll go deal with him. What's he look like?" "White boy, black clothes, Keith Richards' hair." "That narrows it down," Trez muttered. "You'll see him out front. He's not in line." Trez nodded and cut around the thick of the crowd, heading for the door. On his way, he looked over all the people, unconsciously searching for signs of conflict that could escalate from posturing bullshit to bowling alley knockdown. Even goths could be frat boys if you pumped enough alchemy into them. Halfway to the exit, he caught a flash of something metallic off to the right, but as he stopped and reached out with senses other than his eyes, he couldn't find anything. Resuming his stride, he pushed his way out of his club, nodded to Ivan and the new guy, who were manning the entrance, and took a wander down the wait line, which was full of the usual suspects. Although not the Kevin Spacey kind, of course. And more's the pity, he loved the guy in that movie. No one out on the sidewalk fit BR's description. Guess whoever it was went for a wander. As Trez pivoted to head back for the door, he got hit in the face with the beams of a trolling car, and the sting made him pull a vampire and shy away from the light. Blinking to clear his vision, he somehow made it to the front of the line and, "What the fuck doesn't belong here? Why re you letting him in?" As Trez realized he was the subject up for discussion, he stopped and looked over his shoulder. The mouthpiece with the attitude was about 5'10", 115 pounds, and not a girl. Clearly, motherfucker suffered from terrier syndrome. His beady little eyes all fired up as he glared at Trez, his Stampy McStampy drill making him breathe heavy. Probably played a lot of World of Warcraft or whatever it was, and that made him forget that if you were going to be a bigoted big mouth, you'd better be able to back shit up. Trez leaned down to the guy and gave him a moment to soak up the size difference, and what do you know, bitch's mouth closed and stayed that way. "I own this place," Trez said in a low voice. "So the question is, why the fuck should I let you in?" He glanced at Ivan. "He's not welcome here. Ever." There was some conversating at that point, but he was done. As a shadow, he was used to being stared at. Regular vampires didn't know what to do with his kind, and frankly, he didn't really care for them either. In fact, he'd been brought up to believe that the two shouldn't mix, at least until revenge had stepped up to the plate and helped him and his brother in their exile. At first he'd been distrustful of the guy until he'd recognized that Rev was as they were. A foreigner in a closed club of folks he didn't respect. Oh, and as for the human world? Everyone assumed he was black and attached their own racial associations, good and bad, to that, but there was the irony. He was neither African nor American. So none of that shit applied to him in spite of the fact that his skin happened to be dark. That was humans for you, tough, self-absorbed to the point where they just had to see themselves in all situations. Meanwhile, there were whole other species walking among them, and they were none the wiser. Although that being said, if some misguided dumbass tried to pull the racial shit with him at his own front door, then the idiot could fuck off. Back inside the club, the strobe lights and the noise hit him like a brick wall, and he had to force himself to break through the resistance. The flashes were just way too bright, and the sound was worse, ricocheting around the inside of his skull until whatever was playing became an unintelligible mess. What the hell was his staff thinking? Who'd made the call to crank it up so high? Oh shit. Rubbing his eyes, he blinked a couple of times and yup, there it was in the right quadrant. A lineup of jagged lines that shimmered like sunlight through blown glass. Fuck me. Courtesy of the sex sesh in the bathroom, the blonde had gotten herself a new hardwiring job, and he was about to enjoy 8 to 10 hours of barfing, diarrhea, and searing head pain. As all migraine sufferers did, he glanced at his watch. He had about 20 minutes before the fun and games started, and he couldn't afford to waste them. Walking faster, he pushed his way through the bodies, nodding to the working girls and his security team like everything was fine. Then he went into the staff-only back of the house, hit his office for his leather jacket and his keys, and exited stage left into the parking lot. His BMW was waiting for him, and as he got in, yanked the seat belt across his chest and hit the gas. He wished like hell he still lived at the Commodore, because then he could have had one of his bouncers do the driving. Now that he'd taken up residential at the Brotherhood mansion, disinterested, third-party chauffeurs were a no-go. Of course, he could call his brother, but IM would offer his silent treatment commentary the whole way home, and there was no need to subject himself to that loud noise. IM was the only person he'd ever met who could make quiet harder on the ears than a jet plane taking flight. As his phone went off, he thought, shit, he'd better call in and let everyone at work know he was down for the count. Taking the cell out, he looked at the grate. But it wasn't like he could send IM to voicemail. Swiping his thumb across the screen, He put the thing up to his ear even though New York was a hands-free state. His brother didn't even give him a chance to hello shit. You're having a migraine. You're not supposed to be psychic. I'm not. I just pulled in as you tore out. I'm right behind you, and there's only one reason you drive off like that at 1 a.m. Trez glanced in the rearview, and was quite proud of himself. If he cocked his head in a certain way, he could actually see the pair of headlights. Pull over. Pull the fuck over. I'll come back for the car once I get you home. Trez continued driving, heading for the Northway, thinking, nah, he could do this. Good plan. At least until a car approached in the opposite lane. As it got closer, he was blinded completely and had no choice but to ease off on the gas. Blinking in the aftermath, he had every intention of nailing the accelerator and continuing on, except reality set in. He was running out of time, and not just in terms of the migraine. The SHISB were only going to up their warfare to get him back to the territories, and God only knew what their next move was going to be. So what this situation did not need was watching his brother die right in front of him. Trez had already done so much damage to the guy. A Beamer Fireball was not a good chaser to his track record. Giving up, he pulled to the side, hit the brakes, and put his forehead down on his steering wheel. Even though he shut his eyes, the aura continued along its way, spreading out and moving gradually off to the upper edge. When it disappeared, party time, and not in a fun way. As he waited for to stop next to him, he thought that it was ironic how doing the right thing sometimes felt like a total defeat. Okay, what have we got here? The question was more, what haven't they got? Beth thought as she leaned over a freezer unit dedicated solely to ice cream. Turned out pregnant women liked the sweet cold stuff. Okay, the pregnant chosen, Layla, liked it, and Beth had delivered the same kind on schedule, every night for the last how long had it been since the female's needing? God, time flew. And as she counted the days, she was well aware she wasn't thinking about Layla's progression. What she was really adding up was how many hours she'd logged in that room, sitting close by, hoping that for once an old wives' tale would come true. She didn't just go up there to be a kind housemate or supportive friend. Nope. Although why the hell she thought she and Wrath needed a baby in the middle of all this drama was a mystery. Mother Nature, however, had forced her around some kind of corner, and there was no going back, no making sense of it, no reasoning with the urge. Not that she'd necessarily talked to Wrath about it lately, as if he didn't already have enough on his plate. But come on, if she were able to kickstart her needing. She just wanted to hold a piece of herself and of Wrath, and the more dangerous things became with the band of bastards, the more desperate that need became. In some ways, it was the saddest commentary on where they were at. At least something of him would survive if the band of bastards succeeded in killing. The wave of pain at the thought was so great. She sagged against the freezer, and it was a while before she could refocus on the mother load of Breyers, Ben and Jerry's, Häagen-Dazs and Klondikes. So much safer to stress over which flavor she'd have tonight. Layla was always vanillate, was the only kind she could keep down. But Beth was wide open on that one, and thanks to Rage's infamous appetite, there were like a gabillion choices. As she searched for inspiration, the dilemma was a slice right out of her childhood. A modern-day echo of the days when she would palm up one of her hard-earned dollars, walk a half-mile to Mac's Grocery, and take 20 minutes to get the same Hershey's Dixie cup of chocolate that she always did. Funny. She could still remember how the place had smelled like those cake cones Mac had handmade. And that cash register, the old-fashioned one that had had a hand crank. When she'd check out, Mac would always give her a red plastic spoon, a napkin, and a smile along with her 26 cents in change. He'd been extra nice to the orphans who'd lived down at Our Lady. Then again, there were a lot of people who had been kind to her and the other kids who had been either unwanted or unlucky. Mint chocolate chip, she said, reaching in and long-arming a stretch to the back. As the cold air wafted up, she stopped to soak in the deep freeze. Oh yeah, even though it was frickin' December, she found herself craving the chill, her skin goosebumping, the pores on her face tightening, the inside of her nose humming from all the dryness. Guess all that sex was still revving her up. Closing her eyes, she went back to Wrath, taking her down onto the floor and ripping her clothes off. So good. So what they needed. Although she hated the way she felt now. He was so damned far away, even though his body was just upstairs in that study. Maybe that was another reason she wanted a child. Refocus, refocus. Vanilla. Vanilla, where are you? When it turned out the vanilla was MIA, she had to settle for a trioed half-gallon that was polluted with strawberry and chocolate. No biggie. With proper surgical extraction, she'd be able to get the job done without getting any offending contamination in Layla's bowl. Leaving the pantry and entering the kitchen proper, the sweet, earthy smell of sautéing onions and mushrooms mixed with basil and oregano was heaven in her nose. But the ambrosia wasn't for last meal, and it wasn't a doggen at the sauce pot. Nope, it was I am again, which, considering he appeared to cook when stressed, suggested someone else's life was in the crapper. The Shadow and his brother were the most recent additions to the Brotherhood house, and as the owner and head chef of the ultra-old-school Salvatore's restaurant, I am had more than proved his chops with linguine, although that was not to say Fritz approved of the guy getting out all those multi-gallon pots. As usual, the butler was hovering in the periphery, apoplectic that one of the household guests was doing any cooking. "That smells delicious," she said as she put the containers on the deck-sized granite island. She didn't have a chance to get the bowls or spoons. Fritz sprang into action, pulling open cupboards and drawers, and she didn't have the heart to tell him not to wait on her. "So what is it this time?" she asked the Shadow. "Bolognese." I am cracked open another spice bottle, and seemed to know the exact amount to put in without benefit of a measuring spoon. Meeting his almond-shaped black eyes, Beth pulled her turtleneck higher to hide the bite marks on her neck. Not that he seemed to care either way. "Where's your brother?" "Upstairs," came the tight reply. Closed subject. "Well, I guess I'll see you at last meal? I've got a meeting, but there's lamb for the rest of you, or so I've heard." "Oh, I thought you were cooking for." "This is therapy," he said, banging the wooden spoon clean on the rim of the pot. "It's the only reason Fritz lets me use his stove." She dropped her voice. "I thought you had special powers over him. Trust me, if I did, I'd use them." He turned down the flame. "'Scuse me, I've got to go check on Trez." "Is he injured?" "You might say." He gave her a brief bow and headed out of the room. Later, in his wake, the air seemed to change, the molecules in the kitchen calming down sure as if his dark mood had electrified them. Freaky, but she liked him and his brother. Another couple of trained killers in the house was not a bad thing at all. "Mistress, I believe I have everything you need." The butler presented her with the accoutrements necessary for Breyers imbibing on a silver tray. "For you and the chosen." "Oh, Fritz, how lovely, but actually I just need one bowl. I'm going to eat mine out of the carton, as tacky as that sounds. But I could use a thank you." She smiled as the butler handed over a scoop. "Do you read minds?" The doggen blushed, his weathered, lined face breaking into a smile. "No, mistress. Occasionally I anticipate well, however." Popping the top off the tri-flavor carton, she dug in, being careful to scoop the vanilla only. "Try all the time on that one." As he flushed and ducked his already drooping eyes, she wanted to hug him. But the last time she'd done that, he'd nearly fainted from the impropriety. Doggen lived by a strict code of behavior, and although their fondest wish was to serve well, they simply couldn't handle it if they were praised. And Iam had already stressed the poor guy out. "Are you sure I may not apportion the servings for you?" the butler said anxiously. "You know how I like to do it myself. May I carry the tray up for you then?" "No, I've got it." When he seemed ready to implode, she finished filling Layla's bowl and hedged. "Would you mind putting the ice cream away for me?" "Yes, please, mistress. And the scoop. I shall take care of that." As he made off like a bank robber with loot, she shook her head, picked up the tray and headed out into the dining room. Emerging on the far side into the foyer, she had to pause and take it all in. Even though she'd seen the 3-story expanse every night for the last 2 years, the astounding space was still like entering into a different world. From its gold leafing to its brilliantly colored mosaic floor, from the muraled ceiling so high above to all the malachite and marble columns, it was pure magic. And pure royalty. In fact, the entire mansion was a work of art. Each space in the house a new flavor of awe-inspiring luxury. a different tone set to perfection in every room. She'd certainly never lived like this before Wrath had come into her life or expected to. Dear Lord, she could remember after the two of them had first moved in here. Hand in hand, they'd gone through all the wings and floors, from the catacombed basement to the raftered attic. How many rooms were there? She'd lost count in the 50s. Crazy, crazy. And to think it hadn't been the only thing she had inherited from her father. Money, there had been so much money, too. To the point where, even though she had shared half of it all with John Matthew after he'd come into their lives, hadn't made a dent in spite of her half-brother taking millions and millions. Totally nuts. Crossing over the depiction of an apple tree in bloom, she hit the blood-red carpeted stairs and gunned for the second floor. An orphan all her life, it had been a shock to find out her father had known of her, had watched over her, had provided for her. But then from everything she'd heard, Darius had been like that. Never one to shirk duty. God, she wished she'd known him, especially now. As she reached the top of the stairs, she found the doors to the study open, and her man was where he hated to be curled over acres of paperwork done in Braille. His huge shoulders blocking out most of the carved throne he sat in, his talented fingers tracing line by line, his brow furrowed trench-deep behind those wraparounds. Both her man and George, his beloved service dog, looked over as if they'd caught her scent. Leland, Wrath said on an exhale. With a scramble, the golden retriever jumped up from his curled position on the floor, flag tail wagging, jowls scrunching into a grin that made him sneeze. She was the only one he smiled for, although even as much as he loved her, he did not leave Wrath's side. Putting the silver tray of ice cream down on a hall table, she strode in and waved to Saxton, who was in his usual spot on one of the pale blue French sofas. How are the hardest-working menfolk on the planet? The attorney in the old laws stood up from his own pile of papers and gave her a bow, his fine bespoke suit accommodating the movement with ease. You are looking well. Yeah, well, nothing like a little lovin'. Thanks. She went around the massive desk and took her husband's face in her hands. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. He breathed like it had been years since they'd seen each other. Leaning down to kiss his mouth, she knew that he had closed his eyes even though she couldn't see behind the dark lenses. And then she had to be about the dog. How are you, George? Just like her hubs, she gave that puppy-soft face a smooch. You taking care of our king? The chuff and the thud-thud-thud of his tail hitting the edge of the throne was a big, fat yes if she'd ever heard it. So what are you guys working on? She asked as Wrath pulled her into his lap and stroked her back. It was so odd. Before she'd met him, she'd hated the touchy-feely, cutesy cuddle stuff couples pulled. But what do you know, times changed. Just petitions. Read, bullshit I'd rather light on fire than deal with. And we have another 24 left. Saxton stretched his right arm as if it had kinked. And then we have dispute resolutions and birth and death announcements. Wrath let his head fall back. I keep thinking there's a better way of dealing with this. I hate turning you into a secretary, Saxton. The male shrugged over his legal pad. I don't mind it at all. Anything to get the job done. On that note, what's our next one? Saxton took a piece of paper out of a thick folder. Right? So this gentlemale wants to take on another Shellin. Beth rolled her eyes. What, like, Sister Wives, the vampire edition? It is lawful. Saxton shook his head. Although frankly, as a gay male, I don't know why anybody would want one, much less multiplio. I mean, but for your good self, my queen. You would be worth making an exception for. Watch it, solicitor, Wrath growled. Kidding, the solicitor shot back. Beth smiled at how comfortable they'd become with each other. Wait, so is the two wives thing common? Saxton lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug. It used to be more prevalent when the population was larger. Now we have fewer of everything. Matings, births, deaths. Wrath put his lips by her ear. Can you stay and have my break with me? A roll of his hips suggested his brain had taken a UIE into horizontal territory. Or vertical. God knew he was strong enough to hold her off the floor for however long he wanted. As her body began to warm, she thought of the ice cream she'd left in the hall. Can you give me an hour? I have to. A loud crash out on the second-floor landing brought everyone's heads around. "What the fuck is that?" Wrath gritted. Downtown in that alley, Ecker crouched and covered his bullet wound as popping sounds rang out all around him and screeching tires announced the arrival of more gang members. Cover. He needed cover now. These humans did not care about him, but their gunfire was thick as a downpour and as unpredictable and undiscriminating as a stampede of bulls. Leaping backward, he threw his body against the building, and the pain in his shoulder was a stunner. No time to dwell on it. Looking to the left, the right. The only thing he saw was a door about 15 feet away, and he dropped to the ground and rolled to it, outing his own gun in the process. Discharging 2 shots into the steel locking mechanism, he kicked hard and dove into the darkness beyond. The air inside was fetid and sweet. Sickly sweet, like the rot of death. Rancid like a lesser. As he shut himself in, shots continued to be fired, and it wasn't going to be long before sirens would ring out. The question was, how many dead, how many wounded, and would any of that bunch of rats without tails find their way in here? Alas, those silly questions would have to be answered after he figured out why this place smelled of his enemy. Taking out his penlight, he flashed it around from his position on the dirty floor. The commercial kitchen had clearly been abandoned, spiderwebs hanging from the industrial fan over the stove, and the empty racks above the counters, dust having settled on all surfaces, the detritus of a move hastily executed littering the way to the door. Getting to his feet, Ecker panned his illumination in fat circles. Empty, tipped-over buckets that had once held commercial portions of sauces and yogurts cluttered a prep station, and topless tubs still full of mustard and ketchup revealed contents that had turned into solids, long since past rot and into a state of mummification. Farther in, a lineup of trays by a rusty industrial dishwasher had an errant spoon or fork in them, and opaque, half-broken glassware sat as if waiting for a ghostly washer to send them through the machine. Crunching through the remnants of white china plates, he followed the scent that had commanded his attention. The lessening society was made up of humans recruited into a war against vampires, weaklings transformed out of their pitiful state by the omega, the side effect of which was a permanent stench somewhere between a 2-day-old dead deer and spoiled milk. One could always find the enemy by one's nose. The kitchen's meat locker was in the far corner, its prison-worthy door cracked open, its interior another pitch-black slice of God only knew what. As he reached forward for the latch, his skin glowed white in the flashlight beam, and the creak of him widening the gap was loud enough to make his ears hum. A mad-dash scattering of tiny paws suggested actual rats were fleeing his arrival, and he felt them go over the tops of his combat boots. The stink was enough to make his eyes water. The beam entered first, and there it was, hanging in the center of the walk-in unit, suspended on a hook through the back of the neck. A human male was doing an excellent bovine imitation. At least Ecker assumed it was a male going by the pants and the leather jacket. Facial identification was impossible. The rats were eating him from the crown down, using the chain that was keeping everything up off the floor as a motorway to get to their fragrant meal. So this was tragically not his enemy, but an actual dead body. Such a disappointment. He had been hoping for something that pertained to himself. Instead, only more humans. The crashing sound of somebody stumbling into the darkness had him clicking off his flashlight, his senses going on high alert. Even with the stench from his friend with the meat hook bow tie, the copper scent of fresh blood preceded whoever it was, as did the grunting of the wounded. Oh, someone had a boo-boo. The flailing continued as sirens announced the Caldwell police's arrival, but the sounds were muffled, suggesting that the new arrival to the kitchen had had the presence of mind to shut them in together. Fuck! His visitor sent some of those empty plastic containers flying as he ran into the counter. Then there was more cursing, a groan as if he were laying himself down, likely on that stretch of stainless steel. Then shallow panting. Losing patience with the entire drama, Ecker stepped free of the refrigerator. Unlike the injured gang member, he had some idea of the layout, and he managed to zero in on the guy, thanks to his hearing and a memory of where the center island was. Things would have been much easier with sight, however. Apart from the obvious benefits of orientation, he did not enjoy the weightless feeling that came with blindness, nor the fact that he had to rely on his ears and sense of smell to navigate. There was also the reality that anything could be in front of his feet, ready to trip him up. But he made it over toward the stricken human. "You are not alone," Ecker drawled into the darkness. "What? Oh God! Who? Do I sound like one of your own?" He was careful to roll the R a little longer than he usually would, just in case his old language accent was not perfectly clear. More breathing. Heavy, very heavy, accompanied by the acrid smell of true terror. "You humans," Ecker took a couple more steps forward, no longer bothering to muffle the fall of his boots. "The problem with you is that you have no true enemies. You fight amongst yourselves over the blocks of city streets or the lines of countries, because there is nothing external to unite you. My kind, conversely, we have an enemy that necessitates a certain cohesion. Not enough to forestall his crownish ambitions, however." At this point, the humans started talking gibberish. Or mayhap that was a prayer of some sort. Such weakness. It was deplorable and exploitable as a moral imperative. Ecker flicked on his flashlight. In its beam, the gang member jerked around, his blood-stained body wiping clean a section of the countertop. Plasma as good as Windex, evidently. Wide eyes strained the confines of their sockets, and hard breathing whistled out of an open mouth. The former tough guy taken down multiple pegs as pain and fear sliced his bravado into nothing but a memory. "You should know that there are others who walk amongst you," Ecker said in a low voice. "Like, but not the same. And we are always watching." The man cringed away, not that there was far to go. The counter was a workspace for cutlery and sieves, not a mattress for a grown-ass man. Any more of that and he was going to end up on the floor. Who are you?" Mayhap a visual rather than a description shall suffice. Baring his fangs, Ecker tipped up the flashlight and put his face within the illumination. The loud scream was high-pitched and did not last. Thanks to the overwhelming adrenal response, the man passed out cold, the stink of urine that wafted up suggesting he'd lost control of his functions. Rather amusing, really. Ecker moved quickly, navigating with ease over to the door, thanks to the flashlight. Assuming position against the wall, he clicked off the beam and let that scream draw its proper attention. The Caldwell Police Department responded with admirable efficiency, a number of the officers throwing open the door, their own flashlights piercing through the dense darkness. The instant they saw the gang member, they rushed forward, and that was Ecker's cue for a departure. As he slipped out the door, he heard the word vampire rise up through a chaos of conversation, and thus it was with a smile that he dematerialized out of the way of the crowd. Back in the old country, he and his band of bastards had kept the speculations and myths going by showing themselves from time to time, always to individuals, and ever in ways that fit the misconceptions that humans had of the species. Defilers of virgins, sources of evil that slept in coffins, monsters of the night. Such pish, though the latter did indeed pertain to himself. And in truth, it felt good to do something similar here in Caldwell, rather as a dog marks its territory. Enjoyable, too, to give the irrelevance on that kitchen island something to haunt his memory during all his upcoming days in prison. One needed to take one's amusement where one found it. 5. When John Matthew had hit the mansion's magnificent staircase, the last thing on his mind had been the past. As he'd ascended, he'd been focused on, in order of importance, getting his Shellen naked before last meal, getting her naked in their bedroom, and getting his Shellen naked and underneath him in their bedroom before last meal. Whether or not he was fully clothed, not a big concern except for the below-the-waist stuff. And if push came to shove, he could totally punt on the bedroom part provided wherever they ended up offered even a semblance of privacy. So, on his way to the second floor, he was very much plugged into the present and the presence of Shexwo, if everything had gone to plan, had left the iron mask about 15 minutes ago and was now covering the naked and bedroom part of his preoccupation. Fate offered a diversion, however. As he arrived on the upper landing, the double doors to Rath's study were open, and through them he saw a familiar tableau. The king seated behind his ornate desk, the queen in his lap, George, the golden retriever, at their feet, Saxton, Blaze former flame and Rath's current solicitor, sitting off to the side on a sofa. As usual, the acre-sized desktop was littered with paperwork, and Rath's mood was in the shitter. In fact, that grim expression was part and parcel of the room, just like the antique French furniture that struggled to support the brothers during meetings and the pale blue walls that seemed better suited to the boudoir of some chick named Lizette or Louisa. But what did he know from Extreme Home Makeover? Pausing to offer the four of them a wave, he intended to carry on to his room, find his mate, take her in a variety of positions, and then go down freshly showered to the final meal of the day. Instead, just before he turned away, he met the eyes of his half-sister, Beth. The instant the connection was made, some combination of neurons fired in his brain, and the electrical load was too much for his motherboard. Without warning, he went into a free fall, his weight listing backward as the seizure took over his muscles, rendering them at first spastic and then utterly rigid. He blacked out before he hit the ground. And when he regained consciousness, the first thing that registered was the ow-ow-ow of his head and his ass. Blinking slowly, he discovered that at least he could see the ceiling above coming into clear focus first before a lineup of concerned faces registered. Shex was right by his side, his dagger hand in between her palms, her brows down as if she'd wanted to come into the midnight of his pass-out and drag him back to her. As half-sympath, maybe she could do that. Maybe that was the reason he'd returned so quickly? Or had he lost consciousness for hours? Doc Jane was next to her, and on his other side were Quinn and Blay. Wrath was down at his feet with Beth. The moment his sister's presence registered, the electrical activity started up again, and as a second go-around with the nighty-nights threatened, all he could think was, damn it, this hadn't happened for so long. He'd assumed this shit was over with. Seizures had never been a problem for him until he'd met Beth for the first time, and after that there had been other episodes, always out of the blue, never with any kind of pattern he could discern. The only good news? They hadn't ever happened during fighting and had not endangered his life. Unbidden, his body drew upward, his torso lifting itself off the carpet, sure, as if there were a rope tied to his rib cage and somebody far above was hauling him up. "John," Shex said. "John, lie back." Something welled inside his chest, some kind of cresting emotion that was both out of his reach and utterly visceral. Reaching for Beth, he willed her to take his hand, and as she crouched down and did, his mouth started moving, his lips and tongue finding unfamiliar patterns over and over again, even as no sound broke through his muteness. "What is he trying to say?" Beth demanded. "Shex? Blay?" Shex's expression became impassible. "Nothing. It's nothing." John frowned and thought, bullshit. And yet he didn't know what it was any more than Beth did, and he certainly couldn't seem to stop the communicating. "John, whatever it is, it's all right." His sister squeezed his hand. "You're okay." Looming above his Shellin, Wrath's face shifted into an implacable mask as if he'd picked up on some vibe and didn't like it. Suddenly, John could feel his mouth moving in a different pattern. Other things getting expressed now, although damned if he had a clue what they were. Meanwhile, Beth was frowning, so was Wrath. And that was it. As his brain began to short out again, his vision closed in on Beth until all he saw was her face. For no good reason, he felt like he hadn't seen her in a year or two. And the significance of her features, the big blue eyes, the dark lashes, the long dark hair resonated in his chest. Not romantically, no. This was something else entirely, and yet just as powerful. Too bad he couldn't hang on to consciousness any longer to figure it out. "We are ready." As Assail finished his second line of cocaine, he straightened from his granite countertop and regarded his cousins. Across the kitchen of his glass house on the Hudson River, the two of them were dressed in matte black from head to foot. Even their guns and knives didn't catch the light. Perfect for what he had planned. Assail screwed the top of his vial shut and tucked the stash into his black leather jacket. "Let us go, then." Leading them out the back door by the garage, he was reminded of why he'd brought them over from the old world to Caldwell. Ever prepared and never questioning. In that regard, they were exactly like the autoloaders they carried upon their able bodies night and noon. "We're going south," he ordered. "Follow my signal." The twins nodded at him, their perfectly identical faces composed and grim, their powerful bodies prepared to uncurl and dispatch whatever was needed for any situation. In truth, they were the only ones he trusted, and even that pledge, grounded in their communal blood, wasn't an absolute. As Assail pulled a black mask over his face, they did the same, and then it was time to dematerialize. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he regretted the coke. He hadn't really needed the buzz considering where they were going. He was amped up more than enough. Lately, however, doing the powder was akin to pulling his coat on or holstering a .40 under his arm. Wrote, "Focus, focus, focus." Intent and will coalesce a heartbeat later, and his physical form fragmented into a loose association of molecules. Zeroing in on his destination, he clouded toward it, sensing his cousins traveling through the night skies with him. In the back of his mind, he recognized that this excursion was out of character. As a businessman, life for him was calculated on the basis of ROI. Everything he did was predicated on a return for the investment made, which was why he was involved in the drug trade. Hard to have better margins than selling black market chemical products to humans. So, no, he was not a rescuer, he was the anti-good Samaritan. And when it came to vengeance, any he wielded was on his own behalf, never another's. Exceptions were going to be made in this case, though. His destination was an estate in West Point, New York, a venerable old stone house that was set back on acres of lawn. Assail had been on the property once before when he'd been following a certain burglar and watched her not only break in through a very viable security system, but traipse throughout the mansion without taking a goddamn thing. She had, however, pivoted one of the Degas sculptures about an inch out of position. And the consequences for her had been dire. Things were, however, going to be reversed. Violently, assuming form at the lowest corner of the vast front lawn, he masked himself in the line of trees that bordered the estate's far edges. As the cousins materialized next to him, he recalled that first trip here, picturing Sola in the snow, her white parka blending in as she cross-country skied up toward her target. Simply extraordinary. That was the only way he could describe every single thing about the woman. A proprietary growl rose up deep in his throat, one more thing that wasn't like him at all. He rarely cared about anything other than money, certainly not about females, and never, ever about human women. But Sola had been different since the moment he had caught her scent as she trespassed on his own property, and the idea that Benlois had taken her from her home, where her grandmother slept. Unacceptable. Benlois was not going to live through this choice he had made. Assail began to stride forward, measuring the landscape with his sharp eyes. Thanks to a bright, winter moon, it might as well have been daylight as opposed to 2 in the morning. Everything from the eaves of the house to the contours of the terraces to the outbuilding in the back clearly visible before him. Nothing moved. Not around the exterior nor past any of the darkened windows of the house itself. Closing in, he proceeded around to the back, reacquainting himself with the layout of terraces and floors. So old money, he thought. So established. As undrug wholesaler as one could get. Mayhap Benlois was less than proud of the way he made his paper. "We penetrate here," Assail said softly, nodding to the plate glass windows of a sitting porch. Ghosting in through them, he reformed in the interior, standing motionless as he listened for footsteps. A scream, a scramble, a closing door. A glowing red light high up in a corner informed him that the security system was on and running, and the motion detectors hadn't yet been triggered by their sudden appearance. The instant he moved, all hell was going to break loose, which was the plan. Assail first knocked out the security cameras. Then he triggered the alarm by reaching into his pocket and pulling free a Cuban cigar in response. That light immediately started blinking. And whilst it discoed along, he took his time lighting his smoke, fully expecting any number of thick-necked strong arms to come racing in. When that did not occur, he exhaled over his shoulder and strode forward, going throughout the first floor with the cousins tight on his heels. As he went along, he ashed on the oriental rugs and the Italian marble tiles. A little calling card in the unlikely event they didn't meet up with anyone. Considering the retaliation the man thought appropriate for a statue's reorientation, cigar debris was going to send the bastard right over the edge. When he found nothing in the public rooms of the house, he headed for the servant wing and discovered an empty kitchen that was modern and utterly uninspiring. God, how boring the gray and chrome color scheme was, like the pallor of the elderly. And the sparse furnishings suggested decor was not a priority in spaces Benlois did not frequent himself. But more to the point, and as with the reception rooms, there was no scent from Sola's presence nor that of gunpowder or fresh blood. There were also no dishes in any of the 3 deep-bellied sinks, and when he opened the refrigerator just because he could, he found 6 green Perrier bottles on the top shelf and nothing else. A set of headlights washed across the windows, flaring in his face, casting sharp shadows among table legs and chair backs and stands of cooking utensils. Asael puffed out a mushroom cloud of smoke and smiled. Let us go out and welcome them home. Except the vehicle passed by the house and zeroed in on the outbuilding, suggesting that whoever it was had not come in response to the alarm being set off. Sola, he whispered as he dematerialized onto the snow-covered lawn. Emotions riding high, he nonetheless made sure to disable the monitoring cameras on the rear exterior, and then he ripped off his mask so he could breathe better. The nondescript sedan stopped grill-first into the garage, and 2 white human men got out of the front, clamping the doors shut and going around to the "Greetings, my friends," Asael announced as he leveled his .40 at them. Ah, look, they were such good little listeners, each going statue as they jerked in the direction of his voice. Walking over, Asael trained his muzzle on the man on the right, knowing that the twins would judge correctly his focus and concentrate on the other one. When he'd closed the distance, he leaned in and peered through the windows of the back seat, bracing himself to see Sola in some form of compromise. Nothing. There was no one back there. Nobody bound and gagged, knocked out, or cowering in submission against the beating that would surely come. Open the trunk, Asael ordered. Only one of you do it. As Asael followed the man around, he kept his gun right at the back of the fucker's head, his finger twitching at the trigger, ready to squeeze. Pop! The trunk latch released and the panel lifted soundlessly, inner lights coming on, to illuminate 2 duffel bags. That was it. Nothing but 2 black nylon duffel bags. Asael puffed his cigar. Goddamn it, where is she? Where is who? The man asked. Who are you? On a surge of pure hatred, his anger leaped ahead of his mind, taking over, taking control. Pop! Number 2 was the sound of a bullet leaving Asael's gun and blasting right through the guy's frontal lobe. And the impact sent a spackle of blood all over those nylon carry-ons, and the car and the driveway. Jesus Christ! The other guy barked. What the? Rage, undiluted by any semblance of rational thinking, made Asael roar some horrible, ugly sound as his trigger jumped the gun again, so to speak. Pop! Number 3 dropped the driver, the bullet entering right between his eyebrows, the body falling backward in a narcoleptic free fall. As loose arms and legs flopped on the snow, Eric's dry voice drifted over. You realize we could have questioned them. Asael bit into his cigar, taking a long puff just so he didn't do something to his own bloodline that he'd regret. Take the bags and hide them. Where can we find them on the property? Down at the base of the drive. A car turned off the main road and came forward at a tear. Finally, Asael bitched. One would expect a faster response. Brakes were hit at the hoe seat least until whoever was behind the wheel saw Asael and the sedan and the cousins. Then tires grabbed at the snowpack as the gas was hit once again. Take the duffels, he hissed to the twins. Go! Spotlit by the headlights, Asael lowered his gun down to his thigh so that it became lost in the folds of his 3/4 leather coat, and he ordered his arm to stay there. Much as it infuriated him further, Eric was right. He'd just murdered 2 mouthpieces. Further evidence that he was out of his mind in all this. And he could not make that uncharacteristic mistake again. As the sedan slid to a halt, 3 men got out, and indeed they had come prepared. Multiple muzzles pointed in his direction, and they were steady. These boys had done this before, and in fact, he recognized 2 of them. The bodyguard in front actually lowered his autoloader. Asael? Where is she? He demanded. What? In truth, he was getting so bored with these frowns of confusion. Asael's trigger finger started twitching again. Your boss has something I want back. The enforcer's sharp eyes shifted to the first sedan with its open trunk, and given the immediate brow pop, it appeared he noticed the soles of his predecessor's shoes upon the asphalt. Neither of them could give me an answer, Asael drawled. Perhaps you should like to give it a try? Instantly, that gun was back up into position. What the fuck are you? From out of thin air, the twins made an appearance and flanked the trio, and they had far more firepower, what with all four of their palms locked on a quartet of Smith & Wessons. Assail kept his gun where it was, out of the action temporarily. I would suggest you drop your weapons. If you do not, they will kill you. There was a heartbeat of a pause which proved too long for Assail's liking. In the blink of an eye, his arm shot up and pop. He shot the closest guard, putting a bullet through his ear at a trajectory that left the remaining two men still standing. As yet another dead weight fell to the ground, he thought, see? There was still plenty of living and breathing left to work with. Assail lowered his arm and released another plume of smoke that drifted into the headlights, tinting the illumination blue. Addressing the pair who remained vertical, he said levelly, I shall ask you again, where is she? Rather a lot of talk sprang up, but none of it included the words woman, held, or captive. You're boring me, he said, lifting his muzzle once more. I'd suggest one of the two of you start getting to the point now. 6. Is he alive? Beth heard the words come out of her mouth, but was only half aware of having spoken them. It was just too terrifying when a guy as strong as John Matthew went over like that, and worse. He'd surfaced for a minute and a half, tried to communicate something to her, and passed out cold again. Good, Doc Jane said as she pressed a stethoscope to his heart. Okay, I need my blood pressure. Blay pressed the floppy cuff into the doctor's hands, and the woman worked fast, wrapping it around John's bulging biceps and puffing up its inner tube. There was a long hiss that was too loud, and Beth leaned back against her Hellrin as they waited for the results. It seemed to take forever. Meanwhile, Shex was cradling John's head in her lap, and God, that was a hard spot. Someone you love down and out, no clue what was going to happen next. A little on the low side, Jane muttered as she ripped the Velcro free of itself. But nothing catastrophic. John's eyes began to open, the lids flipping up and down. John, Shex said roughly, are you coming back to me? Apparently he was. He turned to his mate's voice and lifted a shaking hand, clasping her palm and staring into her eyes. Some kind of energy exchange seemed to take place, and a moment later, John sat up, stood up, was only a little on the wobbly side as the pair embraced and stood soul to soul for a long while. When her brother finally turned to her, Beth broke free of wrath and hugged the younger male fiercely. I'm so sorry. John pulled back and signed, what for? I don't know. I just don't want. I don't know. As she threw her hands up, he shook his head. You didn't do anything wrong. Beth, seriously. I'm okay and it's cool. Meeting his blue eyes, she searched them as if the answer to what had happened and what he'd been saying could be read there. What were you trying to tell me? She whispered aloud. The instant she heard what she'd said, she cursed. Now was hardly the time. Sorry. I didn't mean to ask that. Was I saying something? He signed. Let's give him some space, Wrath said. Shex, you want to take your man to your room? Amen to that. The broad-shouldered female stepped in, hooking a hold around John's waist and marching him off down the hall of statues. Doc Jane put her equipment back in her little black bag. It's time to find out what's causing those. Wrath cursed softly. Does he have medical clearance to fight? She got to her feet, her smart eyes narrowing. He's going to hate me, but no. I want to do an MRI on him first. Unfortunately, for that, we're going to have to make some arrangements. How can I help? Beth asked. I'll go talk to Manny now. Havers doesn't have that kind of equipment, and neither do we. Doc Jane dragged a hand through her short blonde hair. I have no clue how we're going to get him into St. Francis, but that's where we need to go. What do you think could be wrong? Beth interjected. No offense, but you don't want to know. Right now, let me start pulling strings and I'm going to go with him. Beth stared so hard at V's Shellen. It was a wonder she didn't burn a hole in the woman's head. If he has to get that test done, I'm going with. Fine, but we'll keep the team to an absolute minimum. This is going to be hard enough to pull off without taking an army with us. Vicious's mate turned away and jogged down the stairs, and as she went, she gradually lost her form, her body's weight and presence dissipating until she was a ghostly apparition floating down the carpet. Spook or solid, it didn't matter, Beth thought. She'd rather be treated by that woman than anyone else on the planet. Oh God, John. Beth turned to Blay and Quinn. Do either of you know what he was trying to communicate? Both of them glanced over at Wrath, and then promptly shook their heads. Liars, she muttered. Why won't you tell me? Wrath started to massage her shoulders, like he wanted to calm the little woman down, and didn't that suggest that, even if the particulars were unknown because of his blindness, he had read the emotions. He was like that. He knew something. Just let it go, Leland. Do not play boys' club with me, she said, pulling away and glaring at the cock and balls brigade. That's my brother, and he was trying to talk to me. I deserve to be in on this. Blay and Quinn got busy looking at the carpet, the mirror over the side table next to the study's open doors, their fingernails. Clearly, they were hoping a wormhole would open up under their shit-kickers. Well, too bad. Boy's life wasn't an AP of Doctor Who. And you know what? The idea that Pyras, well as every other male in the house, would always defer to Wrath made her even more pissed off. But short of stamping her feet and looking like a total ass, she had no choice but to shelve the fight for later when she and her mate had some privacy. Leland, my ice cream is melting, she muttered as she went over and picked up the tray. It would make my night if any of you three would get real with me. But I shouldn't hold my breath for that, should I? As she marched off, the sense of foreboding that followed her was nothing new ever since Wrath had been shot. She'd felt like another shoe was going to drop at any moment, and seeing her brother on the carpet did so much to improve that paranoia. Not coming up to the door that had been blazed before he'd moved in with Quinn, she pulled herself together. It didn't work, but she knocked anyway. Layla, come in, was the muffled reply. Balancing the tray awkwardly on her hip, it was hard to get a good hold on the knob. Payne, V's sister, opened things up with a smile. And man, she was an impressive presence, especially in all that black leather. She was the only female on rotation to fight in the field with the brothers, and she must have just come home from a shift. Good evening, my queen. Oh, thanks. Beth hitched her load up and entered the lavender bedroom. I'm bringing provisions. Payne shook her head. I rather think it's going to be necessary. I can't imagine there's anything left in her stomach. In fact, I believe she's evacuated all the food she ate last week, too. As retching sounds drifted out of the bathroom, they both winced. Beth eyed the bowl of Breyers. Maybe I should come back later. Don't you dare, the Chosen called out. I feel great. Doesn't sound that way. I'm hungry. Don't you dare leave. Payne shrugged. She has an amazing attitude. I come in here to get inspired, although not to go into my kneading, which is why I need to leave now. While V's sister shuddered again, like a female cycle, and the whole baby thing was nothing she was interested in. Beth put the tray on top of an antique bureau. Well, actually that's what I'm hoping for. Payne's poleaxed expression made her curse. What I mean is, yeah, how to dig her way out of this one. You and Wrath are going to have a young? No, hold on. As she put her palms up, she tried to develop a bailout plan. Payne's embrace was fast as a gust and as strong as a male's, crushing the breath out of Beth's lungs. This is wonderful news. Beth pushed her way out of those iron bars. Actually, we're not there yet. Look, don't tell Wrath I'm in here. Okay? So you want to surprise him? How romantic. Yeah, he'll be surprised, all right. As Payne gave her a strange look, Beth shook her head. Look, to be honest, I don't know that my kneading will necessarily be good news. An heir to the throne could really help him, though, if you're thinking politically. I'm not, and I never will. Beth put her hand on her stomach and tried to imagine something other than 3 squares and a couple of desserts in it. I just really want a baby, and I'm not sure he's on board. If it happens, though, well, maybe it'll be a good thing. Actually, he told her once he didn't see children in their future. But that had been a while ago, and Payne gave her shoulder a quick squeeze. I'm happy for you, and I hope this works. But as I said, I better go, because if that old superstition is true, I don't want to find myself in trouble. She turned to the bathroom's partially closed door. Layla, I have to head out. Thanks for coming by. Beth, you're staying, yes? Yup. I'm here for the duration. As pain took off, Beth had too much energy to sit down, the idea that she was keeping something from Wrath not sitting well. Bottom line, they needed to talk this out. It was just a question of finding a good when for that. And the whole needing/kid thing wasn't the only thing hanging over her. That confront with Wrath and the boys still stung. Man, she loved the Brotherhood. Each one of them would lay down his life for her and had always put their flesh and blood where it counted with Wrath. But sometimes the all-for-one, one-for-all stuff drove her nuts. More heaving, to the point where Beth winced and put her face in her hands. Get ready for this, she told herself. It's all well and good to have delusions of dollies and plush toys, cooing and cuddles, but there was a ground level to parenting and pregnancy that she'd better be prepared to handle. Although at this rate, her needing didn't seem to be in a big hurry to show up. She'd been in here every night for how long? And yeah, she was feeling hormonal. It could be that life was just really hard right now. Yeah, 'cause that's exactly when you start trying for a kid. She must be insane. Hitting the bed and stretching out her legs, she reached for her pint of Ben & Jerry's and attacked it with her spoon. Stabbing into the carton, she dug out the chocolate chunks and ground them between her molars, not particularly tasting anything. She'd never been an emotional eater before, but lately, she was chomping down when she wasn't hungry, and it was beginning to show. On that note, she lifted up her shirt and popped the button and the zipper on her jeans. Sagging against the pillows, she wondered how it was possible to go from the heights of passion and connection to this morose depression so fast. At the moment, she was convinced she was never going to go into her needing, much less conceive, and that she was married to a guy who was a serious lunkhead. Resuming her digging, she managed to excavate the mother lode of chunk veins and told herself to get a grip, or at the very least wait for all the chocolate to kick in and elevate her mood. Better living through Ben & Jerry's should be the company's tagline. Eventually, there was the flush of a toilet followed by a course of running water. When the chosen came out, Layla's face was as white as the loose robing she wore, and her smile was as resplendent as the sun. "Sorry about that," the female said cheerfully. "How are you? More important, how are—" "I'm fantastic," she said as she went over to the ice cream. "Oh, this is beautiful. Just what I need to ease things down there. I had to weed out the straw." Layla threw a hand up, brought her other one to her mouth, shook her head. On a choked breath, she muttered, "I can't even hear that word." Beth waved things away. Not to worry, not to worry. We don't even have the flavor that shall not be named in the house. I'm sure that's a lie, but I will go with it, thank you rather much." As the chosen got in bed with her bowl, she glanced over. "You are so kind to me." Beth smiled. "After everything you've been through, it doesn't feel like nearly enough. Almost losing the baby, then the miscarriage stopping like magic. No one really knew what had been wrong or how it had resolved itself. But, Beth, is anything troubling you?" "No, why?" "You don't look right." Beth exhaled and wondered if she could get away with lying. Probably not. "I'm sorry." She scraped the inside of the carton, digging out the last of the mint ice cream. "I'm all up in my head right now. Would you like to talk about it? I'm just overwhelmed by everything." She put the carton aside and let her head fall back. "I feel like there's this weight hanging over me. With Wrath where he is, I don't know how you get through the nights." There was a knock at the door, and when Layla answered, it was not a surprise that Blay and Quinn came in. The two fighters looked awkward, though, and not because of the chosen. Beth cursed herself. "Can I just get my apology to you two over with now?" As Blay went across and sat next to Layla, Quinn planted his shitkickers and shook his head. "You got nothing to sorry us about. So I was the only one who thought I jumped down your throats? Come on." And now that she'd cooled off and was properly chocolatized, she needed to apologize to her husband as well as get him to talk. "I didn't mean to come across like a bitch. Rough times." Quinn shrugged. "And I'm not interested in saints." "Really? You're in love with one?" Layla chimed in. As Quinn glanced over at Blay, his mismatched eyes narrowed. "Damn straight I am," he said softly. As the redhead turned red-natch, that connection between the two males became positively tangible. Love was such a beautiful thing. Beth rubbed the center of her chest and had to redirect things before she started tearing up. I only wanted to know what John was saying. Quinn's face closed down. Talk to your hubs. I will. And there was a part of her that wanted to finish up here with the Chosen and go directly to Wrath study. But then she thought of all those petitions he and Saxton were working on. It seemed too selfish to barge in there and interrupt the pair. Besides, she was 2 inches away from crying, and not even as in telephone commercial tears. More like what happened to her at the end of Marley and Me. Closing her eyes, she sifted through the last 2 years and remembered how it had been between her and Wrath back in the beginning. Knock your socks off passionate. Heart and soul connected. Nothing but the two of them even when they were in a crowd. All that was still there, she told herself. Life, however, had a way of clouding things. Now, if she wanted to be with her man, she had to get in line, and that was okay. She understood jobs and stress. The problem was, so often lately, when they were finally alone together, Wrath would get that look on his face. The one that meant he was only with her in body, not in mind, maybe not in soul. That trip to Manhattan had reminded her of the way things had been. But it was only a vacation, a break from the real nature of their lives. Placing her hands on her rounded stomach, she wished she were loosening her clothes for the same reason Layla was. Maybe that was another piece to this whole kid thing for her. Maybe she was looking to get back that visceral connection she'd had with him. Beth! Snapping to attention, she looked over at Layla. I'm sorry, what? What would you like to watch? Layla asked. Oh wow, Blay and Quinn had left. I say whoever threw up last gets to pick. It's not that much of a hardship. You are a real trooper. You know that? Not really, no. But may I say that I wish for you the same opportunity to, how do you say, tuck it up. Suck. It's suck it up. Right? The Chosen picked up the remote and got the Time Warner cable guide up on the screen across the way. I'm determined to get this vernacular thing correct. Let's see Millionaire Matchmaker. I love Patty. Myself as well. You know, this ice cream really hit the spot. Do you want more? I can go down and... No, let's see if this stays put. The Chosen lay her hand on her own belly. You know, I truly do wish this for you and the king. Beth stared down at her body, willing it to get with the program. Can I be honest? Please. What if I'm infertile? As the words blurted out, her chest burned with a fear so deep, she was sure it was going to leave a scar. Layla reached out a hand. Don't utter those words. Of course you aren't. I'm a half-breed, right? I never had normal periods when I was, before I went through the change. I would go years without having one, and then what I did get just wasn't right. No reason to go into specifics with the Chosen, but what had presented itself as a period would be so light, not at all what other girls described. And after my transition, all of that stopped. Well, I'm not overly familiar with the way cycles work down here, but it's my understanding that 5 years after the change you can expect your first needing. How long has it been? 2.5. And now she felt really nuts. Why should she be worried about something that shouldn't even be on the horizon for 3 more years? Before you say it, I know it would be totally early if I managed to kickstart it now. A miracle. But the rules for half-breeds are that there aren't any. And I'm hoping. She rubbed her eyes. Sorry, I'll stop. The more I say all this out loud, the more I realize how insane I am. On the contrary, I understand completely where you are. Don't apologize for wanting a young or for doing whatever it is you can to have one. It's perfectly normal. Beth didn't mean to hug the Chosen. It was just 1 minute she was back against the pillows. The next she was holding on to Layla. Thank you, Beth choked out. Dearest virgin in the fade. Layla held on in return. Whatever for? I need to know someone else gets it. Sometimes I feel alone. Layla inhaled a great breath. I know how that is. Beth backed up. But Blay and Quinn are totally with you in this. The Chosen just shook her head, a strange expression tightening her features. It's not about them. Beth waited for the other female to fill in the blank. When she didn't, Beth didn't pry. But maybe, just maybe, things were not quite as uncomplicated as they appeared on the outside. It was well known that the female had been in love with Quinn at some point, but it had seemed as if she'd come to terms with the fact that he was destined for another. Clearly, she was better at hiding her feelings in public than people assumed. "Do you know why I wanted this so badly?" Layla said as they both resettled into their respective pillows. "Tell me, please. I needed something of my own. So does Quinn." She glanced over. "And that's why I envy you. You're doing it for a communion with your mate. That is extraordinary." God, what could she say in response? Quinn loves you in a special way? That was like soothing someone's compound fracture with an aspirin. As the Chosen's pale green eyes shifted back to the television screen, she appeared far older than her youth. It was a good reminder, Beth thought to herself. Nobody had it perfect, and as much as Beth was struggling, at least she wasn't carrying the baby of the man she loved while he was happily with someone else. "I can't imagine how hard this is for you," she heard herself say. "To love someone you can't be with." Wide eyes shot back to her own, and there was an echo of something she couldn't decipher in them. "Quinn's a good male," Beth said. "I can understand why you care about him." Awkward moment. And then the Chosen cleared her throat. "Yes, indeed. So Patty appears displeased with this gentleman." Great, Beth thought. So far she'd made her brother pass out, gotten on her husband's case, and now she was clearly upsetting Layla. "I won't tell anyone," she said, hoping to make things better. "Thank you," the Chosen replied after a moment. "I would be ever grateful for that." Forcing herself into a refocus, Beth found that, yup, Patty Stanger was chewing some greasy-haired Lothario a new one. They'd probably violated her nothing in here, or here rule. Either that or he jackassed out big time on the date. Beth tried to get into the blow-up, but the vibe was off in the room, sure as if there were someone else in with them, a specter or a ghost, and not in the Doc Jane sense. No, a weight had settled in the very air itself. As the episode concluded, Beth checked her watch even though the TV flashed the time. "I think I'll go see how Wrath is. Maybe it's break time." "Oh yes, and I'm tired. Mayhap I'll sleep." Beth got off the bed and collected the empty bowl and carton, returning them to Fritz's tray. Over at the door, she glanced back. Layla was sitting against those pillows, eyes staring at the television as if she were mesmerized. But Beth didn't buy it. The female was a chatterer when it came to viewing, prone to lively discussion about everything from what people were wearing to how they expressed themselves to whatever drama she found shocking. In this moment, however, she was pulling a Wrath here but not here, present and disappeared at the same time. "Sleep well," Beth said. There was no response. And there would be no sleep for the female. Beth slipped out into the Hall of Statues and stalled. In fact, she wasn't going to go see Wrath. She didn't trust herself at the moment. She was too up and down and back and forth emotionally, and she wasn't entirely sure she could not bring up the baby thing with him the second they were alone. No, before she saw him, she needed some equilibrium. It was in her best interests, and everybody else's. 7. Asael killed his fourth human a moment after he dropped number 3. And the scribe virgin help him. He was itching to off the last of the trio who had arrived with such alacrity. He wanted to discharge a bullet into the man's gut and watch him writhe and suffer on the driveway. He wanted to stand over the dying and breathe in the scent of the fresh blood and the pain. Then he wanted to kick the corpse when it was over, maybe light it on fire. But Eric was right. Whom would he question then? "Retain him," he ordered, nodding to the remaining human male. Eric's brother was more than happy to oblige, stepping in and craning an arm around that thick neck. With a vicious crank, he bent the man backward. Asael closed the distance to his prey, taking a puff from his Cuban and exhaling it into the bodyguard's face. "I should like to gain entrance into that garage." He pointed to the outbuilding, thinking mayhap they had her in there. "You are going to make that happen. Either because you supply the key or because my associate uses your head as a battering ram." "I don't fucking know. What the fuck? Fuck." Or something to that effect. The words were strangled. Such crude language. Then again, given the Cromanian cast of that brow ridge, one could assume one was dealing with very little in terms of higher reasoning. It was easy to ignore all the babbling. "Now, will we be using a key or garage opener or some portion of your anatomy?" "I don't fucking know." Well, I have the answer to that, Asael thought. Turning his cigar around, he regarded its glowing orange tip for a moment. Then he moved closer and put that hot spot a thin inch away from the man's cheek. Asael smiled. "'Tis a good thing my associate is holding you so tight. One jerk the wrong way and—" He pressed the embers into the man's skin. Immediately, a scream pealed into the night, flushing an animal from the undergrowth, ringing in Asael's ears until they stung. Asael retracted his cigar. "Shall we attempt a reply again? Do you wish to use a key? Or something else?" The muffled answer was as unintelligible as the scent of burned meat upon the air was clear. "More oxygen," Asael murmured to his cousin. "So he may communicate, please." When Eric's brother relented, the man's answer exploded out of his mouth. "Opener, visor, passenger side. Help this man retrieve it for me, would you?" Eric's brother was as gentle as a hammer to a nail head, dragging his captive around with no regard as to where the contours of the car were in fact. It appeared as though he were using the man's body to test the structural integrity of the hood and engine block. But the opener was procured and offered by a shaking hand, and Asael knew better than to put the thing to use. Booby traps were something he was very familiar with, and far better for someone other than him to do the triggering. "Oblige for me, will you?" Eric's twin shoved the man toward the garage, keeping his gun within inches of the side of his head. There was rather a lot of tripping and falling, but missteps aside, the bodyguard did manage to get within range. The man's hands were trembling so badly it took him several tries to depress the correct button, but soon enough 2 of the 4 doors were rising up. And what do you know, that sedan's headlights were flashing right into them. Nothing, just a Bentley flying spur on one side and a Rolls-Royce Ghost on the other. Cursing, Asael strode toward the building. Undoubtedly, some kind of silent alarm was going off, but he was not overly worried about it. The first round of cavalry had already arrived. There was going to be a lull before a second squad came. The construction had 2 stories, and given its thermal pane windows and historically inaccurate proportions, one could only assume it had been built in the current century. And stepping into the bay on the left, he was not surprised that everything was spotless. The concrete floor painted pale gray, the walls smooth as sheetrock and white as paper. There were no lawn care apparatuses therein, no mowers or weeders or rakes. Undoubtedly there was a service for that kind of thing, and one wouldn't want that sort of dirty, smelly equipment around one's automotive babies. As he moved quickly out of the direct lighting, the treads of his boots called his footfalls out sharply, the sounds echoing around. There didn't appear to be a lower level. And upstairs, there was nothing but a small office that was used to store off-season tires, tonneau covers, and other automobile accoutrements. Heading back to ground level, Asael walked out of the place at a fast clip. Approaching the bodyguard, he could feel his fangs descend, his own hands shake, his mind hum in a way that made him think of cars roaring down the Autobahn. "Where is she? Where is who? Give me your knife, Eric." As his cousin unsheathed a 7-inch blade, Asael holstered his gun. "Thank you." Accepting the loaner, Asael put the point right to the man's throat. Getting in so close he could smell the fierce sweat blooming out of those pores and feel the heat of the breath that pumped from that open mouth. Clearly, he was asking the wrong question. "Where else does Ben Loys order captives to be taken?" Before the man could speak, he cut in. "I would urge you to be of care in your reply. If you are untruthful, I will know it. Lies have a stench all their own." The man's eyes bounced around as if he were making an assessment of his survival chances. I don't know. Asael dug the knife in until it broke the skin surface and red blood welled onto the blade. "That's not the right answer, my friend. Now tell me, where else does he take people?" "I don't know. I swear. This went on for quite some time, and tragically, there was no sign of obstruction. "God damn it," Asael muttered. With a quick slash, he silenced the nonsense, and the 5th useless human dropped to the ground. Pivoting around, he glared in the direction of the house. Against its backdrop of roofing angles and chimneys, past the skeletal trees on its far side, a gentle glow had appeared in the eastern sky, a harbinger of doom. "We must needs go," Eric said in a low voice. "Upon the nightfall, We will resume finding your female. Assail didn't bother correcting his cousin's choice of words. He was too distracted by the fact that the shaking that had started in his hands had moved upward, a weed spreading throughout his flesh until even his thigh muscles were twitching. It took him a moment to label the cause, and when he did, the largest part of him rejected the definition. But the fact of the matter was, for the first time in his adult life, he was afraid. Where the hell is this place? Fucking Canada? Behind the wheel of the Crown Vic, Two-Tone was ready to eat a bullet as the bitching continued. This 5-hour drive through the middle of the night had been bad enough, but the waste of skin beside him in the passenger seat? If he wanted to do the world a favor, he'd point the gun in that direction, not his own. There would be such satisfaction in putting out the fucker's pilot light, but in the organization, the role of supervisor only got you so far, and the right to coffin a chatty bastard was just over that line. I mean, where the fuck are we? Two-Tone bit down on his molars. We're almost there. Like the SOB was a 5-year-old on the way to Grandma's house? Jesus Christ. As he drove deeper into the absolute frickin' boonies, the sedan's headlights captured the immediate distance ahead, pulling the rows of pine trees and the 2 lanes that curved in and around the base of a mountain out of the night. Dawn was coming, however, a faint peachy light appearing over to the east. Great fucking news. Sooner, not later, they were gonna finally be off the road, and then they could deal with the merchandise and get some goddamn rest. Squinting, he leaned forward over the wheel. He had a feeling they were coming up to the turnoff. 200 yards later, an unmarked dirt road appeared to the right. No reason to hit the directional signal or slow down. He nailed the brakes and wrenched the wheel, their cargo thumping in the trunk. If she'd fallen asleep, she was awake now. The ascent was steep and the going got much slower. December meant a crap load of snow had already fallen on the ground this far north. He'd only been to this property once before, and it had been for the same purpose. The boss man was not someone you wanted to piss off, and if you did, it got you snatched and brought up here where no one would ever find you. He had no clue what that woman had done to offend, but that was not his problem. His job was to get her, disappear her, and hold her until further instructions. Still, he had to wonder. The last asshole he'd delivered to the hidden place had embezzled $500,000 and 12 kilos of cocaine. What the fuck had she pulled? And shit, he hoped he wasn't up here for as long as that other job had lasted. He'd also gotten a rotator cuff injury courtesy of that assignment. The boss didn't like to do the torturing himself. He preferred to watch. Hard to claim New York State workers' comp for the shit he'd done to the guy. But whatever, Two-Tone didn't mind that part of the job. He wasn't like some guys who were into it, and not at all like the big man who didn't like getting his hands dirty at all. Nah, he was in the middle, happy enough to take care of shit provided he was paid well for it. How much farther are we? Another quarter mile. It's fucking cold up here. Gonna be colder when you're dead, motherfucker. The boss had hired this asshole about 6 months ago, and Two-Tone had been saddled with him a couple of times. He kept hoping that the dumb shit would be fired the good old-fashioned way, but so far, no luck. Bastard would make an excellent floater in the Hudson River. Or in a hole. Matter of fact, wasn't his name Phil? Talk about inspiration. After a final bend in the road, the underwhelming goal was reached. The single-story hunting cabin blended perfectly into the landscape, the low-slung building all but disappearing in the midst of the snow-covered underbrush and fluffy evergreens. In fact, the exterior had been deliberately constructed to look run down. Inside, though, it was a fortress with a lot of fucking dark secrets. And what was in the trunk was going to be added to that tally. He'd never heard of a female being brought here before. Wonder if she was hot? Impossible to get a read on that when they'd been carrying her deadweight out of that house. Maybe he could have some fun as he passed the time. What the fuck is this place? It looks like a fucking outhouse. Does it have heat? Two-Tone closed his lids and ran through a number of fantasies that involved bloodshed. Then he cranked open his door and stood up, stretching the kinks out. Man, he had to take a piss. Walking over to the door, he muttered, "Get the thing out of the trunk, wooja. No keys to worry about. Access was fingerprinted." As he went along, he had to use a flashlight to zero in on the pseudo-decrepit entrance. He was about halfway to goal when he turned back, some instinct talking to him. "Be careful opening that up," he called out. "Yeah, whatever." Phil went around to the trunk. "What the fuck can she do to me?" Two-Tone shook his head and muttered, "Your funeral. With any fucking luck." The second that latch was released, all hell broke loose. Their captive exploded out of there like her ass was spring-loaded. She'd found a weapon. The red glow of a flare pierced through the darkness, illuminating the clusterfuck she dealt out as she buried that brilliant tip right in the face of Two-Tone's idiot backup. Phil's howl of pain flushed an owl the size of a 10-year-old kid out of the tree right next to Two-Tone, and he was forced to hit the deck or lose his own head. But then he had to be back up on his feet. That woman took off at a dead run, proving like that flare shit didn't, that unlike Phil she was no dummy. "Son of a bitch!" Two-Tone tore after her, following the ripping and tearing sounds as she went seriously off-road. Switching his flashlight to his left hand, he fumbled to get his gun out. Not how this should be going down. Not in the slightest. The bitch was fast as hell, and as he lumbered after her, he knew she was going to outrun him, and the last phone call he wanted to make to the boss was, "Oh hey, I lost your project." He could end up being the next person taken into the cabin. Discharging his weapon was the only shot he had. Aha! Skidding himself to a halt, he latched onto a birch tree, upped his muzzle, and started pumping off rounds, the shots echoing through the early dawn. There was a higher-pitched curse, and then the sounds of running ceased. In their place, a concentrated rustling, like she was writhing on the ground. "Fucking A," he panted as he jogged forward. If it was a terminal wound, he was screwed nearly as badly as if she'd gotten away. The flashlight skipped around the landscape as he closed the distance, highlighting trunks and branches, underbrush, the snowed-up ground. And then there she was, face down in the needles, gripping one knee to her chest. Except he wasn't falling for it. God only knew what else she had up her sleeve. "Get up or I'll shoot you again." He put a fresh clip into the butt of his gun. "Get the fuck up." Moaning, rolling, he pulled the trigger and put a bullet into the ground right by her head. "Stand up or the next is through your skull." The woman pushed herself off the ground. Debris hung from her black clothes and parka, and her dark hair was fuzzed up. He didn't bother rating her on his fuck scale. First and foremost was getting her into the secured location. "Hands up," he ordered, training his weapon at the center of her chest. "Walk." Her limp was bad, and he could smell the blood as he fell in behind her. No more sprinting for her. It took them 4 times as long to get back to the car, and when they did, he found Phil still on the ground and not moving. Breath was going in and out of his open mouth, however, the subtle wheezing sounds suggesting that the pain was all-consuming. As they passed, Two-Tone checked out that face. Oh shit, 3rd-degree burns all over, and one of those eyes was not coming back. Except the bastard was probably going to live. Right? Fucking great. But he'd deal with that later. When the pair of them came up to the door, he knew he needed to retain control of this situation. With a quick move, he grabbed the back of her neck and slammed her headfirst into those hard-ass panels. This time, as she slumped to the ground, he knew she wasn't coming up for air for a while. But he still gave her a chance to twitch it out before he put his gun away, pressed his thumb into the fingerprint reader, and opened the way in. Flicking the lights on, he took hold of her armpits and dragged her inside. After locking them in together, he pulled her across the concrete to the stairwell and then carried her down into the basement below. There were 3 cells filling out the lower level, just like the ones on TV, with iron bars, concrete floors, and stainless steel pallets for beds. The toilets were functional not for the comfort of the prisoners, but for the boss's sensitive nose. No windows. Two-Tone didn't take a deep breath until he had her in the first of them and had locked the door. Before he went above ground to confirm capture with home base, put the camo tarp over the Crown Vic and deal with Phil, he went to the cell next door and urinated for what felt like an hour and a half. Zipping up, he stepped out and looked at the stained wall across from him. The pair of shackles that hung from the 2 sets of steel chains were going to get used soon. Complications with Phil aside, he almost felt sorry for the bitch. Later that morning, an uppercut came flying at Wrath from the left, and in spite of the whistle it made traveling through the air, he couldn't respond in time. The knuckles nailed him square on the jaw and the crack rang his idiot bell. His head ripping around, blood flying out of his mouth. Felt fucking great. After another nightmare thronal session with Saxton 7 to 10 more hours of his life, he was never getting back gone up to his and Beth's private quarters. Sex had been the only thing on his mind, the only release that was going to save the planet from his rotten mood. His mate had been not just asleep, but passed out cold. He'd lasted about an hour staring at the ceiling before hitting up Payne and telling her to meet him here in the training center's gym. Like Rage had always said, sex or fighting to take the burn down. Sex was out, so there you go. Harnessing the energy from the impact, he went with the momentum and redirected it into a kick that creamed his opponent in the side, throwing her off balance and sending her reeling. No to the mat for V's sister, though. Her landing was light and quick as a cat's, and he knew she had plans for him. Triangulating the rushes of air, the scent of the female fighter, and the sound of her bare feet coming at him with a louder cadence. He knew she was approaching front-on in a crouch. Bracing himself, he sank into his thighs and loved the feel of his muscles tightening up and securing his 270-pound body in the upright position. Tucking his elbows in, he waited for her to get in range and then punched outward. With her reflexes and the advantage of sight, she dodged the affront and dipped down to come up and cable him around his waist. Payne didn't hit like a girl, whether it was with her fists or her feet or her entire body. She was more like an SUV, and as much as his ballsack would have preferred otherwise, she got him but good. With a curse, he ass-over-elbowed and back-flatted like a little bitch. Not gonna stay that way, however, and that turned out to be a problem. As he fell into thin air, he was reminded of the way he'd yard-sailed off the bed at the loft and his inner ignition switch got tripped. True aggression came out in the blink of an eye. This was not about training or keeping up his skills or getting some exercise. The war instinct was unleashed between him and his sparring partner. With a growl that reverberated throughout the gym, he caught Payne's upper arms in a punishing grip and turned her tables, ripping her off him and slamming her face down into the mats. She was a solid female, well-muscled and deadly, but she was no match for his strength and size, especially as he straddled her and snaked his arm around her neck. With her throat in the crook of his elbow, he locked his free hand on his thick wrist and leaned back into the chokehold. Lessers, enemies, tragic deaths that changed the course of his life and others. Distance from his mate, sexual frustration, suspicion Beth was keeping something from him. Chronic frustration that downshifted quickly into an anxiety load that never left him. Fear, unacknowledged, well-buried, and poisonous. Self-hatred. Against the dark backdrop of his blindness, everything went white, rage taking over when it had no place to go, and the effect was to give him far greater power than his muscles and bones already had. Even as Payne's fingernails bit into his forearm and she struggled in the manner of a death throw, nothing registered. He wanted to kill, and he was going to. Wrath. As with Payne's defense, whoever was yelling his name didn't matter to him. He was locked on this path of murder, all sense of what was happening lost to the. Someone else came and started yanking at him as that name-hollering thing got louder. Beneath him, Payne was submitting, the fight slowly leaving her body, that eternal stillness exactly what the rage in him wanted. A little longer was all it would take. A little more pressure. A little. A loud, repetitive noise sounded right in front of his face. Over and over and over again like a bass drum, the beats perfectly spaced. The only thing that changed was the volume. It increased. Or maybe it was gradually cutting through his fury. Wrath frowned as the racket continued. Lifting his head, he stopped squeezing so hard for a moment. George. His beloved, docile golden retriever was directly in his grill, barking loud as a shotgun. Sure as if he were demanding that wrath cease and desist right this moment. All at once, the reality of what he was doing flooded into him. What the fuck was wrong with him? Wrath released his hold, but he didn't have a chance to jump free. Whoever was pulling at his shoulders took over, tearing his heavy weight off the female fighter. As he landed on the mat on his back, the retching and heaving breaths of his opponent mixed with the curses of whoever else was with theme as well as a soft whimpering. What the fuck are you thinking? Now someone else was in his face. You nearly killed her. Putting his hands up to his head, a cold sweat bloomed over every square inch of him. I didn't know, he heard himself say. I had no idea. Did you think she could breathe like that? It was Doc Jane. Of course she was down in the clinic and must have heard the barking and I was with them. He could sense the shadow even though the guy was as usual not saying much. I'm sorry, Payne, I'm sorry. Dear God, what had he done? He abhorred violence against females. The problem was, when he was sparring with Payne, he didn't think of V's sister as one. She was an opponent, nothing more, nothing less, and he'd had the bruises and even a broken bone or two to show that when it came to her, no quarter was asked for nor given. Shit. Payne, he reached out into the empty air, smelling the remnants of her fear as well as the scent that came with impending death. Payne. It's okay, the female said hoarsely. Honest. Doc Jane muttered a number of foul things. This is between me and him, Payne ordered her sister-in-law. This is not your. As a round of coughing cut her off, Jane snapped. When he nearly strangles you, it sure as hell is my problem. He was going to let me go. Is that why you were turning blue? I was not. His arm is bleeding onto the mat. You telling me your fingernails didn't do that? Payne caught her breath. It's fighting, not go fish. Doc Jane lowered her voice. Does your brother know exactly how far this is going? As Wrath added his own cursing to the fruit salad of F-words, Payne growled. You are not to tell this house about this. Give me a good goddamn reason why and maybe I'll consider it. Otherwise, no one tells me what I can and cannot say to my own goddamn husband. Not you, not him. Wrath was sure she was shooting a glare his way. And certainly never concerning a fucking safety issue about a member of his family. The silence that followed was marked by rising aggression. And then Payne barked. How many bones have you set on the king? How many stitches? Last week you thought I'd dislocated his shoulder, and at no point did you feel the need to run to his shellin and report it. Did you? Did you? This is different. Because I'm female? Excuse Memabe, you'd like to meet my eyes when you use that double standard. Doc. Christ, it was as if his mood had infected both of them. Then again, his actions had started all this. Fuck. Rubbing his face, he listened to them go back and forth. She's right. That shut them both up. I wasn't going to stop. He got to his feet. So I will tell V, and we are never doing this again. Don't you dare. The fighter spat before falling into another series of coughs. As soon as she recovered, she went back to being in his face. Don't you fucking dare disrespect me. Come here to fight with you to keep my own skills up. If you took advantage of a weakness, that is my fault, not yours. So you think I was just being hard on you? He asked grimly. Of course. And I hadn't tapped out yet. Do you think for a second that would have gotten through to me? A fissure of fear charged the molecules around the female. And that is why we will never do this again. He turned in the direction of Doc Jane. But she's also right. This is not your business, so stay out of it. The hell Not a request, Jane. An order. And I'll go see V as soon as I'm out of the shower. You can be a real prick, you know that, Your Highness. And a murderer. Don't forget that one. He started off in the direction of the door, not bothering to take George's halter handle. When his trajectory got off, the dog course-corrected him by getting in the way and steering him to the proper exit. Locker room, he grunted when they entered the concrete corridor. George, familiar with either the word or the post-workout ritual, helped him navigate down the hall, his paws clipping along across the bald floor. Thank God the training center was a ghost town this time of day. The last thing he wanted was to run into anybody. With the brothers sleeping, the extensive underground complex was empty, from the gym and its equipment rooms, to the gun range and classrooms, to the Olympic-sized swimming pool and the office that ran everything, as well as Doc Jane and Manny's operating rooms and recovery suites. Although Payne had almost been a patient. Shit. Running his hand down the wall, he stopped when he got to an inset doorway. You want to wait here? He asked George. Going by the jangling of the collar and the bony the bump, the Golden decided to sit out shower time, which was fairly typical, not a big fan of hot and humid because of that long coat of his. Pushing his way in, Wrath was able to orient well. Thanks to the closed-in acoustics and all the tile, things were easy to navigate by sound and habit. Also, spaces that he'd spent a lot of time in back when he'd had some of his sight were so much easier to handle on his own. Fuck. If that dog hadn't stopped him just now? Wrath sagged back against the slick walls, letting his head hang loose. Jesus Christ. Scrubbing his face. His brain played tricks on him, flashing images of what the aftermath would have been like. The moan that rose up his throat sounded like a foghorn. His brother's sister, a fighter he respected, ruined. He owed that dog. As usual. Stripping off his sweaty muscle shirt, he let it flop onto the floor as he shucked his nylon board shorts. Using his hand on the wall once again, he walked forward and knew when he got into the shower room because of the way the floor sloped. The faucet cranks were lined up on 3 sides and he zeroed in on them, feeling the slick circular drains under his bare feet. Picking one at random, he turned on the water and braced himself against the cold rush that hit him square in the face. God, that surge of anger. It was a familiar octane but not anything he wanted back in his life again. That unholy burn had sustained him all those years between when his parents had been killed and when he'd met and mated Beth. He'd thought it was gone for good. Fuck, he bit out. Closing his eyes, he braced his palms by the showerhead and leaned into the heavy roping of his arms. His nasty mood made his head feel like it had a set of helicopter blades on it, and they were about 2 rotations short of separating his skull from the rest of his body. Goddamn. He'd never thought about it before, but insanity was largely a hypothetical concept to the sane. A derogative slur to slam someone you didn't respect. A descriptor applied to inappropriate behavior. Standing in the shower, he realized that true insanity had nothing to do with PMS or hitting the wall, or going on a bender and trashing a hotel room before you passed out. It wasn't driving crazy or robbing a bank or temporarily taking your temper out on an inanimate object. It was the removal of the world around you, a goodbye to sensation and awareness that was like a video camera manipulation. Your internal shit got zoomed in and everything else, your mate, your job, your community, your health and well-being, went not just out of reach but out of existence. And the scariest part? This in-between when you had one foot in reality and the other in your own personal, living, breathing purgatory, and you could feel the former slipping away. From out of nowhere, Wrath's equilibrium went haywire, the whole world tilting on its axis to the point where he wasn't sure whether he'd fallen back or not. But then he felt a sharp blade right under his chin, and realized that someone had grabbed hold of his hair. At this moment in time, came the hiss in his ear. We know 2 things. But only one of them is a game changer. 9. This was a bad migraine. As Iam cracked the door to his brother's room, the poor bastard's suffering stained the very air, making it hard to breathe and even see properly. Then again, everything was dark by design. Trez. The moaned answer was nothing good. A combination of wounded animal and sore throat from throwing up. Iam lifted his wrist into the light streaming in from behind and cursed at his Piaget. By this time, the SOB should have been solidly in recovery, his body digging itself out of the headache hole that had swallowed him. Not the case. You want something for your stomach? Mumble, mumble, groan. Mumble? Okay. I'm sure they've got some. Mumble, moan, moan. Mutter, mutter. Yeah, that too. You want some Milanos? Moan, moan. Roger that. Iam shut the door and walked back to the stairs that took him down to the juncture between the Hall of Statues and the second-story foyer. Like the rest of the house, everything was silent as a tomb, but as he hit the grand staircase, his chef's nose picked up the subtle sense of first meal being cooked in the kitchen wing. The closer he got to the hub of Doggen, the more his own stomach got to talking. Logical. After he'd finished making the bolognese, he'd checked on his brother and then gone to the gym for hours, where he'd seen a hell of a lot more than just the inside of the weight room. The last thing he'd bargained for was trying to pull the king off of that female fighter. He'd been coming to the end of his workout when he'd heard someone yelling and gone to check it out, whereupon he'd found, hello, the king pythoning that female. Needless to say, he had a newfound respect for that blind vampire. There were very few things Iam hadn't been able to move in his adult life. He'd changed a tire while acting as his own tire iron. Had been known to walk vats of sauce big as washing machines around a kitchen. Hell, He'd even actually relocated a washer and dryer without thinking much about it. And then he'd had to lift that truck off his brother about 2 years ago. Another example of Trez's love life getting out of control. But down in the training center with Wrath, there'd been no budging that fucker. The king had been bulldog-locked, owning the expression on his face. No emotion, not even a grimace of effort. And that body viciously strong. I shook his head as he crossed that apple tree in full bloom. Trying to budge Wrath had been like pulling on a boulder. Nothing moved. Nothing gave. That canine had gotten through, though. Thank God. Now, ordinarily, didn't like animals in the house, and he definitely wasn't a dog person. They were too big, too dependent, the shedding too much. But he respected that golden whatever it was now. Miroval. Fuck. Speak of the devil. As the queen's black cat wound its way around his feet, he was forced to Michael Jackson it over the damn thing so he didn't step on it. Damn it, cat. The feline followed him all the way into the kitchen, always with the in and out around the ankles, almost like it knew he'd been thinking BS about the dog and was establishing dominance. Except cats couldn't read minds, of course. He stopped and glared at the thing. What the hell do you want? Not really a question, as he didn't care to give the feline an opening. One black paw lifted and then, next thing he knew, the goddamn cat was leaping into his arms, rolling over onto its back and purring like a Ferrari. Are you fucking kidding me? He muttered. I don't like you. Goddamn it. Master, what may I get for you? As Fritz, the ancient dog-gen butler, got up in his face big as a billboard, took a moment to dial back to his happy place, which, unfortunately, looked a lot like a Saw movie, the body parts of others all over everywhere. But that was just a stress-induced fantasy. Like, he could remember once, a long time ago, he hadn't been bitched about everything and everybody. Really. It was true. Paw, paw, paw. On his shirt. Fucking hell. He gave in and rubbed that black belly. And no, I don't need anything. The purring got so loud, he had to lean in to the butler. What did you say? I'm happy to oblige whatever you require. Yeah, I know. But I'm going to take care of my brother. No one else. Are we clear? The cat was now rubbing its head into his peck, then stretching up into the itching. Oh God. This was awful, especially as the butler's already droopy face sagged down to what were no doubt knobby knees. Ah, shit. Fritz. Is he ill? Closed his eyes briefly as the female voice registered. Fantastic. Another party heard from. He's fine, said without looking at the chosen Selena. Leaving the kibitzers in the dust, he went into the pantry with the freeloading cat and, right, how was he going to get the load of post-migraine recovery rations down from the shelves with his arms full of? What was its name? Fine. It was goddamn cat, then. Looking down into those wide, contented eyes, thinned his lips as he rubbed under its chin. Behind an ear. Okay. Enough with this. He played with one of the paws. I gotta put you down now. Assuming control, he took the cat out of its recline and went to put it down on the. Somehow the thing managed to claw its way into the very fibers of his fleece and hang off the front of him like a tie. Are you kidding me? More purring. A blink of those luminous eyes. An expression of self-possession that took to mean this interaction was going to go the cat's way and no one else's. Mayhap I shall help? Selena asked softly. Bit out a curse and glared at the cat. Then at the chosen. But short of taking off his pullover, goddamn cat was sticking with him. I need some of those Milanos up there? The chosen reached up and took a bag from the Pepperidge Farm munchie department. And he's going to need some of those tortilla chips. Plain or the lime flavor? Plain. Gave up the ghost and resumed servicing goddamn, and the cat immediately went into full lazy boy again. He's going to want one of the Entenmann's pound cakes. And we're going to bring him 3 ice-cold Cokes, 2 big Poland Springs, room temperature, and a partridge in a pear tree. After one of his headaches, Trez wanted hydration, glucose, and caffeine. Made sense. 12 hours of no food was bad news. And then there was the heaving he got to party down with. 5 minutes later, he and the chosen and goddamn cat were heading for the 3rd floor. and at least I am managed to help with things by tucking the long water bottles under his pits. Fritz had also provided one of those handled Whole Foods bags for the rest of it. Christ, he would have infinitely preferred to make this trip by himself. He likes you very much, the female commented as they ascended. He's my brother. He'd better. Oh, and I meant the cat. Boo adores you. The feeling is not mutual. I had every intention of hitting the female with an, I got this, when they finally showed up at the bedroom door, but goddamn still wasn't going anywhere, which was how the chosen Selena ended up in Trez's crib. Exactly what the situation did not need. Thank you, cat. As the door was swung wide, light sliced in, and as luck would have it, the shit spotlit Trez as that big, ugly lug shot up. Someone had caught the female's scent. OFFS. And P.S., why couldn't the fucker look worse? His brother should be roadkill nasty after the way he'd spent the daylight hours. Where shall I set this? The chosen asked either or both of them. Over on the desk, I muttered. It was the farthest point away from the bed. Leave us? Came a grunt from the patient. Okay. Thank God Trez was finally having a moment of clarity. The chosen could keep going about her business, and he and his brother could try the whole come-to-Jesus thing again. Became aware that no one was moving. Trez, however, was still upright and the chosen was deer in headlights frozen. And they both were looking at him. What? He said. When light dawned on Marblehead, narrowed his eyes at his brother. Are you serious? Leave us, was all the bastard said again. Goddamn cat stopped purring in his arms, as if the animal knew that bad juju was flooding into the room. But here was the thing. You couldn't deal with stupid, and was just about ready to stop trying. Turning to the chosen, he said in a low voice, watch yourself. On that note, he took goddamn and his own sorry ass out of there. No doubt for the best. He was feeling like going wrath on his brother, and nothing good was going to come of that. Striding to the stairs, he retraced his steps. Sometime along the way, he got to tending to the animal in his arms again, fingertips finding that chin and settling into a tight circular stroke. Back down in the kitchen, which was now full of staff on shift once again, it was time to part company with his shadow. Fritz. The butler rushed over from the crudite arrangement he was working on. Yes, master. I am eager to be of aid. Take this. Peeled the cat off himself, prying both of its front claws out of his fleece. And do whatever it is you do with it. As he turned away, he felt like glancing back and making sure goddamn was okay. But why the fuck would he do that? He had to get to Sal's and check on his staff. Usually he hit the restaurant in the early afternoon, but shit had not been usual. What with that migraine? Every time his brother had one, they both got a headache. Now, though, with Trez rebounding and no doubt soon to be on the grind with that chosen, it was time to get back on his own track. If only to keep himself from going psychotic. Jesus Christ, Trez was now gonna fuck that female. And God only knew where that was going to land them all. Just as he hit the exit, he called out over his shoulder, Fritz. Through the din of first meal prep, the dog-gen answered back, Yes, master. I never find any seafood in this place. Why is that? The king does not favor any manner of fin. Would he allow it in here? Oh yes, master. Just not upon his table, and certainly never upon his plate. Stared at the panels of the door in front of him. I want you to get some fresh salmon and poach it. Tonight. But of course, I will not have it ready afore first meal for you. Not for me. I hate fish. It's for goddamn cat. I want him served that regularly. He pushed the door open. And get him some fresh veggies. What kind of cat food does he eat? Only the best. Hill's Science Diet. Find out what is in his food and then I want everything hand-prepared. Nothing out of the bag for him from now on. Approval bloomed in the old doggin's voice. I'm sure Master Boo will appreciate your special interest. I'm not interested in that bag of fur. Totally annoyed with himself and everybody else on the planet, he got the fuck not just out the kitchen, but out the entire mansion. Good timing. The sun had set and the light was draining from the sky. He loved the night and took a moment to breathe in deep. The cold winter air made his sinuses sing. If he had been his own male, free of the tether of his brother and the prison imposed upon Trez by their parents, he would have chosen such a different existence. He would be out west somewhere, living off the land and far from anyone else. It wasn't just that he was a recluse by nature. He saw no value in what so many others did. In his mind, the world simply did not need another iPhone or faster internet service or a 27th Real Housewives franchise. Hell, who the fuck cared if your neighbor had a bigger house/car/boat/trailer/mower? Why be bothered if somebody had a better watch/ring/phone/TV/lottery ticket? And don't get him started on sneakers, fashion-forward anything, makeup ads, movie star drama, manic home network shoppers and mindless human drones who actually believed what their preachers forced down their throats. And no, it wasn't just humans who bought into all that shit. Vampires were equally guilty, just clothed their cow mentality in superiority over those rats without tails. So many sublimating who they really were to the dictates of what they were told to want, need, seek, acquire. Then again, he hadn't managed to break free of his brother's drama. So who was he? As his phone went off in his fleece's pocket, he shoved a hand in and grabbed it. He knew who was calling him even before he looked at the screen, accepted the ring-a-ding-ding, and put the cell up to his ear. What small part of him had flared to life died in the center of his chest once again. "Your Excellency," he greeted the high priest. "To what do I owe this honor?" As a sail paced around his kitchen, he checked his watch, turned in front of the sink, strode back toward the bar, checked his watch again. Eric had left about 22 minutes ago, and the trip that he'd been sent on should have required 25 at the most. Asail's heart pounded. He had a plan for the evening, and this first piece was as critical as the conclusion. He took out his cell phone and dialed. The double beep that went off indicated that a vehicle was entering the garage. Asail ran to the mudroom, threw open the reinforced door, and tried to see into the black-tinted windows of his bulletproof Range Rover. Had the cousins in fact secured? Protocol was to wait for everything to be closed up again before exiting any vehicle, but impatience and that fear that was plaguing him threw the sensible rule right out the dormer. Striding fast over the bald concrete floor, he zeroed in on the SUV as Eric cut the engine and got out along with his brother. Before Asail could make an assessment of his cousins' faces, or start barking demands for explanation, the rear door opened slowly. Eric and his brother froze, like they maybe hadn't had a lot of control over their cargo and knew anything could happen next. The older human female who emerged was 5 feet tall and stocky as a bureau. Her hair was thick and white and curled back from her lined face, and her dark eyes stared out bright and intelligent from a heavy overhang of lid. Beneath a shaggy black wool coat, her dress was a simple, bag-like blue-flowered frock, but her short-heeled shoes and her matching bag were patent leather as if she'd wanted to wear the best she had, and that was all that was in her closet. He bowed to her. "Madam, welcome." Sola's grandmother held her little purse just under her bosom. "My things. I have them." Her Portuguese accent was heavy, and he had to sift through the words to translate. "Good." He nodded at the cousins and at the command. They went around to the back of the SUV and took out 3 modest mismatched suitcases. "Your room is ready." She nodded curtly. "Proceed." As Eric came around with the luggage, he popped a brow, and he was right to be shocked. Asail didn't take kindly to being ordered around. Allowances would be made with her, however. But of course. Asail took a step back and bowed again, indicating the door that he'd stepped out of. Regal as a queen, the little old lady clipped along across the floor toward the 3 shallow steps that led into the house. Asail jumped ahead to open things up. "This is our utility room. Onward unto the kitchen." He fell in behind her, swallowing his impatience. Yet there was no hurry. He had to make sure that the legitimate face of Benloy's empire was empty of its art dealers and office workers before he could go there. And that would be a good hour at least. He continued on his tour. Beyond, the eating alcove and the entertaining space. As he walked ahead into the tremendous open space that overlooked the Hudson, he regarded his sparse furnishings with a new eye. Not that I care for entertaining. There was nothing personal in the house. Just the staging that had been installed to sell the property. anonymous vases and rugs and set pieces of neutral sofas and love seats. The same was true with the bedrooms, of which there were 4 down below and 1 on the second floor. My office is over here. He stopped, frowned, looked about, had to backtrack to the kitchen in order to find the various parties. Sola's grandmother had her head in the sub-zero refrigerator, rather as if she were a gnome looking for a cool place in the summer. "Madam?" Assail inquired. She shut the door and moved on to the floor-to-ceiling cabinets. "There is nothing here. Nothing. What do you eat?" Assail found himself looking at the cousins for aid. "Usually we take our meals in town." The scoffing sound certainly appeared like the old lady equivalent of "fuck that." "I need the staples." She pivoted on her little shiny shoes and put her hands on her hips. "Who is taking me to supermarket?" Not an inquiry. And as she stared up at the 3 of them, it appeared as though Eric and his violent killer of a twin were as nonplussed as Assail was. The evening had been planned out to the minute, and a trip to the local Hannaford was not on the list. "You two are too thin," she announced, flicking her hand in the direction of the twins. "You need to eat." Assail cleared his throat. "Madam, you have been brought here for your safety." He was not going to permit Benlois to up the stakes, and so he'd had to lock down potential collateral damage. "Not to be a cook. You have already refused the money. I no stay here for free. I earn my keep. That is the way it will be." Assail exhaled long and slow. Now he knew where Sola got her independent streak. "Well?" she demanded. "I no drive. Who takes me?" "Madam, would you not prefer to rest? Your body rest when dead." "Who?" As Assail glared at the other vampire, the little old lady hitched her purse up on her forearm and nodded. "So he will take me." Assail met Sola's grandmother's gaze directly and dropped his tone a register just so that the line drawn would be respected. "I pay. Are we clear you are not to spend a cent?" She opened her mouth as if to argue, but she was headstrong, not foolish. "Then I do the darning. Our clothes are in sufficient shape." Eric cleared his throat. "Actually, I have a couple of loose buttons. And the Velcro strip on his flak jacket is—" Assail looked over his shoulder and bared his fangs at the idiot out of eyesight of Sola's grandmother, of course. Remarshalling his expression, he turned back around and knew he'd lost. The grandmother had one of those brows cocked, her dark eyes as steady as any foes he'd ever faced. Assail shook his head. "I cannot believe I'm negotiating with you. And you agree to terms." "Madam, then it is settled." Assail threw up his hands. "Fine. You have 45 minutes. That is all. We be back in 30. At that, she turned and headed for the door. In her diminutive wake, the 3 vampires played ocular ping-pong. "Go!" Assail gritted out. "Both of you." The cousins stalked for the garage door, but they didn't make it. Sola's grandmother wheeled around and put her hands on her hips. "Where is your crucifix?" Assail shook himself. "I beg your pardon? Are you no Catholic?" "My dear sweet woman, we are not human," he thought. "No, I fear not." Laser beam eyes locked on him. Eric's brother. "We change this. It is God's will." And out she went, marching through the mudroom, ripping open the door, and disappearing into the garage. As that heavy steel barrier closed automatically, all Assail could do was blink. The other 2 were equally poleaxed. In their world, dominion was established through force and manipulation by individuals of the male persuasion. Position was earned or lost by contests of will that were often bloody and resulted in a body count. When one came from that orientation, one most certainly did not expect to be castrated in one's own galley by a woman who didn't even have a knife, and would likely have to get up on a stepladder to remove said anatomy. "Don't just stand there," he snapped. "She's liable to drive herself." 10. Only one of them is a game changer. As the running shower continued on like nothing was doing, the pleasant sound of falling water reverberated through the locker room, and Wrath's head remained locked in its torqued-back position. With a dagger at his jugular and a heavy hand on the braid that ran down his back, he was going nowhere. Gritting his teeth, he didn't know whether to be impressed or to encourage that blade to head home. But he was not suicidal. What are they, Pain? He gritted out. The female's voice was a low growl right in his ear. We both know that you can get out of this if you choose to. In the blink of an eye, you can overpower Mayo more than proved it back in the gym. And the second? If I got to you once, I can do it again. And maybe next time I won't waste my breath trying to prove the fact that I'm your equal. I am the king, you realize. And I'm the daughter of a deity, motherfucker. With that, she released him and stepped back. Covering his genitals with his hands, he turned to face her. He'd never seen what Pain looked like, but he'd been told that she was built along the lines of her brother, tall and powerful. Apparently, she had the same jet-black hair and those pale, icy eyes, too, and the intelligence was something he could judge for himself. She also evidently had the balls. I can kill you, she said grimly, anytime I want. And I don't need a conventional weapon, either. You are stronger, yes, I give you that. But there are things I am capable of that you can't imagine. Then why didn't you use them? Because I don't want to put you in a grave. You are needed here. You are critical for the race. Goddamn throne. So what you're saying is that you would have let yourself die back in the gym? You weren't going to murder me. Oh yes, I was, he thought with self-disgust. Look, Pain, we can go around in circles about this for the next year and a half and it would get us nowhere. I'm not sparring with you again. Ever. You don't honestly expect me to accept an argument based on my sex. No. I expect you to respect my relationship with your brother. Don't pull that old-school BS with me. I am of maturity, and mated at that. I don't subscribe in any way to my brother having some kind of dominion over me. He jerked forward on his hips. Fuck that. This house is my brother. Do you have any idea what it would do to him if I killed you? He gestured with one hand to his head. Can you get off your high horse for 1 second and consider that? Even if I didn't give a rat's ass about you, do you think I would do that to him? There was a pause, and he had the sense she was going to respond. But when nothing came back at him, he cursed. And yeah, you're right, he hedged. You fight well enough to be a brother, and I sparred with them for years, so I should know. I'm not stopping this because you're a frickin' girl. It's for the same reason Quinn and Blay can't go out into the field together, and why Shex, if she ever decided to fight with us, wouldn't be allowed to be on the same squad as John. That's why Doc Jane wouldn't operate on your brother or you. Some things are just too close. Feel me? Against that rushing backdrop of the running water, he heard her walk around, her bare feet nearly soundless on the tiles. If you were his brother instead of his sister, Wrath said, it would be the same. The problem is me, not you, so do yourself a favor and get off this feminist pulpit you're on. It's boring me. A little harsh, maybe, but he'd already proven that being civilized was outside his wheelhouse at the moment. More silence. Until Wrath almost threw his hands up in frustration but remembered his Hainanis didn't need to be on parade. Come on, Pain. I can totally appreciate your pride being injured. Except I want you living and breathing more than I care about your feelings getting hurt. There was another long stretch of quiet. But she hadn't left, could sense her presence almost as if he could see her. She was right across the tile from him, standing between him and the exit. You believe you would not have stopped, she said roughly. No, he closed his eyes, regret stinging his chest. I know it, and like I said, that part has nothing to do with you. So please, for the love of God, drop this and let me finish my shower. When there was no more conversation, Wrath felt his temper start to boil again. What? Let me ask you something. Can't this wait until the brothers spar together, correct? No, they're too busy taking off-duty knitting classes. So why don't they work out with you anymore? Her voice got lower. Why don't you keep sharp with them? Did it change after you took the throne? After I went completely blind, he bit out. It changed then. Do you want an exact date? I wonder if I asked around whether people would agree with that. Are you suggesting I can actually see? He bared his fangs. Seriously? No, I'm questioning whether your brothers would have gone to the mat with you once you properly assumed the crown upon your brow. I have a feeling that answer would be no. You want to explain why this is relevant? He cut in. Because your other option is to watch me lose my shit again, and we both know how much fun that was the first time. When she spoke next, her voice was farther away and he had the sense that she had gone over to the archway that led to where the lockers were. I think the only reason why we spar is because I'm female. As he opened his mouth, she talked over him. And I think you would continue to fight with me if I were male. You can keep telling yourself it's about my brother, that's fine. But I believe you are more chauvinistic than you know. Fuck you, Payne. For real. I'm not going to argue with you. Why don't you ask your Shellin, though? What? Ask her how she feels about dealing with you. He jabbed at the air between them. Get out. Before you give me a reason to put you in another fucking chokehold. Why doesn't she want you to know where she goes while you're working? Excuse me? Females don't keep secrets from mates who respect them. And that's as far as I'm going to take this. But blind or not, you need to get a clearer picture of yourself. Wrath marched forward over the wet floor. Payne. Payne. Come back here this fucking minute. He was arguing with himself, though. The female had left him alone. Fuck. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Fuck. Trez thought as he breathed in again. Recovery from a migraine was all about a soft landing for your return to consciousness. Usually the prescription was food and actual rest because shit knew that even though you were in a dark room with nothing but Howard 100 streaming through your iPhone, you weren't hanging proper with the Sandman. At the moment, however, he was seriously reconsidering years of get back to normal trial and error. As the door shut behind his brother, and Trez was left alone with the chosen Selena, every cell in his body went on full tingle. Oh man, he had to will on a lamp, even though it was a little early for his retinas to handle any real light. Hello, goddess. Selena was tall, and though she wore the traditional white robing of her station, it was clear she was built exactly like a female should be. Nothing was keeping down those curves of hers, not even all that draped fabric. And talk about your beautiful faces. She was all pink lips and pale blue eyes, her features perfectly symmetrical and engineered to catch a male's stare and hold it. Then there was the hair. Long, thick, and the color of midnight. She wore it in the style of the chosen, all coiled on the crown of her head, so that all you could think of was taking it down and running your fingers through it. She was perfect in every way, and would not give him the time of day, which made her appearance up here with his bag of shit all the more remarkable. You have been gravely ill, she said softly. Trez's eyeballs rolled back in his head. That voice. Shit, that voice. Wait, she wanted him to respond, didn't she? What had she? Nah. I'm great. Just great. And becoming hard as a rock. Fuck him very much. God. He hoped she didn't catch the scent of his arousal. What may I do to help you? How about drop the robe and hop up on this bed? After which you can ride me like a pony until I pass the hell out. Would you care for some of this food? What food? He mumbled. Your brother prepared for you that bag. Had the bastard even been here? He wondered. You just asked him to leave? Guess so. Oh yeah, right. Trez eased back against the pillows and winced. As he went to rub his temples, he sensed her approaching the bed and with a fast move, he yanked the heavy duvet higher on his belly. Sometimes naked meant so much more than just, I don't have any clothes on. Man, her expression was so worried, to the point where he had to force himself to remember she'd blown him off before, which she really had. Yup, as faulty as his short-term memory was, at least when it came to, his brother being in the room, could recall exactly where he'd been when he'd seen this female last, as well as her less than enthused response to him. He also remembered precisely how he came to know of her. He'd heard her name as soon as Fury had released the Chosen from the Scribe Virgin's sanctuary, and Selena, along with the others, had started living off and on at Revenge's great camp up in the Adirondacks. He'd even caught sight of her from time to time, but shit had been going down with Rev and he'd been distracted. That had passed, however, and he and IM had gone up there at Rev's request recently, which was when he'd met her properly, one-on-one. Okay, IM had been with him, but he'd likewise put the guy out of mind. Then again, the moment he'd seen that female, he'd forgotten his own name, most of his English vocabulary, and 75% of his sense of balance. Instant. Cosmic. Attraction. At least on his part. She was less struck stupid, of course, although he'd had hopes and stalker tendencies. For the past week, he'd hung around the mansion for however many nights in a row, hoping to see her in the midst of one of her visits to service the Brotherhood. Because, hey, nothing says, I want to date ya, like grounds for a restraining order. Eventually, he'd won the lottery and managed to run into her. Like the simp he was, he'd told her she was beautiful and not in a pickup line kind of way. He'd actually meant it. Unfortunately, and unlike the countless human women he macked on, she'd remained unimpressed. So again, why the visit up here? Not that that was a question he was going to look too closely at. What may I get you? She said. And man, that earnest concern put him to shame. Actually one of those Cokes, please? Oh yeah, the way she moved as she went over to the bag she'd put down. So smooth, and even her hips shifting under that robe, her shoulders counterbalancing her. He averted his eyes from her posterior assets. Although, damn, as she came over to the bed, he moved himself closer to the middle of the mattress, hoping she would sit down. She didn't. She bent at the waist and handed him the plastic bottle. Then she stepped back, keeping a respectful distance. The soda let out a hiss as he unscrewed the cap. Please tell me what ails you. Her hands twisted in front of her, ringing. Just a migraine. He took a long draught off the bottle. Wow, that's good. The view was better. What is it? Coca-Cola. Trez paused before his second hit, realizing she wasn't asking about the real thing. A migraine's a kind of headache. No big deal. Well, except for the fact that his lasted up to 12 hours and made him feel like death. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. If it's not of concern, why was your brother so worried? He's like that. A hysteric. Trez shut his lids and drank. And once more. Nectar of the gods, for real. I've never thought of him in that manner. But of course, you know him better. As she hovered, he wished she were half as interested in the fact that his chest was on full display. He wasn't arrogant, but usually the females looked at him and didn't look away. Don't worry, he'll be fine, he grumbled. And so will I. But you've been up here all day since you came home last night. He was about to get truly annoyed with himself when he thought, wait a minute. How'd you know that? The fact that she glanced away quickly made him sit up again. Your brother mentioned something about it downstairs. Doubt that. I am rarely talked to people unless he had to. So she must have been looking for him, right? Trez let his lids lower. Hey, do you mind sitting down here? I am finding it hard to keep looking up at you. Liar. Oh, but of course. Yes. As she eased herself onto the bed and arranged her robing, he knew he was milking it, but come on. He'd spent a considerable amount of time lying on the tile in front of the toilet merely hours ago. Are you sure you are not in need of a healer? She asked, her eyes hypnotizing him to the point where he just watched her blink, those long lashes swooping up and down. And be of truth this time. Oh, he wanted to tell her one kind of truth, all right, but there was no reason to act a fool. It's just a headache that lasts a while. Honest. And I've had them all my adult life. Me brother doesn't get them, but I heard my father did. They're not a party, but nothing that'll hurt me. Has your father passed? Trez tightened his face to make sure he showed nothing. He's still living and breathing, but he's dead to me. Whatever for? Long story. And, nope, too long. Too complicated. Did you have other plans this evening then? This was said with a quiet challenge. Are you offering to stay with me? She looked down at her hands. This long story of your parents. Is that why you have a last name? How did she know? Trez started smiling, and it was a good thing she was ducking his eyes or she would have gotten a whole lot of his pearly whites. Someone had indeed been checking up on him and wasn't that interesting. As for the last name, that's just made up. I work in the human world and I needed a cover. What manner of work are you engaged in? Trez frowned, picturing the inside of his club and then the inside of that bathroom he'd used as a fuck palace how many times? Nothing important. Then why do you do it? He took a final long draw on his coke and stared into space. Everyone's got to be somewhere. God, he really didn't want to get into that part of his libido, the point where if she had to leave because the convo ran out of gas, fine. In a flash, images of him having sex with that long succession of human women flashed in front of his eyes, taking Selena's place until he couldn't even smell her anymore. To Shadows, the corporeal body was an extension of the solar reality that was perhaps self-obvious, but in fact, far more complicated in the way the Hisby viewed it. Bottom line, what you did to your body, how you treated it and cared or didn't care for it, was directly transmuted to the very core of you. And as sex was by its very nature the single most sacred act of the physical form, it was never to be undertaken lightly, and certainly never, ever with dirty, nasty humans, particularly the pale-skinned ones. To Shadows, pale skin equated to illness. But the rules didn't stop at the doorstep of Homo sapiens. Making love was completely ritualized in the territory. Sex was scheduled between couples or halves, as they were known, formal scrolls being exchanged across marbled corridors, consent requested and given through a series of prescribed directives. And when all was agreed upon, the act was not completed during the daylight hours, and never, ever without a bathing ritual first. It was also announced to all and sundry, a special banner hung upon the chamber door, a genteel way of stating that unless the place was on fire or someone had an arterial bleed, there was to be no disturbance until one or both parties emerged at some future time. The trade-off for all the barriers? When two halves hooked up, it could last for days. OPS, no masturbation, either. It was considered a waste of communion. So, yeah, his people wouldn't have just frowned on his sex life. They would have handled him only with barbecue tongs while wearing a hazmat suit and a welding mask. He'd banged women at 11 a.m. and 3 in the afternoon and way away before dinner. He'd taken them in public places and under bridges, in clubs and restaurants, in bathrooms and seedy hotel rooms, and in his office. In only maybe half the cases had he known their names, and from that August group, he could recall maybe 1 out of 10. And only because they'd been weird or had reminded him of something else. As for the pale skin thing, he hadn't discriminated. He'd had all races of humans, some even at the same time. The only sector he hadn't fucked or been sucked off by had been males, but that was only because they didn't appeal to him in the slightest. If they had, he'd have gone there. He supposed all was not lost. Shadows did believe in remediation, and he'd heard of cleansing rituals, but there was only so much a guy could do to repair damage. The irony, of course, was that he'd taken a sick pride in ruining himself to the extent he had. Juvenile, sure, but it had been like he was middle-fingering the tribe and all their ridiculous bullshit, especially the queen's daughter, who they all thought he should be in a big hurry to nail on a regular basis for the rest of his life. Even though he'd never met her, wasn't interested in being a sex toy, and had no intention of volunteering to be locked in a gilded cage. But it was funny. In spite of everything that he hated about the traditions he'd been born into, he found himself finally kind of seeing a point to them. Here he was, in his post-migraine float, within kissing distance of a female he was dying to worship with his body. And guess what? All that rebellion he'd enjoyed so much was making him feel filthy and totally unworthy. Not that the actual act would ever occur with Selene was a slut, but he wasn't delusional. Shit. With a groan, he let himself fall back against the pillows again. In spite of the coke and its 1-2 punch of sugar and caffeine, he was suddenly sucked under the ocean, exhausted. "Forgive me," the chosen murmured. "Don't say you're going to go," he thought. "Even though I don't deserve you in any way, please don't leave me." "Do you need to feed?" she asked in a rush. Trez felt his jaw drop open. Of all the things he'd been prepared to hear, not even close. "Mayhap I'm being too forward," she said as she lowered her eyes. "It's just that you seem so very tired, and sometimes that is what helps most." Holy crap. He couldn't tell whether he'd won the lottery or been sentenced to death. But as his cock twitched with demand, and his blood roared, the decent part of him that he had long buried spoke up in a quiet, persistent way. No, it said. Not now, not ever. The question was who was going to win, the angel or the devil in him. 11. Wrath hit the compound's underground tunnel at a hard pace, his shit-kickers beating out a thunderous pounding that echoed all around until he was his own marching band. By his side, George was going at triple time, his collar jingling, his paws clipping over the concrete floor. The trip from the training center to the mansion took 2 minutes at least, 3 to 4 if you were having a convo and strolling. Not this time. George halted him in front of the secured door a mere 30 seconds after they'd left the office through the back of the supply closet. Mounting the shallow steps, Wrath felt around for the security pad and entered the code. With a cha-chunk like a bank vault unlatching, the lock disengaged and then they were proceeding through a passageway to the next lock point. Clearing that, they emerged into the cavernous foyer, and the first thing Wrath did was sniff the air. Lamb, for first meal. A fire in the library. This house smoking a hand-rolled in the billiards room. Shit. He had to disclose to his brother what had happened with Payne in the gym. Hell, technically he owed the guy a writhe. But all that could wait. Beth, he said to the dog. Seek. Both he and the animal tested and retested the air. Upstairs, he ordered. At the same time the dog started to walk forward. As they got to the second-floor landing, her scent became stronger, which confirmed they were headed in the right direction. The bad news? It was coming from over on the left. Wrath strode off down the hall of statues, going past John and Shex's room, and Blay and Quinn's. They stopped before they got to Zadist and Bella's suite. He didn't need his dog to tell him he'd reached their destination, and he knew exactly whose room they were in front of. Even out in the corridor, the pregnancy hormones thickened the air to such an extent, it was like hitting a velvet curtain. Which was why his Beth was in there, wasn't it? Females don't keep secrets from males who respect them. God damn it. Do not tell him his mate wanted a kid and was doing something about it without even talking to him. Gritting his teeth, he raised his knuckles to knock but ended up pounding on that door. Once. Twice. Come in, the chosen Layla said. Wrath swung things wide and knew exactly when his Shellan saw him. The smoky smell of guilt and deceit flowed across the room at him. We need to talk, he snapped, and then he nodded in what he hoped was Layla's direction. Please excuse us, chosen. There was some conversating between the females, stilted on Beth's side, nervous on Layla's, and then his mate was off the bed and crossing over to him. They didn't say a word to each other. Not when she closed the door behind them, not as they walked back down the hall side by side. And when they got to the entrance of his office, he told George to stay outside before shutting the pair of them in together. Even though he was intimately familiar with the arrangement of the pansy-ass French furniture, he put his hands out, touching the backs of the silk-covered chairs and a delicate sofa and then the corner of his father's desk. As he went around and sat upon his throne, he locked his hands on the great carved arms and gripped them so hard the wood creaked in protest. How long have you been sitting with her? With who? Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. The air stirred in the room, and he heard her footfalls on the Aubusson carpet. As she paced, he could just picture her. Her brows down hard, her mouth tight, her arms crossed over her chest. The guilt was gone now, and in its wake she was as pissed off as he was. Why the hell do you care? She muttered. It is my every right to know where you are. Excuse me? He jabbed a finger in her general direction. She is pregnant. So I noticed. His fist slammed down so hard the phone disconnected itself. Do you want to go into your kneading? Yes, she yelled back. I do. Is that such a goddamn crime? Wrath exhaled, feeling like he'd just gotten hit by a car. Again. Amazing how hearing his greatest fear spoken aloud was so devastating. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he knew he had to choose his words carefully in spite of the fact that his adrenal gland had opened up full bore and was pumping enough OMG into his system that he was drowning in terror. In the silence, the phone's dial tone and then meep 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 reconnect me was loud as the curses running through both their heads. With a shaking hand, he patted around until he found the receiver. Replacing it in the cradle took him a couple of tries, but he got there without smashing anything. Dear God, it was quiet in the room, and for some reason, he became preternaturally aware of the chair he was sitting in, everything from its hard leather seat, to the carved symbols under his forearms, to the way his lower back was scratched by the relief that rose up behind him. I need you to hear this, he said in a dead voice, and know that it's the God's honest. I will not service you in your kneading, ever. Now it was her turn to breathe out like she'd been socked in the gut. I can't believe you just said that. It is never, ever going to happen. I will never get you pregnant. There were few things in life that he knew with greater certainty. The only other that came to mind was how much he loved her. Won't, she said roughly. Or can't. Won't, as in will not. Wrath, that's not fair. You can't just put that in stone like it's one of your proclamations. So I'm supposed to lie about how I feel? No, but you can talk about it, for God's sake. We're partners and this affects us both. Discussion is not going to change where I'm at. If you want to keep wasting time with the chosen, that's your decision. But if the gossip is true, and it does bring on your needing, know that you'll be drugged to get you through it. I'm not going to service you. Jesus, like I'm some kind of animal who needs to go to the vet? You have no idea what those hormones are like. This, coming from a male. He shrugged. It's a verifiable fact of biology. When Layla was in hers, we all felt it throughout the house even a night and a half after she was over it. Marissa was drugged for years. It's what's done. Yeah, maybe when a female isn't married. But last time I checked, my name was in your back. Just because you're mated doesn't mean you have to have children. She was silent for a time. Does it not even occur to you for a second this might be important to me? And not as in, oh, I need a new car. Or, I want to go back to school. Or even, how about we have a fucking date once in a while in between you getting shot at and doing a job you hate. Wrath, this is the foundation of life. And the gateway to death for her. So many females died on the birthing bed. And if he lost her, fuck, he couldn't even go there in the hypothetical. I will not give you a young. I could doctor up the truth with a lot of meaningless bullshit and soothing words, but sooner or later, you are going to have to accept. Accept it? Like I got sneezed on by someone with a cold, and I just have to resign myself to coughing for a couple of days. The astonishment in her voice rang out clear as that anger of hers. Do you even hear yourself? I'm really fucking aware of every word I choose. Trust me. Okay, fine. Why don't we put the shoe on the other foot? How about Thizziari going to give me the child I want? And that's just something you're going to have to get used to. Period. He shrugged again. You can't force me to be with you. As Beth gasped, he had some sense they'd entered a new dimension in their relationship and not a good one. But there was no going back. Cursing under his breath, he shook his head. Do yourself a favor and stop sitting with that female for hours every night. If you're lucky, it hasn't worked and we can just forget about all this. Forget about wait. Have you lost your fucking mind? Shit. His Shellen didn't stutter or stumble, and she rarely swore. What a trifecta. But it didn't change anything. When were you going to tell me? He demanded. Tell you what? That you can be a real asshole? How about right now? No, that you were deliberately trying to start your needing. Talk about things that affect us both. What would have happened if she'd suddenly gone into her time when they'd been alone together during the day? He might have given in and then. Not good. Especially if he later found out she'd been marking time with the chosen for specifically that purpose. He glared at her. Yeah, when exactly was that going to come up in conversation? It wasn't going to tonight, right? Were you saving it for tomorrow? No. He leaned into his desk. You knew I didn't want this. I told you so. More pacing, he could hear her every footfall. It was a while before they stopped. You know what? I'm going to leave right now, she said. And not just because I have to go out tonight. I need to not be around you for a while. And then, when I come back, we're going to talk this through both sides of the Asueno. She ordered as he went to open his mouth. You don't say another goddamn word. If you do, I have a feeling I'll be packing my bags and taking off permanently. Where are you going? Contrary to popular belief, you do not have a right to know where I am every second of the day and night, especially after this diatribe. Cursing again, he popped his wraparounds off and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Beth, listen, I've listened to you quite enough for the time being. So do us both a favor and stay right where you are. At the rate you're going, that desk and that hard chair are all you're going to have anyway. You might as well get used to them. He closed his mouth, listened to her walk off, heard the doors slam shut in her wake. He was about to jump up and go after her, But then he remembered Doc Jane saying something about John Matthews' MRI at that human hospital. Had to be where she was going. She said it was important for her to go with him. Abruptly, he remembered the seizure and what had gone down in the middle of it. He'd confronted Quinn afterward about what John had tried to communicate to Beth if something was being said to his Shellen. He was going to know the details. Thank you very much. I will keep you safe. I will take care of you. Okay, file that under WTF. Normally, Wrath had no beef with John Matthew. In fact, he'd always liked the kid to the point where it was kind of creepy how easily the mute fighter had entered all their lives and stayed there. Great solider. Good head on those shoulders. And the lack of a voice wasn't a problem except for with Wrath because obviously he couldn't see to read ASL. Oh, and as for the blood test that said he was Darius's son, the more time you spent around the kid, the more obvious the connection was there. But he drew the motherfucking line when any male tried to come between him and his mate, blooded brother or not. He was the one who was going to keep Beth safe and cared for. Nobody else. And he would have confronted John afterward, except the oddest thing was, the kid didn't seem to know what he'd said either. John wasn't well versed in the old language enough to hold a conversation in it, and yet Blay and Quinn had both confirmed that that was what he'd appeared to be mouthing. But whatever. John was going for some treatment, and on the Beth front he was ultimately not going to be a problem. This baby stuff, however. It was a long while before Wrath peeled his clawed hands free of the throne's armrests, and as he fanned them out, the joints burned. At the rate you're going, that desk and that hard chair are all you're going to have. What a mess. But the bottom line, granite truth, was he just couldn't lose her in pregnancy. And as bad as it was to have this rift between them, at least they were both still on the planet and going to stay that way. There was no way in hell he was going to voluntarily risk her life just for some hypothetical son or daughter who, by the way, assuming they survived into adulthood, was liable to suffer under this royal legacy as much as he did. And that was the other big part for him. He wasn't in a hurry to condemn an innocent to all this king crap. It had ruined his life, and that was not an inheritance he wanted to share with someone he would undoubtedly love almost as much as his Shellen. Shifting in the throne, he looked down at himself and frowned. Even though he couldn't see anything, he realized he had an erection. A throbbing, straining arousal was pushing against the fly of his leathers, as if it had somewhere to go. Like now. Putting his head in his hand, he knew exactly what that meant. Oh God, no. Would you like to feed? As the chosen Selena waited for a response to her question, she did her best to ignore the fact that the incredible dark-skinned male in the bed before her was naked. He had to be, with the sheeting rolled down to his waist. His chest was bare. His chiseled pecs and his roped shoulders illuminated by the soft light in the corner. It was difficult to imagine why he would bother with anything below the hips. Dearest Virgin Scribe, what a sight to behold he was. And a revelation, although not because she was ignorant or naive. She might have been sequestered up in the sanctuary since her birth a century ago. But as an Eros, she was familiar with the mechanics of sex. Regardless of training, however, the act had not yet been her destiny. The previous premale had been killed in the raids just after she had matured, and his replacement hadn't been named for decades and decades and decades. Then when Fury had assumed the mantle, he'd changed everything and freed them all whilst taking a Shellen to whom he was monogamous. She had always wondered what sex was like. And now, looking at Trez, she knew viscerally why females submitted themselves. Why her sisters had primped and prepared for their duty. Why they had returned to the dormitory afterward with an incandescence to their skin, their hair, their smiles, their souls. It was overwhelming to experience this firsthand. Abruptly, she became aware that he had not answered her. As he continued to just stare up at her, she wondered if she'd offended him. But how? It was her understanding that he was without a mate. He'd come into this house with his brother, not a Shellen, and there was never a female up here in these quarters. Not that she'd noticed his every move. Just most of them. As her cheeks flushed, she told herself that surely he must need a vein after all he had suffered. In fact, the toll of his illness showed in his face, his hard, beautiful face with its almond-shaped dark eyes and prominent, carved lips and high cheekbones and strong, heavy jaw. Selena lost her train of thought. "You can't mean that," he said roughly. His words were deeper than usual, and had the strangest effect on her. All at once, that blush on her face bloomed inside her entire body, warming her from the core out, loosening her in a way that made her fear her future a little less. "I do," she heard herself say. And this would not be a duty. No, in this quiet, dim space between them, she wanted him at her neck, not at her wrist. Madness, an inner voice warned. That was not appropriate, and not just because it blurred the lines of the work she did here in this house. Closing her eyes, she hated the fact that, by all that was reasonable, she should turn and walk out of the room right now. This male, this resplendent male who was capable of melting even her stiff limbs, was not her future. Not any more than the pre-male Wazer any male, for that matter. Her future had been determined even before she had been swaddled in her first robing as a chosen. After a long moment he shook his head. "No, but thank you." The rejection made her nauseous. Mayhap he sensed the inappropriate desires on her part, and yet she could have sworn he felt similarly. He had stopped her by the stairs that one time, and she had been so sure he had wanted. Well, at least then she'd been in her right mind enough to try to warn him off. After they'd parted awkwardly, however, the way he'd looked at her had lingered, and that was when she'd begun to watch him from the shadows. He was not staring at her like that now, though, and it had all changed for him with her offer. "Why, you'd better go." He nodded to the door. "I just need to eat something and I'll be fine. Have I offended you?" "Oh God, no." He shut his eyes and shook his head. "I just don't want to." She couldn't catch the rest of whatever he said, because he rubbed his face and muffled the words. Abruptly, Selena thought about the books she had read in the sanctuary's sacred library. So many details of lives lived down here on Earth. So rich and surprising the nights and days. So vivid the histories, until it had seemed as though she could reach out and touch this other plane of existence. She'd been hungry for this other side, developing an addiction to its stories in all their glory and their sadness. Unlike many of her sisters, who merely recorded what they were shown in the seeing bowls, she had been voracious in her free time, studying the modern world, the words used, the manner in which people conducted themselves. She had always had the conception that that was as close as she would ever get to having freedom of choice and any kind of destiny. And that was still true, even after Fury's liberation. "Goddamn female, don't look at me like that," Trez groaned. "Like what?" He seemed to roll his hips, and when he mumbled something she also couldn't catch, she breathed deep and, dearest virgin scribe, the scent that was poured of him was nothing short of ambrosia in the nose. "Selena, you gotta go, girl. Please." He arched back into the pillows, his magnificent chest tightening, the veins in his neck standing out. "Please." Obviously he was in pain and she was somehow the cause. Selena fumbled with her robing to keep it in place as she got to her feet. With an awkward bow, she dropped her head. But of course. She didn't remember leaving the room or closing the door, but she must have. She ended up out in the hall, standing halfway between the locked vault that led into the first family's private quarters and the stairwell that would take her back down to the second floor. Next thing she knew, she was up in the sanctuary. Bit of a surprise, actually. Usually, when she was done with any duty upon the earth, she would wend her way north to Revenge's great camp. She enjoyed the library. The Reit's fictions and biographies were just as gripping, and somehow less intrusive, than the volumes up above in the sanctuary. But something in her had taken her to her former home. How different it was, she thought as she looked around. No longer a bastion of monochromatic snow, only the buildings, constructed of pristine marble, were white. Everything else glowed with colors, from the emerald of the grass to the yellow and pink and purple of the tulips to the rushing pale blue of the baths. But the layout was the same. The Primale's private temple remained close to both the scribing cloisters and the enormous marble library, as well as the locked entrance into the scribe virgin's private quarters. Off farther in the distance, the dormitories where the chosen had had both their repose and their meals were adjacent to the baths and the reflecting pool. And then opposite all of that was the vast treasury with its objects, oddities, and bins of precious stones. Oh, the irony, though. Now that there was color to please the eye, everything was empty of life, the chosen having flown the coop and spread their wings. No one had any clue where the scribe virgin was. Nobody dared ask. either. The absence was strange and disconcerting, and yet welcomed as well. As Selina's feet set to walking, it was clear that she had some sort of destination in mind, but she was unaware of it consciously. At least that was not unusual. She was always one to be in her head, usually because she was thinking about what she had watched in the seeing bowls or read in between the spines of those leather-bound volumes. She was not considering the lives of others at the moment, however. That dark-skinned male was well. There didn't seem to be enough words to describe him in spite of her extensive vocabulary. And the recalled images from just now in his bedroom were like the newly arrived color-up Hiria revelation of beauty. Locked in thoughts of him, she kept on strolling, proceeding past the scribing center, down the lawn to the dormitories, and then farther onward until she approached the forested boundary that, if entered, magically spit you out in exactly the same place you had walked into. It wasn't until it was too late that she realized where her feet had taken her. The hidden cemetery was bracketed on all sides by an arbor, the knoll purposely shut off from view by a netting of leaves that was verdant and thick as a vertical lawn. The entryway was likewise obstructed by an arch strung with vine roses, and the pebbled path that snaked into the interior was barely wide enough for a single person. Selina had no intention of going in. Her feet broke that covenant of their own volition, moving forward as if the servants of some larger purpose. Within the confines of the bracketing trees, the air was as temperate as ever, and yet a chill went through her. Wrapping her arms around herself, she hated everything about the place but mostly the stillness of the monuments. Set up upon white stone pediments, the female forms were in various poses, their graceful arms and legs angled this way and that about their naked bodies. The expressions on the statues were serene, their unblinking eyes gazing upon the afterlife in the fade, their lips turned up in identical, wistful smiles. She thought again of the male in that bed. So alive, so vital. Why had she come here? Why to the graveyard? Her knees buckled at the same time tears broke free of her heart, her weeping taking her to the soft ground, the racking sobs making her throat hurt. It was at the feet of her sisters that she felt the destiny of her early death freshly. Over the course of her life, she had assumed all angles of her upcoming demise had been explored. Being around Tres Latimer told her she was wrong about that. 12. The Benloy's art gallery was located in downtown Caldwell, about 10 blocks away from the skyscrapers and only 2 from the shores of the Hudson. The plain, unassuming building was 3 stories high, with a double-height gallery space on the first floor, staff offices in the back, and Benloy's bowling alley of an office just under its flat roof. As the Sale parked his Range Rover in its rear alley, he breathed in deeply. He hadn't done any coke before he'd left home because he wanted to keep sharp. Unfortunately, his body was twitchy from the lack of stimulation, and an addict-like preoccupation with what he hadn't done muddled his mind. "You want us to come in with you?" Eric demanded from the back seat. "Only one." Sale got out and waited for them to decide. Damn it, his hands were shaking, and in spite of yet another round of flurries falling from the sky, he was starting to sweat. Should he just do the coke? He was close to non-functional like this. Eric joined him, coming around the back of the SUV. "What ails you?" "Naught." A lie on so many levels. As they approached the back door, Sale gave up. Digging into the breast pocket of his Tom Ford coat, he pulled out his dark brown vial. Unscrewing the black lid, he filled the interior spoon with a serving of white powder. "Sniff," he repeated on the other side, and then took a single, double-barreled huff that ensured everything got home. The fact that he immediately downshifted into normal was another warning sign he chose to ignore. Calm and focused was not what he should be feeling after 2 hits, but he wasn't going to waste time on it. Some people had coffee. Others had a different coca product. It was all about whatever got your move on. As he came up to a heavy steel door which was a security measure disguised as a commentary on the industrialism of the art market, there was no reason to ring any bell, and certainly not to knock. The 3-inch thick monster was hardly something to waste one's knuckles on. And indeed, things were opened promptly. "Sale? What you doing?" The Neanderthal on the other side demanded. Such an inspiring command of English grammar. And the greeting also told him that Benlois and his men didn't know who had done the kills in West Point the night before, otherwise one could assume this titan of intelligence would not be so banal. Those black masks they'd worn had been such handy equipment. And disabling those security cameras a critical tactic. Assail smiled without flashing his fangs. I have something to give your employer. He expecting you? He is not, no. Okay, come on. This is my associate, by the way. Assail murmured as he stepped into the office area. Eric. Yeah, I figured. Come on. Striding through the high-ceiling space, their footfalls on the concrete floor echoed up to the exposed ductwork and wiring above. Talk about organized chaos. A lineup of serviceable desks, stacks of filing cabinets, and random pieces of oversized art choked the huge space. No workers, no phones ringing. The legitimate face of Benlois' wholesale drug business was on after-dark shutdown. As expected, out in the gallery space proper, he shot a quick look around as the guard who'd let them in disappeared through the hidden door to the second floor. No one but a pair of guards standing watch by the way up to Benlois' office. Assail regarded the men. Their stares were sharper than usual, their weight shifting incessantly, their hands moving around as if they felt the need to constantly reassure themselves they were armed. Lovely evening, is it not? Assail commented as he nodded subtly at Eric. As the guards froze, his cousin took the cue to go on a wee walkabout, the vampire strolling around an exhibition of shredded newsprint molded into various phallic symbols. A little on the cold side, of course, but the flurries are rather picturesque. Assail smiled and took out a Cuban. May I light up? The one on the right pointed to a laminated notice on the wall. No smoking. Surely there can be an exception in my case? He clipped the cigar's end and let the butt fall to the ground. Yes. The guy's muddy brown eyes flicked down. Returned. No smoking. Nobody here but us. He outed his lighter. Popped the top. You can't do nothing like that. Mayhap Benlois specifically screened them for a lack of vocabulary? In the stairwell, then? The genius glanced over at his partner, then shrugged. Guess it's okay. Assail smiled again and flicked up a flame. Let me in, then. It all happened so quickly. The one who'd been doing the talking twisted his torso and popped the latch that sprang the duress. At that moment, the other chose to take a stretch, curling his arms out from his body. Eric materialized directly before the back cracker, clapping his hands on either side of his astonished face and snapping that neck around. Not to be overshown, Assail stabbed forward with the knife he had surreptitiously taken out of its hip holster, catching the guard who'd been enforcing the rules directly in the gut. Next move was to disappear his lighter and clap his hand over the man's mouth, stifling the grunt that threatened to give them away. To finish things up, he freed the blade with a jerk and moved upward. The second stab went between two ribs directly into the heart. The man dropped to the floor in a loose shamble. Tell your brother to ready the rover, Assail whispered, and drag this out of the way. He's going to take a minute or two to bleed out, and that heavy breathing is audible. Eric went into cleanup mode, grabbing thick ankles and pulling the dying man behind one of the vertical displays. Meanwhile, Assail slipped into the hidden stairwell and lit the cigar, puffing up clouds of smoke as he moved the broken-necked guard's hand in the way so the door stayed propped open. Eric joined him a split second later, accepting his own Cuban and likewise lighting up as he let things shut behind them. The linguist who'd gone to check with Benlois peered over the banister above. What you doing? So that phrase was both a greeting and an inquiry. One shall make a note of that, Assail thought. He blew out a blue stream and indicated the closed door panels. They said we couldn't smoke out in the gallery. You can't smoke in here either. The man glanced over his shoulder as if his name had been called. Yeah, okay. He turned around again. He said he'll be a minute. I believe we'll join you then. The bodyguard just wasn't on his A-game tonight, was he? Instead of controlling the situation, he simply shrugged and permitted his enemy to get closer to him, to his boss. Such a gift. Assail typically took his damn time, but not tonight. He and Eric hoofed it up the metal flights at a good clip. He was halfway to goal when he realized he'd made a mistake. Likely because of the coke. There were video cameras all over the facility's interior, and yet he had done nothing about them. Faster! He hissed under his breath to his cousin. Reaching the top landing, Assail bowed to the guard. Where would you like me to put this out? I don't fucking know. He shan't told you to light up. Oh well then. Eric, on cue, pulled another dematerialization, appearing behind the guard. With a slap, he covered that mouth and yanked the guard back, presenting Assail the perfect captive target. With a vicious move, he sliced his blade across that throat, easy and quick as a cough. Then it was another case of drag-off once again. Assail barged through the office door, pushing it wide. Across the vast space, Ben Loy sat alone behind his raised modernist desk, the glow of the lamp by his side pulling his features out of the darkness so that he rivaled some of Goya's best portraits. I'm coming up north right now. Ben Loy stopped short, his visage becoming instantly impassive. Permit me to call you back. Caldwell's drug wholesaler hung the phone up so fast, the receiver banged into its cradle. I believe I told you to wait, Assail. Indeed. Assail looked over his shoulder. Mayhap you should be clearer with your subordinates. Although, God knows, it is so hard to find good help, is it not? The natty little man sat back in his throne-like chair, his expression unchanging. Tonight's bespoke suit was in a deep navy blue that emphasized his permatan and dark eyes, and as always, his thinning hair was slicked back from his forehead. One could smell his cologne from across the office. Excuse me for rushing you, the gentleman said in that educated, I'm not a drug dealer accent of his, but I have another appointment. I would certainly hate to detain you. And your purpose is? Assail nodded once, and that was all it took. Eric flashed behind that raised desk and locked on the wholesaler, dragging him out of his heavy chair by the head. A taser later, and Ben Loy's was a limp doll in that very nice-fitting navy blue suit. As his cousin threw the man over his shoulder in a fireman's hold, no words were exchanged. No reason Tathe had sketched this out beforehand. The infiltration, the securing, the removal. Of course, it would have been so much more satisfying to stage a Hollywood movie confrontation whereupon Assail answered the wholesaler's question as to purpose in violent detail. The real world of kidnapping and intimidation, however, did not afford such immediate gratification. Not if you wanted to get your man and keep him. With Eric tight on his heels, Assail fell into a jog, crossing the office's glossy black floor and descending the stairs with alacrity. As they hit the gallery space, there was a moment of pause, a quick check for sounds of incoming confrontation. None. Just the muffled pant of the stabbed guard's dying breath and the copper scent of blood from his gut wound. Out through the staff-only door into the office space. Passing by those desks and the hanging mobile made of mangled car parts. The Range Rover was parked so close to the rear exit, it was practically in the building, and with sure moves, Assail opened the back seat and Eric threw Ben Loy's in there like a duffel bag. Then it was a case of slam, slam, screech. They were off and cruising at the speed limit between one heartbeat and the next, Assail in the front passenger seat, Eric sitting behind him with their cargo. Assail checked his watch. Total elapsed time was 11 minutes, 32 seconds, and they had a good number of hours before sunrise. Eric took out a set of handcuffs and clipped them to the art dealer's wrists. Then it was a case of slapping the motherfucker awake. When Ben Loy's eyes opened, he recoiled like he was in a bad dream. In grim tones, Assail finally answered the question that had been posed to him. You have something that is mine, and you're going to return it to me before dawn or I will make you wish you were never born. A half an hour after the epic confrontation with her husband, Beth was in the back of the Brotherhood's Mercedes S600 with her half-brother beside her and Fritz behind the wheel. The sedan was brand new. The wonderful smell of fresh leather and varnish like aromatherapy for rich people. Too bad the sniffy good wasn't doing a damn thing for her mood. As she stared out the tinted window, the descent down the snowy mountain to the rural road at its base seemed to go in slow motion, although maybe that was because the soundtrack to the trip, which should have been Vivaldi or Mozart if you went by the ethos of car commercials, was the toxic tennis match of that happy little chat with Wrath. Shit. Her Helrin had always been autocratic, and again, that had nothing to do with his station in life. Screw the crown, it was his personality. And over the last couple of years, she'd watched him throw that attitude around in countless situations, whether it was with the brothers, the glimmer, the staff hell, the TV remote. But with her, he'd always been not subservient. Never that. She'd always had the sense, though, that he deferred to her. Whatever she wanted, when she wanted it, and God save the fool who got in his way. So yes, she'd assumed the kid thing would be the same, that he'd cave, given how important having a baby was to her. Instead, total opposite. A soft touch on her elbow reminded her of two things. One, she was not alone in the sedan's vast back seat. And two, she wasn't the only person who had problems. Sorry, she said as she dropped hands she wasn't aware of having brought up to her face. I'm being rude, aren't I? Are you okay? John signed in the dim interior. Oh yeah, absolutely. She patted his heavy shoulder, knowing this whole thing with the seizures had to be weighing on him. The trip into town, the MRI, the results that were going to follow. More important, how are you? I guess Doc Jane made it to the medical center okay. Yup. Beth had to shake her head, her gratitude to Jane and her human partner, Manny Manello, choking her up. Those two are amazing. Human health care is expensive and tough to navigate. How the two of them pulled this off, I have no idea. Personally, I think it's a waste of time. He turned his head away. I mean, come on. I've had the episodes for how long? Nothing's ever come of them. It's safer to get everything checked out. John's phone went off with a bing, and he tilted the screen so he could see it. His checks. So she made it there okay, too? Yeah. He exhaled in a hard rush. This whole being driven in thing is ridiculous. I could make the trip in a heartbeat. Yeah, but if you're just a regular human, you'd come by car. Easier to keep the lie up, you know? Even better, we could have scrapped this bullshit. He laughed a little. I'll tell you, I'm sorry for whoever meets Shex at the door. She was prepared to do a sweep of the entire hospital complex, and when she's like that, you don't want to tell her no. The respect shining in his eyes was a stinger, considering the way Wrath had acted. Shex is one lucky female, Beth said roughly. It's the other way around. Trust Mui, are you looking like that? Like what? He seemed to flush, as if you're going to cry. She batted away the concern. Allergies. I always get watery eyes this time of year. Maybe I'll pick up some Claritin while we're out tonight. In December? Really? As she became the one who was looking away, Fritz picked up speed along the rural straightaway. Slowed down coming into a curve. Re-accelerated when they were out the other side. The Mercedes handled everything with total ease, the ultra-padded seat absorbing the shifts of her body, a gentle warmth being pumped onto her feet. They should have put the tagline Ambient Edition on the car. Although again, any Rockabye Benz Y effect was wasted on her. She had a feeling there was going to be no sleep at all until she and Wrath worked things out. Another tap on her arm. You know, you can talk to me about anything. Beth swept her hair back only to pull it forward over her shoulders again. Where the hell to go with that? There were so many choices, but John had enough on his plate already. Beth, seriously, how about we get through this with you and it'll give me something else to think about, and I could use that right now. When she didn't respond, he signed, come on, please. I'm worried about you. You are a total love. You know that? And you're not talking, are you? She stayed quiet for a while. Up ahead, a sign for the Northway appeared, the I-87 glowing in the headlights. If they got on and kept going, instead of taking the first of the downtown Caldwell exits, they could be in Manhattan in about an hour. Farther south than that would put them into Pennsylvania and then down to Maryland, and you ever wish you could just get away sometimes? She heard herself ask. Before Shex came around? Sure. But now? God, to think Wrath was the one she wanted to bolt from. Never saw that coming. What's going on, Beth? There was another long silence, during which she knew he was hoping she'd string some nouns and verbs together for his benefit. Oh, you know, just a marital moment. He shook his head. Been there, done that. It sucks. Too right. Finally, he signed, you can use Darius's house, you know, if you need some space. You gave it to me, which was great, but I always think of it as half yours, too. She pictured the federal-style mansion deep in human territory, and her chest burned. Thanks, but I'll be okay. And even if she wasn't, the last place she wanted to go was where she and Wrath had fallen in love. Sometimes good memories were harder to bear than bad ones. Can you at least give me a topic? My head is running in all kinds of directions. It was going to take them another 15-20 minutes to get to the St. Francis Medical Complex. Long time to sit in this awkward silence. And yet it seemed a violation of her and Wrath's privacy to talk about the baby thing, or maybe that was just an excuse to hide the fact that she didn't want to burst into tears. Do you remember anything about your seizures? I mean, like, when you're in them. I thought we were talking about you. We are. As he glanced over at her, she met his eyes. You were telling me something. Halfway through, you looked up at me and you were mouthing something. Can you remember what it was? He frowned as though he were running a check of his memory banks, his gaze going unfocused. I really can't. I got up to the top of the stairs, looked into Wrath's study, saw you, and then it wasn't until Shex took me down the hall to our room that my lights really came back on. They say it was in the old language. John shook his head. Not possible. I mean, I can read it some and understand a little if someone talks to me, but I can't speak it. She inspected the ends of her hair, even though she knew there were no split ends. One of the doggen had trimmed it just last week. Well, is there something you want to tell me anyway? She glanced over. You can be honest with me about anything. Wrath has like a dozen brothers. I only have you. John frowned again. No, A sudden trembling scrambled his hands, choking off whatever he was signing, and then he jerked back in the seat, his body going rigid. John. Beth reached out to her brother. John, oh my God. As his eyes rolled back in his head, the whites flashed like he was dying. John, come back. Jerking forward, she knocked on the partition. Fritz. As the butler dropped the smoky glass, she barked, It's having another seizure. Fritz's shocked eyes flipped up to the rear view. Yes, madam. At once. The old butler stomped on the gas, and as the Mercedes torpedoed up the Northway's entrance ramp, she tried to help John. The seizure had taken him over, though, his back straight and unforgiving as a ramrod. His hands curled up to his chest and cranked into Dracula claws. John, she begged in a cracking voice. Stay with me, John. 13. Tell me he's coming around again. As Assail spoke, he stared out the front windshield of the Rover, the hilt of a dagger locked in the grip of his right hand. They were deep into the woody fringes of Caldwell's zip code. No lights from dwellings twinkling through the tree line. No other vehicles coming or going along the icy, two-lane country road. Ben Loys had roused briefly, only to pass out again, which could well be a lie. Not yet, Eric muttered. But he's alive. Not for long. And naked, the fighter tacked on. Assail wrenched around just as his cousin collapsed his hunting knife. Naked, indeed. Ben Loy's bespoke suit had been beshredded, the fine navy fabric in tatters, the silk shirt underneath unfit even for a housecleaner's use. All jewelry had been removed as well, from the Chopard diamond watch to the gold signet ring, from the link bracelet to the cross on a thick gold chain. The booty was bundled into a cup holder, along with a cell phone that had had its battery removed so that any GPS signal would be cut off. The clothing had been left wherever it lay. Mayhap he was indeed unconscious. Difficult to imagine the man not struggling through that. How much farther? Assail demanded. Right about here would be sufficient, Eric said. The male's brother hit the brakes, threw the gearshift in park, and killed the engine. Immediately, Assail got out, looked around and reconfirmed their isolation. No lights from any dwelling. No sound of any traffic. No one anywhere. Shut off the headlights. With the flurries having abated and the moon making its appearance through spotty clouds, there was more than enough illumination coming through the pine trees. Assail sheathed his dagger and then cracked his knuckles. Get him up and out. Eric manhandled the deadweight with admirable aplomb. Given that Ben Loys was unclothed and limp, a piece of luggage that had no handles, as it were. The drug wholesaler returned to consciousness just as he was mounted against the icy cold contours of the Rover, and the jerk that announced his wake-up was carried through to all his limbs, his arms and legs jangling like those of a puppet. The cousins pinned the man against the SUV. The great Ricardo Benlois no longer seemed powerful at all. He'd always looked commanding in his fancy suits, but without benefit of those carefully constructed jackets and slacks. He was just a compilation of shrunken hollows, his ribs standing out in sharp relief, his soft belly protruding over bony hips, his knees wider than his thighs and his calves. "Let us not waste time," Assail said in a low tone. "Tell me where she is." No response. Benlois' body might have been weak, but his mind, his eyes were sharp as ever. Though he was at a mortal disadvantage, his will was unbending. That was not going to last. Assail drew his arm across his own torso and cuffed the man with the back of his hand. "Where is she?" Benlois' head ripped to the side as the slapping sound rang out, blood speckling Eric's jacket. "Where is she?" Assail hit the wholesaler again, his knuckles clapping hard enough to sting on the follow-through. "Where is she?" The cousins hitched their prisoner up higher as he began to sag. Assail snapped a hold onto the man's throat and helped in the effort until Benlois' feet dangled 6 inches off the snow. "I will kill you, here and now, if you do not tell me where she is." Benlois' eyes rolled around, but eventually met Assail's. And yet he said absolutely nothing. Assail tightened his grip until the airway compressed. "Marisol, you tell me where you have taken her." Benlois' mouth cranked open as he fought for oxygen, his thin arms pulling against what held them, his legs kicking so his heels pinged into the quarter panel. "Marisol, where is she?" Those eyes never left Assailis to the point where, under different circumstances, one might have respected the man's obstinacy. Now it was a lightning rod for frustration. "Where is she?" With his free hand, Assail reached in between the man's legs and twisted the balls that had tucked in tight to the torso. The scream that rose up was caught at the throat, Assail's hold silencing the sound. And he wanted to do so much more, but he couldn't kill the bastard. Not yet. Ordering his hand to release the airway, it was a moment before the digits obeyed. Benlois coughed and gasped, blood from his split lip falling upon his naked chest. "Where is she?" Not one word came in manner of reply. The bastard was not going to break. Not this way, at any rate, and as Assail's palm itched for his dagger, he didn't trust himself with that sharp blade. Gutting the motherfucker was not what he ultimately wanted. Assail moved in close. "I want you to pay careful attention now. Are you with me?" Benlois' head lolled, but his eyes did stay open. So Assail went around to the back of the SUV. Popping the hatch, he lifted out the bound and gagged man they had kidnapped before going to the gallery. Benlois' brother put up no fight at all. Then again, Eric had snuck behind Eduardo in his home and punched a syringe full of heroin into a thick vein in his neck. The man was now also naked, and the far fitter condition of his body suggested that he was both younger and more vain, had a spray tan over some measure of muscular development. Assail threw him at Benlois' feet. He didn't expect the surprise to sway things, but what was coming next would. While the elder Benlois watched, Assail rolled the unconscious man onto his back, removed the gag, and took out a second syringe. In its fragile belly, naloxone, the antidote used commonly in emergency rooms to combat opiate overdoses, was a clear liquid, and as he jabbed the needle into Eduardo's arm vein, it wasn't long before the pilot light came on again. Eduardo woke up in a rush, torso jerking off the snow. Assail took the man's jaw in a hard grip. Wrenching the head around, he growled, "Say hello to your brother, let us be polite." Eyes popping wide, Eduardo immediately started speaking in Spanish, and Assail cured him of the impulse by taking out his dagger and pointing it in his face. "Your brother has a place where he takes people to kill them. Where is it?" "I do not know what you are." Assail straddled the man and grabbed the hair on the top of his heados. Eduardo used a great deal of product. It was a greasy mess, but he managed to get a passable hold. Putting the blade under the man's chin, he made sure to speak nice and slow. "Where does he take people? I know there is a place private and secure. Not at his house. Not downtown." The elder Benlois' brother finally spoke in a rush, the words to his brother guttural and punctuated with ragged breaths. In response, Eduardo's eyes became even larger, and one didn't need to know Spanish to catch the drift. You say anything and I will kill you myself. Asael put his body between the two and got down eye to eye with Eduardo. I'm going to hurt you now. Pick a place, any place. Asael decided to start with the shoulders. With a quick stab, he thrust the blade deep into the flesh below the collarbone, painful, but not fatal by a long stretch. As his ears rang from the screaming, he kept the dagger in place. And his grip on the hilt. Where is it? When he didn't get an immediate reply, he twisted the knife. Where does he take them? More twisting. More screaming. Which was when Ricardo spoke up again. His voice cutting through the drama to reinforce his message. Agony was going to win, however Asael would make sure of that. Backing off and giving dear boy Eddie a moment to rest and recover. He watched the hilt of the dagger move up and down in time to tortured respiration. Oh, how the mighty had fallen. Eduardo was always the nattily-dressed financial controller. But here he was, hair a mess, eyes bloodshot, snow smudged all over his naked skin. Asael regarded him with all the compassion one would bring to still thrashing roadkill. Don't listen to him. If you do, I will kill you slowly. The only way to save yourself is to tell me what I need to know. Ricardo barked something sharply. Do not listen to him. Asael kept his eyes locked with Eduardo's. Talk to me. Save yourself. Eduardo kept trying to see his brother, but Asael shifted positions with that panicked stare until Eduardo moaned, his eyes getting hidden amidst his crinkled face. Asael gave him some more time, until patience was lost. Reaching out for the dagger, he announced, I'm going to hurt you again. It's north, Eduardo yelled. On the northway, north, southern side of Iroquois Mountain. Only road up to the property breaks off from the base. Go a half a mile and you'll see the drive. Up against the SUV, Ricardo exploded, fury evident in every syllable even if the sentence particulars were lost for lack of translation. Asael breathed in deep through his nose. There was no scent of subterfuge coming from Eduardo. Fresh blood, of course, and the acrid sting of terror. Also, a rather touching shame that reminded Asael of root vegetables fresh out of a cellar. The man had spoken the truth as he knew it. Put Ricardo back in the car, Asael said gruffly. Wait, he called out as the cousins complied. Turn him back around. Asael shifted so that he was behind Eduardo and propping the man's floppy torso up. Staring across the distance between Ricardo and himself, he said darkly, You take from me, I take from you. Jerking the dagger free of the shoulder meat, he streaked the blade directly across Eduardo's throat. Ricardo tried to look away, his torso twisting between the cousins. This is only the beginning, Ricardo. Asael shoved the choking, bleeding man out of the way like the garbage he was. We are just starting the now. He closed in on Benlois. I did, however, believe it was important for you to have one last memory of your brother's weakness. Just think, if he had been as strong as you, he could have died honorably. Alas, not his destiny. Asael got into the passenger seat in the front, retrieved his vial of coke. As he snorted 2 spoonfuls into each nostril, the cousins put Ricardo into the rear compartment, and the squeal of duct tape being ripped free attested to how secure his relations were making things. Reaching up and clicking on an overhead light, Asael unfolded a New York State map marked with 3 red, as on it and had no idea where to look. Eric got behind the wheel and put his iPhone in Asael's face. It's a 5-hour trip. Asael's head started to buzz. Even with Benlois in their custody, he was terrified about what was being done to Marisol. 5 hours was so long. Too fucking long in light of the previous 24 she'd already been gone. Damn it, why did Benlois have to be so strategic? Then we must needs get driving, Asael gritted out. 14. The Commodore was arguably the place to live in downtown Caldwell. Rising up over 20 floors high, the condo building overlooked the Hudson River and was cut up into large block apartments that had plenty of square footage, as well as state-of-the-art kitchens and bathrooms. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows meant the views in all 4 directions were as much a part of the decor as anything the owners put into the spaces. And there were rumors that celebrities, looking for a break from Manhattan, used them as drop pads. Speaking of which, there was even a helicopter landing square on the top. I.M. got off at the 18th floor and hung a right. Down about 100 feet. He stopped in front of a door marked 18A and popped the copper lock he and his brother had insisted on installing when they'd moved in 5 years ago. Walking into the 3,000-square-foot condo, his Merrills didn't make much noise even though the polished floor was bare of rugs and the modernist furniture was minimal not just in terms of style, but amount. Damn, that view was still amazing. Especially like this, at night with no lights on inside. The city had its evening face on, everything sparkling, from the patchwork of lights left on in the skyscrapers to the double arches of the twin bridges to the stripes of red taillights and white headlights moving next to the shore down below. So easy to forget that the heart of Caldy was a dirty place with as much poverty as wealth if not more. Up here, insulated from reality, with the wailing sirens and stench of garbage so far removed, it was tempting to believe in the sanitized version of the 518. But he was no fool. Across the way, there were sliding glass doors that led out to the terrace, and after hitting the lights, he crossed over and opened one up, a cold gust rushing in and agitating the stuffy interior air. His visitor wasn't due for an hour yet, but he wanted to make sure the place looked lived in. Doubling back to the open kitchen, he made some discreet clutter by popping a couple of already clean dishes into the rack by the sink and littering up the counter with, let's see, a spoon or two. A half-eaten bag of Cape Cod potato chips that were stale. An issue of GQ that he flipped through and left open to a page with a jacket Trez would like. Then he got the coffee started. He and his brother had no intention of ever coming back here, but he had to keep the place going because it was important that the Hisby have no idea that they'd moved. A search party in Caldwell was not going to be a value add, especially if it somehow culminated in a visit to the Brotherhood's mansion. I.M. pivoted to the glass door. Out on the terrace, a figure had materialized from the black night like a wraith, its robes thrashing in the stiff wind racing up the slick side of the building. "Welcome," I.M. called out to the high priest in a flat tone. "You're early." Okay, which one of them had lost track of time? The figure came to the doorway, walking in such a controlled, smooth manner you'd swear he was on a hover pad. "Am I invited in?" came a dry voice. I.M.'s heart skipped one single beat. Fuck, that was not the high priest. With those robes covering everything from head to foot, he'd assumed he knew who had come to him. This was worse. So much worse. The executioner's hood should have tipped him off. "Well, am I am." You could practically hear the nasty smile. Such alliteration on that. "Yeah. Come in," I.M. said, subtly tucking a hand under his jacket. With a flick, he released the holster strap across the butt of his Glock. "Never expected you in my house." "Interesting. I didn't think you were that naive." The male had to duck to make it inside. "And isn't this your brother's, too?" Christ, all I.M. could think of was the Grim Reaper. Then again, SX, as the Shadow Queen's enforcer, had killed enough things to fill a graveyard or two. And he was built for bringing death. The male was 7 feet tall and over 300 pounds easy. And that voice, coming from under the hooding? Pure evil. "So I heard you never let Anislai in," he said as he closed the slider. "I'm touched." "Don't be." Actually, the high priest thought this place was too contaminated by our contact with humans. "Coffee? Like this is a date?" As opposed to the high priest, SX didn't have any patience for the rules of court or the formality observed between members of the Hisby. Then again, the supreme ruler didn't keep him by her side for his charm. And yeah, why not? I like the idea of you waiting on me. I.M. ground his molars, but he wasn't going to get pissy. The Hisby had raised the stakes about 1,000 miles by sending this guy instead of the high priest, so things were already starting off on a bad foot. Going around the granite counter, he took 2 mugs down from the glass front cupboard and hoped the bastard didn't want milk in his. As he waited while the coffee maker burbled and hissed to the end of its cycle, the last thing he expected was for SX to come over and sit down on a stool. Normally the enforcer would have cased the place. Unfortunately, this probably meant he already had. "So you and your brother been busy lately?" SX put his massive forearms on the counter and leaned into them. "Well, have you? You mind taking that dress off?" I.M. stared right into the mesh that covered that face. "I want to see your eyes." "How romantic." "Not even close." You know, you haven't got a leg to stand on when it comes to demands. You hate wearing that goddamn hood. Don't front. Unlike some people, duty doesn't chafe my ass. Bullshit. The short pause told him he'd gotten through on some level. But that didn't last. Coffee's finished. Bring me mine, would you? I am turned away so that his tight jaw wasn't on display. Sugar. I'm sweet enough as it is. Yeah, right. I am brought over both mugs. If you want a straw for this, you're SOL. Sorry. SX revealed himself with a quick, no-fuss jerk of the headdress in spite of the fact that that thing must have weighed 30 pounds. And yup, underneath was exactly what I am remembered. Dark skin, cunning black eyes, head with the ceremonial shaving patterns, white tattoos down the throat that continued around every square inch of his flesh. And P.S., those tats were not made by ink. It was poison, injected into the skin in a pattern such that when the dermis died, it discolored. Most males, to prove their masculinity, had a small one on their Armand were sick for days. Nobody had the likes of what SX did. The bastard was a monster, especially as he smiled for some reason, probably the testosterone overload. His fangs were always fully descended. Happy now, he drawled. Not the word I would use. I took a draw off the rim of his mug. So to what do I owe this honor? Or kick in the nuts, as was the case. SX smiled a little, which was worse than his full-on grin. So you and your brother have been busy. You already said that. I've paid you a couple of visits here. Nothing special, just a flyby or two. The pair of you haven't been hanging here lately. Busy with the females. Working. Night and day then. Wow, worried about money. Do you need a loan? Not from you. I can't afford the vig. Too right. Black eyes narrowed on his own. So where are you? Around. Here now, obviously. I don't think you live here anymore. Then why are you sitting on something I own? I'll bet if I go in your room, the closet's empty. And I assume breaking and entering is part of your flybys unless you've changed your style. SX eased back and crossed his arms under his robes. Now how rude would I be if I did something like get in here and sniff around? It would be unthinkable. You're saying you haven't done that? Rolled his eyes. Really? No. Or I could be lying. Kind of like you are about living here anymore. Maybe you've just come while we've been out. Okay, let's look at tonight. Why are you in your coat? Why are the spoons on the counter clean? Oh, and that magazine? Last month's. And yet it's been open like you've been reading it. He even did the air quotes. And one already opened bag of chips does not a full pantry make. God damn it. Isn't GQ contraband in the territory? SX smiled again. Her Royal Highness likes to keep me happy. What can I say? Either that or the Queen herself was scared of the guy. Lowered his lids to half-mast. Talk to me. I thought I was. Or were we using sign language and I missed it? Except the enforcer got serious, frowning into his mug, going still. And the longer the silence lasted, the stranger things got. SX didn't waste time, and he had no patience ordinarily. The fucker was as decisive as a chainsaw. Waited things out for two reasons. One, what other choice did he have? And two, he was used to that by now. Thanks to Trez's shit, he'd had a masterclass in nothing I can do. SX's eyes shifted back over. The High Priest is coming to tell you that Trez's time is up. The Queen wants what she's been promised, and the daughter is ready to receive him. Any delay from this point on is going to have measurable repercussions. So, no lie, if you've got any way of making your brother toe the line, do it. Now. She's going to get you to kill him, isn't she? Said grimly. The enforcer shook his head. Not yet. I'm going to start with your parents. Your mother first. Then your father. And it's not going to be pretty. The male's stare never wavered. I've been ordered to tie her up and shave her head first, then rape her and cut her so she bleeds out slow. Your father is going to watch it all, and then what I do to him will be worse. If you honor them in any way, talk to your brother. Get him to the territory. Make him do the right thing. She's not going to stop until she gets him, and just so we're clear, I will not hesitate to do my job. I.M. braced his hands on the granite counter and leaned into his arms. The situation with their parents was complicated, to use a Facebook term. But that didn't mean he wanted them dead and or desecrated. As SX got to his feet and slung his executioner's hood over his shoulder, I.M. heard himself say, "You didn't touch your coffee. You might have poisoned it." The enforcer shrugged. "I don't take chances with anybody, sorry." "Smart." I.M. measured the male. "But then, you're a real professional. And I have my reputation for a good reason, I.M. "I know." He cursed under his breath. "I am well aware of your work. Don't pull my trigger. I didn't have parents and wish I had. I'm not looking forward to this. Goddamn it, it's not up to me." I.M. curled up two fists. "And I don't know if Trez is going to care, to be honest. He hates them." Sex shook his head. "That's not good news. For any of you. Why the hell can't she just get someone else?" "Not a question I'd be asking if I were you." SX looked around the apartment. "Nice place, by the way. Just my style, and I've been enjoying the view while I'm here." I.M. narrowed his eyes at the odd tone in that deep voice. "Son of a bitch, you get it, don't you?" "What?" "How someone would want out of the territory. To be free to live their own life." Abruptly, SX's face turned into a mask. "Don't know what you're talking about." The enforcer turned away and stalked back to the slider. As he moved, his robes wafted behind him, his body shifting with the grace of a predator. "SX." The male looked over his shoulder. "Yeah." I.M. reached out and took the coffee he'd poured for his guest. Lifting it to his lips, he drank long and hard, finishing the shit on a oneer even as it burned its way down to his gut. As he put the empty mug back down, the enforcer bowed. "You have more honor than most, I.M. And that's why I came to you. I actually like you, not that that's going to help you much further than tonight." "I appreciate it." The enforcer looked around, as if he were storing the memories for later. "Back at the Hisby. I'll do what I can to delay things, but this is on you. Your brother may be the one with his neck in a noose, but you're the guy who's going to have to get him where he needs to go. He's not clean, you realize?" "How so?" "He's been fucking humans. A lot of them." SX threw his head back and laughed. "I should goddamn hope so. If I were on the outside, I would. Bet your queen won't feel like that. She's your ruler, too, and I wouldn't play that card if I were you." SX pointed his forefinger across the distance. "She'll put him through a cleanse, and if he survives that, which is not a foregone conclusion, he'll never be the same. You need to shut your fucking mouth on his love life, trust me. Oh, and ANS Lie doesn't know I've come. Let's keep this our little secret, shall we?" After the enforcer went out and disappeared into thin air, I.M. strode over and closed the door. Then he proceeded directly to the bar at the far end of the open space and poured himself a bourbon. Looked like Trez's get-out-of-jail-free card had a hole in it. His sex addiction was not going to be the turnoff they'd been hoping it would. Great. And if SX hadn't shown up here and told him to keep all that fucking on the cutie? God only knew what would have happened. He hadn't even heard about cleansing, but he could guess. One thing was sure. He never thought in a million years he'd ever owe that cold-hearted executioner a solid. Then again, it looked like Trez wasn't the only one balking at the restrictions of the territory. The question was now what? And he had about 10 minutes to figure the shit out before the high priest got here. 15. "I never expected to see you again. They said you'd left town." As St. Francis's chief of neurology leaned into the computer screen, the guy seemed to be talking to himself. And sure enough, as Manny Manello didn't answer him, he didn't seem to care. Beth stepped in a little closer to take a look herself, although, come on, it wasn't as if the multiple views of her brother's brain up on that monitor meant anything to her. Hopefully, however, this guy in the white coat with the impressive credentials came at things from a different angle. The dim anteroom they were all squeezed into was like something out of a Star Trek episode. High-tech equipment whirring and blinking, the massive MRI machine in the chamber beyond kept separate by a thick plate glass window. And actually, the neurologist sitting in front of that banked console was kind of like Lieutenant Sulu as he faced off at the computer screens, the keyboards, a telephone or two, another laptop. "How long did this most recent seizure last?" the neurologist asked absently. "About 15 minutes. Beth answered as John glanced over at her. Any numbness or tingling? When John shook his head, Beth said, No, nothing. John had come out of the hollow donut about 10 minutes ago and changed from his hospital Johnny back into his relatively innocuous-looking jeans and Giants t-shirt. The 4 that had pumped contrast into his body was out of his arm, a little white band-aid in the place of its needle, and his shit-kickers were back on. He'd left his weapons at home. Shex, however, was fully loaded as she stood next to him. A black Nike baseball cap pulled down low over her eyes. Payne was the other backup, the fighter dressed in black and wearing the same kind of loose coat John's wife was. Beth did a retug of her own Boss Sox hat. It had been a while since anyone had seen her in the human world, and she didn't know anyone in particular at the hospital, but there was no reason to layer on more complication to this trip. Oh God, please let this be okay, she thought as that doctor scrolled through all the images again. Right behind him, not that the man was aware of it, Doc Jane was also peering over his shoulder at the black and white pictures in full ghost mode. The more eyes, the better. What do you see? Manny demanded. To his credit, the neurologist didn't spin back around until he was good and ready, and he addressed John when he finally faced the crowd. There's nothing abnormal in there that I can see. Cue the collective sigh of relief. And the first thing John did was grab Shex's tight body and haul her in close, the world obviously disappearing for them both. As Beth watched them, she knew she should be focused on the good news. Instead, all she could think of was how she was not only alone while she waited to hear whether her brother had some kind of embolism or tumor, or heaven only knew what horror in his brain, but there was a big-ass metaphorical pink elephant between her and her husband that was not going to go away anytime soon. Pink, as in baby girl color. Or maybe not. Maybe it was pale blue. All of the brain structure is normal. The doctor launched into a whole lot of physician speak that luckily meant something to Manny, given the nodding. But the lovebirds ignored all that, and their self-absorption was actually a beautiful thing to see. At least until tears of relief mixed with tears of sadness, and everything went wavy for Beth. Time to excuse herself. Murmuring something about making a phone call, she ducked out into the hall. The imaging facility was isolated in the basement of one of the many St. Francis buildings, and outside of it, there was a whole lot of nothing going on. No patients in transport, no carts of supplies rolling by, no staff rushing around in soft-soled shoes. Putting her head into her hands, she eased her butt against the wall and slid down to the floor. Thank God John seemed okay. So at least one part of her family was all right. I need you to hear this and know that it's the God's honest. I will not service you in your needing. Ever. Shit, she thought as she rubbed her eyes. Now she had to go back home and deal with all that. A little while later, the group emerged from Command Central, and she shimmied to her feet, trying not to look anything other than relieved at John's scan. The neurologist was staring at a check in his hands and shaking his head. Jesus Christ, Manello, did you win the lottery? Kinda. Thanks to Darius's investments, 50 grand to the neurology department as a donation was no BFD. And to think all the white coat had to do was shove her brother into his pinging machine for about a half hour. I'm just grateful you got us in, Manello murmured. The doctor turned to John as he folded the check and put it in his pocket. So, yeah, I still recommend the anti-seizure meds, but if you're dead set against them, the only thing I can tell you is try to keep track of the whens and wheres. See if there's a pattern. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. And know that I'm here if you need me. Remember what I said, though just because I can't see anything doesn't mean you're out of the woods. The episodes are happening because there's something wrong. Period. Thanks, man. Manello put out his hand. You're the best. The former colleagues clapped palms. Anytime, and I mean that. And if you ever want to come back, they'd take you in a heartbeat. You're missed here. Manny's eyes shifted over to Payne, and the secret smile that hit his lips was another source of awe. Nah, I've got it good now, but thanks. Chatter. Good OL days. Bye. Thanks again. And then the vampire contingency split off once again from the human one, Manny leading them out through a maze of bare-tiled corridors that looked exactly the point where she began to become convinced they were lost. Wrong. Either their man in front had a compass implanted in his frontal lobe or he remembered well his decade working in the place because eventually they hit ground level and went out the revolving doors they'd entered. Fritz was waiting by the curb, that huge black-on-black Mercedes looking like it belonged to a diplomat. Which was another reason the car was so useful. People tended to err on the side of not screwing with it like its inhabitants were really important or heavily armed. Fritz got more wave-throughs at stop signs and parking garages than she'd ever seen. Then again, he drove in the exact opposite way he moved. The elderly butler didn't have a lead foot. The damn thing was made out of tungsten. Let's go back now? John signed in front of her face like maybe he'd been trying to get her attention. Wayo, sorry. She pushed her hair back. Don't you want to go with Shex? I'm heading to the club, the female said. With Trez out, I need to check the traps. And that was a good, plausible excuse except it was impossible to ignore the side glances being shared among the group. This isn't about me, she muttered. Of course it isn't, John signed. You're doing a favor coming back with me, to keep me company. Fritz was only too happy to jump out and get her door for her, and as she ducked into the back of the sedan, she caught sight of Manny giving Payne a smooch and John lip-locking with Shex. As a wave of dread came over her, she thought fondly of getting drunk as opposed to confronting her husband. The only problem was that wasn't going to solve anything, and besides, she had always despised women who got lit. Nothing uglier or more pathetic. John got in on the other side, and then the Mercedes floated off, following the lane out from under the porte cochere and into the roadway that went around the medical center. With signs like Emergency Room, Farnsworth Rehabilitation, and Yardley Spine Center, it was like a highway with exits to towns you really didn't want to visit. Next to her, her brother kept looking over like she was a stick of dynamite and he was measuring how much wick was left before shit went Technicolor boom. I'm fine. Okay, I won't press. But here. Ha! He answered her question by passing over a white handkerchief. Why do I need? Fantastic. She'd started tearing up. Really, truly fantastic. As she blotted away tears she hadn't been aware of crying. She shook her head and let it all fly. I want a baby. Holy crap, that's awesome, her brother signed. That's a nightmare, actually. Wrath's a no-go. Oh, her brother mouthed. Yeah, pretty much. And I found out right before we left. My God, you shouldn't have come. I needed to get out of that house. And I wanted to help you. Well, Wrath's probably just worried about you. It's a scary thing for females. At this, his face got tight. I mean, Shex isn't into kids, and I gotta tell you, I'm relieved. Twisting the cotton square in her hands, she let her head fall back against the rest. But if I'm willing to assume the risks, I feel like he should go along with it. And by the way, it wasn't like he laid his argument out in terms of being worried for my health. It was just, I'm not servicing you. Period. John whistled under his breath. I know. Not our best moment. She glanced back over at her brother. I envy you and Shex so much. You guys are so in sync. Ha! You should have seen us a year ago. John shrugged. I didn't think we were going to make it. Really? Shit, yeah. She wanted to go out to fight and that was fine with me until it really dawned on me that she could get hurt. He circled his hand next to his brain. Fucked my head up bad. I mean, as a male, your woman is your thing in a way I don't think you females can appreciate. When it comes to Shex, I am literally not in control of my emotions, my thoughts, my actions as they relate to her safety. It's a kind of psychosis. When she didn't respond, he touched her arm to make sure she was paying attention. Sounds a lot like what you and Wrath are dealing with. Yeah, you can be all, it's about a kid. But given the mortality rates for females, in his mind, it's probably about your survival and he's picking that over any kind of son or daughter. God, maybe it made her a bitch, but she really didn't want to see Wrath's side of things. Especially not spelled out so rationally, assuming that was, in fact, how her man felt. She was still too hurt and angry. Okay, fine, maybe that's all true. But let me ask you a question, would you ever deny Shex a child if she wanted one? When he didn't answer, Beth said, See, you wouldn't. Technically, I didn't reply. It's in your face. Yeah, but it's easy for me to be all like, whatever because she doesn't want one. Maybe I'd feel differently if she did. The risks are real, and there's only so much medical management can do. I still say it's my body, my decision. But you're his primary concern. So he does get a vote. A vote's one thing. The royal veto's another. She shook her head again. Besides, if you're able to articulate the position of a bonded male, so should he. He doesn't get a pass just because he's the king. As sound bites came back from the confrontation, she got nauseous. His solution is to drug me, like I'm some kind of animal. I don't know if I can get over this. Maybe you should take a break. Like get away until you aren't so pissed off. Then come back and talk it out. She put her hand on her stomach, and as she measured the fat padding that was now there, she felt so damn dumb for sitting on her ass eating ice cream with Layla. She wasn't any closer to her needing whenever, if ever, that came. It was clearly going to be on its own schedule. All she'd done was make her pants tight and drive a wedge between herself and her husband. In the words of Dr. Phil, how's that working for ya? Great, Phil. Just awesome. Hell, maybe she should watch OWN more often. Dr. Phil reruns were on for like 5 hours every morning, Monday through Friday. Surely he'd done a show on couples who disagreed over the baby thing. Why don't you go stay at our father's house? John signed. She thought of the mansion. Yeah, no. I don't want to even think about that place. As if on cue, images of her and Wrath from back in the beginning hit her heart, especially the memory of their first official date. God, things had been so perfect back then. The two of them falling in love so easily. Wrath had had her over to the house and dressed in a Brooks Brothers suit for the one and only time in their relationship. They'd sat at the dining room table and Fritz had waited on them. That's when Wrath had told her she tasted like. With a groan, she put her head in her hands and tried to breathe calmly. Didn't work. Her brain seemed to have the mental equivalent of an arrhythmia, thoughts and memories from the happy past and worries about the grim future mixing into a jumpy, jerky mess. The only thing she was clear on. John was right. She couldn't go back home yet. The instant she saw Wrath, she was going to light into him, and that was going to get them nowhere. God knew they'd already had that conversation once. A repeat was just going to make things harder. Okay, she heard herself say. All right, but I need something to eat first. It's a deal. John signed. 16. As Wrath took form by the racist clinic, he sensed Vishouse materializing beside him and resented the fact that he was required to have a fucking babysitter. But at least V's medical knowledge was going to be a value add. 15 feet straight ahead, his brother announced. 4 feet of cleared pavement in front of you. Then it's snow-covered ground. Wrath threw out one stride and hit hard asphalt. With his next step forward, the snow absorbed his shitkicker. There was no bringing George to this. Blindness was not a virtue in times of peace for a ruler. During war, it was a critical weakness, and nothing said lights out better than a seeing eye service dog. Naturally, the retriever had been apoplectic at being left behind, but with Beth already pissed off at him, of course he'd had to alienate his damn dog. Next thing to work on. The Brotherhood. Although that set of hard-headed motherfuckers was too tenacious to be put off by anything less than an H-bomb. Stop, V said. Wrath came to a halt even though he had to grit his molars. But it was better than walking into the side of the building. There was a pause, during which V put in the code that changed every evening, and then they entered the shallow lobby, that trademark antiseptic hospital smell announcing that they were indeed in the right place. And shit knew he felt sick. His chest was aching, his head was pounding, and his skin felt too small for his bones. Clearly a case of assholitis. And it was probably terminal. Greetings, my lords. Came a tinny female voice, and even through the speaker, it was filled with awe. We're sending the elevator for you at this moment. Thanks, V gritted. Yeah, the brother hated Havers for a variety of reasons. Then again, so did Wrath. Just think, when the good doctor had tried to kill him a couple of years ago, it had seemed like such a big deal. Now, compared to the likes of Ecker and the band of bastards, one white coat with a bow tie and horn-rimmed glasses coming after him was a goddamn cakewalk. Shit, he wished he could go back to his father's era, when people respected the throne. There was the sound of an elevator opening, and then V touched the back of Wrath's arm. Together, they entered the compartment, and after a bing and slide of the doors, a sinking feeling confirmed they were heading underground. When the doors reopened, Vishouse got careful with the leading. He closed in so he was shoulder to shoulder and stayed that way, no doubt looking to casual viewers as if he were just a bodyguard doing his duty to the king of the race, instead of functioning as a surrogate set of eyeballs. A sudden murmuring in the waiting area was a sure sign they'd walked into a public place. And the reception at reception was likewise electric. "My lord," some female said, as a squeak broke out like a chair had been shoved back. "This way, please." Wrath turned his head to the voice and nodded. "Thanks for fitting us in." "Of course, my lord. It is a rare honor to have your presence in our blah, blah, blah." The good news was that he was fast-tracked to a private area with minimal interruption. And then it was a case of waiting. It wouldn't be for long, though. He was willing to bet Havers would put his running shoes on to get to wherever they were. Not that that tight-ass pussy would know what Nikes were necessarily. "Do, like, all hospitals have to have Monets in them?" Vishouse groused. "Guess the posters come cheap. This is an actual painting." "Oh, yeah." Clearly, they were in a VIP suite. Leave it to Haversa cliché even while at Sotheby's. He probably brought it over from the old country. Tasteless fool. Once you've seen a fucking water lily, you've seen them all. And I hate pink. I really hate pink. Although lavender is worse. As Wrath put his hands out to feel around, he thought of the impressionist paintings he'd seen back when his eyesight had worked a little. Talk about blurred vision, nothing like a half-blind painter's smudgy art being viewed by a half-blind asshat. Surrealists with their razor-sharp edges had been much better if he'd wanted to. Wow. His brain really didn't want to think about why they were here. "There's an examination table directly in front of you." "I'm not getting examined," Wrath muttered. "Fine, someone's grandmother's silk sofa is to your right." As he rerouted and took the couch route, he thought of how much he loved having his own in-house docs. Too bad Doc Jane and Manny couldn't answer his questions in this case. And yeah, he supposed he could have gotten the information another way, like have Fritz come here and ask things. But sometimes firsthand was the only way to go. He wanted to catch the scent of the physician when the male spoke. It was the only way to be sure it was the truth. "You going to tell me what this is about?" V demanded. A flicking sound was followed by a scratch, and a moment later, the scent of Turkish tobacco did away with most, if not all, of the bleachy ferment of oh so many Lysol moppings. When Wrath didn't say shit, V cursed. "You know, Jane can do this, whatever it is. She know about vampire kneadings?" "No? Didn't think so." That shut the brother up for a minute. In the silence, Wrath had an overwhelming need to pace, but that was a no-go. Assuming he didn't want to run over all of Havers's fancy furniture. "Talk to me." Wrath shook his head. "Got nothing good to say. Like that's ever stopped you before, true?" Fortunately, Havers picked that moment to come inanely to immediately stop short just inside the exam room. "Forgive me," he said to Vishouse, "but there is no smoking here." V's tone was bored. "Our species doesn't get cancer, is that a newsflash to you? It's because of the oxygen tanks." "Is there one in here?" No." "Well, then I won't go looking for one." Wrath cut off any further debate. "Will you shut the door? You fucking idiot. I just have to ask you a couple of questions. And tell your nurse to leave, would you?" "Of course." Fear spiked the air as the nurse departed and the door was shut. And Wrath didn't blame the guy for being nervous. "How may I be of service, my lord?" Wrath pictured the male from memory, imaging that Havers still had those glasses on his Ivy League-looking face, and that white coat with his name stitched next to the lapel. As if there might be some confusion around his clinic as to who he was. "I want to know what you can do to stop a female's kneading." "Crickets. Whole lot of crickets." Well, except for V muttering something that probably started with F and ended in UCK. After a moment, there was a creak, as if the good doctor had sat down next to Wrath's sofa. I am unsure how to answer that, my lord." "Give it a shot," Wrath said dryly. "And quick. I don't have all night." Quiet sounds suggested the male was fiddling with things. "Pen? Maybe a stethoscope? Has the female, has it commenced?" "No." The silence that followed made him wish he hadn't come here. He wasn't walking out now, though. and not just because he'd lost track of where the door was already. It's not my Shellin, by the way. It's a friend of mine. Jesus Christ, like he had an STD or some shit. But at least that loosened up the doctor. Instantly, the male's vibe calmed and his mouth got to flapping. I have no good answer for you, unfortunately. Thus far, I have found no way to halt the time's commencement. I have tried various drugs, even those available on the human market. The issue is that vampire females have an extra hormone that, when triggered, creates an overwhelming system-wide response. As a result, human contraceptive pills or shots don't have any effect on our females. Wrath shook his head. He should have known nothing about the reproductive cycle of a female vampire was easy. Dumbass scribe virgin. Oh sure, go ahead and create a race of people, and while you're at it, why don't you saddle them with some really tough shit? Perfect. Havers continued, his seat creaking again as if he were changing positions. Easing the female during her suffering is the only method I've had success with. Would you require a kit for your associate, my lord? Kit as in, for treatment of the needing. He thought of Beth sitting in that room with Layla. God only knew how long that had been going on, but more to the point, he was afraid it had worked. He'd totally gotten sprung in his Shellen's presence. And yeah, that was not unusual, except for the fact that they'd been arguing and sex had been the last fucking thing on his mind. Her hormones might well be in flux already. Either that or he was paranoid. Also a possibility. Yeah, he heard himself say. I want one. There was the sound of something being written down. Now, I will need the male in charge of her to sign for this. Either her Helrin, her father, or the oldest male of her household. I don't feel comfortable sending these levels of narcotics out into the world unaccounted for, and of course, there will have to be someone there to administer them to her. Not only will she in all likelihood be compromised by the needing, but let us be honest. Females don't have the best heads for these things anyway. For some reason, Wrath thought of Payne accusing him of being a misogynist. At least Havers totally lapped him on that one. Oh shit. How was he going to sign anything? Back home at his desk, Saxton always marked the signature line with a series of raised. I'll sign for it, V interjected sharply. And my Shellin, who's a doctor just like you, will take care of everything else. You are mated? The physician sputtered, as if there were a greater chance of a meteor dropping on his clinic. I mean, give me the paper, Vishouse said. And your pen. Cue more scribbling in an even more awkward silence. What is her weight? Havers asked, as there was a shuffling like he was putting something in a file. I don't know, Wrath said. Would you like me to see the female in question, my lord? She may come here at any time that is convenient. Or I could provide a home visit. 136, V said. And enough with the conversation. Get us the drugs so we can get the hell out of here. As Havers tripped over his own loafers to leave the room, Wrath leaned back until his head hit the plaster wall. He'd been unaware of being behind him. You want to tell me what the fuck this is about now? His brother bit out. Because I'm jumping to a lot of conclusions at the moment, and neither one of us needs that when you could just answer the cocksucking question. Beth has been hanging out with Layla. Because she wants. A fresh influx of Turkish tobacco hit Wrath's nose, suggesting the brother had just taken a deep drag. So you're serious about not wanting a kid? Never. How's never sound? Amen to that. Abruptly, V's shitkickers made tracks around the room, and man, that pacing stuff was something to envy. It's not that I don't respect Z and his little slice of nuclear. Thanks to those two females of his, he seems almost normal, which is a miracle in and of itself. So power to him, true? But that shit ain't for me. Thank God Jane feels the same. Yeah, thank God. Beth's not on that train? Nope. She's not even in that station, that town, or that part of whatever country your metaphor lives in. Wrath rubbed his forehead. On the one hand, it was great to have someone agree with him about the no young issue. It made him feel less like he was doing something wrong or being cruel to his Beth. On the other, that accord Vishouse had with Jane, it wasn't that you wished the shit you were going through on your brother. Not at all. But damn, he could have walked a marathon in those comfortable shoes. Thank you very much. As his brother paced and smoked, and they both waited for Havers to return with the knockout drops. For some reason, he thought back to his parents. The memories that he had of his mother and father were all about the Norman Rockwell well, dub in the old country language and changed the stage set to a medieval castle theme. But yeah, those two had had the perfect relationship. No arguments, no anger, just love. Nothing had ever come between them. Not his father's job, not the court they lived in, not the citizenry they served. Perfect harmony. It was yet another standard set in the past that he was failing to live up to. V let out a strange sound, part gasp, part curse. "Swallow your smoke wrong?" Wrath said dryly. Right next to him, the chair where Havers had been sitting didn't creak so much as curse like V had thrown all of his weight into the thing. "V." When the brother finally answered, his voice was low, too low. "I see you." "No, no, no." Wrath burst up. "I don't want no V. If you're having one of your visions, do not tell me what it—" Standing in a field of white. White. White is all around you. The fade? Oh fucking hell. This house. And you are talking to— Hey, asshole. I've told you all along. I don't want to know when I'm going to die. Do you hear me? I don't want to know. The face in the heavens. Your mother. Christ knew the scribe virgin had been MIA and then some lately. Is it your mother? Shit, he didn't want to encourage this. Listen, V, you gotta pull back. I can't handle it, man. There was a low curse, as if the brother were collecting himself. Sorry. When it hits in a rush like that, it's hard to stop. That's cool. Even though it wasn't. Not by a long shot. Because the problem with Vicious's premonitions, aside from the fact that they were always about people dying, no timeline. That stuff could be about Wrath keeling over next week. Next year. 700 centuries from now. If Beth died, he wouldn't want to live. All I can say is V exhaled again. I see that the future is in your hands. Well, at least that was generic and obvious, like an astrology report in a magazine, the kind of thing anybody could read into and feel as though it applied to them. Do me a favor, V. What? Don't see anything else about me. Not up to me, true? Too right. Just like his own future. But the good news was he wasn't going to have to worry about Beth's needing. Thanks to this miserable little visit, he was going to be able to take care of her when it came, without running the risk of pregnancy. 17. The year 1664. Leland. When there was no answer, Wrath, son of Wrath, knocked again upon his chamber door. Leland, may I enter? As king, he waited for no one, and there was not a body who permitted him to do aught, except for his precious mate. And as with this Eve, when there were festival gatherings, she desired to pretty herself in privacy, allowing him access only when she had prepared herself for his viewing and adoration. It was utterly charminga's was the manner in which their mated space was scented because of her oils and lotions, as was the way, even a year after their union, that she still ducked her eyes and smiled secretly when he wooed her, as was waking up every dusk with her against him and then fading off to rest at the dawn beside her warm, beautiful body. But there was a different edge to it all now. When was the waiting going to be over and not about gaining entrance unto their room? Enter, my love, came through the stout oak panels. Wrath's heart jumped. Turning the heavy latch, he shouldered the planks open, and there she was, his beloved. Anha was across the room, by the hearth that was large enough for a grown male to stand in. Seated at her dressing table, which he had moved by the fire for to ensure warmth, her back was to him, her long black hair lying in thick coils down her shoulders to her waist. Wrath breathed in deep, her scent more important than the oxygen that filled his lungs. "Oh, you look lovely. You have nae seen me properly." Wrath frowned at the tightness in her voice. "What ails you?" His Shellen turned about to face him. "Naught. Why do you ask?" She was lying. Her smile was a faded version of its normal radiance, her skin too pale, her eyes dragging down at their corners. As he strode across the fur rugs, fear gripped him. How many nights since her kneading had come and gone? 14? 21? In spite of the risk to her, they truly prayed for a conception, and not simply for an heir, but as a son or daughter to love and nurture. Wrath sank to his knees before his Leland, And indeed he was reminded of the very first time he had done as such. He had been right to mate this female, and righter still to place his heart and soul within her gently cupped hands. She alone he could trust. Anha, be of truth to me. He reached up and touched her face and immediately retracted his hand. You are cold. I am not. She batted him away, putting her brush down and getting to her feet. I am dressed in this red velvet you prefer. How can I possibly be cold? For a moment he nearly forgot his concerns. She was such a vision in the deep, rich color, the gold thread upon her bodice catching the firelight just as all her rubies did. Indeed, she was wearing the full set of jewelry tonight, the stones glinting at her ears, her neck, her wrists, her hands. And yet, as resplendent as she was, something was not proper. Do rise, my Helrin, she commanded, and let us proceed down unto the festivities. All and sundry are awaiting you. They may tarry longer. He had no intention of budging. Anha, speak unto me. What is wrong? You worry overmuch. Have you bled? He asked tightly, which would mean that a young was not within her. She put a slender hand over her belly. No, and I feel perfectly well. Honestly. Wrath narrowed his eyes. There was, of course, another issue that could be upon her heart. Has anyone been cruel? Never. In that she was lying for certain. Anha, do you think there is aught that escapes my knowledge? I am well aware of what transpires about court. Do not concern yourself with those half-wits. I do not. He loved her for her resilience. But her bravery was unnecessary if only he could find out who was tormenting her. He would take care of it. I believe I should readdress the gossips. You say nothing, my love. What's done is done. You cannot undo the presentation. Trying to silence any and all criticism or comment upon me would lead to an empty court. It had all started that night when she had been brought to him. He had not followed proper protocol, and in spite of the fact that the king's wishes ruled over the land and all its vampires, there were those who disapproved of so much, that he had not undressed her, that he had given her the ruby suite of gems and the queen's ring, and then conducted the mating himself, that he had immediately moved her in here, to his private quarters. His critics had not been appeased in the slightest when he had consented to a public ceremony, nor had they, even a year later, warmed to his mate. They were never rude to her in his presence. Of course, and Anha refused to say a word about what happened behind his back. But the scent of her anxiety and depression were too well known to him. In truth, the court's treatment of his beloved angered him to the point of violence, and created a rift between him and all who surrounded him. He felt as though he could trust no one. Even the Brotherhood, who were supposed to be his private guard and those whom he should have faith in above all others, even those males he was suspicious of. Anha was all he had. Leaning down to him, her hands cradled his face. Wrath, my love. She pressed her lips to his. Let us proceed unto the festival. He gripped her forearms. Her eyes were pools to drown in. And the only terror he knew in this mortal coil was that someday they might not be there for him to stare into. Halt your thinking, his Shellen beseeched. There is naught that will happen to me now or ever. Drawing her against him, he turned his head and laid it against her womb. As her hands threaded through his hair, he studied her table. Brushes, combs, squat bowls of chromatics for her lips and her eyes, a cup of tea beside its pot, a wedge of bread that had been nibbled upon. Such prosaic things, but because she had gathered them, touched them, consumed them, they were elevated to the heights of value. She was the alchemy that turned it all and him to gold. Wrath, we must needs go. I do not wish to. This is where I wish to be. But your cord awaits. He said something vile that he hoped became caught in the folds of velvet. Given her soft laughter, he ventured it had not. She was correct, however. There were many gathered for his attendance. Damn them all. Rising to his feet, he proffered his arm unto her, and as she looped hers through the crook of his elbow, he led them out of their chamber and past the palace guards who lined the hall. Some distance thereafter, they descended a curving stairwell, the sounds of the gathered aristocracy growing ever louder. As they closed in upon the great hall, She leaned on him more, and he puffed out his chest, his body growing in stature as a result of her reliance upon him. Unlike so many courtesans who were eager to be dependent, his Anha had always retained a certain prideful decorum within herself, so when, on occasion, she did require his strength in some way, it was a special gift to his most masculine side. There was naught that made him feel his male sex more keenly. As the cacophony became so loud it swallowed the sounds of their footsteps, he leaned unto her ear. We shall bid them a hasty good evening. Wrath, you must avail yourself of. You, he said as they approached the final corner. That is of whom I must be availed. When she blushed beautifully, he chuckled and found himself in fervent anticipation of their forthcoming privacy. Rounding the last turn, he and his Shellen came up to a set of double doors that were for their use only, and two brothers stepped forward to greet them in the formal proper manner. Dearest virgin scribe in the fade, he detested these gatherings of the aristocracy. As trumpets announced their arrival, the portals were thrown wide and the hundreds assembled went silent, their colorful dress and sparkling jewels to rival the painted ceiling above their coiffed heads and the mosaic floor below their silk shoes. At one point, when his father had still been alive, he could remember being quite awestruck by the great hall and the finery of the aristocracy. Now, even though the facility's confines were as vast as a hunting field, and its dual hearths the size of civilian dwellings, he had no such illusions of grandeur and honor. A third member of the Brotherhood spoke in a booming voice. Their Royal Highnesses, Wrath, son of Wrath, ruler of all that is within and without the race's territories, and Queen Anha, beloved blooded daughter of Trist, son of Trist. In a rush, the obligatory applause rose up and rebounded upon itself, each individual's clapping lost within the crowds. And then it was time for a royal response. According to tradition, the king was never to lower his head to any living soul, so it was the queen's duty to thank the assembled with a curtsy. His Anha performed such with unrivaled grace and aplomb. Then it was the gathered's turn to acknowledge their fealty with bows for the males and curtsies for the females. And now, with the group formalities exchanged, he had to go over to the line of his courtiers and greet them one by one. Striding forth, he could not recall what festival this was, what turn of the calendar's page or phase of the moon or change of season it marked. The Glimmerer could think of countless reasons to congregate, most of which seemed rather pointless, considering the same individuals showed up in the same venues. The clothes were different, of course, and the jewels upon the females. And meanwhile, whilst gourmet dinners were prepared and picked at, and slights and offenses were exchanged with every breath, there were issues of substance to be dealt with. Suffering of the commoners because of the recent drought, encroachment on the part of humans, aggression from the lessening society. But the aristocracy worried not about such things, because in their view, those were problems largely confronted by the nameless, faceless curs. Contrary to the very basic laws of survival, the Glimmerer saw little value in the population that harvested the food they consumed and built the structures they lived in and stitched the clothing that covered their backs. "Come, my love," his Anha whispered. "Let us greet them." Lo, it appeared he had halted without knowing. Resuming his footfalls, his eyes focused upon Ench, who was as always at the front of the line of gray-robed males. "Greetings, your highness," said the gentle male in a tone as if he alone were master of ceremonies. "And you, my queen." Enoch. Wrath looked down the courtiers. The 12 males were arranged by virtue of hierarchy, and as such, the last in line was barely out of his transition, from a family of great blood but lowly means. How fare thee? Not that he cared. He was far more interested in who amongst them had upset his beloved. Surely it must be one, if not all. She had no handmaidens at her own request, so these were the only figures she had any contact with at court. What had been said? Who had said it? It was with no small amount of aggression that he proceeded down the line and greeted each one according to protocol. Indeed, this ancient sequence of private address in the midst of a public gathering was a way of acknowledging and reaffirming the advisor's position within the court, a declaration of their importance. He could remember his father doing precisely thus. Except the male had seemed to actually value the relationships with his courtiers. Especially on this night, the son was not where the father had been, who had, At first he assumed his beloved had tripped and required more of his arm's strength. Alas, however, it was not her footing she lost. It was her balance. And all of it. The dragging sensation on his forearm turned his head, and that was how he saw it happen, the vital form of his Shellen going loose and toppling downward. With a shout, he reached out to catch her, but he was not fast enough. As the crowd gasped, Anha fell upon the floor, her sightless eyes staring up at him, but seeing nothing, her expression as blank as a mirror with no one before it, her skin even paler than it had been up in their chamber. Anha! He screamed as he crumpled to the floor with her. Anha! Teen. Sola woke up with a start, her face whipping off a cold, concrete floor, her body stretched out unnaturally. Flipping herself off her belly, her brain processed the status of her location in a split second. Cell with 3 solid walls and 1 with bars. No heat, no window, recessed light high above, stainless steel toilet. No cellmate, no warden that she could see. Next check-in was her body. Her head had splitting pains at the nape and in the front, but that wasn't as bad as what was going on with her thigh. That bastard with the dark birthmark covering half his face had shot her about 6 inches above her knee. The fact that she could lift her calf off the floor suggested he hadn't gotten bone. But talk about a case of the ouchs. The burning sensation coupled with the throbs was enough to make her nauseous. Silence. Across the basement, over on a wall, a pair of chains had been bolted into the concrete, and the wrist latches that hung off their ends were a promise of horror. Well, that and the stains between and below the setup. No security cameras that she could see. Then again, Benloy's was cagey. Maybe he'd use a camera phone to replay his version of home movies? With no idea how much time she had, she got to her feet. Fuck. Putting weight on her right leg was like taking a hot poker and shoving it into her wound. Then pulling a chubby checker twist. Let's try to avoid that, shall we? As she eyed the toilet, which was a good 5 feet away, she cursed again. This leg of hers was going to be a major tactical disadvantage because it was hard to walk without doing a zombie foot drag which made noise as well as slowed her down. Trying to whisper her way over, as opposed to creating a major audible disturbance. She used the loo but didn't flush. Then she backtracked to where she'd been. She didn't feel the need to test out the bars or see whether the door was locked. Benloy's wasn't into shoddy construction and wouldn't employ someone that stupid. Her only shot was to try to overpower that guard with the gun, and how that was going to happen in her current condition, she hadn't a clue. Unless, resettling down on the ground, she sprawled herself out in exactly the same position she'd woken up in. Closing her eyes, she was momentarily distracted by the beat of her own heart. Loud, really damn loud, especially as she thought of her grandmother. Oh God, she couldn't end here. And not like this. This wasn't an illness or an accident on a highway. This was going to involve suffering deliberately inflicted, and afterward, Benloy's was exactly the kind of sick fuck who'd send a piece of her back to be buried. Even if the recipient was an innocent party to all this ugliness. As she pictured her grandmother having only a hand or foot to place in a casket, she found her lips moving. God, please let me get out of this alive. For Vovo's sake. Just let me survive this, and I promise you I will get out of the life. I will take her and go somewhere safe, and I will never, ever do a wrongful thing again. Distantly, she heard a clank like a door was being unlocked, and then muttering. Forcing her breath to be even, she watched through the veil of her hair, listening to footsteps get closer. The man who came down the staircase was the one with that huge birthmark on his face. Dressed in black combat pants and a muscle shirt, he was grim, hairy, and mad. Goddamn idiot dying on me. Least that shut him the fuck up. She closed her eyes and there was another clank. Abruptly, his voice was much closer. Wake up, bitch. Rough hands grabbed her arm and flopped her over onto her back, and it took all her self-control not to gasp in agony from her head and her leg. Bitch! Wake up! He slapped her across the face, and as she tasted blood, she figured he'd split her lip, but whatever pain flared up was a drop in the bucket to that thigh of hers. Bitch! Another slap, even harder. Don't you fucking play with me. Her chest jerked up as he grabbed the front of her parka and ripped it open, and as her head scraped across the concrete, She couldn't keep in the groan. "That's right, I'll wake you the fuck up." He yanked up her shirt, and there was a little pause. "Nice." Her bra had a front fastener and he snapped that free, icy air hitting her skin. "Oh, that's yeah." She gritted her teeth as he felt her up, and had to force her limbs to stay limp as he went for the waistband of her pants. Just like with the flare she'd found in the trunk, she had one shot at this, and she needed him well and properly distracted. Even though she felt like she was going to vomit again. The guard stripped her jeans along with her panties off in a series of harsh tugs, her bare ass slapping against the cold, scratchy floor as he yanked and pulled. "You owe me this, bitch. Now I gotta tell him about that little shit you killed. What the fuck with your boots?" He frantically pulled the laces free and yanked the things off, one after the other. And while he worked on her, there was the temptation to try to kick him in the face, but she wouldn't have enough power at this angle to really do damage, and if she fought back too soon and lost, he was no doubt going to chain her to that fucking wall. As his hand went between her legs, she couldn't fight her body's panic at the invasion no matter what her brain commanded. Her thighs pressed shut around his wrist. "You awake now?" he gritted. "You want this, don't you?" "Relax," she told herself. "You're waiting for one thing and one thing only." His hand retreated, and then the sound of a zipper being yanked down gave her the extra incentive to let her legs fall open. She needed him to try to mount her. And what do you know, he gave it a shot. Shoving her thighs even wider apart, he got down on his hands and knees and began to crab walk into position. One shot, and she took it. With a sudden burst of energy, she jacked up and nailed a grip on the motherfucker's nuts like she intended to castrate him. And gee whiz, that was exactly what was on her dance card. Wrenching as hard as she could, she ignored the screams of pain in her thigh and her head and twisted with every ounce of strength she had. The guard let out a high-pitched holler, like a lapdog that had fallen into a deep fryer, and listed to the side. That was all she needed. Throwing him off of her, she jumped to her feet as he cupped his cock and balls and curled into a ball. Looking around quickly, she needed. Limping across in her socks, she unlatched one of the chains that had been intended for her and dragged it back across the floor. Coiling it up around her fist, the heavy links formed a cage around her tight hand. She went across and straddled the man's head and shoulders. "You want a good fucking, asshole? How about this?" Lifting her arm high above her head, she brought the weight down with as much force as she could, striking at his cranium. The man immediately let out a roar and tried to cover himself up top, his arms forming a barrier around his skull. Fine. Lobotomy later. She went for below his ribs, for the soft field of flesh that protected his kidneys and his spleen. Over and over again until he attempted a new defensive crouch. Back to the head harder this time, until she broke a sweat even though she was mostly naked and the cellar's air temp had to be in the 50s. Over and over. Again, anywhere she could find a place of vulnerability. And it was the strangest thing. She had all the strength in the world during the beating. It was as if she were possessed, her injuries fading into the background in deference to the superior need to ensure her own survival. She had never killed anyone before. Stolen from people? Ever since she was 11, sure. Lied when she had to? Yup. Broken into all kinds of places she hadn't been welcome in? Nailed it. But death had always struck her as a level she didn't want to go to. Like heroin to a pot user, it was the granddaddy of them all, and once you'd crossed that line, well, then you really were a criminal. In spite of all that, however, some minutes or hours or days later, she stood over a bloodied mess of a body. Sucking breath down into her lungs, she let her arm come to rest by her side. As her strength ebbed, her grip on the chain relented and the links uncoiled themselves from her fist, falling to the floor in a hiss. "Move," she panted. "You have to move." Jesus, when she had prayed for survival, she hadn't considered that God might give her the power to break one of his 10 commandments. "Move, Sola. You must move." Dizzy, nauseous, with a headache that was so bad her vision fizzled in and out, she tried to think. Boots. She was going to need boots. They were more critical than pants in the snow. Scrambling around, she picked up the first one she came to, only to have it slip right out of her hold. Blood. There was blood all over her, her right hand especially. Wiping her palms on her floppy parka, she went back to work. One boot, then the other. Laces sloppy but double-knotted. Back to her victim. She paused for a beat to take in the mess. Shit, she was going to be seeing this on the backs of her lids for a very, very long time. Assuming she survived. Making the sign of the cross over her chest, she got down next to the man and patted around. The gun she found was a godsend. So was the iPhone that was shit, password protected. Plus it wasn't getting a signal, although maybe that would change when she was above ground. All she needed was the emergency call feature, and then she could toss the thing. As she leaped out of the cell, she slid the bars shut behind her. She was pretty sure that the bastard was dead, but horror movies and the entire Batman franchise suggested that belt and suspenders were a good call when it came to bad guys. Quick survey. 2 more cells just like the one she'd been in. Both empty. That was it. Outside of the open area, there was a short hall and then that set of stairs, and it took her forever to get over there. Goddamn leg of hers. Pausing before she went up, she listened. No sounds of anyone moving upstairs, but there was a distinct smell of cooked hamburger. Guess it was her kidnapper's last meal. Sola stuck to the wall side of the steps, the gun out in front of her. The shuffling of her right boot kept to a minimum even though she had to stop and catch her breath twice. The first floor had plenty of lights going on and not much else. There were a pair of cots in the corner, a galley kitchen with dirty dishes in its shallow sink. There was somebody lying on a third cot by a bathroom. Please let that be the other dead guy, she thought, and shit, what kind of night was this that was even on her radar? The rhetorical was answered as she went in for a closer look. Oh, clamping a hand over her mouth, she turned away. Had she done that with the flare? Jesus, and that smell hadn't been from somebody doing a DIY Big Mac. That was human flesh burned to a crisp. Focus, she needed to focus. The only windows in the place were the squat prop-open casement ones that you usually saw in basements, and they were mounted high off the floor so there was no seeing out. And there were only 3 doors. The one she'd used to come up from the basement, the other that was open and flashing a toilet seat, and the last which certainly looked reinforced. It had a punch bar on the inside. She didn't bother to look for any more weapons. The .40 she had in her hand was sufficient, but she did go across to snag an extra clip from the kitchen counter. Hello, Powerball winning ticket. Car keys had been thrown casually with the clip, and if she hadn't been so afraid for her life, she would have taken a moment to cry like a little girl. Yeah, sure, whatever car she'd been in probably had a GPS tracker like the phone. But compared to the option of getting out of wherever she was on foot, she'd take it in a heartbeat. Limping to the door with her vision going wonky on her, she hit the bar and smacked right into the steel panel. Nothing budged. Trying again and again, she found the door locked from the outside. Damn it! And as she checked out the car keys, there was nothing else on the ring. No. Oh right, she thought. Mounted beside the door, there was a small square security sensor. Of course you'd fingerprint it on the outside and on the inside. Glancing over her shoulder, she looked at the body across the way, specifically the hand that had flopped off the cot and was hanging halfway to the floor. Fuck me. Going back to the dead guy, she knew dragging him over was not going to be a party, especially with her leg. But what other choice did she have? Glancing around, over in the corner at a makeshift desk, there was a rolling chair, like you'd find in a proper office. It even had padded arms. Better than yanking him across the floor, right? Wrong. Stuffing flare-in-the-face guy into the thing was harder than she'd thought, and not because rigor mortis was an issue, as he'd apparently died not long after she'd melted his puss off. The problem was the chariot kept slipping out of reach every time she got the deadweight thotha, anywhere near the padded seat. Not going to work. And P.S. The stench of that flesh was like a football coach urging her stomach to punt. Breaking off with the corpse, who was now half off the cot, she scrambled for that bathroom, and the dry heaves were so helpful. First of all, there was nothing in there to toss, and second, if she thought her concussion was bad before. Back at the dead guy's side, she went around to his shoulders, grabbed him at the armpits, and dug in with her good leg. His boots banged into the floor one by one as she got him completely off the makeshift bed, and those Timberland heels scraped their way over to the door. Fortunately, the guard had arms long enough to be a center for the Knicks, so she was able to stop a good 4 feet away from her target. His elbow even bent in the correct direction. The thumb went right where she needed it, and the light at the base of the reader went from red to blinking orange. The instant she got out of here, she was going to jump into that damn car and hit the gas. Red. The reader went back to red. So his print didn't work. Dropping his hand, she sagged in her skin and hung her head. As a wave of pass-out threatened, she took some deep breaths. The other guard was now locked in the cell all the way in the basement, and she'd barely been able to get this one across the damn floor. How the hell was she going to hump the man she'd killed up here? Other man she'd killed, that was. And shit, she'd locked him in downstairs. If that cell was print-locked, too, she was liable to starve to death first. Unless Benlois got here soon. Leaning up against the wall, and bracing her hands on her good knee, she tried to think. Looked like God had taken her prayers literally. She'd gotten out of the trunk after her first, "Help me, Father," the second, "Dear Lord, please let me get free," had only sprung her from the jail, but not the house. As she offered up a third prayer, she got real specific. "Oh Lord, I promise to get out of the life if you let me see my grandmother's face once again." Wait, that could happen if she were on the verge of death and somehow Vovo came here or to a hospital. "Dear God, if I can just look into her eyes and know that I am home safe with her, I swear I will take her somewhere far away and never again put myself in harm's way." "Amen," she said as she struggled to straighten. Reaching deep, she found the strength to weave her way back to the stairwell and, Sola stopped, pivoted back to face the counter where she'd found the car keys and the clip. Locked eyes on a solution that was at once utterly repugnant and evidence, arguably, that God was listening. It appeared as if things were looking up. In a sick way. 19. "There it is," Assail said, pointing through the windshield. The turnoff. He had waited a lifetime for the nearly hidden, evergreen-choked lane that finally saw fit to make an appearance about 50 feet ahead. As Eric's phone had prescribed, they had followed the Northway all the way through the Adirondack Park, past a place called Lake Placid as well as some mountain that, considering what they had in the back, was rather fitting. Gore Mountain. And hadn't he seen something about a ski resort called Killington? His kind of recreation, indeed. It had been such a long trip. Hours and hours, each mile under the tires of the Range Rover like an endless succession of hurdles to be surmounted. "Thank fuck," Eric muttered as he wrenched the wheel, and they bumped onto a miserable stretch of earth. The ascent that followed was best suited to goats, and fortunately the Rover's superior traction turned whatever version of Goodyear they were riding upon into quite passable hooves. It was, however, another endless delay, to the point where Assail became convinced that they had chosen the wrong way. Although Benlois himself was with them, one wouldn't have put it past the man to have some sort of edict in place whereby if he didn't contact the captors within certain parameters, whoever was in custody would be eliminated. Assail propped his elbow on the door and leaned his face into his open palm. The fact that his Marisol was a female made him ill. Males could be hard enough on members of their own sex. Thinking about all the things that could be done to a woman was a nightmare he prayed had not been made manifest. "Faster," he gritted. "And run the risk of losing a shock absorber? We must needs get down off this pile of rock." Just when Assail was ready to roar, the end of the trip presented itself abruptly and without fanfare. A single-story concrete structure with all the charm of a kennel came into view, and before they even closed in, he popped his latch and began to jump out. At that very moment, the door to the place swung wide. And for the rest of his life, he would never forget what came out of there. Marisol was naked from the waist down, a parka that he recognized flagging wildly behind her as she lurched into the night. Spotlit and blinded by the headlights, she glowed red, blood streaking down her legs and up her ghostly torso, her face grim as death as she pointed a gun straight in front of her. "Marisol," he screamed. "Don't shoot. It is Assail." He put his hands up in the air, but it wasn't as though she could see him. "It is Assail." She stumbled to a stop, but like a good girl she kept that gun up as she blinked myopically. "Assail?" Her voice cracked with a despair that changed him forever. As with the vision of her, he would hear that tone frame the two syllables of his name for years yet to come. In his nightmares. "Marisol. Darling Marisol, I have come for you." He wanted to tell Eric to kill those lights, but he didn't know who else had been in there with her and whether anyone would be chasing after her. "Marisol, come unto me." The way her hand shook as she brought it to her head made him want to go to her. But she seemed unsure of what was reality and what might have been a phantom of her imagination. And with that gun, she was as dangerous as she was vulnerable. "Marisol, I promised your grandmother that I would save you. Come unto me, darling one. Come unto my voice." He held his arms out into the darkness. A sail, as she took a step forward. He realized she was limping. Badly. But then, of course, some of that blood had to be hers. "She is going to need medical care," he said aloud. Damn it, how could he get her treated? If she died on the way back, how much of that blood was hers? As she took another step and one more, and still nobody emerged in her wake, he had some hope that not all of what covered her was her own. "Come unto me." As he heard his own voice break, he could feel Eric shooting him a shocked look from the SUV. "My darling." Marisol moved that shaking hand over to shield her eyes, and for some reason, that brought the fact that she was naked into full focus. His throat stung so badly he could not swallow. "Fuck this." Assail shoved his gun into his belt and rushed forward to meet her more than halfway. "Assail, is it really you?" she whispered as he came close. "Yes. Please don't shoot, come unto me, darling one." As she let out a sob, he grabbed her and hauled her up against his chest, the muzzle of that gun of hers going right into his sternum. If she pulled that trigger, she would kill him outright. She did not. With a sob, she gave herself over to his strength, and he held her up from the ground as she crumpled. She weighed nearly nothing against him, and for some reason that terrified him even more. Accordingly, he allowed only a moment of communion, and then he needed to get her safe. Swinging her up into his arms, he turned and ran for the bulletproof Rover, ran into those headlights as if they were a heavenly safety zone. Eric and his brother anticipated what he wanted to perfection. They jumped out of the Rover and left open the backseat doors whilst they removed Benlois from the rear and kept that man away from sight. Marisol did not need to know of his presence. Placing his female in the back, Assail broke out the sleeping bag he had packed, along with the water and power bars he had brought for her. Covering her nakedness, he held on to her as she fell into a fit of trembling. "Marisol," he said as he pulled back. "Eat, drink. Eric, my cousin, shall take you." Her nails bit into his forearm even through the heavy sweater he wore. "Don't leave me." He touched her beautiful face. "I must needs work herein for a moment. Things must be attended to. I shall meet you on the road." He wrenched around. "Eric! Evail!" The two males came over and for a moment, he considered driving her away himself. But no, vengeance needed to be served, and he was the one to balance the scales. "My darling, look unto my relations." As he eased back so they could lean in and show their faces, he was thankful they had his exact coloring, and that their features were so like his own. Indeed, the three of them had been mistaken for brothers. "They shall carry you unto safety and put their lives before your own. I shall join up with you anon. I shall not be long, I swear to you." Her frantic, harried eyes bounced back and forth as if she were trying desperately to hold herself together. "Go," Assail hissed, glancing at the facility. "Go now." And yet he found it impossible to turn away from his Marisol. She had been abused, and her state of undress suggested that. Eric gripped his upper arm. "Be of ease, my cousin. She shall be treated as our precious sister." Even Evail spoke up for once. "She will be well in hand, cousin." Assail had a moment of connection with the males, words of gratitude clogging his throat. In the end, all he could do was bow unto them. Then he had to lean back into the SUV. "I shall not be long." On an instinct, without being conscious of deciding to do so, he kissed Marisol on the mouth. "Mine," he thought. Forcing himself to refocus, he grabbed his backpack, shut the SUV's door, and stepped away. Eric, bless him, was careful to turn the vehicle around so that Benlois was not illuminated in the headlights. And then the Rover sped down the uneven path. Oh, how he wished that lane had been paved. He wished it were a fucking highway with a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit. Or better yet, that they had come via helicopter. After the headlights had disappeared, he took out a headset and put it on, clicking on its miner's light. Then he went over to Benloy's, grabbed him by the duct tape straps about his ankles, and pulled him across the snowy ground to the open entry. Dropping the legs, he palmed his gun and pointed it at the man. "Just to make sure you stay put," Assail ground out. Pop! Benloy's jerked in tighter, trying to protect his gut too late. The bullet was already in there and leisurely doing its job. While painful and debilitating, intestinal wounds took their own sweet time accomplishing their goal. Although Assail didn't plan on keeping the bastard waiting long for his death. Striding into the dwelling, he kept his weapon up and his eyes sharp. What he found inside gave him pause. Directly by the open door, a severed human hand lay discarded, as if its purpose had been served and it was no longer of value. The body it had been attached to was right there as well. No, that corpse had 2 hands although no face to speak of. So there was at least one other dead inside. His Marisol had clearly fought for her freedom like a banshee. Walking around the open floor space, he saw nothing of value or interest or anything that could detain an individual. But over in the far corner, there were a set of stairs descending to a lower level. He double-checked on his captive. Benloy's remained writhing in the snow just outside the main door. His dark eyes open and blinking unevenly, his upper lip peeled back, his porcelain caps glowing in the ambient light. Best to take him with. Assail went over and yanked the man up to his feet. When Benloy's failed to stand on his own, it was the work of a moment to drag his 140-pound weight into the interior. Then together, they promenaded over to the staircase. Down into the underground, Benloy's useless feet bouncing behind them like balls. And there was the evil. The lower floor was made up of a large open space with 3 cells and a wall of horror. One of the cells was not empty. There was a man with a brutalized face and neck lying on his back, staring at what you could only hope was hell. His right arm had been pulled through the iron bars, and the bloody stump announced that his was the hand that had been taken. For a moment, Assail felt his heart sting with desolate pride. Marisol had gotten herself out. No matter what they had done to her, or how few her resources had been, she had triumphed over her captors, bringing them not just to heal, but to their graves. It was at that moment that he knew he was lost to her. He was in love with this woman, and indeed, it was sick to feel those depths in the midst of this carnage and violence, but the heart was where it was. And as Assail pictured his Marisol chained to that stained stretch of concrete wall, he became rageful to the point of insanity, a stampede of bulls racing through his body, their 1,000 hooves driving him into madness. Wheeling around on Benloy's, he bared his fangs and hissed like the vampire he was. In spite of being shot, the drug wholesaler recoiled. Madre de Dios! Assail scrummed down, getting in the man's face. That is right. I am nightmare come upon you. There was only one chain hanging from the wall. The other was coiled on the floor inside the locked cell, the blood that painted the links proving it had been the murder weapon Marisol had used. It would be put into service yet again. Assail dematerialized through the bars and picked up the sticky, copper-scented links. Oh, Marisol, would that you had not had to be so brave. As Assail dematerialized back out, Benloy's was no longer the in-control businessman who was used to holding all the cards. Unlike the dead bodies and the blood, or even the loss of his brother and the threat to his own life, all of which he had been able to mostly retain his composure around learning Assail's true identity, sent him over the edge. Whimpering, crying, praying, the man lost control of his bladder, urine pooling out of his shrunken cock onto the concrete floor. Assail stalked over to the wall and reattached the chain. Fortunately, there was nothing fresh upon the stained surface. There was going to be, however, manhandling Benloy's shrieking, flopping, pissed-on body off the floor. Assail bit through the duct tape tethers at the man's wrists and cuffed him to the wall Christ style by shortening the lengths until his hollow torso was pulled flat. Assail shucked his backpack and unzipped it. As he looked at the amount of explosive he had brought with him, he knew it was more than enough to blow the facility sky high. He glanced at Benloy's. The man was crying all over himself, shaking his head as if he were hoping to wake up. Indeed, you are truly conscious, Assail gritted. That shall not last, however. Pivoting to face the cell, he pictured his Marisol in there, terrified and worse. His heart thumped in his chest. If he blew this place up, Benlois would be home free, dead and gone mayhap to hell. But as one could not be sure of the afterlife until one got there, it seemed far more prudent to err on the side of real-time suffering. He had intended to kill the wholesaler first, then set the explosives and detonate them from a distance. But that was not as equitable as it should be. Marisol had suffered. A growl vibrated up through his chest as though his very body were protesting at the prospect of being cheated of the death. No, he told himself. Better this way. Too bad only part of him believed it. Assail re-zipped his backpack and strapped the thing on again. Going to first one and then the other of the chains, he inspected them for security. Indeed, they were well and truly placed. The same was true for the cuffs upon those wrists. Snapping out a hold, he took Benlois' chin and forced the man's head back. With another hiss, he bit into the flesh by the carotid, ripping a hunk out and spitting it onto the floor. The blood tasted good in his mouth and his canines tingled in anticipation of more. Except they would be denied. The bite was but a symbol of what as a male he was driven by instinct and custom to do in the protection of his female. And he would have torn the neck fully open if Benlois himself had not been into torture. As his prey spoke in a rush in that foreign tongue, Assail fought the battle to leave the man alive. Cruelty was going to require self-control in this circumstance, and ordinarily that was not a problem. Nothing involving Marisol had been ordinary, however. Assail slapped the man into silence. Jabbing his forefinger into that face, he growled. She was not yours to take. Do you hear me? Not yours. Mine. Before he lost his hold upon his temper, he stalked off to the stairs, leaving the lights on so that Benlois was fully aware of where he was. A prison of his own, making with naught but the remains of one of his bodyguards to keep him company. Mounting the steps 2 at a time, Assail knew there was a possibility someone could come and free the wholesaler, but it was remote. Benlois was notoriously secretive, and with Eduardo dead, the only people who would miss him were guards and staff, and given the cagey manner in which the man operated, there would be a lag before the troops marshaled up conversation and discovered that each individual was not so much out of the loop as that there had been no contact from their superior to anyone on the team. After that, it was an open question whether any of them would actually look for their boss. People who operated in the underground world scattered. When it came to complications like this, no one was going to risk getting killed or handcuffed by the human authorities just to save somebody else's skin. Benlois was going to slowly die alone. And when someone found the bodies inside the facility, this year, next, a decade from now, the cover Benlois had constructed was going to be blown. Upstairs, Assail performed a sweep of the open room. He found 2 more phones, which he turned off, removed the batteries, and slipped into his pack. He left the guns and ammo, and was careful to shut the door and test that it self-locked. It did. Walking around the squat little building, he found a petroleum tank in the back. Locating the gauge, he noted that it was only a quarter full. Given how cold it was at this elevation, he guessed that the supply would run out within a day or 2. The bodies would be stored in a rather cool environment. Good to keep down the smell, not that there was going to be much of that getting out, given the small windows upstairs, all of which were closed. He was about to take off when he noticed a car parked off to the side. Heading over, he lifted its camouflage cover and tested one of the doors. Locked. If he blew it up, the fireball would attract attention, and that was not desirable. He let the tarp fall back into place. Closing his eyes in preparation to dematerialize, he saw his Marisol coming out of that door, and it was as he shuddered that he became one with the night air, casting his molecules to the south, to a rest area approximately 20 miles down the northway. Reforming, he got out his cell and dialed Eric. 1 ring. 2. 3. She is just fine, his cousin said by way of greeting. She has eaten and had some water, and she is anxious to see you. Assail sagged in his own skin. Well done. I am where we agreed. Did you accomplish all and sundry? Indeed. Is there anyone upon you? Neither in front nor behind, and we are but 2 miles from you. I shall wait here. Hanging up, he stared at his cellular device. His first instinct was to get her to his home, but she was going to require medical attention and she would want to be cleaned up and clothed before her grandmother saw her. Asael's next call was to his own home, and when the heavily accented female voice answered, he found himself blinking away tears. "Madam," he said roughly. "She. Not dead," the old woman moaned. "Meu Deus, tell me she is alive. I have her." "What? You say again, please." "Alive," although he wasn't sure about any kind of well part. "She is alive and within my care." Frantic speech now in the mother tongue. And though Asael knew none of the words, the meaning was not only clear, but something he agreed with. "Thank you, scribe virgin," he thought, even though he was not religious. "We are far from Caldwell," he told her. "We may not make it before dawn, in which case we shall be home after sunfall." "Speak to her? May I?" "Of course, madam." Up ahead, a pair of headlights mounted a rise on the highway and came down toward him, pairing off on the exit ramp. "I need but a moment, and I shall put her on." The Range Rover piloted directly over to him, taillights flaring as Eric slowed. "Here she is, madam," he said as he opened the rear door. Marisol was wrapped in that sleeping bag, and her color was bet-rat least until she looked at him, and what little blush she retained in her cheeks immediately disappeared. As Asael felt confusion, Eric twisted around, glanced at him and recoiled. With a quick circle, he indicated his own face. "Oh shit." Asael must have blood all over his mouth. "Your grandmother," he blurted, shoving the phone at Marisol. Sure enough, that did the trick to redirect his female's attention, and as she reached out like he was offering her a lifeline, he res-hut the door. Wheeling around, he headed to the public facility behind him at a dead run, located the men's room portion, and entered the lineup of urinals and toilet stalls. Over at one of the sinks, he looked into the flat panel of stainless steel that served as a mirror. Fuck! Not what any female wanted to see, especially after she had been subjected to a capture. His face was indeed covered with blood, his jaw and lips marked with the stain, and his fangs, the tips of his fangs showed. Hopefully the gore of his visage had been what she'd reacted to. Bending down, he attempted to turn on the water and cup his hands, but the faucets were the kind one had to hold in place to make operational. The process took him too long, filling a single palm and bringing it to his face over and over again. And then there was nothing to dry himself off with. Sloughing his hand down his features, he assessed his hair, which thanks to Paul Mitchell had retained some semblance of attractiveness. Was he honestly trying to better his looks in this situation? How ridiculous! As he strode back to the Range Rover, he knew he was going to have to make a third phone call when his Marisol was done with her grandmother. His female was going to need medical treatment. Where to go, though? In the old country, there had been no physicians of the race available for him and his cousins. Fortunately, however, he and his relations had been able to rely on a human or two who would come after hours and ask no questions. He did not have such arrangements in the New World. Accordingly, there was only one person he could contact, and hopefully there would be a solution that was up to his standards. Marisol deserved the best, and he would settle for nothing less. 20. Sitting in the back of the Mercedes, John Matthew watched through the windshield as his sister hesitated on the threshold of their father's house. The mansion's double-sized door was wide open, and he'd gone inside and turned on the front hall light for her. Her silhouette cut through the glow that spilled out into the night, the black shape like a shadow thrown. Jesus, if she had a child, it was going to be the future king or queen. And didn't that add another facet to the should we or shouldn't we stuff? "May we depart, sire?" Fritz asked from the front. John whistled an ascending note, then rubbed his face and eased back into the seat. He was fucking exhausted. The contrast they'd put into his arm had made him feel weird, and then there was the crackling anxiety he'd had inside the MRI while the machine had ping-ponged around him. Open MRI, his ass. Yeah, sure, it was better than being pumped into that jumbo tube and sealed in tight like he was toothpaste, but it was hardly an easy breather situation. Oh, plus, you had hanging over your head the happy acts of maybe you had a tumor. To quote Arnold. At least he didn't have to worry about that, apparently. And screw the anti-seizure drugs. He was going to be fine. He was tight. Yup, totally. Shit. What if he had an episode while he was out fighting? Whatever. He couldn't worry about that. With a bing, his phone announced a text had come through. Palming the thing, he frowned at what Tor had sent out to everyone. Extra presence needed at clinic. ETA of visitors, 55 minutes. Check in W status, stat. John tapped out a quick reply, on way back. Am avail. He wasn't sure how to finish things. As soon as they got home, he was going to ask Fritz to pack up the stuff Beth had asked for and then find Wrath. Talk about your shits. Telling the king that his mate wasn't coming home for the day was going to be about as much fun as one of his seizures, but someone had to let the guy in on her plans, and evidently it wasn't going to be Beth. She told him flat out that she wasn't in a big hurry to talk to her husband. Or be around him, evidently. After leaving the medical center, she'd asked Fritz to drive them around for a while before she'd settled, at John's suggestion, on an all-night Chinese restaurant on Trade that just happened to be, oh hey, right down the street from the Iron Mask. It wasn't like John couldn't take care of his sister, but it was good to know there was plenty of backup available a little over a block away thanks to his mate and her 12-ton bouncer squad. While they'd eaten, Beth been mostly quiet, although she'd had a hearty enough appetite she'd finished her beef with broccoli and then polished off his KPC along with a half-dozen fortune cookies. When they were done, she hadn't wanted to get back in the car yet, so they'd strolled up Trade Street for a while until there was no more time left. Obviously, she'd been torn about staying in town or going back home. Man, he felt for her. What a mess. And it was funny, as much as he hated getting in the middle of things, there was nothing he wouldn't do for her. Nothing. God, what had he been mouthing during that seizure? About 20 minutes later, Fritz brought them safely to the Brotherhood's secret compound. Circling the fountain in the center of the courtyard, he pulled into a space between Rage's purple GTO and V's brand new black-on-black R8. The brother still had the Escalade, of course. Just the newest version of it. Getting out, John walked with the butler to the grand entrance. Unlike his father's other place in town, this mansion was more fortress than home, its great stone walls rising up from the earth, as indestructible as the mountain they were built on. If the eastern seaboard was carpet-bombed for some reason, this place, Twinkies and cockroaches, that was all that was going to be left. John tapped the butler on the arm just as Fritz reached for the massive door's bronze handle. You'll get her things? But of course. The dog Jen looked worried. Just as she asked. The implications of the queen crashing somewhere other than in her own bedroom with her mate had not been lost on Fritz, but he was far too discreet to ask questions or make a fuss. Instead, he just radiated anxiety to the point where if you'd had marshmallows and a stick, you probably could have made esmores from the doggin's aura. Entering the vestibule, John put his face into the security camera and waited for a response. Ever since the first family had moved in, there were no keys to the house, no way of gaining access unless you were let in by someone already in the interior. And a moment later, the lock was sprung, and they were allowed to step through into the majestic front foyer. So much gold leaf, so many crystals, and those colored marble columns? It was a czar's palace relocated to the mountains outside of Caldwell. How had his father pulled it off? John wondered. In 1914? No clue. And even more impressive. For nearly a century, Darius had somehow been able to keep humans from prying into the private property, the Lessers locked out of it and the Symphoths clueless as to its coordinates. This location and its underground training center had not been compromised in all its history. Even during the raids. Quite an accomplishment. Quite a legacy. God, he wished he'd known his father. Wished the brother was still around because he could sure as hell have used some advice on how to tell Wrath what was going on. Pausing in the middle of the depiction of an apple tree in full bloom, John let Fritz go right ahead, the butler mounting the Buckingham Palace-worthy staircase at a spry jog. Wrath was undoubtedly upstairs in his study, but first, he needed to get a translator. Fuck. Who the hell could he ask to? Where is she? John closed his eyes at the demand, and it was a minute before he could turn to the billiards room. Sure enough, standing right under the arch, the king was dressed in black leather, his hands locked on his hips, his jaw jutting forward. Even though he was blind, and his eyes were hidden behind those wraparounds, John felt like the male was staring right. Fucking him. All at once, the ambient noise John had been unaware of hearing went dead quiet. The brothers who were playing pool behind Wrath suspended all movement, all talk, until only tracks from Eminem's The Marshall Mathers LP2 were left thumping in the background. "John, where is my mate?" In the face of that glare, John walked forward. Yup. Nearly all of the brothers were in there, with wrath no doubt. They'd tweaked to his mood and had circled the wagons. Sifting through the big bodies, he locked eyes with V and signed, "I need you." Vishouse nodded and handed his cue off to Butch. Crushing his cigarette out in a crystal ashtray, he came over. Wrath bared his fangs. "John, as God is my fucking witness, I will cut you if you don't." "Easy there, big guy," V gritted out. "I'm going to translate. You want to hit the library where we can—" "No, I want to fucking know where my shellin' is." Wrath boomed. John started signing, and whereas most of the time people translated half sentences sequentially, V waited until he'd finished the whole report. A couple of the brothers muttered in the background as they shook their heads. In the library, V ordered the king in a way John never could have. "You're gonna want to do this in the library." Wrong thing to say. Wrath wheeled on the brother and went for him with such speed and accuracy no one was prepared. 1 minute V was standing next to the king. The next he was defending himself against an attack that was as unprovoked as it was vicious. And then things went shit wild. Like Wrath knew he was on the thin edge of a bad ledge, he broke off from V and went total wrecking ball on the billiards room. The first thing he ran into was the pool table Butch was chilling next to, and there was barely any time for the cop to get that ashtray up off the side rails. Wrath grabbed the gunnels and flipped the thing like it was nothing but a card table, the mahogany and slate-topped behemoth flying up so high, it wiped out the hanging light fixture above, its weight so great it splintered the marble floor beneath on landing. Without missing a breath, the king EF5D into his next victim, the heavy leather sofa that Rage had just leaped up off. Talk about your couchicopters. The entire thing came at John at about 5 feet off the floor, the pair of ends trading places as it spun around and around, cushions flying in all directions. He didn't take it personally, especially as its mate dude with the bar, smashing the top-shelf bottles, liquor splashing all over the walls, the floor, the fire that was crackling in the hearth. Wrath wasn't finished. The king picked up a side table, hauled it overhead, and pitched it in the direction of the TV. It missed the plasma screen, but managed to shatter an old-fashioned mirror, although the Sony didn't last. The coffee table that had been in between the two sofas did that deed, killing the muted image of the two Boston guys and the old man from Southie with the baseball bat shilling for DirecTV. The brothers just let Wrath go. It wasn't that they were afraid of getting hurt. Hell, Rage stepped in and caught the first couch before it tore a hunk off of the archway's molding. They just weren't stupid. Wrath Beth times overnight equals psycho hose beast. Better to let him wear himself out trashing the place. But man, it was painful to watch. John jumped to the side as an entire keg came flying at his head. Fortunately, Vishouse was able to grab it before the thing hit the mosaic floor out in the foyer, which would have been a bitch to fix. "We gotta keep him contained," someone muttered. "Amen," somebody else replied. "He gets free in the house, and it'll be shit even Fritz won't know how to clean up. I'll take care of it." Everyone turned and stared at Lassiter. The fallen angel with the bad attitude and even worse taste in just about everything had appeared from out of nowhere and was looking serious. For once. "What the fuck is that?" V demanded as the angel put a thin gold pen up to his own mouth. Turned out it wasn't a fancy Bic. With a quick puff, Lassiter discharged a tiny dart across the room, and when it hit Wrath in the shoulder, the impact was as if the king had been struck by a bullet in the chest. He went down hard, his body stiffening and then falling like an oak. "What the fuck did you do?" V pulled a Wrath and went for the angel. But Lassiter got right back in the brother's face. "He was going to hurt himself, the house, or one of you assholes. And don't get your fucking panties in a wad. He's just going to have a little nap." Wrath let out a soft snore. Moving carefully, the Brotherhood closed in like they were checking out a grizzly, and John went with them. As a circle formed around Sleeping Beauty, there was a lot of cursing under breaths. "If you've killed him," Lassiter put his gold whacker away. "Does he look dead?" No, actually, the poor bastard looked like he was at peace with himself and the world, his coloring strong, his body so relaxed his shit-kickers were lolling to the sides. "Dearest Virgin Scribe." Everybody looked to the archway. Fritz was standing there with a Louis Vuitton duffel in one hand and the expression of someone witnessing a car accident on his face. John closed his eyes. He hoped like hell Beth had gone into that house, locked the door like she promised, and laid low during the daytime. One of the pair of them was down hard. No one needed a second. 21. After Fritz and John left, Beth finally stepped into her father's house, and as she entered, time's relentless forward movement reversed itself. In the work of a moment, minutes, hours, days, then weeks and months disappeared. Abruptly, she was who she had been before meeting Rotha, a 20-something human woman living with her cat in a cramped studio apartment, trying to make a go in the world with nothing and no one behind her. Sure, she had loved parts of her job, but her boss, Dick the Prick, had been a leering, misogynistic nightmare. And yeah, she'd been paid okay, except there hadn't been much left over after her renter chance of advancement at the Caldwell Courier-Journal. Oh, and romance of any kind had been as fictional and far off on the horizon as the Lone Ranger. Not that she'd been interested in men, really, or women at all. But then this one time at band camp. Shutting the door, she was careful to lock herself in. Fritz had a key, so whenever he arrived with her stuff he'd be able to get in, but no one else would. As the silence in the house surrounded her, it felt like bars on a cage. How in the hell had she ended up here, spending an entire day without Wrath? As early as the night before, at their place in NYC, a separation like this would have been unthinkable. Walking into the parlor on the left, she wandered around, remembering how, when she'd initially come here, she'd been convinced Wrath was a drug dealer, a criminal, a killer. At least she'd been wrong about the first two, and he'd proved that last one by nearly murdering Butch O'Neill in front of her in an alley. Following that little horror, they'd come here where they'd found Rage in the downstairs bath, stitching himself up. It was after that that Wrath had taken her, though the painting, down the lantern-lit stairwell underground and into a hidden lair, where he'd told her who she really was, what she really was. Talk about falling through your rabbit holes. Except it had made sense of so much that had confused her, the disconnect to the people around her. Her sense that she didn't belong, her restlessness that had been ever increasing as she approached her transition. To think she'd assumed that all she needed was to get out of Caldwell. Nope. Her change had been coming, and without Wrath, she would have died. No doubt. He had saved her in so many ways, loved her with his body and soul, given her a future she hadn't even dreamed of. Right now, all she wanted to do was go back to their beginning. Things had been so easy then. Going over to the floor-to-ceiling depiction of a French king, she hit the hidden switch that released the oil painting in its 2-ton gold leaf frame. As the thing swung open, she half expected the way down to be pitch black after all. No one had lived here for how long? But as with the way everything was still vacuumed and dusted and polished, the gas lanterns flickered in their wrought iron cages, the rough stone steps and walls curving down into the cellar. Jesus, it still smelled the same. A little musty and damp, but not dirty. Trailing her hand over the uneven stone, she descended into the underground. The 2-bedroom suites at the bottom gave her a left and a right choice, and she picked the one on the left. The one that had been her father's old hideaway from the sun. The pictures of her were still where he had placed them, all kinds of photos in so many different frames covering the writing desk, the side tables by the bed, the mantel over the fireplace. The particular image she was looking for was by the alarm clock. It was the only one of her mother, and yup, just a quick glance at the woman, and she was reminded of where she'd gotten her thick black hair and the shape of her face and the set of her shoulders. Her mother. What kind of life had the woman lived? How had Darius come to her? From what Wrath had said back in the beginning, the pair of them hadn't been together for very long before she'd found out what Darius really was, and bolted fast. It wasn't until she discovered she was pregnant that she'd gone back to see him, scared of what she was bringing into the world. She had died in childbirth, and Darius had stayed on the sidelines after that, hoping that their daughter wouldn't take after the vampire side of things. Some half-breeds never went through the change. Some didn't survive the transition. And those who did make it through and came out the other side as vampires were subject to different, unpredictable biological rules. Beth, for example, could go out in the daylight as long as she wore sunscreen and sunglasses. Butch, on the other hand, couldn't dematerialize. So God only knew about the pregnancy stuff. But if she was lucky, she would go into her kneading and Wrath would somehow come around and she'd give birth to. Well, then again, that was how her mother had died, wasn't it? Crap. Sitting down on the mattress, she put her head in her hands. Maybe Wrath had a point. Maybe the whole conception thing really was too dangerous to mess around with. But that didn't excuse the way he treated her, and it didn't end the discussion. Christ, as she sat down here, surrounded by pictures Darius had taken of her, she was even more convinced she wanted a child. Dropping her arms, she took out her BlackBerry, put her password in, and checked to see if any messages had come through that she hadn't heard. Nope. Turning the thing over and over in her hands, she idly wished it was an iPhone. V, however, was not just anti-Apple. He was convinced Steve Jobs' legacy was the root of all evil in the world. Sometimes couples did better over the phone. And whereas Wrath hadn't played nice, that didn't mean she had to follow the example. If she intended to have some space for the next 12 hours or so, she really needed to pay him the courtesy of telling him herself not use her brother as a messenger. The trouble was Wrath didn't have a cell phone anymore. No need for one when he'd officially taken over the king duties. He'd been retired from the Brotherhood by custom, law, and common sense. Not that it had kept him from getting shot. There were plenty of phones at the mansion, however. 6 a.m. He was probably still working at his desk. Dialing the digits, she listened to one ring. The next. The third. There was no voicemail for Wrath anymore because the Glimmerer had so totally abused the number they'd been given, which was how he'd ended up with the email account from hell. The next number she tried was for the handset by their bed, the one that was so unpublished, she'd never actually heard it ring before. No answer. She had several choices at this point. Training Center's clinician case he was injured. But how would that happen? He didn't leave the house anymore. Kitchen except last meal was almost on the table and Wrath probably wasn't going to be in all that chaos without her. Even though he'd never said so, she had the feeling that crowded, noisy rooms made him uncomfortable because his senses of hearing and smell got overloaded, making it difficult for him to place people in space. There was only one other number to try. As she got the person out of her contacts, another slice of the past came back to her. She pictured Tor coming in through the sliding glass door of her old apartment, the brother looming large as any nightmare should. But he had been and always was an ally. That night that they'd shared Sam Adams and oatmeal cookies and Godzilla had been the start of a true friendship. He was in such a different place now. Losing Wellesley, finding Autumn, and Beth wasn't the same either. As the call went through, there was only one ring before things were answered. Beth. She frowned at the odd tone in Tor's voice. You okay? Oh yeah, definitely. I'm glad you called. Why? Had Wrath told the Brotherhood she wasn't coming home? Probably not. Never mind. I'm looking for Wrath. Do you know where he is? I tried the study and our rooms and he didn't pick up. Oh yeah, definitely. WTF? Tor. What's going on? As true fear took root in the center of her chest, her mind got away from her. What if? Nothing. Honest, well, we've got an unexpected VIP coming into the clinic, so I'm scrambling to get coverage. A snap. She was being paranoid. Better than being right, though. As for Wrath, last I saw, there was a pause, then a shuffle like the guy was switching the phone to his other ear. He was taking a little breather. Breather as in? He was asleep. Beth felt her jaw hinge loosen. Asleep? Yeah. He was resting. Really? Here she was, putting herself through the ringer, confused about what to think and feel, running their entire relationship backwards and forwards, planning conversations, tying herself in knots. Meanwhile, he was just, pulling a siesta. Well, that's great, she heard herself say. I'm really happy for him. Beth. Look, I have to go. Yup, she was busy. If he wakes up, tell him. No, not that she'd called. Men weren't the only ones allowed to keep their pride. Women didn't have to be the weaker sex. Actually, I'll tell him myself. I'll be at my dad's, cleaning things up today. Yeah, 'cause the house was such a mess. But I'll be back at nightfall. The honest relief coming through the line was striking. "Oh, that's good news. I'm really glad." "Okay. Well," somehow she couldn't bring herself to hang up. "Beth? You still there?" "Yeah, I am." She found herself rubbing her thigh up and down. "Listen, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Please." After all, Wellesley and Tor had had their arguments, some of which Beth had heard firsthand back before the beautiful redhead had been taken way too soon. Man, Wellesley had been unafraid to say exactly what she thought to anyone, including her Helrin. She was never a hothead without a good reason, of course, but you hadn't necessarily wanted to cross her if you didn't have to. People had respected her. What did they think of me, Beth wondered. Beth! Certainly if there was anyone who could help her with wrath and keep it on the DL, it was Tor. In fact, he was the one who usually got sent in when people needed help with their king. "Beth, what's going on?" Opening her mouth, she intended to vent, but there was one problem. The person she needed to talk to was Wrath. Anyone else was just filler. "Do you still root for the monster?" There was a pause, and then the brother laughed in his trademark baritone. "Are you telling me there's another Godzilla marathon on?" Beth was glad she was alone, because she had a feeling the smile she was sporting was sadder than any tears. She just wanted to go back to when things had been simpler, easier, closer. "Just thinking about the good old days," she blurted. Instantly, Tor's tone tightened. "Yeah, they were good. Oh shit." Even though he was in love with and made it to autumn, it had to hurt to remember his first wife and the baby she'd been carrying. "I'm sorry, He recovered quicker than she did. "Don't feel bad at all. The past is what it is, good and bad. It's written and unchanging. And there's solace to be had in that." Tears pricked her eyes. "What do you mean?" There was a long pause. "The good parts are more luminous because you can trust them. And the bad parts can't get any more tragic for precisely the same reason. The past is safe because it is indelible." Abruptly, she thought again of that first date she and Wrath had had upstairs. As much as hindsight painted it all with a rosy glow, that hadn't been exactly right, had it? Come to think of it, he'd been angry when she'd first arrived that night, to the point where halfway through the 4 courses, she'd considered leaving. Hardly the all-perfect that nostalgia repainted it as. "You're right, Tor." "Yeah." He cleared his throat. "You know, it's not too late. You can still come back if you leave now. I don't have to worry about the sun, remember?" She could practically feel his shudder through her cell phone. "I got nothing to say to that. I really don't." Taking pity on him, she changed the subject by promising to take care of herself and come home at nightfall. After hanging up, she stretched out on her father's bed. Staring at the ceiling, she imagined Darius having done the same thing during the day, sometimes with Wrath right across the hall in the other chamber. Wrath had been a real recluse before meeting her. He'd fought alone, slept alone, and most certainly had nothing to do with the whole throne thing. Until he'd mated her, he'd refused to rule. She couldn't count the number of times people had thanked her for bringing him around like her love was some magic potion that had turned a beast into, well, if not a completely civilized kind of guy, at least someone who was willing to live up to his responsibilities. Had he really just gone for a snooze? Then again, when was the last time he'd actually slept through the day? Not since before he'd been shot at. Just before her eyes fluttered shut, she sat herself up and turned to the security alarm pad that was mounted by her head. Punching the proper code in, she armed things and then got horizontal again. The 8-digit set of numbers, her birth date, month, day, and year. Another example of how, way before she had come into this vampire world, her father had been thinking of her. V might have been the one to install the state-of-the-art equipment and keep it all up to date, but Darius had chosen the code years ago. Reaching over and clicking the light off, she resettled on top of the duvet. Moments later, she was back at the lamp, turning it on again. When you were without your husband, perfectly safe was relative. 22. Sola couldn't remember ever being so cold. Wrapped up in a sleeping bag, with heating vents pile-driving BTUs into her face, she couldn't stop shivering in the back of the Range Rover. Then again, there were a half-dozen good reasons to be in shock, the kind that started with your head and put your body in a numb deep freeze. Shifting her position, Her thigh let out a scream reminding her that there was also a physical imperative at work. How much blood had she lost? We are almost there. Her head turned at the sound of that accented voice. Even though there was almost no light in the SUV, she could picture Assail's face as if it were spotlit. Deeply set eyes the color of moonlight, slashing dark brows, full lips, hard jaw, the widow's peak and the jet-black hair. Between one blink and the next, there was blood on the lower half of it and very sharp teeth. Or had that been a nightmare? She was having trouble figuring out what was reality. She opened her mouth to speak. Nothing came out. My head not working right. It's all okay. As if on impulse, he reached out to her, but then dropped his hand like he didn't know what to do. Sola struggled to swallow, her mouth dry. More water? Please. He moved so fast. It was like he'd been waiting for a chance to do something. And as he cracked another Poland Spring bottle open, she went to push the sleeping bag away to free her hands and got trapped. The nylon fabric seemed to weigh as much as a coating of asphalt. Be still, he said softly. Let me serve you. My hands aren't working. I know. He brought the open neck to her mouth. Drink. Easier said than done. Her teeth started to chatter. Sorry, she mumbled as water went everywhere. Eric, how long? He snapped. The Range Rover came to an abrupt stop. I believe we're here or somewhere. Sola frowned as she looked over the shoulder of the driver in front of her. The rickety fence in the headlights was the kind of thing you'd see on a cattle farm that had been deserted. Half of it was hanging at an angle, the old boards and rusted wire more tangled than organized form. Where are we going? She asked hoarsely. I thought back home. We're getting you treated first. Assail repeated that thing where he reached out a hand and then put it back down before touching her. You need your wounded, and we can't let your grandmother see you like this. Oh, right. Jesus. She'd forgotten she was half naked, injured, and needed a good long shower. Thank you. Surely this cannot be it, the driver muttered. Assail glanced out the windshield, and glared us if things weren't what he expected, either. Go up to that box. As they approached what appeared to be a wooden birdhouse on a rickety stick, the driver put his window down. A gruff, disembodied voice spoke out of the thing. I got you. Go through the gates. Like magic, the distressed gating system split right down the middle, moving apart smoothly and silently. The road beyond was snow-packed but tended to, and some distance later they came to another barrier. This one was less flimsy and taller, too, made of chain links that were rusty, and yet seemed solidly affixed to their posts. This time, they didn't have to stop the fencing split before them, letting them pass through. And so it went. As they progressed, the gating systems became ever newer and more imposing until they came up to something that looked like it belonged in a government installation. Concrete pylons as big as the ones under Caldwell's bridges anchored a solid metal panel the size of a billboard, and stretching off in either direction. A 20-foot-tall wall that had barbed wire up top and warnings to trespassers every 10 feet. Kinda Jurassic Park-y, Sola thought. Impressive, the driver drawled. As with the other entries, the way was opened before they could halt at the obvious check-in point with its keypad, speaker, and monitoring equipment. Is this an army base? Sola mumbled. Maybe Assail was an undercover cop, in which case, do I need a lawyer? She demanded. For what? Assail stayed focused on whatever was coming up, staring out the front windshield like he was driving the vehicle. Are you going to arrest me? His head whipped around, his brows down low. Whatever are you talking about? Sola relaxed back into the seat. If he was lying, he deserved an Oscar. And if he wasn't, well, maybe this was God's way of answering her prayer. One sure solution for keeping her out of the life was to throw her into the court system. The underground tunnel they entered was worthy of a Lincoln or a Holland with its fluorescent lighting and yellow line down the middle, and the descent tilted the Range Rover forward at an aggressive angle. Are we in Caldwell? She asked. Yes. Assail eased back, and in the now abundant lighting, she saw him duck his right hand into his parka. Sola frowned. Why are you palming a weapon? I trust no one with you other than myself. He turned to her. And I made a promise to your grandmother. You shall be returned to her unharmed, and I am a male of my word. At least in this. As she met his eyes, she had the oddest sensation settle into her chest. Part of it was fear, and that confused her. With the situation she'd been in, her savior had better be packing a 40 and prepared to use it. The other half of it was not anything she wanted to look too closely at. The tunnel terminated in a parking facility that reminded her of the one underneath the Caldwell Arena. Shallow ceiling, plenty of spaces, the rising elevation that disappeared around a corner suggesting multiple floors. "Where are we?" she asked as they pulled up to a closed door. By way of an answer, the thing was thrown wide and a medical team came out, doctors, nurses, gurney and all. "Thank the Virgin Scribe," Assail muttered. Oh shit. The white coats weren't alone, they were accompanied by 3 huge men. A blonde with a face that belonged on the big screen, a military guy with a brush cut and an expression hard as a butcher's block, and then a truly terrifying backup who had a skull trim and a scar that ran across his cheek and curved into the side of his mouth. No, this was not the U.S. government. Not unless there was a covert hard-ass department. Assail reached for the door. "Stay in the car." "Don't go," Sola blurted. He glanced back at her. "Be not afraid. They owe me this." Her savior reached out again, and this time he didn't stop himself. He brushed her jaw so lightly that if she hadn't seen him do it, she wouldn't have noticed. "Stay." And then he was gone, the door shutting solidly. Through the tinted glass, she watched as a 4th man came out of the brightly lit hallway. Yeah, that was no accountant over there with a floor-length fur duster and a cane. He was dressed like an old-school pimp, his cropped mohawk and sardonic smile fitting the image perfectly. The man and Assail offered each other their hands at exactly the same moment, and they stayed linked as they exchanged words. Something was wrong. Assail started to frown, then looked downright pissed. But as the mohawked man shrugged and seemed unmoved, Assail finally turned over his weapon and was patted down for his others. And only after his men got out and subjected themselves to the same treatment did the pimp nod at the team of doctors and nurses to go over to the vehicle. As they reached out to open her door, a spike of fear had Sola pull the sleeping bag right to her chin. The woman who stuck her head into the back seat was handsome, with short blonde hair and dark green eyes. "Hi, I'm Doc Jane. I'd like to take a look at you if you'll let me." Her voice was level, kind, calm. Yet Sola couldn't move or respond. At least not until Assail appeared behind the doctor. "It's okay, Marisol. She's going to take care of you." Sola found herself staring into his eyes for the longest moment. When she was satisfied with what she saw, she whispered, "Okay, okay." And that was when her trembling finally stopped. Assail was not happy about his empty holsters, but Rev had made it clear. Either he and his cousins went in unarmed, or the human female was not going to be treated. It was the only circumstance in which Assail would have consented to be vulnerable, and he hated it. But needs must. "And her name is Marisol," he heard himself say as the blonde, female doctor began to speak in low tones. "Sola." From over on the left, he could feel Rev staring at him, and the council's Leodire wasn't the only one. The 3 brothers on guard duty were too professional to show anything, but he could tell they were wondering why he'd turned up on their doorstep with a human woman, who was injured, whom he was willing to give his guns over for. "No, you stay there, Marisol. We'll come around to the other side." The female doctor eased out and nodded to her team. "Vitals are low but stable. Gunshot wound to right thigh. Possible concussion. Shock's a concern. May have suffered other trauma she doesn't want to tell me about." Assail felt the blood leave his head, but he didn't allow the inclination to pass out any further leeway. "You!" he called out sharply. "Stay back." The mailer, God, was that actually a human man? Stopped short. The main doctor, the female, spoke up. "This is my partner, Dr. Manello. He's not to treat her." Assail bared his fangs. "She is unclothed from the waist down." He was vaguely aware that everyone had frozen and looked his way. Was also aware of a scent that had suddenly entered the scene. He lingered on neither as he stared that man down, prepared to lunge at his throat if he continued around the back of the rover. The guy put his hands up as if he were faced with a gun. Okay. Let's relax. You want me out, I'm out. Backing up, he stood with the brothers, shaking his head, but saying nothing. The female doctor put her hand on Assail's forearm. We're just going to get her on the gurney. Why don't you come around with me? You can watch and stay close. Assail eased off on his growl and cleared his throat. I shall do that. Thank you. Actually, he did more. When the doctor opened Marisol's door, he hated the way his woman shrank back before she could catch herself. And then her eyes locked on his. Would you like me to help you out? He asked roughly before any of the medical staff could move in. Yes, please. It felt so right to push everyone away and be the male who cared for her. Reaching into the SUV's interior, he scooped her into his arms, being careful to take the sleeping bag along with so that she was not exposed. The hiss she tried to hold in made him nauseous, but he had to get her out, and once he straightened, she seemed to find an accommodation in his arms that didn't cause her too much discomfort. Her head fell against his shoulder and stayed there. I shall carry her in, he informed the doctor. It's probably better Toa. Okay, all right. The blonde healer put her hands up as his fangs flashed again. That's fine. Just follow me. The brother Rage was the first into the corridor, and the other two warriors hung back, bringing up the rear along with the cousins. Assail walked as smoothly as he could, each stiffening of Marisol's limbs or sharp inhale communicating her pain directly into his own chest until it was his lungs burning, his breath catching, his leg that ached. Going along, they passed by a seemingly endless number of rooms, some of which he looked into, most of which he didn't bother turning his head for. From what little he noticed, there were classrooms, an office that was empty, something that looked like an interrogation room. Just as he was becoming convinced they were heading for another zip code, the female doctor finally stopped and indicated the way into an examination room. The gurney in the center was directly underneath a hanging set of lights, and as he went over and began to transfer Marisol onto the sheeted, padded surface, he was glad the healer didn't turn the chandelier on. It seemed far too bright already in the tiled room, the stainless steel and glass cabinetry glinting at him, the rolling table with its instruments a threat even though those tools were supposed to help in the right hands. Dearest Virgin in the fade, Sola's face was gray from pain and exhaustion as she sat there, her knees up tight to her chest, that navy blue sleeping bag wrapped tight as a second skin around her. I'm going to ask all non-essentials to stay out in the hall, the doctor said, shooing the brothers, the cousins, and that male healer out. Nope, we'll be fine. Right, bye-bye. Then, in a lower tone, she hissed, he's a bonded male. You want to deal with that if I have to do an internal exam on her. Bonded male? Him? As the brothers began to argue with her, Assail nodded grimly at the warriors and Revenge. There shall be no problems from me. You have my word. Except then he wondered if Marisol's privacy didn't also deserve protecting from the likes of him. Marisol, he said softly, mayhap it would be best if I stay. He closed his eyes. All right. Going over to her head, he turned his back on her body so she could return eye contact with his face, but he could see nothing that would compromise her privacy. The doctor stepped in close to her and spoke softly, kindly. If you could lie back, that would be great. If you don't feel safe, I understand, and I'll put the top of the bed up for you. There was a long silence. What was your name again? Marisol asked roughly. Jane. I'm Jane. Behind me is my nurse, Elena. And nothing is going to happen here that you don't consent to, okay? You are in charge. Indeed, he had a feeling he was going to like this physician. Okay, all right. Marisol grabbed his hand and eased back, grimacing until she was fully prone. Okay. He expected her to let go once she was settled. She did not, and her eyes didn't budge from his. Not as the healer unwrapped the sleeping bag and covered her with a blanket. Not as questions about a possible concussion were asked and reflexes tested. Not as that thigh wound was poked and prodded at. Not even as a portable X-ray machine was brought over and a picture taken from several different angles. So I have all kinds of good news, the doctor said a little later as she approached with a laptop. On its monitor, there was the shadowy image of Marisol's thick, strong thigh bone. Not only is your concussion mild, The bullet passed cleanly through. There's no evidence that the bone is broken or chipped. So our main issue is the risk of infection. I'd like to clean things out thoroughly and give you some antibiotics as well as some pain meds. Sound good? I'm fine, Marisol cut in. The doctor laughed as she put the laptop aside. I swear you fit in here so well. That's what all my patients tell me. Still, I respect your intelligence and I know that you're not going to want to put your health at risk. What I'm worried about is sepsis. You told me in the car that you were shot 24 hours ago. That's a long time for things to get cooking in there. Let us see this through, Marisol, Assail heard himself say. Let us take the advice given. Marisol closed her eyes. Okay. Good, good. The doctor made some notes on the laptop. There's just one other thing. What? Assail asked, when there was a lengthy pause. Marisol, I need to know if there's anywhere else you might have been hurt. Anywhere else? Came a mumbled response. Assail could feel the doctor staring at him. Would you mind excusing us for a minute? Before he could answer, Marisol squeezed his hand so hard he winced. No, she said stiffly. Nowhere else. The doctor cleared her throat. You can tell me anything, you know? Anything that is pertinent to your treatment. Abruptly, Marisol's body started trembling again the way it had in the back seat of the Range Rover. In a rush, like she was ripping something off her skin, she said, He tried to rape me. It didn't happen. I got him first. All at once, the sounds in the room receded. The I don't know, the reality that someone had mistreated her, hurt her, scarred her precious body, tried to. Are you okay? Someone asked. The nurse. It must be the... He's going over, the doctor barked. Assail wondered about whom they were speaking as he lost consciousness. 23. Speak, healer, Wrath demanded as he stood over the motionless body of his Shelin. Speak. Dearest Virgin Scribe, she looked dead. Indeed, immediately following his Anha's collapse, he had carried her back to their mated room, the brothers going with him, the aristocrats and their worthless social gaming left behind. It was he who had laid his beloved out upon the betting platform as the healer was summoned, and he who had been the one to loosen her bodice. The brothers had departed as soon as the trusted physician arrived with the tools of his healing trade, and then it had been only the three of them, the crackling fire, and the scream that rebounded in his soul. Healer, what say thou? The male looked over his shoulder from his crouch beside Anha. With the black robes of his station flowing to the floor, he rather resembled a giant bird, imminently due to take flight. She is dangerously compromised, my lord. As Wrath recoiled, the healer rose. I believe she is with Young. A cold draft hit him, rushing from his head to his feet, wiping out the feeling in his entire form. She is with Young. I could tell when I felt her belly. It is hard and distended, and you did say she recently was upon her kneading. Yes, he whispered. So this is caused by the... 'Tis not a symptom of early pregnancy, as she is not bleeding. No, I do believe this malaise is accounted for by something different. Please, my lord, let us approach the fire to speak so as not to disturb her. Wrath allowed himself to be drawn closer to the banked flames. Is she ill then with fever? My lord, the healer cleared his throat, as if mayhap he was worried about a death that had naught to do with the queen. Forgive me, my lord. Tell me not that you have no explanation, Wrath hissed. Would you prefer I mislead you? Her heart is sluggish, her pallor is gray, her breathing is shallow and intermittent. There could be some internal difficulty that I cannae measure that she is succumbing to. I do not know. Wrath shifted his eyes back to his mate. He had never been one to feel fear o'ermic. Now terror slipped into his skin, possessing him as an evil spirit would, taking him o'er. My lord, I would tell you to feed her, now and for as often as she may take the proceeds of your vein. Mayhap the charge of energy that comes with it with turn this about certainly, if she has any hope, it is you. And if she rouses, I shall give her fresh water only, no ale. Nothing that will cause a further depression of her systems. Get out. My lord, she is... Leave us no. Wrath was aware of the male stumbling to the door, And well the healer might a murderous rage was risen in the chest of his king and liable to be directed upon any bodily form within reach. As the door was shut once more, Wrath approached the bedding platform. "My love," he said desperately. "Anha, my love, rise unto my voice." Back on his knees. Wrath fell back upon his knees at the floor by her head. Stroking her hair upon her shoulder and down upon her arm, he was of care not to put any weight into his touch. Measuring her breathing, he tried to will her into deeper breaths. He wanted to return to the night before, when they had awoken together and he had looked into her eyes and watched them sparkle with life. For truth, it twisted his mind to think he could remember with such specificity everything about that moment, that hour, that night, the smells of the meal they ate, and the conversations they had about the future, and the audiences they went down to take in at court. He felt as though the clarity of the remembrances should have been a door that he could go through and thereby take her hand, and smell her scent, and feel the lightness in the heart that came with health and well-being and pull her back to the present in that state. But that was only fantasy, of course. Unsheathing his ceremonial dagger, he brought the flashing, polished blade up. When his heavy sleeve with its jewels and settings of precious gold got in the way, he tore his fine coat from his torso, pitching it behind him. As it landed with a scraping sound, all those meticulously affixed gems scratching at the hard oak, he slashed the knife edge across his wrist. Lo, he wished it was his throat. "Anha, verily sit up for me. Lift your head, my love." Propping her upon his free forearm, he brought the wellspring of his blood to her lips. "Anha, partake from me, partake from me." Her lips fell open, but it was not her sweet acquiescence that rendered it such. Nay, it was only the angle of her head. "Anha, drink, come back unto me." As red drops fell into her mouth, he prayed that they somehow proceeded down the back of her throat, and thusly into her veins, reviving her by their purity. This was not their destiny, he thought. They were to be together for centuries, not parted but a year after meeting. This was not them. "Drink, my love." He kept his wrist in place until the blood threatened to pool out from her lips. "Anha." Dropping his head down onto the back of her cold hand, he prayed for a miracle. And the longer he stayed there, the more he joined her in a state that was but one heartbeat away from death. If she passed, he was going to go with her. One way or the other. Dearest virgin scribe, this was not them. Wrath didn't wake up so much as surface from sleep like a buoy floating up from the depths to bounce on a choppy surface. He was in the pitch dark of his blindness. Naturally and as always, he threw out his arm to the opposite side of the bed. Crash! Wrath lifted his head and frowned. Patting around with his hand, he encountered things that felt like books, a coaster, an ashtray, firewood burning. He was not in his room, and Beth was not with him. Flipping over, he jacked upright, heart skipping in his chest, the arrhythmia making him lightheaded. Beth! In the basement of his brain, he recognized that he was in the library downstairs in the Brotherhood mansion. But his thoughts were like worms in wet soil, twisting around incessantly, going nowhere. Beth! A distant whimper. George! Louder whimper. Wrath rubbed his face, wondered where his wraparounds were. Thought, yeah, he was on that couch in the library, the one in front of the fireplace. "Oh, fuck me," he groaned as he tried to get vertical. Standing up was flat out awesome. Head swimming, stomach clenched like a fist, he had to grip the arm of the couch or he was going to timber all over the place. Lurching through dead space, he didn't make it to the doors so much as run into them, the hard panels punching back at his chest. Flubbering around for the handles, he popped the latches and George exploded into the room, the golden running around in circles, the sneezes suggesting he was smiling. Hey, hey! Wrath meant to make it back to the sofa, because he didn't want all the functional eyes in the house seeing him like this, but his body had different ideas. And as he went down on his ass, George took the opportunity to jump right in there, getting throw blanket close. "Hey, big guy, yup, we're both still here," stroking the retriever's broad chest. He buried his nose into that fur and let the scent of good, clean dog work some aromatherapy on him. "Where's Mom? Do you know where she is?" Dumb fucking question. She was not here, and it was his own damn fault. Shit, George. That big tail was banging against his ribs, and that muzzle was snuffling, and those ears were flapping around. And it was good, it was normal, but it didn't go nearly far enough. Wonder what time it is? Goddamn, he'd lost it at John and V, but good, hadn't he? And that hadn't been the half of it. He had some vague memory of trashing the billiards room, flipping all kinds of shit, fighting with anyone who got too close. Then it had been nap time. He was pretty sure someone had drugged him, and he couldn't say he blamed whoever had done it. Short of a trank-induced lights out, he didn't know when he would have stopped. And he hadn't wanted to hurt any of his brothers or the staff, or the house. Shit. Seemed like that was the extent of his vocabulary. Man, he should have let this house take him in here and tell him what was going on. But at least there were only two places his mate would go. One was Marissa's safe place, and the other was Darius's old house. And no doubt that was what John had been trying to tell him. Fuck, he thought. This was not him and Beth. This was not where they were supposed to end up. Matter of fact, things had always felt like fate with her. From the timing of when she'd come into his life to the completion that she brought to him, everything had always seemed like destiny. They'd had arguments, sure. He was a hot-headed asshole and she didn't take any of his shit. Duh. But never this separation. Ever. Come on, bud. We need some privacy. George hopped off and let Wrath push himself up from the floor. After reshutting the doors, he embarked on a game of Find the Phone. Talk about your emasculations. Hands thrust forward, torso bent, feet shuffling. He bumped into things and felt them up to figure out whether it was a love seat, an armchair, a side table. The desk seemed like the last fucking thing he ran into, and he discovered where the phone was when his man-hand knocked the receiver off its cradle. Putting the thing up to his ear, he finger-tipped around until he located the buttons and then had to recock the dial tone before he could start dialing. Picturing the 10 digits with the pound sign and the star key at the base of the set of 12 arrangement, he punched in a 7-number sequence and waited. Safe place, good afternoon. He closed his eyes. He'd hoped it was closer to dark because then he could go looking for her. Hey, is Beth there? No, I'm sorry, she's not. May I take a message? As he closed his eyes, the female said, Hello? Is anybody there? No message. May I tell her who's calling if she comes in later? He briefly wondered what the receptionist would do if he told her who it was. I'll find her elsewhere. Thanks. As he hung up, he felt George's big head nudge his thigh, so typical of the dog wanting to help. Wrath kept his finger on the toggle, pushing down. He didn't know if he was ready for another dial tone. If she didn't pick up at the next number, he was going to have no fucking clue where she was. And the idea that he might have to go to this house or John for that kind of information was too shameful to bear. As he punched in a different sequence, he thought to himself, I can't believe this is us. This just isn't us. 24. Turning her head on her pillow, Sola stared at the door of the hospital room she'd been given. She wasn't looking at it, though. Instead, flashes of the abduction kept playing in front of her eyes, blocking everything out. Her arriving home and getting hit on the head. The car ride. The flare. The chase through the snow. Then the prison cell and that guard who'd come down to. The knock made her jump. And it was funny. She knew who it was. I'm glad you're back. Assail eased the door open and put only his head in, as if he were afraid of overwhelming her. You wake. She pulled the blankets up higher on her chest. Never slept. No. Pushing the door wider, he came in with a tray of food. I had hoped well. Mayhap you would care for victuals? Sola tilted her head. You have the most old-fashioned way of talking. English is not my first language. He put the tray down on a rolling table and brought it over. It is not my second, either. Probably the reason I love to listen to you. He froze as he heard her words, and yeah, maybe if she hadn't been hopped up on pain meds, she wouldn't have admitted such a thing. But what the hell? Abruptly, he looked at her. An intense light in his eyes making them appear even more shimmery than usual. I am glad my voice pleases you, he said roughly. Sola focused on the food as she began to feel warm inside for the first time since everything. Thanks for making the effort, but I'm not hungry. You need food. The antibiotics are making me sick. She nodded at the 4-bag hanging off the pole next to her bed. Whatever's in there is just awful. I will feed you. For some reason, she thought back to that night out in the snow, when he tracked her off his property and confronted her at her car. Talk about menacing in the dark, Jesus, he'd scared the shit out of her. But that wasn't all she'd felt. Asael brought the one chair in the room over. Funny, it wasn't one of those rickety plastic jobbies that you normally found in clinics. It was like something out of Pottery Barn, padded, cozy, and with a nice pattern. As he sat down, he didn't fit in it, and not because he was overweight. He was too big, his powerful body dwarfing its arms and back, his clothes too black for the pale color. There were bloodstains on his jacket, brown and dried, and on his shirt, his pants. Do not look upon that, he said softly. Here, for you, I chose only the best. Lifting up the cloche, he revealed. Where the hell am I? She demanded as she leaned in and breathed deep. Does, Jean Georges have a medical division or something? Who is this Jean Georges? Some fancy chef in New York City. I heard about him on Food Network. She sat up, wincing as her thigh let out a "Hey girly. I don't even like roast beef, but that looks amazing. I thought the iron would be good for you." The slab of beef was beautifully cooked, with a crust that cracked as he cut into it with. Are those sterling silver? She wondered at the fork, the knife, the spoon that was still on a fancy folded napkin. Eat. He brought a precisely cut piece to her mouth. Eat for me. Without any prompting, her mouth opened on its own, like it was going to have none of the "I can feed myself" delays. Closing her eyes, she groaned. Yeah, she wasn't hungry. Not at all. This is the single best thing I have ever eaten. The smile that lit his face made no sense. It was too bright to be just about her having some grub, and he must have known this, because he turned his head so she only saw a flash of the expression. For the next 15, 20 minutes, the only sounds in the room, apart from the whistling heating vents, was that Lux silverware hitting a porcelain plate. And yup, in spite of her "oh no I couldn't possibly's," she ate that huge slice of beef, and the scalloped potatoes and the creamed spinach, as well as the dinner roll that surely was homemade, and the peach cobbler, and she even had some of the chilled bottled water and the coffee that came in a carafe. She probably would have eaten the napkin, the tray, all that sterling, and the rolling table if given the chance. Collapsing back against the pillow, she put her hand over her belly. I think I'm going to explode. I shall just put this out in the hall. Pardon me. From her vantage point, she measured every move he made. The way he stood up, gripped the sides of the tray in long, elegant hands, turned away, walked smoothly. Talk about your table manners. He'd handled the silver with a genteel flair, as if he used that kind of thing in his own home. And he hadn't spilled a drop as he'd poured her coffee, or missed any food getting into her mouth. Perfect gentleman. Hard to reconcile it with what she'd seen as he'd handed her the cell phone to speak with her grandmother. Then, he'd been unhinged, with blood running down his chin as if he'd taken a hunk out of someone. His hands, too, had been red with blood. Considering she'd killed everyone in that horrible place before she'd left, he'd obviously brought someone up with him. Oh God, she was a murderer. Asael came back in and sat down, crossing his legs at the knee, not ankle to thigh as men usually did. Steepling his hands, he brought them to his mouth and stared at her. You killed him, didn't you? She said softly. Who? Ben Loys. His magnetic gaze drifted elsewhere. We shall not speak of it. Any of it. Sola took elaborate care folding the top edge of the blanket down. I can't pretend that last night didn't happen. You're going to have to. I killed 2 men. She flipped her eyes up to his and blinked fast. I killed 2 human beings. Oh God. Covering her face, she tried to keep her head together. Marisol. There was a squeak as if he'd moved that Pottery Barn chair even closer. Darling, you must put it from your mind. 2 men. Animals, he said sharply. They were animals who deserved worse. All of them. Lowering her hands, she was not surprised that his expression was deadly, but she wasn't scared of him. She was, however, frightened of what she'd done. I can't get, she gestured at the side of her head. I can't get the pictures out of my. Block them, darling. Just forget it ever happened. I can't. Ever. I should turn myself in to the police. They were going to kill you. And do you think if they had, they would have paid you any honor of conscience? I can assure you not. This was my fault. She closed her eyes. I should have known Benlois would retaliate. I just didn't think it would be to this level. But, my darling, you're safe. How many? I beg your pardon? How many have you killed? She exhaled hard. And please don't try to pretend you haven't. I saw your face, remember, before you washed it off. He looked away and wiped his chin as if the blood were still on him. Marisol, put it away, somewhere deep, and leave it be. Is that how you handle it? Assail shook his head, his jaw clenching, his mouth thinning. No, I remember my kills. Each and every one. So you hate what you had to do? His eyes stayed steady on hers. No, I relish it. Sola winced. Finding out he was a sociopathic murderer was really the cherry on top of the sundae. Wasn't it? He leaned in. I've never killed without a reason, Marisol. I relish the deaths because they deserved what befell them. So you've protected others. No, I'm a businessman. Unless I am crossed, I am far more content to live and let live. However, I shall not be tread upon, or shall I let those who are mine own be compromised. She studied him for the longest time, and not once did he look away. I think I believe you. You should. But it's still a sin. She thought of all those prayers she'd offered up and felt a guilt like she'd never known before. I realize I've done criminal things in the past, but I never hurt anyone except financially. Which is bad enough. But at least I didn't burn there. He took her hand. Marisol, look at me. It was a while before she could. I don't know how to live with myself. I truly don't. As Assail felt his heart pound in his chest, he realized he'd been wrong. He had assumed that getting his Marisol physically safe and taking care of Benlois would end this horrible chapter in her life. Once she was within his own control, and he had ensured her return to her grandmother, then the slate would be clean. Wrong. So damned wrong, and from her own emotional pain, he did not know how to rescue her. Marisol. The tone in his voice was one that he had never heard before. Then again, begging was not his practice. Marisol, please. When her lids finally lifted, he found himself taking a deep breath. With them down, her stillness reminded him too much of the other outcome that could have been wrought. What to say to her, though? Verily, I can't pretend to understand this concept of sin that you uphold. But then your religion is different than mine, and I respect that. God, he hated that bruise on the side of her face for so many reasons. But, Marisol, the actions you took were in the name of survival. Your survival. What you did back there is the reason you have breath within your lungs the now. Life is about doing what is necessary, and you did. She turned away as if the pain was too great. And then she whispered, I just wish I could have hell. Maybe you're right. I have to go back way too far with an eraser to get me out of where I was 2 nights ago. This whole thing is the culmination of so much. You know, if you so choose, you could change your course. You could stop having anything to do with the likes of Benlois. A ghostly smile touched her lips as she stared at the door. Yes, I agree. He took another deep breath. There is another way for you. Even though she just nodded, he had the sense she had made peace with her retirement, as it were. And for some reason, that made him want to tear up, not that he would have admitted it to anybody, including her good self. As she grew quiet, he stared at her, memorizing everything from her wavy, dark hair that had been thoroughly shampooed when she'd showered in her bathroom here, to her pale cheeks, to her perfectly formed lips. Thinking of everything she had been through, he heard her say that she hadn't been raped, but only because she'd killed the bastard first. The one in the cell, he thought. The one whose hand she'd used to get herself out of that facility. His whole body ached for her. It truly did. I can feel you staring at me, she said softly. Assail sat back and rubbed his thighs. Forgive me. Glancing across the room, he hated the idea of using the door, even though he probably should let her rest. Are you in physical pain? Marisol turned her head back to him, her mahogany eyes searching his. Where are we? How about you answer my question first? It's nothing I can't handle. Shall I get the nurse? He was in the process of rising to his feet when she put her hand out and stopped him. No, please. I don't like the way that stuff makes me feel. Right now, I need to be 100% connected to this reality. Otherwise, I think I'm back there. Asael eased down once more and really, truly wanted to go up north and kill Benlois outright. He quelled the impulse by reminding himself of the suffering the man was enjoying, assuming his heart was still beating. So where are we? How to answer that? Well, as much as reality distortion was something she wished to avoid, it was not going to be with the fact that he was not human, but in fact a member of a species she associated with Dracula. Thank you ever so much, Stoker. We are among friends. Mayhap that went a little far. But Rev had provided what had been asked when it was needed, likely in response to the person Asael had processed, if not directly on behalf of the king, then certainly and undeniably to his benefit. You've got some pretty fancy friends. Do you work for the government? He laughed. Dear Lord, no. That's a relief. I was wondering if you were going to arrest me or try to get me to turn informant. I can assure you, the ins and outs of the human law system are of no concern to me whatsoever. Human. Cursing under his breath, he waved away the word. You know what I mean. As she smiled, her lids fluttered. I'm sorry. I think I'm drifting off. All that food. Let yourself go. And know that when you wake, I shall take you home. She jerked upright. My grandmother is still in that house. No, she is at my estate. I would never have left her where she was, exposed and vulnerable. Without any warning, Marisol put her arms around him, throwing them over his shoulders and holding on so hard. He felt every shudder of her body. Thank you, she choked out against his neck. Without her, I have nothing. Asael was so very careful as he returned the embrace, resting his hands lightly upon her back, breathing in her scent. His heart ached anew that any male had touched her other than with reverence. They stayed that way a long time, and when she finally eased back and looked up at him, he couldn't stop himself from brushing her face with his fingers. I am without words, he said in a cracked voice. About what? All he could do was shake his head and break the contact entirely by standing up. It was either that or he was going to get into that bed with her. Rest well, he said roughly. At nightfall, I shall escort you safely unto your relation. And then she and her grandmother could live with him, and that way he would know she would always be safe. He would never worry over her again. Asael hurried out before her eyes shut. He simply couldn't bear that image of her closed lids. Stepping free of the room, he stopped dead. Across the corridor, his twin cousins were leaning against the wall, and they didn't have to look up or around at him. They were staring right into his eyes as he emerged, sure, as if they had been waiting for him to come back out every second he'd been in there. They didn't speak, but they didn't have to. Asael rubbed his face. In what world did he think he could keep two human women in his house? And fuck forever wasn't going to be able to do that for a night. Because what would he say when it became apparent he couldn't go out during the day? Or have sunlight in his home? Or, overcome with emotion, he dug into the front pocket of his black slacks, took out his vial of coke and quickly dispensed of what was left, just so he could feel even slightly normal. Then he picked the tray up off the floor. Don't look at me like that, he muttered as he stalked away. 25. Wrath. As she called out her husband's name, Beth jerked upright off the pillows, and for a moment, she had no idea where she was. The stone walls and the rich velvet bedding were not Darius's house, the chamber that was not her father's, but the one Wrath had used when he'd needed someplace to crash, the one she'd moved over to when she couldn't sleep. She must have finally passed out on top of the duvet. Distantly, a phone started ringing. Shoving her hair out of her face, she found a blanket over her legs that she didn't remember putting there, her suitcase just inside the door and a silver tray set on the bedside table. Fritz, the butler, must have come sometime during the day. Rubbing her sternum, she looked at the empty pillow next to her, the undisturbed sheets, the lack of wrath, and felt worse than she had the night before. To think she'd assumed they'd hit bottom. Or that space would help. "Crap, Wrath?" she called out as she jumped off the bed. Running to the door, she ripped it open, shot across the shallow hall, and careened into her father's chamber, diving for the phone on one of the side tables. "Hello? Hello? Hello? Hi!" At the sound of that deep voice, she collapsed on the bed, squeezing the phone in her fist, pushing it into her ear as if she could bring her man to her. "Hi!" Closing her eyes, she didn't bother fighting the tears. She let them fall. "Hi!" His voice was as rough as hers was. "Hi!" There was a long silence, and that was okay. Even though he was at home and she was here, it was as if they were holding each other. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm really sorry." She let out a sob. "Thank you." "I'm sorry." He laughed a little. "I'm not real articulate, am I? It's okay. I'm not feeling very with it. Either I was just dreaming of you, I think. A nightmare? No. Missing you. I don't deserve it. I was afraid to call your cell in case you didn't answer it. I thought maybe if someone was with you, they might pick up, and yeah, I'm sorry." Beth exhaled and leaned back against the pillows. Crossing her legs at the ankles, she looked around at the pictures of her. "I'm in his bedroom. You are. There isn't a phone in the one you used. God. It's been a long time since I've been to that house. I know, right? It brings up a lot. I'll bet. How's George?" "Missing you." There was a muffled thump, the sound of him patting the dog's flank. "He's right here with me." The good news was that the neutral subjects were the perfect way to dip their toes in the relating pool. But the larger discussion still loomed. "So John's head's okay," she said, picking at the bottom of her shirt. "But I guess you've already heard everything went all right at the medical center." "Oh yeah, no. Actually, I've been kind of out of it. I called." "You did?" "Yeah. Tor said you were sleeping. Did you finally get some rest?" "Ah, yeah." As he fell quiet, the second silence was the preparation kind, the countdown to the real stuff. And yet she wasn't sure how to bring it all up, what to say, how to. "I don't know if I've ever told you much about my parents," Wrath said. "Other than how they were killed." She finished for him in her mind. "They were a match made in heaven, to use a human term. I mean, even though I was young, I remember them together, and the truth is, I figured when they died, that kind of thing was over with them. Like they were a once-in-a-millennium kind of love or something. But then I met you." Beth's tears were hot as they continued to laze their way down her cheeks, some dropping off softly onto the pillow, others finding her ear. Reaching out, she snagged a Kleenex and mopped up without making a sound. But he knew she was crying. He had to know. Wrath's voice became thin, like he was having trouble keeping it together. "When I got shot that night a couple of months ago, and Tor and I were hauling ass back from a sales house, I wasn't afraid I was dying or anything. Sure, I knew the wound was bad, but I've been in a lot of bad shit before, and I was going to get through it because no one and nothing was going to take me away from you." Bracing the phone on her shoulder, she folded the wet tissue in precise little squares. "Oh, Wrath, when it comes to you having a young," his voice cracked. "I for shit's sake. I keep trying to find the words, but I just don't have them. Beth, I simply don't. I know you want to try, I get that. But you haven't spent 400 years seeing and hearing about how vampire females die on the birthing bed. I can't get that out of my head. You know? And the problem is, I'm a bonded male, so while I'd like to give you what you want, there's a side of me that isn't going to listen to reason. It just I assent not when it comes to risking your life. I wish I were different because this is killing me, but I can't change where I'm at." Leaning to the side, she pulled another tissue out of the box. "But there's modern medicine now. We have Doc Jane and, plus what if the kid's blind? What if they have my eyes? I will love him or her no less. I can assure you of that. Ask yourself what we're exposing them to genetically, though. I manage to get along in life, sure. But if you think for an instant I don't miss my sight every day, I wake up next to the female I love and I can't see your eyes in the evening. I don't know what you look like when you dress up for me. I can't watch your body when I'm inside of you. Wrath, you do so much. And the worst of it? I can't protect you. I don't even leave the house, and that's as much about my fucking job as it is the blindness. And don't kid yourself. Legally, if we have a male young, he's going to succeed me. He will not have a choice, just like I didn't, and I hate where I'm at. I hate every night of my life, Jesus Christ, Beth. I hate getting out of bed. I hate that fucking desk. I hate the proclamations and the bullshit and being penned in the cocksucking house. I hate it. God. She'd known he wasn't happy, but she'd had no idea it went this deep. Then again, when was the last time they'd actually talked like this? The nightly grind coupled with the stress of the band of bastards and their bullshit. I didn't know. She sighed. I mean, I was aware that you were unhappy, but I don't like talking about it. I don't want you worrying about me. But I do anyway. I know you've been stressed, and I wish I could help in some way. That's my point. There's no help for it, Beth. There's nothing anyone condoned, even if I had perfect eyesight and the risks of pregnancy were no BFD. I still wouldn't want to dump this shit on the next generation. It's a cruelty I wouldn't do to someone I hate, much less my own fucking child. He laughed harshly. Hell, I should let Ecker have the goddamn throne. Serve him right. Beth shook her head. All I want is for you to be happy. Actually, that wasn't true. But I can't lie. I love you, and yet I still. Boy, did she get an idea of how he felt about the no-words thing. He'd found a way to talk, though. I almost can't explain it. She curled a fist over her heart. It's like this emptiness in the center of my chest. It has nothing to do with you or how I feel about you. It's inside of mites like a switch got flipped, you know? And I wish I could be more articulate than that, but it's hard to describe. I didn't even know what it was until one of those nights. When Z took Bella down to our place in Manhattan and I babysat. I was hanging out in that suite of theirs, with Nala asleep in my lap, and I just kept looking at all of the stuff they had in their room. The changing table, the mobiles, that crib, all the wipes and the bottles and the paces. And I just thought, I want this. All of it. The diaper genie and the rubber ducks and the late days. The poop and the sweet bath time smell. The crying and the cooing. The cliched pink and the robin's egg blue, whatever we get. And listen, I sat on it. I really did. It was such a shock that I thought it's a mood. A phase. A rose-colored delusion I was going to snap out of. When did you? He cleared his throat. How long ago was this? Over a year. Damn. Like I said, I've felt like this for a while. And I thought you'd change your mind. I knew it wasn't a priority for you. She was trying to be diplomatic on that one. I thought, well, now that I'm saying it, I realize I never did talk to you about where I was at. There just hasn't been time. I'm sorry. I know I already apologized. But goddammit. It's all right. She closed her eyes. And I know where you're coming from. It's not like I haven't seen you every night looking like you wanted to be anywhere else but where you were. There was another long silence. There's something else, he said after a while. What? I think you're going into your needing. Soon. Even as Beth's jaw dropped open, in the back of her mind, something kindled. How do you know? The mood swings, the chocolate cravings, the weight gain. Shit, she said. Oh shit. And then that just about summed it up. Wrath thought as he eased back in the library's desk chair. At his feet, George was stretched out on the rug, that big, boxy head resting on one of Wrath's shit-kickers as if offering support. I can't be sure. Wrath rubbed his aching temple. But as your mate, I'm going to be affected as soon as your hormones start fluxing. Me blood runs hotter. My emotions are stronger. My temper gets really touchy. Like, you're out of the house now, right? And I feel more myself than I have in about 2 weeks. But during that argument we had, I was kinda nuts. 2 weeks, that's about the time I started checking in and then sitting with Layla. And yeah, you were really out there. Now, he held up his forefinger to make the point even though she wasn't with him in person. This is not to excuse the way I behaved. It's just context. I can talk to you over the phone like this and keep it together enough so I can explain myself. When you're with me, again, not an excuse and not your fault, but I'm wondering if it didn't play a part in all of that. As he leaned to the side and put his hand on his dog, George lifted his head, the golden seeking, sniffing, giving a little lick. stroking the long waves that grew from that barrel chest. Wrath pulled them out and flattened them on George's forelegs. God, Wrath. When I didn't wake up with you just now. Horrible. I know. It was the same for me or maybe even worse. I wasn't sure whether I'd really fucked things up. Like, no going back fucked up. You haven't. There was a rustling, like she was shifting around on the bed. And I guess I knew we've been kind of working in parallel for the last while. I just hadn't realized how much time we've lost and other things. Going down to Manhattan, getting away together, really talking. It's been a while. Honestly, that's another reason I don't want a kid. I can barely keep connected with you at this point. I don't have anything to offer a young. That's not true. You'd make a wonderful father. In another universe, maybe. So what do we do? She asked after a moment. Wrath rubbed his eyes. Damn, he felt hungover as hell. I don't know. I really don't. They'd each said their piece in the way it should have been done in the first place. Reasonably. Calmly. Actually, he'd been the problem on that one, not her. I'm so sorry, he said again. It doesn't go far enough on so many levels. But there's nothing else I can man. I'm getting really fucking tired of feeling impotent. You are not impotent, she said dryly. We've well established that. All he could do was grunt in response. When are you coming home? Now. I'll drive. I think there's an extra car here somewhere. Wait until after dark. Wrath, we've been through this before. I'm perfectly fine in the sunlight. Besides, it's nearly 4:30. There's not much left. As he pictured her out in the bright light of day, his stomach churned and he thought of Payne calling him out on being a closet chauvinist. Compared to worrying about his Shellin, it was so much easier to lay down an I forbid. The problem was what it did to Beth. He really couldn't put her in a gilded cage just so he didn't have to freak out about her safety. And maybe this pregnancy thing for him was just a deeper shade of that color of cowardice. Okay, he heard himself say. All right, I love you. I love you to Wrath. Wait, before you go. Yeah. When there was only silence, he frowned. Beth? What? I want you to do something for me. Anything. It was a while before she spoke. And when she was done, he closed his eyes and let his head fall back. Wrath? Did you hear what I said? Every word. Unfortunately. And he was on the verge of throwing out a no way when he thought about what it was like waking up with her not beside him. Okay. He gritted out. Yeah, sure. I'll do that. 26. As Saxton stared at himself in his dressing room's mirror, he pinched the butterfly ends of his bow tie and tugged the knot tighter. When he released the patterned silk, the thing kept its form and its symmetry like a pup well trained. Stepping back, he smoothed his freshly shorn hair and pulled on his Marc Jacobs cashmere winter coat. He gave one sleeve then the other a tug. Then he stretched out his arms so that the cuff links under his suit jacket showed. They were not the ones with the family's crest on them. He didn't wear those anymore. No, these were VCA from the 40s, sapphire and diamond platinum setting. Did I do the cologne? He looked at his Gucci and Prada and Chanel bottles, all of which were lined up on a mirrored tray with brass handles. No comment from you all? A quick sniff of one wrist. Yes, that would be egoist, and it was fresh. Turning away, he walked across the heavily veined cream marble floor and out into his white-on-white bedroom. Passing by the bed, he had an instinct to remake the whole thing, but that was nerves talking. I'll just double-check. Plumping the pillows and rearranging the throw into the exact position it had been in when he'd gone in to dress, he glanced at the vintage Cartier clock on the bedstand. There was no putting things off any longer. And yet he looked around at the white chaise lounge and the white armchairs, inspected the white mohair throw rugs, walked over and made sure the Jackson Pollock over the fireplace was perfectly plumb. This was not his old house, the Victorian that Blay had once spent a day in. This was his other place, a Frank Lloyd Wright single-story that he'd bought the second it had come on the market because how could he not? There were so few of them left. Of course, he'd had to do some clandestine remodeling and expansion of the basement, but vampires had long been working their way around humans and their pesky little building inspectors at all. Double-checking his Patek Philippe, he wondered why he was making this dreadful pilgrimage. Again, it was like a horrible Groundhog Day thing. But at least it didn't happen with great regularity. As he ascended the stairs, he was dimly aware of fiddling with his bow tie once more. Unlocking the door at the top, he emerged into a sleek 40s kitchen with fully functional, modern repros of all those Hello, Lucy appliances. Every time he walked through the house, with its Jetsons furniture, and complete and utter lack of frills, it felt like he was back in post-World War II America, and it calmed him. He liked the past, liked the different footprints of the various eras, enjoyed living in spaces that were as authentic as he could make them. And it wasn't like he was going back to that Victorian anytime soon. Not after he and Blay had essentially started things there. As he went out the front door, just the thought of that male made his chest tighten, and he paused, concentrating on the sensation, the memories that came with it, the change in his blood pressure and thought patterns. After the two of them had broken up, which had been at his instigation, he'd done a lot of reading on grief. The stages, the process. And it had been funny. Oddly enough, the best resource had been a little booklet he'd found on getting over the loss of a pet. It had questions that you were supposed to answer about what the dog had taught you, or what you missed most about the cat, or what your favorite moments with your cockatoo had been. He wouldn't have admitted it to anybody, but he'd answered each one of them in his diary about Bland. It had helped. Up to a point. He was still sleeping alone, and though he'd had sex instead of wiping the slate clean, it had just made him ache even more. But things were better than they had been. At least he had an operating principle that was halfway normal now. He'd been walking dead for the first couple of nights. Now, though, he had a scab over the wound and he was eating and sleeping. There were still triggers, though, like every time he had to see Blay or Quinn. It was so hard to be happy for the one you loved when he was with someone else. Like all of life, however, there were things you could change and things you couldn't. On that note, closing his eyes, he dematerialized and reformed on a snow-covered lawn that was easily as big as a city park and just as carefully maintained. Then again, his father hated anything out of order. Plants, grass, objets d'art, furniture sons. The grand manor house beyond was some 15,000 square feet in size, the different wings having been added over time by generations of humans. Staring up at it through the winter night, Saxton was reminded of exactly why his father had purchased the estate when some alumnus had left it to Union Collegiate. Was the old country in the new world, home away from the motherland. A traditionalist, his father had relished the return to roots. Not that he'd ever truly left them. Approaching the front entrance, the gas lanterns on either side of the mile-wide door flickered, casting ancient light on stone carvings that had actually been done in the 19th century as part of the Gothic revival style. As he halted, he thought perhaps he would not ring the bell because the staff would be waiting for him. They, as with his father, were always in a hurry to get him in and out of the houseas if he were a document to be processed or a dinner to be served and cleaned up hastily. No one opened the door preemptively, however. Leaning in, he pulled on an iron chain with a velvet cover to generate the bell sound. There was no answer. Frowning, he stepped back and looked to the side, but that got him nowhere. There were too many manicured bushes to see into any of the diamond-paned, leaded glass windows. Being locked out of the house was such a testimony to their relationship, wasn't it? The male requests him to come on his birthday and then leaves him out in the cold at the front door. Actually, Saxton had decided that his existence was now a fuck you to his father. From what he understood, TYHM had always wanted a Yuna son, specifically. Had prayed to the scribe virgin for one. And then he'd been granted his wish. Unfortunately, there had been a caveat that had turned out to be a deal-breaker. Just as he was debating whether to ring again, the door was opened by the butler. The doggin's face was frozen as always, but the fact that he did not bow to the firstborn and only begotten son of his master was plenty of commentary on his opinion of who he was about to let in. It hadn't always been like this in the household. But his mother had died, and then his little secret had come out. So, your father is currently engaged. That was it. No, may I take your coat? How fare thee? Or even verily, how cold is this night? Not even a conversation about the weather would be spared for him. Which was fine. He had never cared for the guy anyway. When the butler stepped aside and focused on the silk-covered wall opposite him, walking through that fixed gaze was like getting stung by an electric fence, although at least Saxton was used to it. and he knew where to go. The ladies' parlor was on the left, and as he entered the frilly room, he put his hands into the pockets of his coat. The lavender walls and lemon-yellow rug were bright and cheerful, and the truth was, even though putting him here was intended as an insult, he much preferred it to the wood-panel gentlemail's equivalent across the foyer. His mother had died about 3 years ago, but this was no shrine to the loss. In fact, he didn't have the sense that his father had missed the female. Tym had always been most interested in the law even over matters of the glimmer. Saxton stilled, pivoted toward the rear of the room. Distantly, voices mingled, and that was unusual. The house was typically silent as a library, the staff tiptoeing around, the doggen having developed a complex system of hand signals with which to communicate so they did not disturb their master. Saxton approached a second set of doors. Unlike the ones leading out to the foyer, they were closed. Cracking a panel, Saxton slipped through into the lofty, octagonal room where his father's leather-bound volumes of the old law were kept. The ceiling was some 30 feet high, the molding of all those shelves dark mahogany, the cornices over the doorways carved into proper Gothic relief, or at least a 19th-century reproduction of it. In the center of the circular space there was a tremendous round table, the marble top of which was a bit of a shock. It was covered with open volumes. Glancing up at the shelves, he saw slots in the endless lineup of tomes. About 20 of them. As a warning sounded at the base of his skull, he kept his hands in his pockets and leaned in, tracing the verbiage that was exposed. Oh, Jesus! Succession. His father was researching the laws of succession. Saxton lifted his head toward the voices. They were louder now that he was in this room, although still muffled by another set of closed doors across the way. Whatever meeting was taking place was in his father's private study. Highly unusual. The male never let anyone in there, didn't even permit clients to come to the house. This was serious, and Saxton wasn't stupid. There was a cabal against Wrath in the Glimmer, and obviously his father was involved. No reason for anyone to care about the next generation of king if they weren't trying to target the current one. He walked around the table, locking eyes on each open page. The more he saw, the more concerned he became. "Oh shit!" he muttered in a rare curse. This was bad. Very bad. The sound of a door opening in the study energized him. Jogging on the balls of his loafers, he scooted back into the ladies' parlor and reclosed the panels silently behind himself. He was facing the John Singer sergeant over the fireplace when the butler called his name about 2 minutes later. "He will see you now. No reason to throw a thank you out." He just followed in the wake of the doggen's disapproval and braced himself for more of the same from his father. Usually he hated coming here, but not tonight. No, tonight. He had a far greater purpose than thwarting what was no doubt going to be yet another of his father's attempts to shame him into going straight. Trez frowned at the sound. Cracking one eye open, he found his brother standing over his bed, Boo the black cat in the male's arms, an expression of disapproval narrowing those icy eyes. His brother's, not the cat's. "Are you spending another night on your ass?" "I am bit out." Not a question, so why bother throwing out an answer? Groaning as he sat up, Trez had to brace his arms to keep his torso vertical. Apparently, while he'd been out of it, the world had turned into a hula hoop and the planet was going around and around his neck. Losing the fight, he flopped back down. As his brother kept standing there, he knew that this was the siren call back to reality. And he wanted to answer it, he really did. His body, however, was out of gas. "When was the last time you fed?" "I am," demanded. He shifted his eyes over and dodged the question. "Since when are you an animal lover?" "I hate this goddamn cat." "I can tell. Answer me." The fact that he couldn't even think of when he'd nope, total blank. "I'll send someone," I muttered. "And then you and I are going to talk. Let's talk now." "Why? So you can pretend you didn't hear it right later?" "Well, there was a thought." "No. They're going after our father and mother." Trez sat up again, and this time he didn't need any extra help. Shit. He should have expected this from the Hisby. But how? How do you think? His brother shifted his gentle scratching from the black cat's ears to under its chin. They're going to start with her. He rubbed his face. Jesus Christ. I didn't expect the high priest would be so. It wasn't him. Nah. He was the second person who came to see me last night. What time is it? Although the fact that he could see out the windows into the night at least partially answered that one. Why didn't you wake me up when you got home? I tried. 3 times. I was going to send for a crash cart if you didn't come around on this trip. So what did the high priest say? SX is the one we have to worry about. Trez dropped his hands. Staring up at his brother, he knew he must have heard that wrong. I'm sorry, who? Not the kind of name I need to repeat, is it? Oh God. What the hell was the Queen's enforcer doing paying a visit to his brother? Then again, they're really upping the ante, aren't they? I sat on the edge of the bed, his weight causing the mattress to shift. We are at the impasse, Trez. No more pretending, no more persuasion. They've used the carrot. Now they're going to use the stick. As Trez thought of his parents, he could barely picture their faces. The last time he'd seen them had been well. There was another thing he couldn't remember. What was crystal clear, though? The quarters they lived in. Marble everything. Gold fixtures. Silk rugs. Servants everywhere. Jewels hanging from lamps to create a sparkle effect. They hadn't started out like that, and that was another thing he could picture. He'd been born in a modest 2-bedroom flat in the far corner of Court, nice enough by normal standards. Nothing close to what they'd gotten when they'd sold his future. And after that, while they'd upgraded to the best of the best. He'd been sent to be raised by the Queen's staff, alone in a white room. It hadn't been until he'd refused to eat or drink for nights upon nights that IM had been sent to him. And that was how their dysfunction had started. Ever since then, somehow IM had become the one responsible for keeping him going. Do you remember when we saw them last? He heard himself say. At that party. For the Queen. Oh, that's right. Their parents had been sitting with the Queen's primaries, as they were called, front and center, smiling. They hadn't acknowledged him or IM when they'd come in, but that was not unusual. Once sold, he had become the Queen's, and once drafted into service to smooth things over, IM was no longer theirs either. They never looked back, did they? Trez murmured. I'm just a commodity to them, and man, they got a good price. IM stayed silent, as was his way. He just sat there, stroking that cat. How much time do I have? Trez asked. You have to go tonight. Dark eyes shifted over. Like now. And if I don't, there was no reason to answer that, and IM didn't bother. If he didn't get out of bed and turn himself in, his parents were going to be slaughtered. Or worse. Probably much worse. They're such a part of the system, he said. Those two really got what they wanted. So you're not going. Once he set foot back within the territory, he was never going to see the outside world again. The Queen's Guard was going to shut him in that maze of corridors, lock him up so that he was the male equivalent of a harem, separate him even from his brother. And meanwhile, his parents would live on, uncaring. She looked at me, he muttered. That night of the party. Her eyes went to mine and she gave me this secret little smile of superiority. Like she'd made all the right moves, and the added benefit had been that she hadn't had to deal with me. What the fuck kind of mother does that? So you're going to let them die? No. So you're going back? No. M shook his head. It's binary, Trez. I know you're pissed off at them, at the Queen, at 100,000 things. But we've reached the crossroads and there are only 2 options. You've really got to understand that, and I'll go back with you. No, you'll stay here. As his muddled head tried to wrap itself around the variables, his brain was all fizzle, no flash. Besides, I'm not going. Shit, he needed to feed before he tried to deal with this. Fuck, that human blood is for crap, he mumbled, rubbing his temples like maybe the friction could jumpstart his IQ. You know what? I really can't talk about this right now, and I'm not being an asshole. I literally can't think. I'll send someone. IM got up and went to the door that separated their suites. And then you need to make your mind up. You've got 2 hours. Will you hate me? He blurted. About them? Yeah. It was a long while before he got an answer. And the cat stopped purring. Iam's hand stilling at that throat. I don't know. Trez nodded. Fair enough. The door was shut and his brother well on his way when Trez's brain coughed up a hey wait. Not Selena, he called out. I am. Yo. Not Selena. He did not trust himself with her on a good night. The last thing he needed was to get close to her right now. 27. As Wrath knocked on the door in front of him, he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. Maybe he'd luck out and there'd be no answer. He needed more time before doing something like this. Denied. Things opened up and a deep voice said, Hey, what's doing? As he tried to think of an answer to that, he closed his eyes behind his wraparounds. Z. Yeah. Hey. The brother cleared his throat, which really drove home the silence thing. Yeah. So, what's up? Abruptly, like the universe was sending him a shot in the nuts, a young's cry rippled out. Ah, listen, I was just getting her up. You mind? Wrath dragged a hand through his hair. No, yeah, it's cool. You want me to come to your office afterward? He wondered what the room looked like, and painted the space according to what his Beth had said was in it. Cluttered, he thought. Homey. Cheerful. Pink. Nothing that Z would have been caught dead in before he'd met Bella. Wrath? What's going on here? You mind if I come in? Sure. Yeah, I mean, Bella's working out, so we've got some privacy. But you're going to want to. Gee, peep. Watch where you step. Wrath lifted up his shit-kicker and whatever toy he'd crushed reinflated with a wheeze. Fuck. Did I break it? I think it's a dog toy, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she picked it up from George downstairs. You want it back? He's got plenty. She can have it. As he shut the door, he was painfully aware that they were each talking about their young. Only Wrath's had 4 paws and a tail. Least he didn't have to worry about George succeeding him or being blind. Z's voice came from deeper in the room. You can sit on the foot of the bed if you go 15 feet straight ahead of you. Thanks. He didn't particularly want to park it, but if he stayed standing, he was going to want to pace and it wouldn't be long before he tripped over something that wasn't a toy. Over in the corner, Z spoke softly to his daughter, the words rolling into some kind of rhythm like he was talking through a song. In reply, there were all kinds of cooing. And then came something that sounded terrifyingly clear. Dada. Wrath winced behind his wraparounds and figured he might as well get this over with. Beth wants me to talk to you. About. As he imagined the Z he knew so well, he pictured the brother he'd been convinced was going to implode and take out 6 of them with him. Skull trim, scarred face, eyes that had been black and opaque as a shark's until Bella had come. Then they had gone yellow at least as long as he wasn't pissed off, and that didn't happen anymore unless he was out in the field. Big turnaround. Are you holding her? Wrath asked. There was a pause. As soon as I get this bow tied in the back, hold on, girly. Okay, up you go. She's in a pink dress that Cormia made her by hand. I hate pink. I like it on her. Though, but keep that to yourself. Wrath flexed his hands. What's it like? Not totally hating pink? Pretty fuckerm. Frickin' emasculating. Yeah. Do not tell me Lassiter's been metrosexualizing even you. I heard he talked Manello into going for a pedicure with him, but I'm praying that's just gossip. It was hard to ignore how easily the brother was talking. Like normal, really. Then again, he had his family, his Shellen was safe, and he'd been disappearing into the basement with Mary on a regular basis for how long now? Nobody knew precisely what they talked about down there, but everyone could guess. Actually, I don't know why I'm here, Wrath said roughly. Liar. Footfalls came forward, and then there was a regular creaking like the male had taken a seat in a rocking chair and was going back and forth. Apparently, Nala liked whatever positioning had occurred, the young doing more of that cooing. A soft squeaking suggested Z had picked up another toy and was keeping her occupied. This about Beth spending time with Layla? Am I the only person who didn't know? You don't leave your office much. One more reason not to want to have a kid. So it's true. Wrath bowed his head and wished his vision was working so he could pretend to inspect something. The bedspread. His boots. A watch. Yeah. Beth wants one. He shook his head. I mean, how did you do it? Getting Bella pregnant. You must have been terrified at the idea. There was no planning involved. She went into her knitting, And when push came to shrug, I had the drugs. I begged her to let me take care of her that way. In the end, though, I did what a male does to see his female through it. The pregnancy was rough, but the birth scared me more than anything I've ever been through in my life. And considering the guy had been a sex slave for how long, that was saying something. Afterward, Z said slowly, I didn't sleep for a good 48 hours. It took that long for me to be convinced Bella wasn't going to bleed out and Nala was alive and going to stay that way. Hell, maybe it was more like a week. Was it worth it? There was a long quiet, and Wrath was willing to bet his left nut the brother was staring at his daughter's face. I can say yes because they both survived. If that hadn't been the case, my answer would be different even as much as I love my daughter. Whatever, like all bonded males, Bella is the one I focus on before everything, even including my young. Wrath popped the knuckles of one fist. Went to work on the other hand. I think Beth was hoping you'd change my mind. I can't do that. No one can. It's the hard wiring of the bonded male. The one you really need to talk to is Tor. I fell into this and I am the luckiest bastard on the face of the planet that it happened to work. Tor, on the other hand, he chose it. He somehow had the balls to roll the dice even knowing the risks. And then his Wellesley died anyway. Abruptly, Wrath remembered going down to the training center's office, looking for the fighter with all of the Brotherhood behind him. He had found Tor sitting with John, a phone up to the brother's ear, an aura of desperation marking everything from his pale face to the grip he'd had on that receiver to the way his expression had frozen as he'd looked up to find them all there, in the doorway. Jesus Christ, it was fresh as if it had happened yesterday. Even though in the intervening time, Tor had made it autumn and moved on, to the extent that any male would be able to. Wrath shook his head. I don't know if I can go there with the brother. Cue another long stretch of quiet, as if maybe Z were thinking of that night, too. But then Zadist said softly, he's your brother. If he'd do it for anyone, it would be for you. The minute Beth walked into the mansion's magnificent foyer, she stopped dead in her tracks. At first, she couldn't put a name to the splintered pile of wood that was on its side under the billiards room archway. But then the ragged green skin gave it away. It was the pool table, looking like someone had had at it with a chainsaw. Going over, she peered in and felt her jaw unhinge. Everything was trashed, from the sofas to the light fixtures, the TV to the bar. He's okay, a male voice said from behind her. Wheeling around, she looked up into Z's yellow eyes. In the brother's arms, Nala was dressed in a darling pink dress with an empire waist and a flaring skirt she was going to grow into in a couple months. Talk about the cuteness. Little white Mary Janes flashed on her feet, and an off-center white bow tied back her multicolored curls. Her eyes were yellow, just like her dad's, but her smile was all Bella, wide open, trusting and friendly. God, it hurt to see them, especially as she knew the cause of the destruction in that other room. He called me, she said. That why you came home? I was going to anyway. Z nodded. Good. Last night was a thing. Clearly, she glanced over her shoulder. How did he? Stop? Lassiter darted him. He went down like a stone and had a good long nap. That wasn't what I was going to ask. But yeah, she rubbed her cold hands together. Ah, do you know where he is? He told me you asked him to talk to me. As she stared across at Z, she thought of meeting him for the first time. God, he'd been terrifying, and not just because of the scar. He'd had a glacial glare back then, as well as the kind of deadly focus that had gone straight into the center of her chest. Now, he was like a brother to her, except when it came to Wrath. Wrath would always come first for him. It was true for all the brothers. And considering what Wrath had done to the game room, that was not a bad thing. I thought maybe it would help. God, that seemed lame. What I mean is, he's gone to find Tor. Beth closed her eyes. After a moment, she said, I don't want any of this, just so we're clear. I believe that, and I don't want this for the two of you either. Maybe we'll figure it out. As she turned to the stairs, a wave of exhaustion hit her like a ton of bricks. Listen, if you see him, tell him I've gone up to have a shower. It was a long day for me, too. You got it. As she passed by the brother, she was shocked when his hand landed on her shoulder and squeezed in support. Good Lord, if you'd told her a couple of years ago that the fighter would be offering anyone anything other than a gun to the head? NFW. And the fact that he was currently holding a total Gerber baby in his heavily muscled arm, said daughter staring up at his scarred face with absolute and total adoration. Pigs flying. Hell freezing over. Miley Cyrus keeping some clothes on. I'm sorry, she said hoarsely, knowing that the flip side to the Brotherhood's closeness was that they all truly worried about each other. The problems of one were the problems of all. I'll let him know you're home safe, Z said. Go have a rest. You look wiped. She nodded and hit the stairs, dragging her tired body up one step at a time. As she came to the second floor, she stared through the open double doors into the study. The throne and the huge desk it sat behind loomed like monsters, the old wood and ancient carvings a tangible representation of the lines of succession that had served the race for how long? She didn't know. She couldn't guess. So many couples sacrificing their firstborn sons to a position that, from all she'd seen, was not just thankless, but downright dangerous. Could she put her own flesh and blood there? She wondered. Could she sentence something she herself had had a hand in creating to where her husband sat and suffered? Stepping over the threshold, she crossed the Aubusson rug and stood before just two of the symbols of the monarchy. She pictured Wrath there, with the paperwork and the grind, like a tiger trapped in a zoo, fed well, cared for relentlessly nonetheless caged. She thought back to working at the Caldwell Courier-Journal, for Dick the Prick as a copy editor for his boys' club while he tried to look down her shirt. She'd wanted to get out so badly, and her transition and meeting Wrath had been her saviors. What was Wrath's? How would he ever get out of this? Short of abdicating, his only saving grace was getting killed by Ecker and the band of bastards. Wow, great future there. And her solution was to threaten her own life by trying to get pregnant. No wonder he'd lost his shit. Running her fingertips across the complicated edging of the desk, she discovered that the curlicues actually formed a vine, and there were dates inscribed along the leaves. The kings and the queens, their children, a long legacy of which Wrath was the current manifestation. He wasn't going to give this up. No way. If he felt impotent now, walking away from the throne was going to send him right over the edge. He'd already lost his parents too soon to release their legacy over to another. That would be a blow he'd never get past. She still wanted to have a child. But the longer she stood there, the more she wondered whether it was worth it if she had to sacrifice the man she loved. And that was going to be the result, plus, assuming she could get pregnant and deliver a healthy baby. If they had a son, he was going to end up here. And if she had a daughter, whoever she married was going to take over, and then her daughter would have the pleasure of watching her man go insane from the pressure. Great inheritance either way. Damn it, she breathed. She'd known Wrath was the king when she mated him, but for her, by then, it had already been too late. She'd been head over heels in love, and whether his job had been security guard or supreme head of state, she was getting hitched. She hadn't thought of the future back then. Just being with him had been enough. But come on, even if she had been aware of all the implications. Nope. She still would have thrown on Wellesley's gorgeous red gown and marched down to have the crap scared out of her as Wrath had her name carved in his back. Thick or thin, richer or poorer in human terms, child-filled or childless. When she finally turned away, she straightened her shoulders and walked out of the room with her head level. Her eyes were clear, her heart was calm, and her hands were steady. Life was not an a la carte buffet where you got to fill your plate with whatever you wanted. You didn't get to choose your entree and your sides and go back for more when maybe you had 3 bites of meat left and had run out of mashed potatoes. And hell, when she thought about it logically, getting true love along with happily married and hot sex life was already one hell of a trifecta. There were good reasons for them not to have a child. And maybe it would change in the future. Maybe Ecker and the bastards would meet their graves, and the glimmer would come around, and the lessening society would stop killing. Pigs flying. Hell freezing over. Miley planting her twerking ass in a chair and keeping it there as a public service. As Beth headed for the private stairwell to the 3rd floor, She wished she'd come to this conclusion before Wrath had gone to find Tor. But that was yet another collision she had triggered that she couldn't undo. She could stop this from going any further, though. However much it hurt, she could choose another path and put them both out of their misery. For God's sake, she wasn't the first woman on the planet who couldn't have children just because she wanted them. And she was not going to be the last. And all those females, they went on. They lived their lives and kept going, and they didn't have her wrath. He was more than enough for her. And any time she thought he wasn't, she was going to go back and sit in front of that desk and put herself deep in her Hellrun's shitkickers for a mile or two. She didn't want to let her father down, and she hadn't even met him. For Wrath, being king was the only way to honor his and not wanting to subject the next generation to the throne. It was the only way to protect the children he would never have. The Rolling Stones were right. Sometimes you didn't get what you wanted. But if you had all you needed, life was good. 28. Your cousin is getting mated. As Saxton was led through the doors of his father's study, that was the greeting he received. Here we go, he thought. And next time they talked, no doubt it was going to be about said cousin having a perfectly healthy baby boy who was going to grow up normal. Guess this was his birthday gift, a report on some relation living the right sort of life, with subtitles that he was a shame to the bloodline and a great waste of DNA for his father. Actually, the happy little updates had started up soon after his father had learned that he was gay, and he remembered every single statement, arranging them like ugly figurines on the mantle of his mind. His absolute, bar none favorite? The newsflash a couple of months ago about a gay male who had gone out with another gay male of the species, and ended up beaten in an alley by a group of humans. His father had had no idea he was talking about his own son on that one. The hate crime had been the capper on his first date with Blay, and he had nearly died from the injuries. There had been no going for medical help-havers. The only physician in the race was a devoted traditionalist, and was in the practice of turning away known homosexuals from treatment. And going to a human doctor had been a no-go. Yes, there were 24-hour clinics open in the city, but it had taken all the energy he'd had left to drag himself home, and he'd been too ashamed to call anyone for help. But Blay had shown Upand everything had changed for them. For a while, at least. Did you hear what I said? His father demanded. How wonderful for him. Which cousin is it? Enoch's son. It was arranged. The families are going to have an eventing weekend to celebrate. At their estate here or in South Carolina? Here. It is time for the race to re-establish proper traditions in Caldwell. Without tradition, we are nothing. Read, you are worthless unless you get with the program. Although naturally his father would couch the directive in much more scholarly terms. Saxton frowned as he finally looked at the mail. Sitting behind his desk, Tuicham had always been thin, an Ichabod Crane figure in suits that hung like funeral draping from his bony shoulders. Compared to their last visit, he appeared to have lost weight, his sharp features holding up his facial skin like supports under a pitched tent. Saxton didn't look anything like his sire. That dark hair and those dark eyes, that pale skin and lanky body, not what the genetic lottery had dealt him. Instead, his mother and he had been pea and pod in disposition and decoration, fair and gray-eyed with a healthy glow to their skin. His father had often remarked on how similar he was to his mom, and looking back on it, he wasn't sure that had been a compliment. So what are you doing for work? His father muttered as he drummed his fingers on the leather blotter. Over the male's head, the portrait of his own father loomed with identical disapproval. As Saxton was pegged with two sets of narrowed eyes, there was an almost irresistible urge to answer that question honestly. Saxton was, in fact, first counsel to the king. And even in these times, when regard for the monarchy was at an all-time low, that was still impressive. Especially to someone who revered the law like his father. But no, Saxton thought. He was going to keep that to himself. I'm where I was, he murmured. Trusts and estates is rather a complicated field. I was surprised you chose it. Who are some of your more recent clients? You know I can't divulge that information. His father brushed that aside. It would not be anyone I know, surely. No, probably not. Saxton tried to smile a little. And you? That demeanor changed instantly. the subtle distaste ebbing out and being replaced by a mask that had all the revelatory quality of a slab of slate. There are always things to command my attention. Of course. As both of them continued speaking in a volley, the conversation remained stilted and irrelevant, and Saxton passed the time by putting his hand in his pocket and fitting his iPhone to his palm. He had planned his departure and wondered when he could take his cue. And then it came. The phone on the desk, the one that had been made to appear old-fashioned, rang with an electronic bell that sounded as close to real as anything not actually brass could get. "I'll leave you," Saxton said, taking a step back. His father stared at the carefully hidden digital display and appeared to forget how to answer the thing. "Goodbye." Saxton stopped himself. Ever since his orientation had been revealed, that was an F-word worse than fuck, at least when used by him. As his father just waved him off, he had a passing relief. Usually, the worst part of any in-person visit was the departure. As he'd leave, and his father confronted yet another failed attempt to bring his son around, it was the walk of shame all over again. Saxton hadn't come out to his family. He'd never intended his father to know. But someone had blabbed, and he was fairly sure he knew who. So every time he left, he relived getting kicked out of this very house about a week after his mother had died. He'd been booted with his clothes on his back, no money, and nowhere to stay as dawn approached. He'd learned later that all of his things had been ritually burned in the woods out behind the manor house. One more handy use for all the acreage. "Shut the door behind you," his father snapped. He was more than happy to obey that one. Closing things silently, for once he didn't waste a moment on all the pain. Looking left and right, he listened. Silence. Moving quickly, he went back to the parlor and through into the library, pulling the doors shut behind him. Taking out his phone, he started snapping pictures, his heart beating as fast as he was tapping. He didn't bother to arrange angles or do anything sequentially. The only thing he cared about was that the focus and the lighting were good and that he didn't move. The rumbling of doors opening directly behind him had him spinning around. His father seemed confused as he stood in the doorway that led out of his study. "Whatever are you doing?" "Nothing. I was just looking at your volumes. They're quite impressive." Toychem glanced at the doors Saxton had shut behind himself as if wondering why they were closed. "You should not have come in here." "I'm sorry." Surreptitiously, he slipped the phone into his pocket, tilting his torso to the side as if to nod at the books. "It's just I wanted to marvel over your collection. Mine are cloth-covered." "You have a set of the old laws?" "I do. I bought them from an estate." His father went forward and touched the pages of the closest volume open on the round table. The loving way with which he stroked those words, that paper, that inanimate object suggested that maybe Saxton wasn't the biggest heartbreak in his life. If the law let him down, that would break him. "What is this all about?" Saxton said softly. "I heard the king was shot, and now this is all about the succession." When there was no reply, he began to think he needed to leave in a hurry. There was a high probability his father was in with the band of bastards, and it would be folly to think Tohm would hesitate for even a second in turning his gay son over to the enemy. Or, in his father's case, the allies. "Wrath is no king for the race." Tohm shook his head. "Nothing good has come since his father was killed. Now, there was a ruler. I was young when I was at court, but I remember wrath, and whereas the son cares not for the proper way, the sire was a stellar king, a wise male with patience and majesty. Such a failure of this generation." Saxton looked at the floor. For some absurd reason, he noted that his own loafers were perfectly polished. All of his shoes were neat and tidy, arranged. He found it difficult to breathe. "I thought the Brotherhood was taking care of things rather well. After the raids, they have killed many slayers. The fact that you use the word after to modify raids is all one needs to know." A shameful commentary. Wrath did not care to rule until he married that half-breed of his. Only then, when he sought to contaminate the throne with her bastard human genes, did he see fit to try to be king. His father would hate this, that human wearing the ring of his mother? It is a disgrace that cannot, he had to clear his throat. It simply cannot be supported. As the implications dawned on Saxton, he could feel the blood drain out of his head. Oh God, why hadn't they seen this coming? Beth, they were going to take him down through her. His father lifted his chin, his Adam's apple standing out like a fist in the front of his throat. And one has to do something. One has to do something when bad choices are made. Like being gay, Saxton finished for the male. And then it dawned on him. It was almost as if his father was joining the effort only because he couldn't do anything about his own failure of a progeny. Wrath will be removed from the throne, Tuachim said with a resurgence of strength. And another who has not strayed from the race's core values will be put in his place. It is the appropriate consequence for one who does not do things in the proper manner. I had heard. Saxton paused. I had heard that it was a love match between Wrath and his queen, that he fell in love with her when he helped with her transition. The deviant often couch their actions in the vocabulary of the righteous. It is a deliberate act to attempt to ingratiate themselves to us. That doesn't mean they have behaved well or that their poor choices should be supported by the masses. Quite the contrary, has shamed the race, and deserves all that is coming to him. Do you hate me? Saxton blurted. His father's eyes lifted from the books that were going to be used to pave the way to the abdication. As their stares met across the blueprint for Wrath's destruction, Saxton was reduced to a child who simply wanted to be loved and valued by the only parent he had left. Yes, his father said. I do. Sola pulled the fresh jeans up to her knees and paused. Bracing herself, she eased the waistband over her thigh wound carefully. Not bad, she muttered as she continued to tug them all the way onto her ass, and then button and zip them. Little loose, but when she put on the fresh white long-sleeved shirt and the cozy black sweater she'd also been given, you'd never know. Oh, and the Nikes were the perfect size, and she even liked the black and red color scheme. Going into her hospital room's bath, she checked her hair in the mirror. Shiny and smooth, thanks to the blow-dry she'd given herself. You look. Wheeling around at the voice, she found Assail standing by the bed. His eyes burned across the distance between them, his body looming large. You startled me, she said. My apologies. He offered her a short bow. I knocked several times, and when you didn't answer, I was concerned that you had fallen. That's really kind of you. Yeah, sweet couldn't be associated in any way with him. Are you ready to go home? She closed her eyes. She wanted to say yes, and of course, she needed to see her grandmother. But she was afraid to as well. Can you tell? She asked. Assail came over to her, walking slowly, as if he knew she was a hairbreadth away from spooking. Lifting his hands, he brushed her hair back over her shoulders. Then he touched the sides of her face. No, she will see none of it. Thank God. Sola exhaled. She can't know. Do you understand? Perfectly. Turning to face the door out into the corridor, he offered her his elbow as if he were escorting her to a party. And Sola took it just because she wanted to feel him against her. Know his warmth. Be close to his size and strength. It was a different kind of hell to be facing the prospect of meeting her grandmother's eyes. Do not think of it, he said as he led her down the long hall. You must remember that. She will see it in your face if you do. None of it happened, Marisol. None of it. Sola was dimly aware that the guards that had met them when they'd come to this place had slipped in behind them. But she had so many other things to worry about, and that bunch of men hadn't pulled any of those triggers as she'd come into the facility. Hard to imagine why they'd bother on the way out. One of them jumped in front and opened the steel door for them, and the Range Rover was right where it had been parked. Next to it, Assail's two cousins were standing grimly watched over by more of those incredibly dangerous-looking guys. Assail opened the back car door for her and offered her his hand. She needed it. Humping herself up into the SUV caused her thigh to sting until her eyes watered. But as she was shut in, she managed to work the belt herself, pulling it out from her body and clipping it in place. Sola frowned. Through the tinted glass, she watched as Assail went to each of the men, one after another, and offered them his hand. There were no words spoken, at least not that she saw, but there didn't need to be. Grave stares met Assail's eyes, and subtle nods were given with respect, as if an accord had been reached among them all. And then Assail's cousins hopped in the front. Assail got in the rear with her and they were off. She had only a vague memory of all the gates and barricades they'd had to go through to get into the place, but she figured the way out would take forever. At least she wanted it to. She had some hope that if enough time passed, she could convince her inner little girl that she hadn't broken the main 10 commandment twice, nearly been raped, and had to deface a body to get herself out of hell. Unfortunately, they were back on the Northway, heading south toward downtown Caldwell, a heartbeat and a half later. Or it certainly seemed like that, as they zeroed in on the bridges that would take them over the river and through the woods, to Assail's fortress they went. Great. Her brain was non-sequituring it up. Rubbing her tired eyes, she had to pull things together. It didn't happen. You know, you may have a point, she said quietly. About what? Assail asked from beside her. Maybe it was all just a dream. A bad, horrible dream. The Range Rover mounted the westbound bridge over the Hudson, and with traffic moving smoothly across the span, they were going to be at Assail's in only 5 or 10 minutes. Twisting around, she looked at the receding downtown, all those lights like stars having fallen to earth. I don't know if I can see her, she heard herself say. It didn't happen. Watching that cityscape get smaller and smaller, she told her brain to do the same with all the sights and smells and sensations that were so close, too close. Time was a highway and her body and brain were traveling on it. So she needed to hit that fucking gas pedal and get the hell away from the last 48 hours. Before she knew it, they were turning off onto the thin road that went down to the peninsula Assail owned. And then her stomach sank as that glass house came into view, its golden illumination pouring out onto the landscape as if the place were a pot of gold. They went to the back, the headlights swinging around across the rear of the mansion. And there she was, in the window of the kitchen, head lifting to look out, hands reaching for a dish towel Sola's grandmother was watching, waiting now scrambling for the back door. Abruptly, everything went out of Sola's mind as her hand fumbled for the latch. Assail gripped her arm. No, not until we're in the garage. Unlike the rest of the trip, getting undercover took forever, that reinforced door trundling down like it had all the time in the world. The instant it thumped into place, Sola burst out of that SUV and ran for the door. It was locked, and in her jammed-up mind, the only thing that occurred to her was to grip the handle harder and yank and pull. Someone unlocked it remotely because there was a clunk, and then suddenly things sprang open. Her grandmother was on the far side of a squat anteroom, standing in the center of the kitchen, that white dish towel wadded up to her face, the sense of home cooking like love in the air. Sola ran forward as her grandmother opened the only arms that had ever been there to hold her. She had no clear knowledge of what was said in Portuguese, but on both sides words flowed fast, until her grandmother pushed her back and captured her face in those weathered hands. "Why for you this sorry?" the woman demanded, brushing tears away with her thumbs. "No sorry for you. Never." Sola got pulled back in hard and held against that generous bosom. Closing her eyes, she sagged and let her brain shut down. This was all that mattered. They were together. They were safe. "Thank you, God," she whispered. "Thank you, dear Lord." 29. Of course it was Selena. As soon as Trez heard the knock across his bedroom, he took a deep breath and yup, her scent preceded her, drifting in under the door. His body hardened instantly, his cock extending up his lower belly, pushing against the weight of the duvet. "Send her away," a part of him said. "If you have any decency left in you, send her away." Not exactly the best argument. He was, after all, contemplating putting his parents in a Graviso. How much Boy Scout could he possibly have in him? He stopped that mental wheel spin in its tracks. At this point, he was so blood-starved he wasn't going to make any sense. Feed first, then think. Right? Back to the please God, not Selena. The problem was who else was coming here to service him? He hadn't seen any chosen in this household except for her and Layla, who was now out of commission. And if he didn't take the vein about to be offered, his only other option was to head out to the club and work his way through a half-dozen human women, which was about as appetizing a prospect as drinking engine sludge. There was also the issue that he was so far down into an energy wormhole that he wasn't sure whether even that would be enough. Another fun fact? He didn't think he could stand up to pull a pair of jeans on. So how in the hell was he going to go to the iron mask? And the soft knock was repeated. Pushing his hand under the covers, he shoved his erection around so that it would lie as flat as possible, and the contact made him grit his teeth. You've got to do this with her, he told himself. Once and never again. Selena shit. The sound of her name leaving his lips made him feel like his hand was back on his cock. Oh wait, he hadn't taken the damn thing off. As she opened the door, he whipped his arm out from under and glared at it to stay put. Sweet Mary, Mother of God, to quote that Boston cop. She looked as beautiful as always in that white robing with her hair up, but his starvation turned her into a transcendental vision that went right to his hips. His pelvis immediately started curling, his cock begging for something, anything from her. This was a bad idea, he thought. And sure enough, Selena hesitated in the doorway, glancing around as if she recognized the charge in the air. It was his last chance to send her away. He didn't take it. Close the door, he said in a voice so deep it warped. You suffer. Close it. Click. There was only a single lamp on, that one by the chaise longue, and the butter yellow light seemed to act as a sound buffer. Everything inside the room amplified, everything outside silenced. Then again, maybe it was the color of her eyes doing that. As she approached, she pulled up her sleeve, exposing her pale wrist. And in response, his fangs didn't descend so much as punch out from his upper jaw and shit. He didn't want what she was going to offer. He wanted at her throat, he wanted her naked and underneath his body, his canines in her neck as his cock. Moaning, he kicked his head back and gripped the duvet in his fists. Worry not, she said in a rush. Here, take of me. In spite of all the air in the room, his lungs began to starve for oxygen, shallow breaths pumping in and out of his open mouth. And then her hand brushed his arm, and he moaned again, trying to twist away. Gritting his teeth, he knew this was a very bad thing. Selena, I can't do this. I don't understand. You should leave, fuck. He could barely get the words out. Leave or I'm going to. Feed. She cut in sharply. You need to feed. Selena, you must take my vein. You'd better go. They were talking over each other, getting nowhere, when she took charge of the situation. At first, he thought his brain was playing tricks on him, but no. That was the scent of fresh blood in the room. Hers. She'd scored her wrist. Big mistake. With a roar, he went for her and not her wrist. His hands unlatched from the wadded sheeting and he grabbed her, taking her by the shoulders and flipping her across his lap to lay her out flat on the mattress. He mounted her a split second later, the duvet folding up between them, his hands pinning her wrists up on the pillows by her head. One look in her shocked eyes stopped him dead. And yet he couldn't get off her. Screw panting. He was breathing like a freight train, his body hard all over, his muscles twitching. Shit, he moaned as he dropped his head. Get off of her, he ordered his body. Get the fuck off of. The undulation beneath him took a moment to register. And then he realized it was her. She was moving against him, and not as in she wanted to get free. Her eyes, once alarmed, were now glazing over, her lips parting as she arched into him. She wanted him. Fucking hell. Her scent was flaring into his nose, her blood running fast and hot as his own. Selena, he groaned. I'm sorry. For what? She said roughly. This. He struck her throat, fangs sinking deep, blood rushing onto his tongue, down his throat. And as he nursed at her, his body pumped against the wadded duvet, desperately trying to find her core through the layers of sheeting, his cock throbbing, the friction making everything worse. As he drank hard, a growl reverberated out of his chest, filling the air with the sound of a male animal getting what he needed, or at least part of what he needed. And in a way, maybe it was good that he was so blood-starved. Otherwise, the sexual urge would have taken precedence. As long as all he did was feed, they could come back from that. Anything further, and they were mine. A voice deep inside of him announced. Mine. Selena had thought she was prepared for this. She'd thought she was ready to come up here to this room, to find Trez in this bed, to have him at her wrist. She'd assumed she was ready to do her duty and keep the secret of wanting him to herself. Instead, she was blown away by the power of him unleashed, by the strike at her neck, by the sexual desperation with which she needed him. And there was more. Crushed under his great weight, feeling his hips surge and retreat on top of her, knowing that he was drinking of her vein, she was at least momentarily unafraid of the statues in the cemetery up above. How could she fear them now? Not with her body like this, with her arms and legs, her very sex, loose and hot and desperate to receive him. Opening her eyes, she looked up at the ceiling beyond his dark shoulders. "Take me," she breathed into his growl. "Take me." In response, his fingers slid up to her palms and steepled in between, holding instead of trapping as he nuzzled at her vein, his cheek stubbly against her skin. She had an instinct to part her legs, and as soon as she did, the pressure of his pumping torso zeroed in on that aching heart of her, pushing, rubbing, but it was too indistinct. She wanted it focused. She wanted them both naked as he did that. There was no moving, however. Trez had her pinned, and the frustration she felt amplified the hunger that had taken root. The denial of what she wanted ratcheting up the need. Pushing against his palms, she got nowhere, her strength nothing compared to his. "More," she moaned as she curled her spine upward, her breasts tightening painfully, her heart thumping under her ribs. Each pull against her throat, every draw on her vein, all the suction he brought upon her, took her closer to some kind of precipice, and she'd never wanted to fall so badly before. Even though she didn't know where the landing would take her, she couldn't imagine that she could rise any higher without splintering apart. She was wrong. Except then he stopped. With a curse, he seemed to have to force himself to retract, and even then, he didn't go far from her neck. With his fangs out of her skin, his head hung there for the longest time, until he started licking at the puncture wounds to close them. This can't be over, she thought frantically. This can't be. "I'm sorry," he said in a guttural voice. "Please, please," she said hoarsely. "Don't stop." This brought his head up and around. And, dearest virgin scribe, he was magnificent. Thick lips parted, black eyes glossy, a high blush upon his cheeks. He was both satiated and hungry still, the male animal only partially fed. And she was well aware what part of his meal was missing. Yet when she tried to reach for him, her hands pushed against an iron hold. "Take me," she begged. "Down below, I need you there. Jesus Christ." He spat as he leaped off her, all but throwing himself from the bed. Up on his feet, he seemed to lose coordination, but then he stalked off to the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Cold rushed in all over her. And not just because his body no longer blanketed her own. It was shame, embarrassment. But how could she have gotten that wrong? Sitting up required a couple of tries. And when she was finally off the pillows, she pushed at the mess of her hair and tugged the lapels of her robing back into place. Twisting around, she looked at where she had lain. Her blood was a bright red stain on the white sheets. Her wrist was still bleeding from where she had scored it. Taking care of that with her own tongue, she shifted her legs off the bed. They felt too weak to hold her weight, but she had no choice, save to call them into service. Going over to the closed bathroom door, she placed her hand upon the panels. On the far side, she could hear him breathing hard. As she opened her mouth, intending to apologize for her temerity and then take her leave, she took a deep inhale. The scent of his sexual arousal was strong as ever, and she frowned. He wanted her still, so why had he? At least her mortification could ease a little. "Trez, I'm sorry." Testing the knob, she found things unlocked, but as she began to open the door, he barked, "No, don't." As the scent of that arousal grew even stronger in her nose, she peered inside. He was across the way, braced against the sinks, his head hanging low. And whatever torment he was going through, his body was clear with where it stood. His erection was just as incredible as the rest of him. "Shut the goddamn door," he hollered. Except she wasn't going to listen to that. Not after her visit to the cemetery up above. Not after having been reminded as recently as this morning exactly what was waiting for her. Her body was just beginning its death process, but she knew well enough that once the joints began to grind, time was of the essence. This could be her one and only opportunity to be with a male, and she wanted this. In fact, she would have wanted him even if her future weren't as yet breathing down her neck. And his body desired hers. Clearly. For all those reasons, she pushed the door completely open. "Fucking hell," he muttered. Then more loudly, "Selena, please. I want this." His head shook. "You don't. I want you. You can't, for God's sake, Selena. I hurt you." "You did not." He looked over the carved muscles of his upper arm. His eyes were glowing green. "Don't push me right now. You're not going to like what happens. Are you going to make me beg?" His huge body swayed, as if she'd sucked his strength instead of given him more. "Don't do this to either of us, Selena. Not tonight." She frowned. "Tonight." He grabbed for a towel and wrapped it around his hips. "Just go. I'm so grateful you gave me what I need. But I can't do this right now." Giving her his back, he stood there, staring at a blank wall. Selena pulled her lapels closer. "What ails? For the love of fucking God. I'm already fucking my parents over. Okay? I do not want to add you to the list. Whatever do you speak of?" When he didn't reply, she went over to him, her cloth-soled shoes making no sound. When she touched his shoulder, he jumped. "Trez." He wheeled around and backed up at the same time, slamming into the wall. "Please, speak unto me." His frantic eyes bounced around her face, her shoulders, her body. "I don't want to talk right now. I want—" "What?" she whispered. "You know what goddamn me to hell I want you. So you really fucking have to leave." They stared at each other for the longest time, and then she decided to take control. Reaching for the tie at her waist, Selena's hands shook as she pulled apart the bow and let the strip fall to the floor. Uncurling, the robing split asunder, exposing the center of her body, her aching breasts catching the two halves and holding them. But her sex was on display, and his eyes went down and stayed there. Trez's lips parted, his fangs descending anew. And now she was the one weaving on her feet as her core responded even further, blooming between her legs, sending out a call, which he answered by falling to his knees. She wasn't sure what she expected, but it wasn't what he did next. Reaching up, he slipped his hands under the robe's halves and onto her waist. Warmth was her first impression, and that was followed by an immediate electric sensation, a sizzle that was transmitted from him to her through his broad palms. He was so tall that his head came up to just below her breasts, and all she could think of doing was running her hands over his soft, tightly curled hair. She lost that initiative as his mouth brushed against her sternum, and then her upper belly, and then her navel. He was curling himself backward onto his heels as he went down, and was he going to? Selena moaned and nearly fell over as he brushed the top of her bare sex with his lips. His grip on her waist was the only thing that kept her upright. The nuzzling was soft and gentle, his face and nose rubbing on her pelvis, his lips kissing the outside of her cleft. And she wanted more. Just as she was trying to form words, his tongue extended in for a probing lick, the invasion so languorous, she wasn't spooked at how foreign it was. And then it came back, re-entering, taking another taste of her. He was purring now. Falling forward, she put her hands on his shoulders and widened her stance even as she became impatient with the effort it took to stay standing. She wanted all her concentration to be on him and what he was doing to her, worrying about balance and coordination. He solved that problem by lifting her off her feet and laying her down on the fur rug in front of the clawfoot tub. Giving herself up to wherever this would go, she reached her arms over her head and arched her back, her breasts peeking and casting aside the robe halves, her body revealed to him. "Fucking hell!" He gritted as his eyes traveled from the crown of her head to her tight nipples past the flat plane of her belly, to her sex and her legs. His dark hand was a contrast to the paleness of her skin as he drew a lazy stroke from her collarbone to one of her breasts. Capturing the weight in his palm, she groaned and undulated, her knees bending up and falling open. His towel dropped away from his body, exposing his hairless beauty and his formidable sex. "Take me," she ordered him. Teach me. 30. His brother's tears had smelled like summer rain on still warm asphalt. As Wrath stalked his way back from the training center, every word that he and Tor had shared, each syllable, and all the silences in between resonated like aches after a fight. Down to his bones, down to his marrow, he felt the remnants of the conversation they'd had by the pool. One comment kept coming back to him. They are as empty without a young as we are empty without them. It was probably the only thing that really punched past all the fear. For him, waking up without Beth had been the worst kind of revelation, and if that was the way she felt without a baby, then it was going to be a cold bed overtime for the both of them. Look at him. He was in a life he hated, and he was one hallucination short of psychotic. He didn't want that for her, and he knew all too well how being with the one you loved wasn't enough if you were honestly, fundamentally unhappy. The problem? The fact that he saw the light about where she was coming from didn't change all the shit he was worried about. It just made him feel their incompatibility all the more viscerally. George sneezed. Wrath switched hands on the halter, leaned down, and patted the dog's flank. This tunnel always gets to your nose. God, what the fuck was he going to do? Assuming she was going into her needing that was, but maybe he was wrong and that would save them. Although that was for how long? Sooner or later she was going to become fertile. When George signaled it was time to stop and go up the shallow stairs, Wrath punched in the code, opened the way, and a moment later, they were in the foyer and rounding the base of the grand staircase. First meal had already been served, the Brotherhood in there talking, the voices deep and loud. Pausing, he listened to the group and thought of that night Beth had transitioned. She'd come up from the basement at Darius's, and he'd blown his brother's minds by taking her into his arms in front of them. Made sense. Back then, they'd never seen him like that around a female. And when he'd returned from the kitchen with the bacon and chocolate she'd needed to satisfy her post-transition cravings, the Brotherhood had been down on one knee around her, their heads bowed, their daggers nailed into the hardwood floor. They had been acknowledging her as their future queen, even if she hadn't known it at the time. My lord. Wrath looked over his shoulder with a frown. Hey, what's doing there, counselor? As Saxton walked over, his scent was all about the not good. I must speak with you. Behind his wraparounds, Wrath closed his eyes. I'm sure you do, he muttered. But I have to go to my Beth. It's urgent. I've just come from. Look, no offense, but I've backseat my shellin' for the last shit I don't know how long. Tonight, she's coming first. When I'm done, if there's time, I'll hitch up. He angled his head downward. George, take me to Beth. My lord. As soon as I can, my man. But not a second sooner. With quick efficiency, he and his dog jogged up the grand staircase and headed for the door that led up to the third floor. From out of nowhere, a lurching sensation made him stumble on his feet until he had to throw a hand out and catch the wall. The weirdness passed as soon as it hit him, though, his balance righting itself, his shit-kickers once again solidly on the floor. He turned his head left and right like he had when he'd still had some vision to go by. There was nothing coming at him, however. No one pushing him from behind. No mad gusts of wind blowing in from the sitting room at the other end of the hall. No toys to trip over on the floor. Weird. And whatever. He just wanted to get to his Beth, and he sensed that she was upstairs, in their private quarters, waiting for him. As he started up the final staircase, he thought of his parents. From everything he had been told, they had wanted him badly. No discord on that issue. He had been prayed for and worked for and given over to them by fate, or destiny, or luck. He wished he and his Beth were on the same page like that. He truly did. As Anha heard her name from a great distance, she felt as though she were drowning. Sucked down deep into unconsciousness, she knew herself to be summoned, and she wanted to respond to the call. It was her mate, her beloved, her Helrin who was speaking unto her. And yet she could not reach him, her will tethered by some great weight that refused to let her go free. No, not a weight. Nay, it was something introduced unto her body, something foreign to her nature. Mayhap the young, she wondered with horror. But 'twas not supposed to be as such. The bairn she had conceived within her womb was supposed to be a blessing. A stroke of luck, a gift from the scribe virgin to ensure the next king. And yet it had been after her kneading that she had taken to feeling the illness. She had hidden the symptoms and the worry as well as she could, shielding her beloved from the concern that had bloomed within her. She had lost that fight, however, had fallen to the floor at his side at the festival. The last thing she had heard clearly was him calling her name. Swallowing, she tasted the familiar thick wine of his blood, but the rushing power that came with imbibing from his vein did not follow. The sickness was claiming her, piece by piece, robbing her of faculty and function alike. She was going to die from whatever this was. Gudbyesh wanted to say goodbye to Wrath. If she could not reverse this, at least she could bid him sweet love as she went unto the fade. Summoning the dredges of her life force, she pulled against the rope that locked her unto her passing, yanking with desperation, praying for the strength she needed to see him one last time. In response, her eyelids lifted slowly and only partway. But yes, she saw her beloved, his head bowed, his body collapsed beside their bedding platform. He was weeping openly. Her mind commanded her hand to reach out, her mouth to open and speak, her head to turn unto him. Nothing moved. Nothing was uttered. The only thing that came of it was a single tear that gathered itself at the corner of her eye, plumping up until it lost hold of her lash and slipped down her cold cheek. And then it was done, her lids reclosing, her goodbye given, her strength done for. At once, a white fog boiled up from the corners of the black field of her vision, the wafting rolls of it replacing the blindness that was wrought upon her. And from out of its curls and strange illumination, a door arrived to her, coming forward as if birthed from the cloud. She knew without being told that if she opened it, if she reached out for the golden knob and opened the portal, she would be welcomed unto the fade, and there would be no going back. She was also aware of a conviction that if she did not act within a prescribed time, she would lose her chance and become lost in the in-between. Enha did not want to go. She feared for Wrath without her. There were so few to be trusted at court, so many to be feared. The legacy left by his father had been a rotten one. It had just not been evident at the start. Wrath, she said unto the fog. Oh, Wrath! The yearning tone in her voice echoed around, rebounding in her own ears as well as the white-on-white landscape. Looking upward, she had some hope that the scribe virgin would appear in robed splendor and take pity on her. Wrath! How could she depart the earth when so much of her would be left behind? Enha frowned. The door before her seemed to have moved back. Unless she had imagined it? No, it was retreating. Slowly, inexorably. Wrath! She shouted. Wrath! I don't want to leave. Ray Alwath. Yes. Enha screamed as she wheeled around. At first, she had no idea what was confronting her. It was a little boy of mayhaps 7 or 8, black of hair, pale of eye, his body so painfully scrawny. Her immediate thought was that she must feed him. Whoever are you? She croaked. And yet she knew. She knew. You called me. She put her hand upon her lower belly. Wrath. Yes, Maman. The young focused on the door with eyes that seemed ancient. Are you going to cross unto the fade? I have no choice. Untrue. I am dying. You do not have to. I am losing the fight. Drink. Drink of what is in your mouth. I cannot swallow. The cadence of their words was increasing faster and faster, as if he knew she was running out of time and by extension, he was too. Those eyes of his, such a pale green, and there was something strange about them. The pupils were too small. I cannot drink, she repeated. Dearest Virgin Scribe, her mind was muddled beyond measure. Follow me and you will be able to. How? He held out his hand to her. Come with me. I shall take you back home, and then you will drink. She looked to the door. There was a pull to it, a draw that made her want to reach out and complete the cycle that had started as soon as she had fainted onto the floor. But what she felt toward her son was stronger. Turning away, she gave the portal her back. Return me to your father? Yes, back to him and to me. Walking forward, she clasped the warm palm of her son instead of the knob of the door, and lead her on he did, escorting her out of the white fog, away from the death that had come for her, toward Wrath? she whispered into the darkness that claimed them both. Yes. Thank you. I did not want to go. I know, Maman, and someday you will repay me thus. I will. Yes, and all shall be well. She didn't hear the rest of what he said. Just as a suction had pulled her under, a sudden explosion propelled her outward, the push hitting every part of her at the same moment. And then a great wind hit her in the face, stripping her hair back, rendering her breathless. Enha knew not where she would end. All she could do was pray that what had come to her was in fact her progeny and not some demon to mislead her. The only thing worse than not going back would be to be cheated of an eternity with those whom she loved. Wrath! She screamed into the maelstrom. Reawayawath. 31. Trez knew that none of this should be happening. Not the way he'd taken Selena's throat instead of her wrist. Not that crazy-ass shit on the bed. And really, totally not the fact that she was laid out on the fur rug, her breasts bare to his eyes, her sex ready for the taking, her scent all about the aroused. Take me, she said in the sexiest voice he had ever heard. Teach me. Her stare was dead to marks on his, and on some level he didn't understand. She'd turned him down before, and then now she wanted him? Who cares? His erection throbbed. Who cares? Take her. She wants us. Like there were two parts of him. And actually, that wasn't as moronic as it sounded. His cock was, in fact, talking on its own at this point. Selena, he groaned. Are you sure? I get any more of you, anywhere, and I'm not going to be able to stop. Hell, he was barely holding on to this pause. She reached her hand out and ran it up his forearm, stroking him. Yes. I shouldn't be doing this, he heard himself say. Shut up. Sit down. Great, now he was channeling Howard Stern's father. Selena, I'm not worthy of this. I want you, and that makes you worthy. I told you not to be stupid, you moron. Yup, that was Defo Ben Stern. Trez closed his lids and swayed, thinking it seemed a goddamn cruel twist of fate to be offered this tonight. Please, she said. Ah fuck, like he was gonna say no to her? When he opened his eyes again, he didn't know how he was going to get them both through the sex in one piece. It was the worst possible moment to open this can of worms, but he wasn't going to turn away from her. He was raw in places he didn't like to acknowledge even to himself, and this was going to be a band-aid, something that was going to help him. Even though only temporarily. And at least he could do his damnedest to make it good for her. Moving up on Selena, he braced his arms on either side of her undulating body and slowly, inexorably brought his mouth down until it was barely a millimeter above hers. No going back, he growled. She linked her arms behind his neck. No regrets. Fair enough. To seal the deal, he kissed her, brushing his mouth against hers, plying at her until she opened herself on her own. His tongue had already penetrated into her sex but only by a degree. Hell, he'd shocked himself with that licking. Now, there was no holding back. He extended himself into her fully, fusing his mouth to hers, tilting his head to the side as he drew against her lips. It was the strangest dichotomy. He was so ready to take her, prepared to split her legs wide and drive into that hot, wet place between her thighs, and yeah, he wanted to mark her internally with his cum, leave his scent all over her inside and out, make it so no male dared to touch her, look at her. Yet he had all the time in the world for this kissing. Then again, she was sweet as ice wine, smooth as double-batch bourbon, heady as port, and he was drunk before he even lifted his head for a breath. But he wasn't going to stay forever. There was another place he wanted to get back to. As he kissed his way down to her neck, he regretted the raw marks he'd left at her vein, and brushed them with his lips, once, twice. I'm sorry, he said roughly. Whatever for? He had to recluse his eyes as that husky voice of hers penetrated his haze and promptly sexed him up even more. What had she asked? Oh, yeah. I shouldn't have been so rough. Well, I didn't mind being held down. At all. And didn't that get him seeing double? Are you going to return to where you were? She asked. Fuck yeah. Yes, right now. If you want. The undulation of her body and that moan was the best I do he'd ever heard. Trying to keep a lid on his inner beast, He kissed his way over to her collarbone and then had to pull back and just look at her. Her breasts were the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. She was perfectly built, her nipples tight on top of the pale swells, her skin smooth, her breathing a taunt to his self-control. He was as careful as he had been with her mouth. Extending his tongue, he licked a circle around her nipple, and going by the way her hands speared into his hair, she approved. Oh, she groaned. He smiled before he sucked her in. Nursing at her, he eased onto his side and swept a hand down to her waist, her hip, her thigh, her inner thigh. She gave way for him like water, her body loose and trusting as he suckled and inched his touch higher and higher. He was almost at her core and planning exactly where to stroke her when an image of a human invaded the space between his ears. At first, he couldn't figure out what the fuck his brain had coughed up, but then he recognized the random woman as one he'd nailed in the back of a car over a year ago. And the clarity was a killer. He saw everything in HD. The lipstick smeared on her front teeth, the mascara smudges under her eyes, her botched boob job where one of her nipples was walleyed. But none of that was the worst part. No, the worst was the way her head moved up and back because he was inside of her. His cock was in her sex, going in and out, the rhythm growing faster so that he could come and be done with the session. His erection, the one that he was getting ready to slip into Selena, had been in a cesspool. Had been in hundreds of dirty human women who hadn't brought up safe sex or STD tests or whether or not they'd already contracted AIDS from letting sluts like him into their panties. The fact that he couldn't contract their diseases did not matter in the slightest. Filthy was filthy. Jerking back, he hissed and closed his eyes, trying to order an evac for all of that shit. Trez. Sorry. Shaking his head. He refocused on her breasts and felt nauseous from self-hatred. I'm just. Another human woman tackled his brain. This one, that real estate agent he'd done at the warehouse he'd just bought. He pictured her hands spread against the wall as he fucked her from behind, her wedding ring flashing. I'm sorry, he grunted. And then it was more, with the head shaking like the memories were objects he could knock off his table of consciousness. In rapid succession, he saw the brunette he'd let suck him off in his office. The redhead he'd done with that blonde in the club bathroom. The threesome with those college girls, the goth at the cemetery, the waitress at Sal's, the pharmacist when he'd gone to get Motrin one afternoon, the bartender at that place, the woman he'd seen at the car dealership. Faster and faster, until the images were like bullets, one after another, firing into his brain. As he peeled off of Selena, it seemed both bizarre and totally appropriate that the only thing he could think of was that the shadows were right. Sex with humans had contaminated him, and he was paying the price for the poison right here and now. Sitting at the kitchen table, Assail could only stare at his cousins. The pair of contract killers, drug dealers, and enforcers had not only washed up before the meal. They were now easing back in their seats and looking like they wanted to loosen their pants. As Marisol's grandmother got to her feet again, Assail shook his head. Madam, you must enjoy this food on which you worked so diligently. I am enjoying. She headed back for the counter and cut more bread. These boys, they need to eat more. Too thin, too thin. At this rate, she was going to turn his backups into, what was the expression, sofa potatoes? And what do you know, even though those two males were stuffed, they took another slice of her homemade bread and dutifully layered on the sweet butter. Unbelievable. Assail shifted his eyes over to Marisol. Her head was down, her fork testing the metal of the food. She hadn't eaten much, but she had opened the copper-colored pill bottle Doc Jane had given her and taken one of the gray and orange capsules inside. He wasn't the only one watching her. The eagle eyes of her grandmother were monitoring everything. Every move of that fork, each sip from her glass of water, all the non-eating that was going on. Marisol, on the other hand, was watching no one. After the emotional reunion with her bloodline, she had closed up, her stare staying on the meal, her voice limited to yes and nos about condiments and seasonings. She had retreated to a place he didn't want her to dwell in. Marisol, he said. Her head came up. Yes. Would you like me to show you to your room? The instant that came out of his mouth, he glanced at the grandmother. If you will permit me, of course. According to the old ways, the senior female would have been Marisol's guardian, and though he rarely showed respect to humans, it felt appropriate to pay mindfulness to the woman. Marisol's grandmother nodded. Yes, I have things for her. There. Sure enough, there was a rolling suitcase parked by the archway into the great room. As the grandmother went back to her own food, he could have sworn there was a slight smile on her mouth. I am just exhausted. Marisol got to her feet and picked up her plate. I feel like I could sleep forever. Let us not talk of such, he thought as he, too, stood. After she kissed her grandmother's cheek and spoke in her mother tongue, he followed her, putting his dishes in the sink, and then going over to the suitcase. He wanted to put an arm around her. He did not. He did, however, pick up the luggage when she went for it. Allow me, he said. The ease with which she gave in told him that she was as yet in pain. And assuming the lead, he took her out to the stairs. There were 2 sets, one that went up to his chamber, another that proceeded down into the basement, where there were 5 bedrooms. The grandmother and the cousins were on the lower level. Glancing over his shoulder, she was silent and grave behind him, her eyes drooping, her shoulders slumped from fatigue that was more than just physical. I shall give you my room, he told her. In privacy. It would not do for him to stay with her. Not with her grandmother in the house. Even though that was where he wanted to be. Thank you, she murmured. Before he knew what he was doing, he willed the reinforced pocket door out of the way, exposing the highly polished black and white marble stairs. Oh shit, he thought. Motion detectors, huh? She said, without missing a beat. Indeed. As she mounted the steps, Asael tried not to notice her body's movements. It seemed the height of disrespect, especially as she was limping. But dearest Virgin Scribe, he wanted her like nothing and no one else. His quarters took up the entire top floor, the octagonal space providing 360-degree views of the river, the distant urban core of Caldwell, the forested flats to the west. The bed was a circular one with a curving headboard, its platform set directly in the center of the room beneath a mirror ceiling. The furniture was all built-in. Burled walnut cabinetry served as side tables, bureaus, and the desk area, absolutely none of it getting in the way of the glass walls. Hitting a switch by the door, he triggered the drapes, which swept forth from their hidden compartments, their flowing lengths billowing as they locked into place. For your modesty, he said. The bath is through here. He reached around a door jamb and flipped another switch. The color scheme of the bedroom was almond and cream, and it was repeated in the marble floors and walls and counters of the loo. Funny, he had never thought one way or the other about the decor, but now he was glad for the calming tones. Marisol deserved the peace she had earned in her hard-won battles. As she walked about the bathroom, her fingers drifted over the veins in the marble as if she were trying to ground herself. Pivoting around, she faced him. Where are you sleeping? Never one to hesitate in stating his position, he nonetheless cleared his throat. Downstairs, in a guest room. She crossed her arms over her chest. Isn't there another bed up here? He felt his brows lift. There is a pull-out cot. Can you stay? Please. Asael found himself clearing his throat again. Are you sure that's proper with your grandmother here? I've got the heebs so badly if I'm alone, I'll never be able to sleep. Then I shall be pleased to accommodate the request. He just had to make sure that was all he did. Good. Thank you. She eyed the jacuzzi tub beneath its windowsill. That looks amazing. Allow me to fill it for you. He went forth and cranked the brass handles, the rushing water crystal clear and soon to be hot. It is very deep. Not that he'd tried it out himself. There is also a petite cuisine here. He popped open a hidden door, revealing a squat refrigerator, pint-sized microwave, and coffee pot. And there are victuals in the cupboard above if you get hungry. Indeed, he was a master of the obvious, was he not? Awkward silence. He shut the little cabinet. I shall wait downstairs whilst you attend to your... Marisol's breakdown arrived without preamble. The sobs racking her shoulders as she put her head in her hands and tried to hold the noise in. Asael had no experience comforting females, but he went to her without missing a beat. Dearest one, he murmured, as he pulled her against his chest. I can't do this. It's not working, I can't. Cannot what? Speak unto me. Muffled into his shirt, her reply was clear enough. I can't pretend it didn't happen. She lifted her head, her eyes luminous from the tears. It's what I see every time I blink. Sho, he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's all right. It's not. Cupping her face in his hands, he felt both rage and helplessness. Marisol. In lieu of a response, she grasped his wrists, squeezing, and in the tight quiet that followed, he had the sense she was asking something of him. Dear God. She wanted something from him. It was in the stillness of her body, the wildness of her stare, that grip upon him. Assail closed his eyes briefly. Mayhap he was misreading this, but he didn't think Solthoff in any event. She could hardly be credited with sound thinking, given all she had been through. He stepped back. The tub is almost full, he said roughly. I shall go confirm the accommodations of your grandmother, yes? Call upon me if you need aught before I return. Indicating the in-house intercom, he hastily made his exit, closing the door behind him. Falling back against it, he wanted to bang his head a number of times, but did not want to alert her to his conflict. Passing a hand down the front of his slacks, he intended to rearrange his erection into a socially acceptable position, but the instant contact was made. He groaned and knew he needed to take care of things. He barely made it down into the bathroom off the first-floor office. Locking himself in, he braced his hands on the marble of the sink and hung his head. He lasted 3 rapid heartbeats. The belt came undone with the alacrity of fabric falling apart, and the fasteners of his slacks were just as accommodating, and then his cock, his rock-hard, throbbing cock exploded out from his hips. Biting his lower lip, he palmed himself and started stroking, his full weight leaning on that arm he had thrown out, the pleasure intense to the point of pain. The moan he let out threatened to carry, but there was nothing to be done about that. He was too far down the rabbit hole to stop or even alter the course or his response. Faster, up and back until biting his lip wasn't enough. He had to turn his head into his arm and bite his biceps, his fangs sinking deep into the muscle through his sweater, through his shirt. The orgasm hit him hard, the peaks sharp as knives going into him, the ejaculations caught in his free palm as he covered himself. Even at the height of release, he honored his Marisol. He deliberately kept all images from his mind, determined to make this solely a physical act. When it was done, he was not relieved in the slightest. And he felt dirty even after he cleaned himself. 32. Beth found the medication kit on the sink in the bathroom. After freaking out about the condition of the pool table and everything else, she'd gone upstairs and immediately headed across the bedroom to take a shower, whereupon she'd discovered the black leather clutch on the counter between her sink and Rath's. At first, she thought it was a glasses case for one of Rath's pairs of wraparounds, except it was soft, not hard. And it was as she reached out to pick the thing up that the first wave hit her. Hot, moist air bloomed all over her body, from the back of her neck to the lengths of her legs, from her face and throat to her belly and down to her feet, as if she'd already turned on the shower. Throwing off the sensation, she unzipped the 2 halves and opened the kit. Not sunglasses, no. Instead, there was a glass vial with a clear liquid in it, and 3 syringes all strapped in like they were going for a car ride and wanted to follow the seatbelt laws. The label on the little bottle was facing in, and she twisted things in place to see what it said. Morphine. She'd never seen anything like this in any of Rath's things. And it wasn't hard to extrapolate that he might have gone to Doc Jane or hell, even have her to get prepared in the event she went into her. Another blast of heat came over her, and she frowned up at the vent above her head. Maybe Fritz needed to have the HVAC systems looked at. As her knees gave out without any warning, she barely had time to catch herself on the counter, the kit scattering into Rath's sink, her 2 Chanel perfume bottles knocking over. With the groan of a wounded animal, she tried to haul herself up, but her body didn't listen to the signals. It was on its own path. A tremendous, volcanic power exploded out of her, robbing her of the strength to keep herself off the floor. Slumping down, she curled herself around her core, holding her lower belly, jacking her knees to her chest. The cool marble barely registered as the forest fire under her skin shifted into a driving urge, An overwhelming sexual need that required one and only one thing. Her mate. Flipping herself onto her back, she rolled over to her other side, and then onto her belly. Clawing at the slick floor, she rubbed her thighs together, trying to find some relief, some respite from the ache that was taking over everything. How many hours? She tried to think how many hours had Layla said this lasted? 24? No longer. Beth cried out as another blast tore through her body, sweat bursting from her pores, fangs descending into her mouth. And this was only the beginning, a distant part of her acknowledged. Just the first salvoit was going to get worse. As time wore on, the hormones were going to render her incapable of anything but respiration. To think she had volunteered for this? Madness. The kneading was like a pair of fists torquing her body to the point where she knew she must have broken bones. No, this was going to kill her, how could it not? And the need for sex? It wasn't even about having a child. It was about survival. Wrath. Oh God, he was going to come up here. Whenever he was done talking to Tor. And he was going to find her on the floor, and then what? Even through the maelstrom of hormones, she was able to think that through to its conclusion was going to be in a horrible position. Either service her and live with consequences he hated or watch her suffer. Which he would never do. Her palms squeaked against the slick floor as she pushed her 1,000-pound torso up. Climbing the drawer pulls like they were a ladder. She had to take a break at the counter level. Her vision swimming. Her eyes struggling to focus as her body begged for sex it simply couldn't have. Before she succumbed to this entirely, she was going to take care of things on her own. Her hands were shaking so badly, it took her several tries to capture the kit, but eventually, she got the thing and brought it down to the floor. Time for another breather on the cool marble. But not too long a delay. The waves were coming harder and faster each time. Fumbling fingers, the glass vial bouncing out of its tether, skittering away. She was crying as she dragged her body after it, arm out, hand pawing. "Beth," a voice said. "Oh God, Beth." A masculine palm came down from out of the sky, reaching for her, searching through thin air for her and through the morass. She struggled to process the hows and whys, except then her body made the connection for her. Wrath. As his shit-kickers came into her vision, her hormones blew up, responding to his presence by ratcheting up to a level that was hell not just on Earth, but under her skin, boiling her blood, making her sex scream for what only he could give her. But that could never be. "Go," she cried out in a cracked voice. "Drug me or give me the—" Wrath knelt down with her. "Beth, give me the drugs. I'll do it. I can't let you." Pegging him with a hard stare. She didn't have any energy to fight with him. "Give me the fucking drugs." Wrath's body had begun to respond as he took the stairs up to their quarters, and by the time he made it into the bathroom, he knew exactly what was doing, as well as what the solution was. Every instinct in him was roaring to service his female, to ease her suffering in the only way that mattered. Shaking himself, he dropped to his knees, patting around for her, following the sounds of her voice and the jerking movements of her body against the marble floor. She was incoherent, writhing in pain, lost to the throes of the kneading. "Give me the fucking drugs." It took a moment for her demand to sink in, and then he realized that this was a moment in life when the path that was presented had only two forks, and in his mind, neither was a good one. "Wrath," she groaned. "Wrath, just drug me." He thought of the kit he'd left on the counter. All he had to do was open it, fill a syringe and inject the morphine into her. And then her suffering would be eased. Only partially, a part of him pointed out. A fresh onslaught of need crushed Beth's body, her gasp rising to the volume of another scream, her limbs knocking into him as she spasmed. He wasn't sure exactly when his mind made itself up. But suddenly, his hands were at the button fly of his leathers, the medication forgotten, the direction chosen. "Hold on, Leland," he grunted as he released his erection. "Hold on. I'm coming." Too fucking right. Except as he felt around for her legs and went to take her jeans off. It took him for goddamn ever. Her body fought with him, thighs scissoring as she twisted and turned on the floor, but when he finally got the fuckers off her legs, he didn't waste time. He forced her to be still, digging his hands into her hips, and then Beth yelled out his name as he entered her, her nails tearing into his shoulders. her breasts shoving up against his chest. He came immediately, his balls tightening up and then releasing, and he wasn't prepared for the response from her. As she orgasmed along with him, her sex milked him, pulling at his length, all but yanking at him. He came again, so violently he bit into his own tongue. Pumping against her, pumping into her. He went hard and wild until his body took a short pause to recover. And that was when he felt the difference he'd made in her. She, too, was at a brief rest, the tension in her body uncoiling as if her very molecules were taking a deep breath. But before he could congratulate himself, he sensed something else. Sorrow permeated the air, the sad spice of it stopping him and tilting his head down as if he could look her in the eyes. "Don't cry," he said roughly. "Leland, don't. Why are you doing this?" she moaned. "Why?" There was only one answer. "For tonight and evermore. Because I love you more than anything else. More than himself. More than any future young." Her trembling hand brushed his face. "Are you sure?" He replied by beginning to move deep inside of her again, the rolling penetrations sliding him in and out of her slick sex. And her response? The sound she let out was part purr, part groan, her hormones cranking up again. For some reason, he thought about Vicious's vision. "I see you standing in a field of white. White is all around you, and you are talking to the face in the heavens. Your future is in your hands." Jesus Christ, he felt like the fade was breathing down his neck, stalking him, and even though that was true of every living thing, he felt targeted, like his expiration date was around the next corner. It didn't mean that Beth was going to survive him. Quite the contrary. The most likely cause of his own demise was going to be hers. Dropping his head into her neck, he jacked his arms under her body and got serious about the fucking. Giving in, giving up, going with it was just like jumping off a cliff. The leap was the easy part because the free falling didn't cost you shit. It was the landing that was a killer.